10. So his opponent basically has a 9 or a bluff.
Does get away from it. Sometimes folding these made tens out of position against a person that you're giving enough credence to bluff is pretty difficult. Like Ali, I know you and I sleep pretty well at night.
Yeah, I like to see him
When people bet, we like to put in the calls.
It depends who it is that we're up against, though, because we've played long enough with a pretty regular cast of characters, Kevin, that, you kind of know the guys that aren't showing up with bluffs very often, and then the ones who are competent enough to actually put one out there. I'm talking to you, Scott Abrams.
No kidding.
Little fella, as we refer to him affectionately, very accomplished World Series player.
This is an interesting final table for me to observe because I'm less familiar with most of the players here than some of the no-limit single-draw final tables we've seen in years past with a lot more of the known players. Last year it was Nick Schulman.
Yep.
Year before that it was Scott Seaver.
Yeah. A few years back, heads up, was Mike Watson versus Jason Mercier in the 1500.
Yeah, Schulman did win this event last time out.
Nobody really has much going on in this hand. It folds all the way around to Shaq in the small blind. So in the small blind, you do want to play a mixture of limps and raises. And this is a situation where now that 4-card 10 is reasonable, right? Like, you only have one player to get through. He can have kind of anything. And if I'm Shaq here, I'm certainly happy to just draw one.
He agrees.
And Suzuki, I believe, should drop 2 to this 9-7. Here. Obviously, if he was going to draw 1, he probably should raise pre-flop.
Right. 2 makes a lot of sense in this spot. If Shaq calls and draws 2, how often are you keeping the king jack?
Never. Not after checking.
Okay.
I don't want to just play my hand face up
in
such a small pot. I'd rather try to make something.
So you're always drawing at least 1?
Yeah, probably.
Maybe
2.
you're also drawing 2?
Yeah, I mean, in position, you just like playing games on the river where both players draw. It benefits the in-position player quite a lot.
Yes.
Interesting spot here. Sorry to interrupt, Chris, but Suzuki is double paired 9s and 7s. He knows he's not likely to win at showdown.
Not likely is understating it, Ali. This is a mandatory bluff, but he doesn't have to go big here. He's just targeting the 1 pairs if he decides to bet small. He could also bet huge and try to target a good hand, but I would typically just bluff small here. He looks like he's disagreeing. He's going to go for a 2x pot bet here. He's counting out over 200. Yeah, it's 2x pot. And now Shaq's hand actually shrivels up quite a lot, as his hand would be a easy call for a small size. Nice find from Suzuki there.
Even with a draw 2 representing a 2x pot bet, it's very, very scary.
First hand,
He's also using his 9s
king.
and 7s there very well, as he should also go for a huge bet when he makes any 9 low, as he'll often have his opponent drive down.
Well, let's turn our attention back to that GG Millions, where the final table is set.
Well, it's what runs through your mind there when you make the call in that massive spot and double up through Chad. When you see the good news, how about that?
Talking about the hammer at ace-5?
Yes.
Oh, it feels amazing. I mean, it sucks, though, because he jams, and it's like, well, if he's got me beat, so be it. But these guys are capable, it's a 10K high roller, and these guys throw down. And so it's been a lot of fun,
It is a 10K high roller that you're about to be heads up in for a World Series of poker bracelet. What's that like?
Sounds real nice. Nah, I mean, ever since I started playing poker, I've always dreamt about winning a bracelet, So, I mean, here's an opportunity. So, whatever happens, I'm grateful for this moment. So,
Tough matchup ahead. Best of luck rest of the way. Appreciate you taking the time. Thanks, Alex. You got it, guess.
Boy, it really is heartwarming to see someone able to actually allow themselves to indulge in the emotion and the gravity of these moments so often in a high roller. Known commodities, known entities who have been grizzled through the years and are somewhat, I don't want to say apathetic, but maybe ambivalent to the spoils of the endeavor, are there. Not so with Alex Cruz.
How different is that interview if you go with Jason Kuhn, Alex Fox, and Jeremy Osmus? How much does it mean to them versus how much does it mean to the Cinderella story, Alex Cruz?
Yeah. I mean, not to say that the competitive fire doesn't burn bright in those other guys. They like the battle and the competition, but there's just an extra, endearing wrinkle to what Alex is experiencing out there right now on the hunt for his first ever World Series of Poker bracelet. What a nice compliment that would be to the ring he already has. And what a nice hand to start things off. Ace-10 of diamonds on the button.
Yeah, now that we're down to heads up, there's no more ICM factors at all. This is just a pure heads up element freeze out. And our wizard optimal play analysis will be perfectly accurate in terms of the fundamentals of the game. There's no other factors here to consider other than just get every chip that you see in front of your opponent. And I have to say, we're not supposed to have any rooting favorites in this thing, but it is really refreshing and fun to listen to Alex Cruz. He's also playing great, which to me is an awesome combination.
Guys, hold the phone.
Yeah, we've got a problem here.
We have a 7 high straight up against 2 overs and the nut flush draw. Hand 1 of a heads up. There will be blood.
Yeah, depending on how Nick Salem plays this hand, we could just see it all in on the very first hand of heads up.
They're very, very deep. Starting over 60 big blinds.
Yeah, but things shallow out when you take the early aggressive line as Salem check raising 900 up to 2.5. And Chris, your reaction with ace-10 of diamonds?
You know, it's always tempting to do something aggressive with the nut flush draw and sort of stop making decisions in the hand, but this vortexture certainly favors the big blind, and they are very deep, as Kevin was saying. So I suppose it makes some sense to me that the wizard optimal recommendation is to always call here and, you know, navigate, and obviously when the diamond comes, living the dream.
But the diamond doth not come as the 6 pairs, and neither player really loves seeing this card.
Oh, I think Nick Salem should be very comfortable here. I mean, if his hand's no good, it's just a complete cold deck. It's only SPR 3 now on the turn, and he's looking for value here. He also wants to protect his hand from the draws that are out there, right? He could lose to a higher straight very easily on the river. Certainly, we see that his opponent does have a lot of equity with the diamond draw. But Nick's just thinking pure value here.
And that thought takes the shape of 5 million into 7.2. How do you feel about that sizing, Kev?
I think it's great. I mean, the wizard recommended betting a large sizing. This definitely qualifies. We want to build a pot. We want to put as much money in as possible. Like Chris said, we have the best hand here almost always. If we don't, it's just a cooler.
And calling here on the turn is not just to try to hit the flush. There's also a world in which ace high is the best hand. However, it might be difficult to, you know, realize that on the river. I don't think that Salem's going to have a lot of give-ups.
Right, and he made it a sizing, so that SPR is now less than 1.
So if you're Salem, you definitely have natural bluffs here, right? I mean, you could easily imagine him having something like 8-10. Really, any 8 would be the most likely bluff. So, you know, he would certainly need to barrel on this card with some hands. So I assume that he's just going to go for value here, and it could be either a small size or the all-in.
The 4-liner, in terms of board development, obviously poor for any prospects of a hero call by Cruz, right?
Yeah, I really don't think you're beating much. Especially not to the all-in sizing.
Yeah, he knows it. And that is not the way that he wanted to start off this final table, as the chip lead has been relinquished.
Yeah, but he did good not to go broke there. Some players might have just, you know, as Kevin was talking about earlier, just kind of released the pressure valve by doing something aggressive on the flop return, the nut flush draw, and getting snapped.
Well, alternate way to express the same phenomenon is simply by use of the 2 words Leroy and Jenkins.
Nick Salem, I'm more familiar with him from Nick's games, but definitely somebody who's played a lot of heads-up freeze-outs and heads-up death matches in his day. Certainly going to be very comfortable playing for these stakes and playing heads-up. Notice that he's even limping in here on the button with a 9 deuce, so somewhat studied to use the big blind ante structure here, where you really can't fold any hands on the button. And coming with the limp, which is not always something that players are implementing.
Yeah. Check back from the King 7.
And if we're going to play limps here, we may be in for a while. They're kind of deep.
9, 8, 5, and a couple of spades. Gut shot versus top pair. Cruz slips it.
We have seen Cruz kind of get a little out of line in these spots with some sort of equity, calling here the standard play with a gut shot and over.
Two-tone board now is the 5 pairs. Not a problematic card for Salem too often, I would imagine, but he's keeping the lid on things with a check back, and the 4 rates to be very safe.
Yeah, Salem may just feel that his hand is worth only one more street of value, and he prefers to see if the river breaks off, which it does. So now he would have a number of bluffs. But I think he can go pretty big here. Trying to target those 8x hands, or even worse.
Yeah, 1.5 million into 2.2. And
Cruz may be tempted to hero call with king high here.
I was thinking the same thing, Chris.
Yeah, Cruz doesn't have any spades in his hand.
The 7 is a troublesome card to have in our hand in terms of wanting to bluff catch.
Slightly, but when the ranges are this wide, it's not like a big effect, and he does call fairly quickly. So Salem doing very well so far in this heads-up battle.
And I think he earns himself that river call more so by virtue of that check back on the turn. And of course, a above average river card.
Certainly very happy to see all the draws missed, which allows him to go for a bit of a bigger sizing with the top pair bad kicker.
Nick Salem, by the way, hails from a surname that has brought gambling in other vessels, namely his cousin Lee. Brother.
I think there's at least 4 Salem brothers.
I said brother to Lee the other day, and I think you said no, it's my cousin.
Oh, how about
I'm
you?
not sure.
I played poker in San Diego with a number of the Salem brothers over the years.
Yeah, big family, and they like to splash around.
Lynn decides not to open up a weak snow here from early position, and Dan Jack has a reasonable hand right behind him.
Yeah. Optionality as well. Could pat the 10-8, or in the face of any aggression, could break it down to draw 1.
Yeah, this is a hand where you just open and then make your decisions later. You're really not committed to anything yet. Oh, very interesting. Now Deep's hand does not really have as many options with the gut shot. And again, remember earlier I mentioned that these sort of hands do sometimes just call and stand pat, and that is an option for Deep. You want to 3-bet this hand more against players that you just don't perceive are going to make your life difficult, right? If you're never going to get 4-bet bluff, then maybe you could just even 3-bet fold a hand like this. But it is facing a very early position raise, and it does look like Sean's going to go with the 3-bet.
If you do choose to flat this hand and pat, it is important that you mix in more nutted ranges to the flat and pat as well to protect against exploitation, right?
Correct. On the other hand, you can also just hero call the river board, right? You don't have to have a great hand. I mean, if their opponent's going to try to bluff you, then sometimes you're just going to win a bigger pop up when they try to bluff. So Shaq has a very uncomfortable situation here all of a sudden, right? They're relatively deep stacked, and he's facing a very, a very reasonable. Oh wow, Shaq with the snap 3-bet. And look, that Shaq does end up snap folding, so he had a clear plan here.
Yeah, so it was a 4-bet from Dan Shack and a snap fold from Deep. Not the approach that you anticipated out of that 10-8.
No.
Flat and decide, I think, is what we all expected.
I think I would have probably broken his hand and maybe gone for the 8-7 draw there. Kind of a cool play from both players. I think you could see that Sean had a very clear plan, and it was going along with what I said. He didn't feel that he was going to get bluffed. On the other hand, actually, he had a slightly worse hand, right? I think actually Shaq had him slightly beat. But if Shaq is going to 4-bet hands like that, it is a little bit problematic for Sean in the future, who's going to, maybe sometimes have the best hand in those spots.
It's not a 10-9-8. That's Frank is selling it. Jack or 10?
Shaq gets the info.
It's not you.
And Sean gets back to work the very next hand here.
Also appears to be working the healthy side of the culinary spectrum there.
So
Foraging on something leafy.
Per Hildebrand has a hand that some weaker players would be tempted to play with the 9 and 6-5, but it's certainly too weak to call it open with. And now it's David Lynn picking up the 10-9 on the big blind. And again, a very opportune play, although he is much more shallow. So Lynn is only playing 20 bigs. I think this hand probably is going to want to jam. That's how I would play it. And you hope you don't get snapped. And if you do, you're just going to have to stand pat. Deep we see is opening a snow here, which is pretty light snow, but small trips are reasonable with a fourth side card. And let's see if Lynn agrees that the only size is all in here.
Didn't win the draw and get possession, so Ehlers comes out. And here is Ehlers able to work back to Hall, back to Nikisha. Back to the chance. Early big stop that was out there. It was Hall, cross seam pass. He's just waiting and for that seam to open up, but just took an extra second. That extra second. He's won. They're winning more here. Blake couldn't reach it as it sacked in the blue paint. And Marner makes it to safety. Tied up here. Agreeing the battle. Howden scores. Outfighting a check. And Brett Howden has his Stanley Cup playoff leading 12th goal. What happens? You've been in the offensive zone, a chance right at the net, and then you just sort of breathe for a second. Carlson under pressure there. Marner just throws a blind one up high. That's a common play, a battle for the loose puck, and how about Howden? 12 goals in the regular season, make that 12 goals in 18 playoff games. He's been money for the Vegas Golden Knights, scored a huge goal in game one, and here again. And against the run of play, 13:33 time of the goal, stretch it over,
The thing about him until he put the uniform on midway through the Anaheim series, he did play quite a bit with Shea Theodore in the game that Braden McNabb was suspended for these playoffs.
Here's Mark Stone, holding in front, knocked away by Chatfield. He's jumping now. Maybe a short-handed chance. And off the stop, left in front. That shot blocked by Anderson. As Aho couldn't get it through. Unbelievably, they don't get turned into a sack play. Here's Howden in. Howden scores. He has done it again. Boy, has there been a more impactful, big-time, timely scorer than Howden earlier on with all the pressure on one end. Just another example. Clouds going crazy off of a great kill, and just the power move and the patience to hold on. Once you get the stick away from you, like Slavin, watch, he gets right past the toe. All you got to take it is beat Anderson to that post. He's able to reach as far as he can. But knowing that he had final, and 9 of the goals have had a defenseman involved in the scoring. Here's the steal. Howard looking for the hat trick, and he almost had it. Anderson able to get a word on that. Now Anderson swimming again. Lost his footing. Able to recover as it comes back to Coughlin. Off a stick, and William Carlson gets on it. Carlson to the other side. This time he got hit in the side of the head from that shot from a bad angle. There's Barbashev out of the corner, and that hit the outside of the post. He tried to pull it across, and then from a tough angle, well, off the shoulder. That was the red line and in, and now the change that they desperately need is made. Starts to pop loose. Back to go. And stopped there by Hart. For a second, was seeing if his mask would come off, but the straps didn't. It hit that throat protector there. Rubs it out. Maybe a break for Howden, but Chatfield gets back. Howden steals. Drops for Carter. Off the bar. Now that one high in the air. Under duress and pressure. Just flip it to the neutral zone. A bouncing puck. Get in quickly. And how about the hands of Howden there? Strips the puck away. And then a beautiful little back pass. And better feeling as a player than walking into a one-timer there. And Marner biggest shot block of the game for the Vegas Golden Knights. And I think often maybe it deters a shot because there's no lane, right? Maybe a lane here for Marner right on. And to add insult to injury, they did not give him a shot block on the one that has sent him to hospital, and we hope he'll be okay. Here's Stankoven to steal. Ruben Stankoven, and Carolina's on the board. That'll be the difference. Off of the face-off, so important. He gets kicked out. Now he's the winger. He beats Anderson to the loose puck, strips him, and then take it to the net with a body in front. You can see the reaction of Hart. Didn't get there quick enough. It goes up and off the skate of Lazard in front and in the back of the net. Like he has done all playoffs long. Logan Stankoven is Anderson. That bounces in front. Frederick Anderson across, and it will get flipped out to center. Dorothea has got off the. At the line, and that's what Vegas is looking for. A flipped puck off the skate and in. Somehow Jankowski gets a look at the reaction of Carter Hart. A bouncing puck so difficult to handle. Oh, it's no problem on offside. Don't think it was a hand pass. No, it wasn't, because Carrier is going down, able to knock that back as he's falling, getting tackled, and Jankowski bounced around a little bit, but said this has always been the best foot solid. He covers. Watching here, just the puck instead of getting out. One save. Frederick Anderson gets his stick down and then falls it with his glove afterwards. Most importantly, here's the referee's view. Somehow gets his stick free. Can't get his body all over there, but able to make the second save. Watch the scramble. It's the second chance there that Barbashev can't get, and they're just making sure that puck never went through. I think the whistle happened after this point. Right there, there's the second chance. He's got it underneath him. Oh, it did slide through under. Wow. Watch at the last second here. Have you heard a whistle? Is it a continuation? Ooh, this one might. And so Rod Brindamore has an opportunity handed to him here, right? Ball in front of the net. Justice for a third period goal 2 minutes ago. Justice. Jordan Staal tip it. It's 3-2 Carolina. The 37-year-old in his 20th year has 3 goals now in his last 4 games, 2 in the Stanley Cup final, and just gets a piece of that one. Gostisbehere, remember, the missed coverage in game 1 cost the goal. Gostisbehere here has got his head up the whole way, and how about that tip probably going wide? Carter Hart thinks he's got it. After a solemn. Staal's been the best on the face-offs and prevails again. Around to Martin. Dorothea trying to tie him up. Oh, the box didn't play. Here is Marner trying to sift it through. And he scored! Mark Stone! And the game is tied with 81 seconds to go. Well, if you're looking for someone who's able to score big goals in this game, watch the battle for the loose puck, 3 against 2. Hurdle to the back, but this is all Marner. Shooting lane taken away, just delayed for a second, and there's a double deflection in front. Don't panic, be patient, get away from the stick, and make sure it gets through. It takes a couple of bounces, but with the goaltender out, it's a 3-3 tie. Wow. 2 assists for Marner, 24 points in the playoffs, and Mark Stone with the equalizer. Stankoven charging in. He looked the few, trying to center it here. Comes along the boards, check tying things up. Taylor Hall backs him up. Hall shot doesn't get to the net. Jackson Blake on it. Here's a pass back. Aho covering the right point. He gets it back along the half boards, and now it's got to spare. Carlson and Michael, the penalty killers. Overtime winner! And Seth Jarvis evens the series on a game apiece. But they rally in the third, and Seth Jarvis in overtime. That's the lock up top here. Coming across, Gostisbehere makes it look like he's going to shoot. Even Carlson froze for a second to think the shot was coming through. The quick little adjustment. Watch Hart. He's got two bodies in front. He's late reacting. Quick trip to his left for Hart. Can't get over to his right in time. Just an excellent play by Gostisbehere with deception. And how about that shot? Underneath the arm, over the pad for the game winner in overtime for Seth Jarvis. A 32-goal scorer in the regular season, just his fourth of the playoffs. Rod Brind'Amour is looking for
I probably would break the hand, but I think it is close. He could consider patting. In general, people tend to pat too many jacks in single draw and not go for the stronger underlying draw, and it makes their range a little bit too jack heavy in a lot of situations. Deep might be considering a 4-bet bluff, as his hand is not striking as a particularly good one to call with, although he is facing a small 3-bet and getting a good price. Per Hildebrand only made it 150 over 60, so Deep is getting a very good price to continue, but his hand is very weak.
Yeah, I learned a couple years ago that you really, really do not want to cap your range in this type of tournament against these type of players. So, like you said, if Per gets called there, I do believe he would want to draw one to keep his range very uncapped.
Yeah, because there's going to be a lot of times, two bad things can happen. It can go pat one, and then you can face a bet, which would be quite bad when you have a jack. Or it can go pat, and you just have no equity when your opponent freezes you.
Right.
Back over to the heads-up battle between Cruz and Salem, picking this one up on the flop. Salem raised it up, has himself a two-way straight draw here after Cruz defended, and he is interfering with that king of hearts. Card worthy of a continue.
So pretty much exactly what we've seen from every other hand. Cruz flatting free with a hand that could sometimes 3-bet, playing passively on the flop, but continuing with the best hand.
Forward pairing ace on the turn. Cruz checks again. Salem quickly checking back. Hearts arriving.
And the straight for Salem as well. And by the way, Kevin, this is just as you described earlier. It's a bet check line here, and it will be for value for Salem.
Yeah. I wonder if he would have bluffed if the river was an offsuit deuce. I tend to think no. Maybe Queen High has enough showdown, but since he made this straights,
right now
obviously he needs to go for value.
Cruz does have the king of hearts, but I don't think it's going to be too relevant here. And overall, maybe he's been paying attention to exactly what you said and is going to feel that this line is pretty value heavy. He's made the right decision on the river almost every time. And here he has another hand that he's very comfortable playing, which is a bluff catch.
I think he's way more likely to fold this one, whereas in the past he's been very happy to call off. Maybe for information purposes, when the bet sizes are still relatively small, see how your opponent's playing heads up.
There you see the chip counts, an 11 million chip buffer for Nick Salem as he wrestled away the chip lead early and didn't look back. Now a glimpse at that 25K high roller. Looks like that's where Chris Brewer headed after busting this one. The millions, that is. Fourth place finish. That'll cover the buy-in and then some.
Apparently he's back to the no limit home streets after being retired.
Yeah. He's got the bug again, guys. David Coleman on his left. That's no easy up. June Mulder, one of the Dutchies. 9.2 million in career earnings. He could easily get himself into the 8-figure club with the deep front in this one.
See the flashy green shirt of Phil Sternheimer in the back there.
Sternheimer, he's a fan of fashion.
Was he at the 25K fantasy draft?
Yes, he has a team.
Okay.
The handsome horses.
Oh, okay. There were some people that were missing. I think this year that did it in previous years, like AJ. Mostly.
I'll tell you where Sternheimer was. He was at the Louis Vuitton store inside of Harrods, grabbing me something I couldn't find at any of the other boutiques in the U.S. So shout out to him for flying me something. Did I duck taxes and tariffs on that? I probably did.
Probably.
I just confessed to a crime, guys. And I'm all right with it. Hey, 6 deuce.
Definitely not the worst thing you've done. I've seen worse at the poker table.
The man's not wrong. Backdoor Hudson middle pair here. Good bit of kit for Cruz on the puck. Salem whiffs. This one was limp pre.
Yeah, not much going on for Salem in a limp pot here. Just decides to foul out.
Do you think that Brandon Wilson was inspired by Nick Salem? You know, he's always wearing his glasses kind of around his ears, hanging down below. The only other person I think I've ever seen do it now is Nick Salem. I thought that was a Brandon Wilson original.
I think Nick's is just purely, he puts them on when he wants to check his cards and then takes them right back off again.
He lets him dangle in that same way that Wilson does, just kind of, chin strap action.
Maybe Salem was inspired by Brandon
That's
Wilson.
fair. It's impossible.
It's the opposite, though. When Brandon Wilson enters a pot, he puts the glasses on because they're sunglasses.
That's true.
I don't know, probably like 5.
Salem takes them off
I've been playing every single one.
when the pot is in progress.
Also, if I were to walk up to Nick and say, Brandon Wilson.
That's nice. Listen, don't
Oh, look at that. Oh, good boy. There. Love that. More dogs.
Until
Your sometimes commentator, Len Ashby, I think, might disagree with you on that one.
That's true. Len famously is against all of this service animal, as he would deem it nonsense.
He's not a fan of the furry kind.
I came to play was after dinner day one. My goodness, imagine that. I don't think you need to play anymore. Right? Can't get better than this. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, I'm going home tomorrow.
Perfect.
Probably coming back.
I love that the guys are comfortable enough to have that little exchange mid-hand, no less.
Yeah.
Making friends.
Only playing for $1 million, no big deal.
Well, 300 and some odd.
That's true. They're already guaranteed.
Queen 10 board. Salem took a swing at it here with 4 high.
Yeah,
Cruz dealing with Jack.
he's doing his thing. When he thinks he has the best hand, he just continues. He plays very passively, but plays very trappy and correctly, and tries to pick off bluffs.
Yeah, if Salem could see these hands, how Cruz has been playing, I think he should just start being more aggressive.
This one's a little bit different, though, as Cruz did seem to have a plan in mind here to maybe turn his hand into a bluff. So betting the river for a pretty big size, actually.
I guess targeting king high, ace high.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Probably not getting many pairs to fold on that run out.
It's easier.
I always like watching the rails at these final tables to see who's the most invested, to see who's sweating the most bullets. I'm sure you've had friends and family at your final tables. Like when one of my street final tables was running, they consistently panned over to my girlfriend, who was way more nervous the entire time than I was.
I'm always the most nervous when I'm playing at the final table of anyone, probably. I find it quite stressful. Again, Cruz just limping in with the hand that many players would raise, forced, and flopping a set.
On an ace-high board with a couple of clubs on it. Unfortunately for him, not a whole lot on the stovetop for Salem.
No, and he'll be very sad to see Salem fold instantly.
So what do you think makes you so nervous at the final tables? Is it
A full bladder.
ever had any accidents? Need a Gatorade bottle under the table?
All right, Antonio.
No, I just, I don't know. I just think it's like a fun opportunity, but like when I'm in the moment, I'm not finding it to be that fun. I'm just trying to make sure I don't make any mistakes and really, think through every situation.
Keeping it honest, though, do you think all these cameras and the knowledge that tens of thousands of people worldwide are observing you
Is it
in
that
this
many?
moment on this stage? We've got 14,000
It
people streaming us
definitely might be.
right now on just the WSOP YouTube, and then ultimately as time goes on, many people will observe what you've done here.
I think for these players, when you're out there, playing on a stream table is a little bit strange at first, but at some point you're just back into poker mode and you're not really thinking about that. You don't really have a perspective of the big picture of what it means to the world at large. You're just thinking about the money and you're thinking about the opponent that you're up against there. I would be surprised if players were being influenced so much by that aspect of it.
It does get very warm under the lights. One thing I wish I would have done is bring a hat with me to any of these final tables. It's very bright and very warm.
Yeah, these players have very different wardrobe plans here.
And very different pairs as Salem
I don't really
hits
know
off
what
the sixes, guys. This was a raise on the puck from the nines, 2 streets of checking, and then Cruz let out.
I guess he just went for a very small value bet there. It wasn't the big size or anything, but seemed a little thin. But maybe just being results oriented because Nick had nines.
A lot of times in heads-up matches, sixes against nines, I mean, you're going to see some aggressive pre-flop action. You're going to see 3-betting, maybe 4-betting. I mean, these players are playing a completely different style than I think standard GTO heads-up would suggest.
Cruz in particular has not really done anything aggressive pre-flop with anything weak, right? Salem has definitely done some aggressive things here. He's raised the limps. It's Cruz who's playing a very passive strategy pre.
Right, as we saw, he just limped the fours. He just called the sixes. Even King 6 on the button, not good enough in his mind for a raise.
Yeah, and then back to when it was a full ring table, like that ace queen suited flat, for example. He's been conservative in a number of spots.
Yeah, Cruz has himself a free roll with his king as the 6 of spades is the only flush draw. This ace high flop again, as you guys pointed out. Limp pop pre,
Bit of an
4-liner on the turn.
Neither player thinking their opponent has a piece that often, but after that turn card, it's going to slow down the action a lot.
King. No good.
A classic chop line.
We both thought we won, huh? What's up? Jehovah had checks at the end. King looks good. Yeah. Okay. Look, guys.
$1,700 U.S. Circuit Championship final table underway. Donovan Dickin.
Threes versus sixes, or maybe ace 3 versus sixes?
It's
Ace 3.
It's Malcolm Frankie.
Oh, there's the 3 on the turn.
Oh, that is ugly, boys. A wrap of the table there as Donovan is eliminated. Frankie absorbing the remainder of his chips. See some love being shown there. As he will be the most recent eliminee, 10th place finish, just shy of $30,000 going his way for the effort.
That's not a small tournament, Ali. First prize over there, $439,000.
Yeah, you're right. Which kind of makes that 30 feel paltry, doesn't it?
Well, that's how these things are. Really, it's like the top 3.
Yeah.
I guess I'm unlucky I've never finished second or third at WSOP events.
You're unlucky?
Yeah.
Ace on the puck here, Salem. Min raising. Cruz defends. Neither player connects with the board.
Salem pretty consistently c-betting every flop. Seems like this one should get through.
Always choosing the same sizing, one big blind.
I am wrong, as Cruz has some plans for this hand.
7 of diamonds, the focal point. No longer after the ace rolls right off and leaves Cruz drawing dead. Salem a top pair.
Yeah, it seems like what Cruz was hoping was just another kind of small middling card rolls off and it goes check-check and he can maybe steal it on the river, as he tried to in the previous hand.
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
Curtain drawn there, courtesy of the turn bet. thing that has impressed me about Alex Cruz, gentlemen, is his kind of aversion to forcing the issue, as I kind of like to describe it. Sometimes, you can feel like you got something to prove or you want to assert yourself. A little bit of ego can trickle in to the approach that you take, in particular when it gets down to heads up. Maybe if you have a little momentum, but he's really out there letting the game come to him for the most part. And also comfortable sort of deferring to Nick Salem if Salem chooses to bring the aggression and, pick and choose his spots to react.
Yeah, it seems like his style of play, and he's very comfortable.
Now, from the non-ass department to the full-ass department. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to hop on the train and go choo-choo to the... Oh, no! Let's go to the UFL. We say that a lot. A man who has contributed a lot to sports, which we certainly appreciate. Dave Hoffman out there. This man was... yep, there he is. This man on the sideline. Look below. Louisville King player. Columbus Aviator player, maybe. Comes flying into cameraman on shoulder. Obviously had a ground behind him where he could potentially instead he's blowing kisses to another camera as he's getting taped up with blood all over him. Dave, we appreciate your contribution to sport.
Hell yeah, Dave.
But as you're getting trucked, we can't help but go, oh, no! Let's stay in the Los Angeles Angels outfield. Angels in the outfield. Shall we? We have the series story. We do that. Let's go for an oh no with Joe Adele off his dome home run. Now, this is starting to happen a little bit more regularly than I could have ever expected. But anytime you see something like this happen, you can't help but say, is that Joe? No! Adele?
Yeah, you can go from the penthouse to the shithouse pretty sweet. You can remember earlier in the season, this guy robbed 3 home runs in one game. And this is about as routine with fly ball as you can get, but it turns into a dinger.
Hey, that's baseball. Every once in a while, they're going to make you say, no! Let's go to Cary, North Carolina, shall we? TST. Executive Vice President, Editor, Chair, Studio Show, Mike Foss. Some call him Fist. Bang! Bang! That was his first 2 seconds on the field for the entirety of the TST. That was obviously an elimination round. And in that exact moment, Foss also ripped his adductor completely off the bone. So not only did he hip check a guy and receive a yellow card, okay, he also ripped something off of his bone, of his leg, where he will be rehabbing that probably for the next 6 to 7 months. And when he sees something like this, that's pretty cool. And then whenever he drops down into full pain and understands that the next 6 months of his life is going to be spent if he can't help but say, oh, no!
Best part about this. Best part about this is that thing was barely hanging on by a thread before he even went to play in that game.
Yeah, that's why he didn't play any other minute other than the one you just saw right there. And in that exact moment, he ripped it off the bone, caught a yellow card, and a body. Now, we do think that is cool. But for him, with all the amount of effort and time he put into this fucking thing, we're sorry, bro. We just want to say it was a hell of a run, hell of a check.
Went out on the shield.
Yeah. Team needs a gaffer. Word on the street. He'll be healthy for next year.
No. That's a lot of time down there. That's a lot of effort just to get your heart broken.
Oh, yeah.
And then something ripped off your body. I experienced it.
Yeah, he did.
Faso loves Baldo. And that Gene Fit team, it was an honor to watch them play.
They'll be back.
Then we followed along all the way to the final. There's been a team at TST for a while called Pumas. Okay, we've obviously seen them, we've watched them, we've become fans. They've never been able to win it. They make it back to the finals. And what happens? Oh, empty net. All you gotta do is pass it in. Oh no! The other team would obviously go on to score on the immediate possession following there, because not only did they miss, which they would have missed by more, but it was hit by the defender. It was a slide tackle, not allowed. It was also hit by the defender, okay? So it should have been a corner. They should have kept possession. Instead, the other team is given the ball, and they go down and score immediately afterwards. Pumas, heartbroken, and you're out of a million once again, making everybody say, "Oh no!" The TSD tournament's awesome, though, AJ. It is spectacular. I enjoyed watching it from home this year more than even being down there.
Well, they figured it out. They figured soccer out like that. The quick play, the whole what do you call it?
7-on-7 target goal time.
Target goal is amazing.
A walk-off goal every single time.
Yep.
Whenever you get to the end of the game, 7-on-7 game, you get to target goal time, and it's basically just one goal more than the team that's in the lead is the target goal. So every team is in it. There's been 3-4 goal comebacks in target time, and every 3 minutes they're taking a player off the field. So that was down to 2-on-2 right there. That target goal time was down to 2-on-2. And obviously, when you're in that exact moment, there's a chance for a goal. Oh, no. It's $1 million for the team. Out the window. We're going to have to come back next year. Okay, let's move on to celebrity softball games up there in New England. May Day Classic. The whole city was out, including Matt Rife, obviously incredible comedian. Overthrow. Matt Rife heady enough to say, I might be able to steal base here. Wait, I'm going a little bit too slow. Let me turn around. He's caught a rundown. Oh, no, it's rundown. Ramondre gets taken out. Matt Rife want to get on base.
Surprised they didn't start beating his ass.
He wasn't even close to the base. How do you score?
I think how are you supposed to know where it was wherever there's 3 different guys in the middle of a rundown of professional athletes? Matt Rife was trying to dig it out down there at second base. I don't like that any of this happened, but if I'm a Patriots fan, I'm scared to death. And as I'm watching him kind of get his knee on it, I'm going, no. Is everything going to be okay? Because there's a chance if he had cleats on and that thing sticks and he gets rolled up, you actually look at yourself and you go, and then if Rife gets on base, you think to yourself, wow, the guy's safe and he's blown out his. No. But instead, it was a great fall, it was a great effort, and we walk away unscathed, and the May Day Classic was good with no no's, right?
Yeah, it was fantastic. 94.
Over the past few months, the RJC spent more than $5 million to defeat Thomas Massey.
So APEC, I don't know if they tweeted this out. They said Congressman Massey's defeat on Tuesday sets a clear precedent. Elected officials are free to disagree with us, but only briefly.
Well, that should put those conspiracies to rest.
Yeah. So, Kurt, this is like, that's their version. That's the APAC version of a clever joke. Even though it totally reveals their absolute control over our government and all its processes, they still think it's funny. It's like, if this was a husband telling his wife something to this effect, he'd immediately be branded an abusive spouse, and not just by the audience of The View.
I mean, that's so psychotic. The only thing I can compare it to is when the ADL was posting gold on my ear saying we can forgive them for killing us, but we can never forgive them for forcing us to kill their children.
Yes, I should get that
one
video.
crazy thing from this hag about that.
Remember when they said that if a woman ran the world, there'd never be wars? And then David Feldman had a bit where he pointed out every woman who ever got in power created a war immediately.
I mean, you got to prove yourself as a leader.
That's right.
Remember who's a British chick? She's in for like 5 minutes. They're like, would you nuke if we tell you have to nuke? Are you prepared to nuke someone?
Remember that?
I think so.
Remember that? Who was that when?
I'm forgetting her name. The blonde one, Theresa May.
I'll write that down.
Theresa May. Are you prepared?
So I'm putting together segments for the live show, and they have to be like universal. Can't be specific to that news cycle. Theresa May.
Lindsey Graham is always a fabulous slide, no matter what time of year.
Lindsey Graham.
Yeah.
We stand for you. People love it.
It's out of the game.
And then you know what? I'll also do what's her name? We were just making fun of her.
Theresa May.
No, the other one before. Chelsea Handler.
Oh yeah, Chelsea. Which one is a real Chelsea Handler book?
Oh, those are funny.
Oh.
Yeah, I could show those in the live show. Okay. So, and just to remind you that how much they brag about it. Remember this? I showed you this before.
Yeah, John Butthurst, who makes my butt itch.
Yeah. Listen.
I think it is a good thing if Massey Morsi and the people like him and others believe that if you cross the line into anti-Semitism, Jews are going to use the power that we have openly to go for you. Because what other recourse is there? Are we just going to sit here and take it, beg for scraps, hope?
I don't know. Maybe you could try, I don't know, democracy, diplomacy.
The constitution, the common constitution of an Arab would have. They have no constitution.
What?
It's not a democracy.
What other choice does American Jewry have? What about the one thing they've never come close to? Actual diplomacy. You ever try that? You ever think about doing that?
That's weakness.
That nice people are nice to us. The Democratic Party is going explicitly anti-Semitic. We can see it happening. People are getting.
So when they say that, what they mean is they're actually waking up to the authoritarian apartheid state and genociding state that Israel is. That's what he mean by they're going anti-Semitic.
Now they started doing it to us too. We've noticed it.
Yeah.
Don't think I would have said anything if it was just the Arabs, because I didn't. Like
benefits, as Seth says, for being anti-Semites. That seems to be part of an appeal in primaries to the left and the party. We have to use what means there are at our disposal. And in my view, I'm going to put it blank, that is Jewish money. There is an enormous amount of Jewish money in politics, by which I mean Jewish donors. While
when he says, did he say money at our disposal? Did he say that?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even refer to Jews as that much of a collective. I would feel anti-Semitic doing what he just said.
Yeah.
And I would condemn someone else for saying it.
Really disproportionate, not only charitably, but politically. When I say charitably, I mean nobody really knows the numbers. Jews make up 2% of the population. According to some studies, Jews make up 20% of the charitable contributions made in the United States.
When he says charitable, what he means is redistributing contributions to other institutions that only serve Zionism while getting a tax write-off to do it.
Yeah, like cars for kids. I heard they didn't even give kids any cars.
So he's basically spilling the beans and thinking he's defending his side. No, you're actually telling on yourself.
You saw the rest of them, how they're looking at him like,
yes.
Okay, let's wrap it up. Oh, God.
States annually. That is a tenfold. Think about that. Think about the disproportion of that. And in politics, it's pretty close also. And if that money isn't used, why do people give money? Because they want to influence elections to get people elected who reflect their views. Well, this is
he said it's an existential issue. You mean if you need to destroy any challenges, then maybe your institution should be in question, especially if you need a buzzsaw. It's the new horror movie, Tel Aviv Chainsaw Massacre.
No, this is interfering with the elections of others is something we're supposed to do to Israel-sized countries, not vice versa, Jimmy.
I like how
the founding fathers wanted.
He says that they have to use money at their disposal. Then I guess it must be our money that they are disposing of, so that we have none to live on or defend ourselves with. Okay. So I bring this up because this most recent thing, this just happened. This guy is the head of the Republican Jewish Coalition, and listen to what he has to say.
Over the past few months, the RJC spent more than $5 million to defeat Thomas Massey. And let me say very clearly tonight, it was a fight worth having and a victory worth celebrating. When someone repeatedly undermines support for Israel, traffics in isolationism, and a moment of global danger, and refuses to stand with the Jewish state when it matters most, will have consequences.
This is like a mobster saying, "Oh, this guy refused to pay his monthly extortion bill, and then he got a guided tour of the Jersey Meadowlands." If you know what I'm talking about.
Like, first of all, he was trafficking in...
He-Man, meant something to me. I have an awareness. I would say I was a fan of He-Man. Yeah. But I think there's also a whole nother tier of people.
Every man I have ever met who has my phone number has has reached out about this movie. People I did not know still had my phone number. I'm getting texts, oh my god, you're evil Lynn, what behind the scenes? I can't wait to bring my son. I mean, that's a...
UFC Canada Ryan Rizicki. Record is 21 wins with 20 knockouts with 1 loss, 1 draw. I'm from Nova Scotia, Canada. Currently live between Nova Scotia and Ontario. Competing right now, cruiserweight, but I've also competed in heavyweight and bridgerweight. I'm looking to come straight at him and get him out of there, whether it's in the first round or the 10th round. We're not looking to go to the decision, because this is boxing, shadiest business in the world. We've had a lot of great fighters come out of Canada, and I hope one day I can join that list.
Pro-Israel activist Ron Lauder, whose son-in-law was just named by Trump to lead the Federal Reserve, explicitly warning that American Jews will use Jewish wealth to remove any American politicians who don't support Israel. Let's listen.
The Jewish state is facing rockets of disinformation every minute of every day. There is no less a campaign to destroy the country. It's coming from TikTok. It's coming from mainstream media, from the BBC, from CNN. It's coming from each posting, each headline, each fake photo of the starving child in Gaza. And these lies are no less dangerous than the rockets heading towards Jewish homes.
Really?
Fake photos of Palestinian kids starving.
Yeah. Tell Randy Fine he doesn't have to apologize after all because they weren't starving.
Yeah.
Hey, what's all that red shit around his mouth? Did he just circumcise a boy with his mouth?
And they are constant. Israel must create a new Iron Dome.
They should. Is it going to be? Is going to work as well as the old Iron Dome?
Because I don't know if that'll work, Jimmy.
That old Iron Dome was like it's like wearing a spaghetti strainer to try to keep you dry from the rain.
Oh, you're down the cows. Marriage. We are here for marriage.
Do not just fight this never-ending cascade of lies, but it also must go on the offensive. There should be a completely new and vitally important government operation with a new director, not just a political appointee, but someone who knows PR and news backwards and forwards. It should be a separate bill.
Maybe somebody like Barry Weiss.
You told Barry Weiss, I was like, I know the perfect person.
I got it, Barry Weiss. And then Matt Taibbi will tell you how she got it on her own.
We all thought Barry Weiss at the same time, but he said we need a PR person and they know the news backwards and forwards. That's like one name.
It should have $1 billion budget. Some of the $1 billion should come from Jews in the diaspora. Diaspora Jews should partner with Israel in this PR fight. Because in the end, it won't be just protecting the Jewish state. It'll be protecting the Jewish people worldwide. And Israel should use its excellent intelligence services in this fight. The Mossad and Shin Bet are second to none, and they must know where these lies are coming from. It just makes sense to use them in this fight, and it should be one day in, day out. When Israel is hit with lies, Israel should hit back twice as hard. Its response should be furious. It should counterattack every single hour of every single day. And no institution should be spared.
Wow.
Now let's eat some goy jerky. Why is the mouth red? Was it the lighting?
I don't know, but
I don't want any trouble.
But what he said was interesting. I just think what he said was
like the first time APAC, which is interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. I haven't thought about APAC. It's interesting, which is interesting, which is just interesting. Listen, it's interesting you say that, which is just interesting. What's interesting about it? That it's just interesting as you bring up APAC.
Just interesting. That's all.
No, I don't know. Because you're black and I don't know how to react. That's what he meant.
So if you notice that they're using their money to run the U.S. government and swing elections and rig the election, if you notice that, you're anti-Semitic. But when they say it, they're just but they can say it. Isn't that?
They say they want you to notice it while they're saying it.
Yeah.
You know, everybody needs to know that we control the elections with our money. And everyone should know, oh, so you're controlling the election on money? You son of a bitch.
You anti-Semite.
Well, this is the craziest shit I've ever. I like all these lies about even the most bloodthirsty, without literal red stains on their mouth and fingers for some reason, Zionists. Even they acknowledge at least the death. They just say we don't care or it's good. They don't go. It's a fake picture of a starving kid. I haven't even heard that one yet.
So you're not allowed to notice, or you're an anti-Semite, but they're telling you to notice. They're all saying it. They're saying it right out. They just say it, and then if you notice that they're saying it, you're an anti-Semite. And Glenn's a Jew. Glenn Greenwald's a Jew. He notices it.
Well, not no more. He's not. That's more than having a tattoo for a Jewish cemetery, being Andrew or Dave Smith. He just smithed his way right out of a Jewish cemetery.
That's right. He's a Jew.
Yeah, you wouldn't know from all his anti-Semitism, but it's the same way all these white supremacists are turning out to be black in Puerto Rican a lot.
Or in the FBI.
Yeah, as the SPLC taught us, some of the blackest people are the whitest supremacists.
So the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't they just get exposed? Did they? First of all,
the strategy of tension. You might have heard of from Operation Gladio. They were using in Charlottesville. So remember that who got hit by a car? That
There are increasing signs that Trump's decision to launch these attacks on Iran and start this needless, illegal war of choice against Iran has effectively destroyed his presidency. And one of the signs has been some of the influencers who were previously behind him and were part of the MAGA coalition who have publicly broken with him over the war and over other issues as well. Two noteworthy examples of that are Sean Ryan and Megyn Kelly, who recently sat down for a conversation together and were sort of like sorting through the wreckage of Trump and the MAGA movement. Let's take a listen to a little bit of what they had to say.
I don't know what to think anymore. I don't even trust my own intuition when it comes to politics because I thought things were going to be so different, and I got fucking duped.
Nobody knows anything about anything. It's one of the themes of the year. The thing is, like, the Trump thing is so disappointing because he did seem like he was going to be different. You know, he was independently wealthy, so there was some reason to believe he wasn't going to need their money or be swayed by it. He's such a fighter and a middle finger. He's a walking middle finger. We took Trump too much at his word on the I'm not going to start any more wars, especially not Middle East wars, especially not one with Iran. We could be here for the next hour running those sound bites. We were too non-skeptical when the answers were right there. If you looked at who was backing his campaign, the biggest donor, and it wasn't just Miriam, there were many, he said her loyalty is more to Israel. Why didn't we pay more attention to that?
Why didn't we pay more attention to that? And I do think, you could sort of hear whatever you wanted to hear in Trump's pitch. Because you can certainly play clips of him too, sounding very hawkish on Iran. We all know the record from the first administration backs out of the JCPOA deal, courts potential war with them by assassinating Qasem Soleimani. But people heard what they wanted to hear, and now it's interesting to hear Meghan and Sean reckoning with that. The other thing that I've noticed is there have been a few noteworthy instances recently where Trump has either taken some sort of legislative L, Republicans pushing back in ways that are a little bit, that are very unusual and quite rare on some things that seemed important to him. Trump himself or his administration walking away from some things that, the earlier part of the administration, they definitely would not have walked away from. So let me put D4 up on the screen first. We all know how friggin' obsessed Trump is with this damn ballroom, okay? Obsessed. It is literally, and I'm not saying this like generally, I'm saying literally by an analysis of his speech, it is the thing that he talks about the most. So originally, Trump was like, oh, don't worry about it. This will all be funded by private donors, which has its own problems. But okay, it's not going to be taxpayer funds. So he says, oh, I don't have to go to Congress. Well, then he said, actually, I need $1 billion for this thing. So Senate Republicans have now officially ditched an effort, HuffPost writes, to fund President Trump's ballroom at the White House. Money for the Secret Service and the East Wing Modernization Project was omitted from a new version of Republicans' bill to fund immigration enforcement operations at the Department of Homeland Security. So this is what's called a reconciliation bill. They only have to pass it with the majority of votes. So Republicans have the majority in the Senate, so they should be able to get this through. So this is completely an intra-Republican fight. And what was holding this up primarily, there are a few other things, but primarily was this ballroom funding, where they did not want to do it. So now Foon has basically put his foot down and said, we're not appropriating $1 billion for your freaking ballroom. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I thought that one was significant, but I actually think D5, which I've been trying to shoehorn into the show because I agree with you about how big of a deal it is.
Yeah.
This is the biggest one to me. The administration has completely backed off this anti-weaponization fund for $1.8 billion after the announcement, and not just backed off, but has the entire Senate caucus effectively came out and was like, this is not happening whatsoever. Restrict it, to kill it. They even are going to codify it in legislation, saying that not only if they keep it off, but they're going to make it so that they can't create one in the future.
Well, it's Democrats that are pushing that part because they've got, so reportedly, Ted Cruz went on his podcast and was like, oh, I totally support this weaponization fund, sir, but there are a lot of Republicans, and he says about half the caucus that would vote against it. And so Democrats, sensing a divide and weakness here, are wanting to push for, okay, let's codify it. Like, don't just pull this, don't just say, okay, we're not going to do it, we're not going to authorize it. Actually, right now it's being blocked by a court, by the way. We're going to codify that not Trump, not anybody else, can do this to make it uncomfortable for Republicans and force them to have to go on the record.
When's the last time you saw the administration take a lower court ruling and just say, yep, that's just going to be
literally
the way it is? Never. Right, never.
So,
That's why.
yeah,
This
they
was
were
the
looking
biggest
for an out because they saw that this was huge backlash, politically unpopular, blah, blah, blah.
Apparently Johnson and Thune both went to the White House and were like, this is not happening, period. They're like, if this goes before Congress, it's going to get voted down.
Well,
so they had it out with the judge.
These guys were in Congress on January 6th. So you're talking about not only did I pardon all the insurrectionists, not just, the ones who, okay, it was trespassing, but the actual ones who were fighting with cops and beating up, and were violent. And so not only are you going to pardon them, now they can receive millions of dollars in compensation. Like, I guess even for these Republicans are pretty shameless in most regards and complete sycophants. For that was even like, okay, you've got to be kidding me. How can I possibly defend this? But all of this happened after J.D. Vance was, of course, sent out to defend this monstrosity.
I flagged that in our JD block. But part of the problem, right, is with always having to remain so, slavish. The other one is D6 up here. Let's put it up here on the screen. There was a lot of, we didn't have the time covering this. Basically, USCIS put out this new guidance for green card applicants, saying if you're in the U.S. and you're applying for a green card, you have to return to your country of origin to apply for said green card. That's if you're already here on a visa, like an H-1B visa or some sort of working visa. Huge outcry. A lot of people were very upset about it. But it appears that they are now seeking to downplay, quote, this impact and scope of this change, because initially this would apply to every single green card applicant. Well, what they're saying now is that this appears to dramatically limit the process known as adjustment of status. At the time, they had said someone who was in the U.S. temporarily and wants a green card must return to their country of origin. But over the weekend, DHS has now issued a statement saying it is far less sweeping, arguing the memo issued last week just restated long-standing law and policy. Policy will not prevent any alien from obtaining a green card who legitimately and properly qualify. And the department said that the guidance will result in some who do not merit the discretionary benefit ultimately applying within the Department of State overseas rather than USCIS in the United States. They didn't issue full-scale guidance, but this is a huge walkback from the administration, because it's pretty unequivocal that at the time they were like, no, everybody who wants to apply has to leave to apply before they can come back in. It reminds me of an additional status that adjustment that they had made on H-1B, if I recall. This was months and months ago.
Yeah.
By the way, there is a through line here if you're interested for why they backed out. It's called the big tech companies and all of the other businesses who employ many of these people who picked up the phone and were like, hey, this would disrupt my business, dramatically. So there's definitely like a cronyist story behind it. But nonetheless, when you start to put all of these things together, they are trying their absolute best to avoid bad headlines, I would say, on their most vulnerable issues. Immigration was here, the weaponization fund. I can't even really think of a major win that they've had in the press now, especially with Iran, for weeks and weeks. And this is what, I talked about this about W, but I remember talking with some people who were real neocons, and they still believe it, which is insane, but let's put that to the side. And I would be like, what went wrong for you guys? And they were like, what we didn't realize is that Iraq destroyed not only W's presidency, it destroyed everything else that we ever had worked on. Like, for the people who really believed in all the low tax policy and free trade, again, I don't agree with this, but for them, they were like, you don't understand, Iraq killed that because we were all attached, to the same project. It killed the compassionate conservative. It killed the entire W worldview in the GOP. Now, in policy-wise, obviously, that still continues, at least in some form, but it was not popular. That's what ended up in the 2016.
We needed to kill all of that harder.
I agree. But I'm more just saying, for the people who believed in it, they still blame, and many of them are bitter about how Iran destroyed a lot of their projects. Again, I'm glad it did. But I think Iran is going to go down in the same way. I really do, because this is an example of how, you cared about immigration? Yeah, sorry. They're like, can't be taking any more hits whenever it comes to that. Oh, you cared about, what was it? If you're a January 6th guy, and you're like, this is my #1 priority. Well, no, you just backed down on that one, didn't you? Same with the ballroom.
Being a January 6th guy.
I know some, actually. I'm serious. I actually know. I know a few who are like, who are like the pardons and all that didn't go far enough. And this is the only, this is like the one thing that they care about. But if you're one of those people, and again, I know some, for them, they're furious about this. And I think you are going to see this now for the rest of his presidency. Any major project where he once might have been able to, put some political.
million.
Yeah.
Gotta get that extra 20%.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by 5mind.com. You know, there's a concept that's gone really viral as of late. It's the concept of pattern recognition, right? And there's obviously a philosophical divide between left and right. The leftist view is that if you recognize a pattern, and that pattern is attributed to a particular group, a minority group, that automatically makes you a racist, at least if the context of the framing is negative in nature, well then you're not allowed. You've committed the mortal sin of noticing a negative.
What's up? I'm Chet Hanks. I'm about to do Track Stars. You ready? I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Outcast. Well, that's easy.
Start off easy.
We'll warm it up. All right.
What'd you grow up listening to?
I grew up listening mostly to classic rock. Before that, it was like Blink-182.
One for one. Honey, give me that, you call me right.
Shaggy.
I remember the music video for that too. It was like this mansion with like really white porcelain kind of floors.
As it should be. That's Florida Georgia Line.
Yeah, it is.
Shout out to Tyler Hooker. Cool dude.
You're a country musician.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
I have no idea. Doesn't make any sense, but it does.
It does.
Cheryl Crow.
Yes.
I know that's Cheryl Crow because she used to come to my house for dinner. My mom was friends with her when she was dating Lance Armstrong.
What was Lance like at dinner?
He was a cheater. I'm just kidding. Shout out to Lance. Everybody was taking those drugs. Okay, Sublime. Santeria.
You like Sublime.
If you're from Southern California, it's inescapable.
Yeah.
It's like what bagpipes are to Scotland. Man. Come on, dude.
Let's keep going.
They see me roll, they millionaire.
Yep.
It's a tech magnet now.
How about this?
Everybody in the club get tips. Everybody in the club gets tips. What was the dude's name? I know the dude's name.
Yes. Starts with the letter J.
What is it?
Jaquan.
Jaquan. that still count? Yeah. Wait, I recognize the voice. Is it 9 Inch Nails? God, I'm good.
Almost all individuals engaged in self-fraud come from a particular part of the world and particular cultures. It would be my practice to identify that, not to be able to speak about that, to have cultural tabboos, social expecting everybody from identifying that's race. It's absurd. Stating the obvious is a basis of having recognition. And I think it's pretty logical for people to want to implement policies that benefit the nation, right? You want your government to be working on behalf of you and your interests. Well, in this case, it's immigration policy. Now, isn't it? If you have immigration policy that is opening the door to cultures and groups who, on average, are committing crimes and fraud much higher degree than other groups, why wouldn't we be able to identify that and speak about that openly? And in many cases, it makes sense. You know, the other issue when it comes to fraud, for instance, appears to be for the Somali community. But I don't know, I guess the last needs a basic lesson here. Somali isn't a race. It's a country. It's a culture. It's a group of people. And if the American people see that this transaction is working, they should be able to stop to it. That's what immigration really is. It's a trade-off. It's a transaction. Opening up the country to other groups of people.
Look
That's
who
the
it is.
not for people to come in and use the country or local governments and state governments as a basic
So,
ATM machine.
how we doing, boys? We're doing pretty good, man. Doing a bit of drinking, smoking. We're on a mission. So you're both university boys? Fuck that, man. I don't go to university. Jesus. So, how's the studying going? Yeah?
Instead of assimilating to American culture, they want to create
How do you guys know each other?
cultural enclaves. And then to add insult to injury, you see massive welfare dependence leeching off the system. And then to make it even worse, massive fraud rings that are robbing the American people blind. That is
If the aliens are here, I feel like they just look exactly like humans, but they give themselves away because they're just a little off. Like they're the people who you're like, oh, you got like weird intel and act like a human training session. Like,
hateful heart. Frankly, it makes you a patriot, somebody who can perceive basic patterns. The left-wing approach here is clearly unsustainable and clearly very damaging. Essentially, what the left-wing standard appears to be, what they're attempting to do, is weaponize race as basically a get-out-of-jail-free card. Ilhan Omar can engage in whatever shady activity that she wants, and if you apply any criticism or ask any questions about her activities,
this guy, Texas Mike, just played a hand at the World Series of Poker that some are calling a disgrace to the game. Take a look.
Tell you that's progress. They tell you that's what's ethical. But it's not. It's eventually racketeering. You know, you're looking at all the fraud.
That's 59 big blinds all in pre with 8-3 all. This was a $10,000 buy-in tournament and it's unlimited re-entry. So his strategy is just go all in with any two cards. If he loses, no big deal, just re-enter. And people are critical of this because they say it gives people with a lot of money who don't care about re-entering a much better shot of winning a bracelet than the average Joe. And at the time of recording this, there are only 34 players left, and he's still in. What are your thoughts?
Pakistanis basically abusing children on a very systemic level. Cases of abuse in the country skyrocketing more than tenfold in a matter of less than 2 decades. And it was clearly attributable to one particular group. And if you said that, again, you committed a mortal sin. There's no sin there, folks, and there should be no shame. No shame whatsoever in identifying clearly incompatible cultures. And the idea that you could just mass import these cultures into your country and accept that things will go well, it's simply not going to happen. Maybe in extremely small numbers spread out throughout the country, but that's not what's happening. We're talking mass migration, total takeover of neighborhoods, and so you essentially create enclaves. You don't create Americans, you create little Somalia, little Mogadishu, little Islamabad. And what comes with it are the same exact problems that exist domestically in their countries of origin. It's time to get our freaking heads out of our ass, folks. Immigration, like I always say, has to be extremely limited, but most importantly, it needs to be thoughtful. If you're going to bring in anyone, they have to be culturally compatible. There has to be a near guarantee that those groups of people share the same values, or there has to be a method of enforcement. And I know the word enforcement sounds harsh, especially to very soft left-wing ears, but we got something to enforce here, people. We got something to protect. We're talking about the greatest social experiment known to mankind that was handed down to us by our forefathers and ancestors, and very simply put, it could be lost in a matter of a few generations if we don't protect what we have. And the moment social cohesion is gone, the moment social trust is eroded, things snowball in a very bad direction very freaking quickly. I don't want to see it, and so I will not be shamed by these buzzwords, by these notions of wrong
First question.
cultural taboos.
How many
There's
bullets
nothing
are you
wrong
gonna
with
start?
analyzing
One and done.
analyzing
One and
cultures,
done.
becoming
Yes,
too
okay.
clear and obvious observations.
$550.
It's called
You ever
basic
excuse yourself?
common
You
sense.
asking? Yes.
Anyways, that's
You
what I got.
turned it
Thanks
into
for
$1 million.
watching.
I did. Describe to me
Well, I started
how
out in
this
the
is
late
going to change
90s, and there were big names in poker. Vince Caruso was
I
definitely
mean,
one. He was a guy to be feared back then.
I'm probably
but I
going to
was
be off
like
my credit cards.
a good role model for
Probably
young
should do that.
players trying to make a name for themselves.
Shit, I don't even know. Like, I've never even thought I could win this much money. So, like, I'm still processing it. You know, this is actually, this is my biggest cash before this was 10,000. So, yeah, it's fucking wild. I don't even know what to think or say. And any more tournaments? Fuck that, no. I'm not fucking partying. Thank you. What?
Thank you so much for joining me. It's my pleasure, sir. Yeah, we're going to have a fun talk about yourself, about poker history, about poker before the WSOP is what it is today. You are
burger in the fridge for you up there, right?
gonna stack him, and I stacked it 3 times and enjoyed it. I'm not gonna lie. So I stacked you numerous times. How many times did I stack you?
Probably 2 or 3 with
All
the
right,
worst
so you're
everything.
salty. So you were
I
salty.
wasn't salty. I literally went.
You're lucky we even let you come in there. That's my world, young boy. That's basically
I don't
my
even need to
second
talk.
role.
Can someone please explain to me what is going on? My boy Adrian Moreno, Amo Show, shows up to the cashier cage at the World Series of Poker to purchase a ticket to buy into an event. He brings cash. They ask him, where's this cash coming from? He says, from a tournament I won at the Aria. And they say, sorry dude, no deal. He's not able to buy into this event with the cash from the tournament that he won at the Aria. And I am lost. The comments are all over the place. So many people are saying, there's something missing to this story. This doesn't make sense. Lots of other people are saying that they've also got similar questions, but the people at the cashier were checking their Hendon mob to make sure things weren't sus. And I just cannot figure it out.
Quem sou eu? Sou o reflexo do que cada escolhe enxergar. Para quem me ama, sou a alegria que ilumina dias nublados. Para quem me odeia, sou a lembrança amarga de tudo que não conseguem ser. Para quem me inveja, sou a ocupação constante, o pensamento que tira o sono. Sou força em meio ao caos, a calmaria que incomoda e o destino que nunca alcançarão. Vivo para ser verdadeiro, não perfeito. Se falo, incomodo. Se calo, sou lembrado. Meu silêncio.
Who's the coolest person to slide into your DM on a professional level?
Not a DM side, but I made an album with Trent Reznor. We were filming when I had my initial Zoom call with him, where we were talking about if we were going to do the record or not. He was very complimentary of me as a songwriter. That was kind of like a moment for me where I was like, cool, nobody can ever make me feel like shit about myself ever again. Fuck all y'all opinions. Trent Reznor just said I was a good songwriter and we're going to make an album together. Get fucked.
Who's the coolest person to slide?
I do. It was not my first cash. I feel like such an underachiever. I don't even remember my first cash. It must have been for I don't know, $1,000. I don't
Just
even
a bet
know.
now.
Marie, your story though, the book is pretty good, even though it wasn't a World Series of Poker bracelet that you won in your first cash. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so my first big win, my first real win was the Planet Hollywood Daily, guys. So I just, I just want
Is that in the book?
It's not. I don't think it's in the book, but I just want you to know it's not on the Hendon Mob because they're not tracked on Hendon Mob. That was my first win. But my first real win was the PCA National Championship in the Bahamas for Poker Stars. And that, I think, changed the trajectory of The Biggest Bluff, the book, and probably my poker career because after that, I ended up postponing the book for a little bit and basically playing full-time for another year. And it took me a little while to win my first bracelet, but I was pretty damn excited when that happened.
That's awesome.
I still, you're absolutely right, David. When that happens, there's really... there's very little that can compare to it because you're like, you know what, I could have had an entire poker career, been an amazing player, much better than I am because I'm a shitty player. But I could have been an amazing player and never won a bracelet. So so many things have to go right for that moment. That's pretty special.
I wouldn't know.
So you mentioned The Biggest Bluff, and I tell people this all the time. Genuinely, it is my favorite book, and they say, "Well, there are only like 6 poker books." And no. This is my favorite book. Period. Do you still get a lot of feedback surrounding that book, especially when you're here at the World Series?
First of all, Jeff, that is the nicest thing ever.
You're very welcome. I mean
didn't,
every word.
I didn't realize he's so good at his job.
I'm gonna order a copy now.
It was in the script. Favorite book today.
But yeah, I do, and especially here, I've actually signed a few copies. People bring the book and have me sign them. Still, I'm working on my next book. I hope it's going to be out next year. But just like The Biggest Bluff, it got a little bit delayed. So you know, production schedules change. But yeah, it's really gratifying to hear that the book has resonated with so many people. But I think one of the things that means the most to me is how many people have come up to me and said that it got them into poker, or it finally got my mom to understand what I do, or it got my girlfriend to start playing poker, or you know, all of these things that I think it really helped people understand what the game actually is and what it isn't. And a lot of people who are like, I love the book, I don't play poker, but I still love it. And you know, it really helped me think better. So I think that's it's a wonderful feeling. Few people are as nice about it as you and say it's their favorite book in the whole wide world. But thank you to whoever wrote the script and who outlined it, because you know, I really appreciate that.
If you like scripts, there's a little scripted piece coming up. Are you guys ready? Because it's time for the tight laydown.
Great lead.
I want a hop. Forget about a 10. He doesn't have a hop. Yeah, baby. Love Las Vegas, man. The dreams come true. You dabbing me up, Papi Chulo.
That guy went out 15th, by the way, and I'm sure Vegas loves his $51,000. Kind of fitting that Barack Hussein Wizfraud goes out here holding the hand I like to affectionately refer to as the insurrection. This move was also an ill-advised disaster, but unfortunately, Wizfraud won't be receiving a pardon. Speaking of making people mad, they say don't mess with Texas, but if anyone can do it, it's fast-talking New York and Johnny Bax, who's definitely not just walking here as he lets Texas Mike fire indiscriminately like he's defending the Alamo. A smooth call like butter, sending Texas Mike home to remember the Ace Tenemo. Right up there with that grainy footage of Bigfooter, the Zapruder film, this is the only known footage of Jax holding his Joey Weissman doubles. Almost made the Weekly World News, but unfortunately it's the same day Bat Boy died. And now is the time of the show where we embarrass yet another dealer by showing the worst flop spread of all time in 70mm IMAX Spectravision, or should I say Spectravision, as those cards were sticking together like an old Playboy. In the most exciting hand of the day, I'm going to say I intentionally mispronounced Salim Sulam's name as he eliminates not one but 2 players on his way to the final, so I can make the joke Salem gets the lot. Feel free to applaud now. Wow, that joke was a double knockout. Sulam wasn't done yet as he coolers the pants off of Max Nurgebauer at the final table bubble. Last time I saw a deck this cold, Kate Winslet was pushing Leo's head into the icy deep on top of a floating door that was definitely big enough for 2. Somehow this ending was sadder. And finally, after doubling up 2 players at the final table, Alexander James, who's known online as day trader influencer named Selling Rips, which is apparently a thing, gets it dominated worse than if Jordan Belfort had actually gone to a real prison. No straight on the river, so it's RIP to RIPS, and we're down to the final 8 players. And that, my babies, was the tight laydown.
Fantastic work. And that leads us into this, which is our leaderboard going into the final table. Nick Salem has the lead with almost 15 million in chips. Alexis Cruz, Chad Lipton, Chris Brewer looking for bracelet number 3. Roman Robich, Cliff Josephy, that's that. Johnny Bax, John Racer, and Joey Weissman. Now this is start of day chip counts play already underway there. David, this is an easy call as far as what to pull from that live stream, as far as the hand that we have to talk about.
Yeah, for the second day in a row, the GG Millions gives us a controversial hand. Let's check out this all-in from yesterday.
All right, say yeah, I'm fine with the chop. I just want to stay in this tournament.
He really wants to scoop.
Oh, not greedy. It's okay to walk.
Oh boy, this is very awkward.
This is very awkward.
Yeah.
Let's hear the ruling. Mistakes happen, by the way.
Oh, that's a big sweat now. Oh, if that's the king in the hole, it's unlucky. Oh my god.
So they're gonna.
I mean, still 2. Oh my goodness, no! This is a real sweat.
Just does not seem right.
Even the sound. Oh my goodness. Don't do it to him. Joking. Oh my god. No.
You know, when that king disappeared, you kind of knew what was coming, which is so brutal. But
Yeah, just to explain what happened there real quick, as I was on the call, that accidentally 4 cards come out on the flop. Floor comes out to make a ruling. They decide, which is in the rule book, by the way, that they're going to mix up the 4 cards and pull one of them out.
yeah, they randomly decide which one will be the next burn before the turn, and it happened to be the king. It's unfortunate for the gentleman with ace king, but that is the correct ruling. But you kind of knew when that king was gone and it was 4, 5, 6. You're like, oh god, here comes it's 7, 8. Like there's no doubt in. Yeah,
That's a pretty brutal way.
Yeah, sometimes the poker gods have a really sick sense of humor.
You ever seen that?
No, I mean I have seen that kind of a mistake, but never in a spot that's that that deep 10K event. It was such a huge spot for him. Like it sucks. Had I been in that spot, like I know that that's the right ruling. Like I know that that's what's supposed to happen. But it's a little heartbreaking. No, it's heartbreaking.
Well, in commentary, I wasn't aware that that was going to be the ruling. That was shocking to me. I've never seen it before, especially not an all-in situation. This is not a TDA house, by the way, here at the World Series of Poker, but the TDA does agree with that ruling. It's in the TDA rulebook, so seems like everything happened by the book there. Just unfortunate. Unfortunate that the mistake happened, that the king came out, that the straight came out. I think the most fortunate thing, which we didn't see, was the player's reaction. He handled it so well. If that had happened to me, there would have had to be a second ruling based on what I would have done afterwards.
You threatened to burn the MFing place down.
It would have been worse than that. A chair would have gone across the room.
They would have had to give you a 1-round penalty in your next.
Okay, so let's set the stage for today. Let's get to predictions just very quickly. Maria, you're our guest of honor. Who do you like to win the GG Millions?
So my first pick to win will be Chris Brewer. I've played with him. He is a really good player, really great at navigating these fields. Just an absolute crusher. Plus, he has the cutest new puppy in the world, Tony the Roni, who I follow on Instagram. I'm deathly allergic to dogs, but I love them. So, like, I follow a million dog accounts. And Tony the Roni is going to give him the equivalent of Baby Run Good. So I'm rooting for Chris.
And it's his first pick. You have a second one?
I do have a second one. My second pick is Joey Weissman. He's a sleeper pick. He's shortest in chips, but Joey's a really good player. All it takes is a few doubles, and he's right back in there. And, I love him. I love his wife, Nellie. It would be really, really fun if he won.
David?
I'm going with my buddy Nick Salem. Guy tortures me weekly in our mixed game, so not surprised to see him torturing these guys. I think he can take it down.
Stapes?
I'm going with Roman Ravitch. This guy, absolutely terrifying on stream last night, was taking it out and chopping it up with all kinds of hands he was not supposed to be involved in. The only time he was checking is when he had it. I was genuinely nervous for the people that were playing against Roman. I see him at 2 final tables on the EBT at least. World Series of Poker final tables, Triton final tables. It's been amazing to watch this guy's evolution from a top 100 sort of low-stakes casher to a top 100 finisher in the main event a few years ago. Now he's a Triton regular. Roman Ravitch, my pick.
No pick for me, but I do just want to emphasize that when Grinder was on here yesterday, he did pick John Racner, and John Racner is still in the hunt with 8 left of the GG Millions final table coverage coming to you today. Okay, tomorrow, I say this because I see him walking in the room. We got Sean Deeb pretty good, and I can't wait to showcase this curse to you all tomorrow about Deeb. And States, I hear that you have something planned for our special guest.
Yeah, so Maria, I do. We're almost out of time for the show, and I know you're working on this big Netflix show, and you know what a big star effer I am, right? So I was just hoping that that you might be able. Oscar Isaac is the star of the show. I was Oscar's poker coach for the card counter. I was the poker consultant on that. I played 2-4 limit.
Oh,
with
so
Oscar
you're the
in
reason he has
Mississippi.
no idea what he's doing.
So I was wondering if you wouldn't mind giving a copy of my comic book Trapped to Brian Levine and David Koppelman. Just in case they need
One
source
for 2 guys.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on. No, I had these printed. Printed for this. There's one for Brian, and one for David, and one for Oscar, and one for. Okay, you can have one too.
Aww.
Those are $25 a piece to print, by the way. So you can just pay me back whatever.
Okay, sounds good. So I'll just Venmo you $100.
$100 will cover it. Yeah. Well, I mean, and the shipping, but.
You know.
Oh, okay. Well, but who's counting? You're not nickel and diming me on air, are you? I mean, you're not. You don't care.
You
You're
just
not
hand
that
them
petty.
off to whoever, and
I
we'll,
will. I
I'll
will
leave it.
hand these off. I promise. I can't promise anything else. You know.
That's fine.
But
I understand.
I'll do my best.
Well,
I'll do my
Maria,
best.
sorry to hound you at the end with the state. But we really enjoyed having you. It was a treat for us, and we hope you'll join us again sometime soon. All right?
Absolutely. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here with all of you except for Stace. And
Well,
I am
well played.
so excited to join you guys again later in the summer. Hopefully after I win bracelet number 2.
Deal. You are more than welcome back. That beeping sound that you heard means the blinds are going up. It's time for us to make our move and pray. We remind you that we have final table coverage of the GG Millions alongside coverage of the No Limit Deuce to 7 single draw 10K with Stapes and Randy Lou on commentary coming up. So until next time, we leave you with these sweet, sweet moments from here at the World Series of Poker.
Greedy Bellies, listen in. You're going to find yourself at Tap House Mansfield at the Beat the Burger event between the 12th and the 14th of June in order to win yourself a Tap House t-shirt and the meal for free. And that's what we're doing today. Let's get into it. What is up, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm at Tap House in Mansfield taking on the Beat the Burger Challenge. In front of me here I have the burger challenge in question, which includes the following: 2 cheese patties, a chicken schnitzel, 5 pieces of bacon, 4 hash browns, a frankfurter, chicken fillet, halloumi, bratwurst, pulled pork, lettuce and tomato, gherkins, fried egg, a bucket of chips, a bowl of slaw, and a lot of onion rings. The aim of the game is to get this down as quickly and cleanly as I possibly can, but I only have 30 minutes on the clock. If I manage to complete it in under 30 minutes, I'll get the meal for free, I'll go up on their Wall of Fame, and I'll win myself an awesome Tap House t-shirt. However, if I fail, it's a £50 fine. And today, guys, I don't want to be failing. If you've got your guesses, leave them down below in the comments. Otherwise, if you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up. Comment down below if you have anything else to add. If you haven't yet subscribed or followed, do consider doing so before you leave. This is the Beat the Burger Challenge at Tap House in Mansfield. Let's get into it. You can sit and watch, by the way, Lauren, if you'd like to. Yeah, it's not a pretty sight, but please feel free. She was ready to walk around the corner and be very polite, and I said, if you'd like to watch, it's like, yes. It's not a pretty watch, but it is what it is. It's a bit of a spectacle, isn't it? So I do understand it. Strategy is I'm going to work my way down this huge tower of food, and then everything else in between I'm going to try not to leave till last. Right then, everyone, this is the Beat the Burger Challenge at Tap House Mansfield. Let's get into it in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Oh, I'll leave that. Pulled pork, done. Tag foodies, and welcome back to the channel where we love an eating event at the local Tap House. Today we're at Tap House Mansfield taking on the Beat the Burger Challenge to show you all what to expect at the event coming up in June. Brown. Chicken schnitzel. Halloumi. Big shout out to the chef. This is delicious. Between the 12th and the 14th of June, Tap House are hosting the Beat the Burger event, where you can win a t-shirt, get a dessert from the house, and some epic bragging rights. If you'd like to check it out, I'll leave links to that down below in the description. And if you do end up getting involved, let them know that the shirts sent you. 2.5 minutes in. This chicken schnitzel, I think this might be my favourite thing so far. Okay, halloumi and bacon, what a combination. Just watching mouth open.
Yeah. The orange is down there, by the way. I like you're looking for it.
Yeah, that's going to save me. Orange juice. Normal burger. Six minutes in. Question is, can you beat the burger? The rules are simple. Complete everything before the 30-minute timer runs out. Then you win the meal for free. You go up on their wall of fame. You'll win a Tap House t-shirt. And if you have room, a dessert on the house. But be warned, if you fail, you'll be forever immortalised on the wall of shame. Okay, let's finish this beef patty. Then I can get into the final burger. Before we get into that very dramatic final burger, I would like to thank you all so much for watching. Do give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. Comment below if you have anything else to add. And if you haven't yet subscribed or followed, please consider doing so before you leave. Thank you all once again so much for watching. This was an absolute pleasure, and I'll catch you guys on the next episode of The Schutz Eats Everything. Auf Wiedersehen. Okay, easy peasy. Chips. Hi, chef. The chef's ruined for me. 100%. failed to mention was that the winners of this challenge can also order a dessert on the house if they have the room. And so, since I have the room, I've ordered an eaten mess. And so we wait in great anticipation to sweeten the deal today. Right then, everyone, so that was the Beat the Burger Challenge at Tap House Mansfield, complete in a brand new record time of 12 minutes and 22 seconds. Only one person was able to complete the challenge before, and so now there are two of us on the Wall of Fame. It does also mean I get them free. I go up on their Wall of Fame. I win myself an awesome Tap House t-shirt and a dessert on the house, which I'm really excited for. My favourite things on that challenge were definitely, and to name a few, the halloumi, the chicken schnitzels, the onion rings, the hash browns. Everything was cooked absolutely perfectly, and I thoroughly enjoyed the lot. If you would like to have an opportunity to take on this challenge, there is an event. It's called the Beat the Burger event at Tap House Mansfield. It's the 12th to the 14th of June. You do have to book in advance, so be aware of that. I will leave all the details down below in the description. And if you do end up paying a visit, let them know the shirt sent you. That is absolutely everything from me, guys. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up. Comment down below if you have anything else to add. And if you haven't yet subscribed or followed, do consider doing so before you leave. This was an absolute pleasure. Thank you all so much for watching. And I'll catch you guys on the next one. This is my free dessert. I ordered the Eaten Mess, which is a super fresh mess of glorious meringue, cream, strawberries. Yum. And I'm going to enjoy it. A mix of berries, actually. That's exactly what I needed. Exactly what I needed.
John was the third mic and also the booker and also the prep guy for the Stephanie Miller Happy Hour show. And he books Kirk Fox. You know who Kirk Fox is, Adam?
I believe he's a comic.
He is a comic. He was on Parks and Recreation. Not, he had a role on there. He's done a bunch of TV. So on March 25th, 2016, he shows up over at Stephanie Miller's house. And he gets there very early because John did not give him good directions on when to be there or what to do, and everyone's confused.
I wanted to come as I was.
Well, I told him he could shower your house.
Okay, so and this is the other thing that happens with John. So guests show up and they have no idea what this is or why they're here. It's like they've been kidnapped by ISIS.
Even when I leave, I won't know why I was.
Let me guess. John came up to the comedy store and said, Kirk, I've got a red step.
It was a phone call.
I sent you all the stuff, all properly, the address and everything else.
Yeah, I am here.
No.
Okay. So again, John cannot roll with anything. Constantly has to be like, now tell my boss that I did send you an email that had all the details for this appearance. Fine, John. I also love that he goes, I told you could shower at Stephanie's house.
Yeah.
John thinks that every shower is a public shower. What is up with that? So we start off with this guy shows up. I guess he was a semi-professional tennis player before he got into show business and comedy. He's an interesting character. And John explains why he was booked for this specific show, and this is not what you should say to a guest.
You said I have a problem. I thought you needed help.
That goes without saying.
No, it's because Mark Maron, I was dealing with him, and then he can't do it till April. I'm like, oh shit.
So I'm here because something fell out.
was nice of him to set it up that way.
Then I was like, oh man,
How's my angle? Is that good?
Here's what happened.
Fucking John. So he got an urgent email, help, or he got a phone call, I need your help. And it's because Mark Maron fell through. And then John had to explain that to the guest live on the show. Yeah. That you're my backup plan. What an asshole. What a shitty thing to say to someone. So, Kirk was married to Clint Eastwood's daughter for a short time. And so, he's got some father-in-law jokes.
We were golfing once, and he said if you really wanted to golf with me this bad, all you had to do was ask. And I do remember one time he called me a son of a bitch, and I was just so happy that he called me son.
In that phrase, his son.
I was just like, that's all I ever wanted. There were some great things.
So John now feels the need to make Kirk feel better about this decision of coming on the show, and he is laughing hysterically at everything he says. Way over the top. And you'll notice Missy B is pointing out the chat. He has a water in front of him. Stephanie has a glass of wine. And John has 4 or 5 beers out in front of him. Just
scattered about.
Scattered about. I think it's a frat party on this. Also, I don't know why, but they've decided to put an SM58
on the other side of the table.
Other side of the table. And it sounds like shit. No one is mic'd on this. They're outside Stephanie's house. And it sounds like complete garbage.
Yeah, you can hear the table noise better than them.
It's a terrible decision to mic it this way. Let's see more of John over the top laughing at Kirk.
But the funny thing is afterwards, I think I dated Morgan Freeman's daughter, and then Gene Hackman's daughter. And then I realized I just love the movie Unforgiven. Thank God Aaron Spelling wasn't.
All right, John, we got it. Holy shit. He's really trying to sell this. And John's one of these guys who thinks that if there's laughing, then it's A, funny, and B, he's in on it.
Yeah.
John had a great appearance. He's laughing so much. Shut the fuck up over there. Especially because the other two are not laughing at all. Like, he's doing this all deadpan. And what he's saying is interesting and fun. Yeah. But it's not fall over on your chair laughing.
John doesn't know what a conversation is, so he does his act on these shows, and he hopes they're going to laugh like he's laughing. This guy is having a conversation, dropping in some humor, and John is treating it like he's doing his act. So when the guy was like, yeah, it was nice that he called me son. Like, that part was serious. John was just having a conversation.
Right. So, as you guys know, we've been watching these recently, and Stephanie has the worst prep I've ever seen an interviewer with. She'll say, according to your Wikipedia page,
free speech. This letter, of course, written by Danny Savalos, is outstanding, unsurprisingly. I am a huge fan of his as an attorney. I think that he is an incredible attorney. It's crazy that Danny had to write this letter. Danny here is explaining that when you submit one of these takedown notices, you have to submit it under the penalty of perjury. You have to mark a gosh darn box, and John did that every time, even though he knew that that wasn't the case. So this is unlawful, is what Danny is claiming here. And the fact that we got this new lawsuit filed yesterday by Shuli and TSN, I think that justifies it, right? I mean, at least it's saying that it is a legal issue that needs the court's intervention on it. So here are the factors that Danny describes in this letter, which again is Exhibit 3 of the federal lawsuit filed in Alabama by Shuli and TSN. So this says Melendez knew that there was comments, criticism, and transformative nature in all of these videos. Melendez also knows that parody is transformative. He also knows that this is a market substitute, which means that TSN has already established fair use. People are going to see Shuli, not John. That's the reason that they're going, and I think that we can all agree with that. And we've seen a little bit of it, again, with the lawsuit, we've seen a little bit of that because that is one of the arguments, of course, that is made by Carl and Shuli in their counterclaims against John in the other lawsuit. So, again, here we are. We're just kind of talking about all of this. This is a long letter. This is a very, very long letter. Maybe I'll post this on social media so you guys can spend a little bit more time with it. And some of it is very repetitive to the stuff that we're going to be going through in the actual complaint. So you can see I'm skipping around a little bit, but we do got lots of shout outs to tons of our favorite people. Here's a penis wrinkle comment. You know, it's always fun to see your name in a lawsuit, isn't it? When you're not getting sued, at least. There are lots of comments and clips that are referenced here. I will get into some clips. We are going to be looking at a couple of clips today, but the clips are a little bit challenging, and I will explain exactly why that is. There's a lot of clips. We could do probably 5 hours on just the clips that are referenced in this lawsuit alone, and I didn't want to make you guys sit through that. But if you guys are interested in hearing more about the clips, we can at some point get into that. Again, there's a lot. There's an absolute lot. So here we are. This is, again, the cease and desist that they sent back in November of 2025 to Stuttering John. And, of course, John never actually filed any follow-up lawsuits for any of these takedown notifications that he claims are infringing on his copyright. He never followed through with anything. And after the counter notifications were submitted by TSN, YouTube restored all of their videos. So this letter argues that this proves that Stuttering John's goal was disruption rather than copyright protection. And again, we're going to see a lot of similarities when it comes to the actual lawsuit that was filed just yesterday. This also brings in the Kate Meany as being an innocent defendant. We're all very familiar with how Kate Meany has kind of gotten dragged into all this stuff. And maybe not necessarily, I don't think it really has anything to do with writing publicity, what Kate Meany did. All she did was supply some audio tapes, right? It's my recollection anyway. So this letter, Danny's letter again, it goes through several pages of explaining why TSN's content qualifies under commentary, criticism, parody, transformative nature, and not being a market substitute to the original. And Danny, of course, unsurprisingly, does lots of citing of case law. So we can see all of that kind of in this section here. Back in November, TSN asked John to please stop. And we all know that that did not happen. That did not happen even in the slightest. So because of that, again, Shuli and TSN have filed this new lawsuit today. So here we are back into our complaint that was filed yesterday. And we're going to go through a little bit more of this. Like I said, that's my favorite exhibit to this thing. It's really, really gosh darn fun. I'm a big fan of it. Big fan. Okay, let's go ahead and we are going to skip into talking more about these false DMCA takedown notices. Actually, let's pause here. This was another thing. This might only be interesting to me, so I'm sorry if I'm boring you with this. This is a very interesting section to this particular complaint. So this is a federal lawsuit that was filed in Alabama, and you guys know, if you followed the lawsuits, Stuttering John's lawsuit against Carl and Shuley, that there was a lot of question about venue. And that question about venue was that Stuttering John filed his lawsuit in Manhattan, and most of the events actually took place in Rochester, which is a 6-hour driving distance between those two places. I'm making 6 hours with my hands. So was it correct for Stuttering John to sue in Manhattan? And the Manhattan courts actually ruled and said, nope, this is not the correct venue. You guys got to move this to Rochester. Now, they probably said that because who the hell wants to read about couch cushions for 900 pages? But they still said it. So here, we are talking about personal jurisdiction over the defendant. And a lot of what is discussed within this section is that this court, so the federal courts filed within Alabama, again, has personal jurisdiction over Melendez because he purposely directed intentional, tortious conducts and false, I'm doing wonderful right now, and certain defamatory statements towards the plaintiffs, deliberately causing injury in Alabama in this jurisdictional district. So specifically, the defendant, Stuttering John, has submitted to personal jurisdiction in this court because he has filed those nearly 30 bad takedown notices, because he's making the false and defamatory statements, and because he has acknowledged this Alabama stuff. So you can see right here, paragraph 16 is talking about, on July 29th, 2023, during his public broadcast, defendant directly communicated to Shuley in Alabama a threat of litigation, violence, or property seizure in Alabama. The quote is that John said directly to Shuley, you got a nice house in Alabama, you want to keep it? And we are going to actually look at that clip, because I'll be honest with you, I don't remember anything that happened in July of 2023. I don't know about you guys on that one. So this is going to be a clip from a beer on the balcony. I think one of the first beer on the balconies, actually. And you might notice that in paragraph 16 here, it says that this clip can be found at Exhibit 4 at 7 seconds. Now, I actually could not find Exhibit 4. You might see, if you can see my little tabs up here, I have something that looks like it might be Exhibit 4, but look at that, it's Exhibit 5. So my exhibits go Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2, Exhibit 3, and then Exhibit 5. So I got a little bit confused by this, but I did actually find the clip. I don't know if I'm just stupid. Honestly, I'm not personally familiar with how these courts do anything. I'm not an attorney in the first place, and I especially don't know anything about Alabama stuff. So, yeah, this was a little bit challenging for me. But let's actually take a look at that clip if I can remember how to pull it up. I don't actually know if I know how to do that. Dun dun dun. Yay, fun times. Share media. We're doing it. I did a great job of setting up this clip. Yeah. All right, so again, this is just a short little clip. And again, this is from July of 2023, when John is specifically talking to Shuley about his house in Alabama, which sounds a little threatening.
This house in Alabama. You want to keep it?
I don't think you guys can see that.
I want a retraction immediately.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if you guys could actually see that clip, but you heard it, right? Yay! So that is John again. It sounds like a little bit of a threat. We are talking about Julie's house. It's a really nice house in Alabama, and do you want to keep it? Now, what this was really talking about is that at this time, back in 2023, in July of 2023, John was threatening a defamation lawsuit against Shuley. And I think that this was about some comment that Shuley made about John doxing people. And I found another clip from the same episode. So again, this is July 29th, 2023. I was very interested in this particular clip. This clip, I don't believe, is actually referenced within the lawsuit. It was just something that I noticed and I thought was cool. Let's see if I can actually make it so that you can see it this time. We're going to find out about that. Can we?
I looked up to you. Thanks for the
Yay.
John, even if you won a defamation case against Shirley, his own homeowners was trying to recover it. You wouldn't take his property. Actually, I don't know what they have in Alabama. There's a homestead. There's a homestead law, at least in California, that you can't, take someone's house because it's a homestead law. So even if someone sued me, if they couldn't take my house. But I don't know what it is in Alabama.
So, boy oh boy, do I love that back in 2023, John was threatening a defamation lawsuit against Shuli. He was already thinking, as we all know, I think a lot of us remember John saying stuff like this, well, even if you sue me, you're not going to be able to take my house. And we all know that John doesn't have any money. Now, I am not personally familiar with the homestead law stuff. I don't know anything about it. I don't know the legality of it. I don't understand it. I probably should, but I don't. I think it's very, very, very jurisdictional, and it's too complicated for my little dumb paralegal brain. But the fact that John thinks like this is absolute insanity. Now, as we get back into the lawsuit that was filed yesterday by Shuli and TSN, we are going to be talking about how one of the claims that they make is actually related to defamation. So back in 2023, John said, Shuli, I'm going to sue you for defamation, and now here we are in 2026, 3 years later, and guess what? Shuli is suing John for defamation. So who knows who's going to lose whose house, I guess is what we're learning from the homestead stuff, but whatever. This defamation stuff is interesting. And Carl actually today on Dabbleverse Live, they were talking about this topic. And Carl brought up the point that it seemed a little bit odd to include these defamation claims within this current lawsuit that Shuli has filed. Why is that? It's a little bit odd because here we're mostly talking about copyright. So what does defamation have to do with copyright? Not necessarily anything. And Carl seems to be a little bit suspicious of that because he was saying that, the copyright stuff is really important and I want the judge to focus on that. Maybe we should leave the defamation stuff out. I think that the layering of this defamation case within Shuli and TSN's lawsuit is not necessarily because they want to talk specifically about defamation, but rather it's that their argument, it's basically to bolster their arguments that Stuttering John is doing everything for revenge and not because of legitimate copyright concerns. And if John is also defaming them, that definitely makes that argument a little bit stronger. So we can certainly see some of that. And again, we'll get into the defamation stuff as we go through this lawsuit. It is really, really long. Again, I'm going to try to get through as much of it as I can today. But I'm going to tell you right now, there's going to be a lot of stuff that we are just glossing right the heck over. Like I said, there's like about 1,000 different clips from this lawsuit. And I will not be able to show you all of those. So we're just going to have to suffer through not necessarily seeing them, but that's gonna be okay, right? We're okay with that. We're just gonna keep going and we're gonna learn things along the way, right? Yeah. All right. Let's get back into this thing. So we were talking about, again, this personal jurisdiction. Now there are more and more clips that TSN is referencing here. They say that Melendez calls bumfuck Alabama, and he makes all these different, John knows they're in Alabama. And here we get some more case law. Again, boring legalese. It's even boring for me, and I love this stuff, so I'm not going to make you guys sit through all of it. So why is the venue proper? Why are we in Alabama, in the Northern District of Alabama? Why are we there? Well, a substantial part of the events took place there. It is true. That venue is exactly where Shuli lives. So many events are taking place there, Luckily, we are going to get into the DMCA stuff. I I think I'm gonna pause for a moment and read some super chats and super tips. I appreciate you guys so much for being here. This is like the most wonderful thing. I love talking about this stuff, and the fact that you guys are willing to come and hang out with me while I do it makes me extremely, extremely happy. So thank you so very much for being here and hanging with me today. And we are going to say thank you to Woody from Syracuse for the 5. And it says, how some the animals that I can't actually see because even though I'm wearing my glasses, I still can't see. Woo, dabble doers. Well, hello, Miss Kaylee. Hi, Woody. Welcome back to YouTube. Go get 'em, kiddo. Thank you very much, Woody. Yeah, it's been a really long time since I've done a show on my channel by myself. Usually I am on other people's channels right now, so this is very exciting day for me. Florida 49er fan coming in with 5. Been looking forward to this for a long time. FSJ. Yeah, Stuttering John is get fucked right now, if you ask me. Whoosh. St. Patrick's, the lovely St. Patrick's coming in for 10. Hippo character with a pink hat flips it backwards and raises his thumb up in the air. I can truly see it right now, St. Patrick's. Absolutely amazing. I appreciate you. You send me lots of shark stuff, so I'll take a hippo any day. And we have Fior coming in. I think it's Fior. I think I've always said Fiore. I'm sorry. Afia Keeley, I love you. Thank you. Sure did miss you. Captain Boomy said she'd love to join you for Girls Month. This is brought to you by yours truly, me, the messenger. I would love to have Captain Boomies in August when we do counter programming to Boys Month. Screw half the movies. We're gonna kick their ass with Girls Month. Bacon Bits coming in for $2 Canadian. So excited for the show. Thank you, Miss Lucy. Fuck Stuttering John. And the beautiful Kimbo Lee coming in for 10. Fan character with eyes wide open, blushing. Yay. Very exciting. Thank you, Kimberly. I don't know why I can't see those. I'm assuming that's an eating mugs problem, or it's a I'm stupid problem. It could be either. Johnny Knoxville for 5. Hey, Miss Lucy. I was glad to see Penis Wrinkle. Lady K, just do it. And Sheet Way Up made it into the legal filing. It is true. There's, I think there's a couple other ones. I think Doom gets mentioned at one point. I feel like I saw Doom getting mentioned. Again, it's so fun that all of us people who like love this shit and it's just a hobby and we're having the gosh darn time of our lives. It's great. It's really wonderful. Skipper of Veteran Nation, thank you so much for the 5. I love this. You're great, Lucy. Thank you. I appreciate that very, very much. Like I said, I'm just really, really happy to be back because it feels like it's been entirely too long. And I will be doing some movie hauls coming up as well, so you guys should get excited about that. Skipper of Veteran Nation coming in again for 5. Ramon, Stuttering John couldn't win a lawsuit if the jury were female prisoners and he was handing out pardons. Listen, he's boned right now. Especially if Kumia goes through with his lawsuit when the other lawsuit is over. This is gonna be a wacky, wacky, wacky time. I'm gonna have too much work to do. We got Eugene coming in for 5. Thank you so much. The news this lawsuit has been filed makes me happy. I'm tired of Johnny's cowardly strikes. Love your insights as always. Thank you so much, Eugene. And yes, I want to point out John needs to stop. And I believe that TSN's goal with this lawsuit is that John needs to stop with false copyright claims. I don't think that they think that they're going to get his house. I don't think that they think that they're going to get money out of him because he doesn't have any gosh darn money. I think that they are trying to send a message, and that is incredibly important. And that is incredibly important not just within our Dabbleverse, but within all of YouTube. We do have some super tips also. Thank you guys again so very much. I think a couple of these are actually from a previous show, but they're still going to end up being relevant. Supertip.gg/Kaylee, Cayley. Coming in first with 5 is Tukey's unpaid staff. Carl and Shuli definitely have to have blue balls with this whole court hearing. There has been so much they want to talk about behind the scenes. Well, Carl's very lucky. That, of course, was about the lawsuit, which involves both Carl and Shuli. Carl is much luckier now because now he has a lawsuit that he can actually talk about. Tukey's unpaid staff coming in.
Or for me, not for thee.
I love that message. I don't actually know what it references, but thank you very much. And Destriga coming in for 5.
Oh my Tora, you were so hot yesterday during the court proceedings. My legal brief became a major case. You're going to break the Dabbleverse one of these days with the right outfit.
Well, I am blushing now, thank you. Hunter Duke coming in for 10. Hi, Hunter Dr. Duke.
Sorry, can't watch live. Missed your show dearly and can't wait to watch later. Best law talk and boobs in the Dabbleverse.
I don't know. There's a lot of boobs in the Dabbleverse. That can't possibly be true. Pony Power 2 coming in for 5. Can't wait to listen back tomorrow. Glad you are back. Pony Power 2, I am always glad that you are here. Pony Power 2, of course, is one of the creators of the Stuttering Johnson. He made the Dabbies. He's done a ton of other wonderful, wonderful 3D creations. For some reason, this won't go off the screen. Let's see if doing this will fix that. Dean Taft Movie Show coming in for 5.
A census taker once tried to test me. I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. Bits and pieces, bits and pieces. Watch Who Are These Broadcasters starring the dynamic Christian Blatt.
Yes, bits and pieces, bits and pieces. I also just did Dean Taft Movie Review Show. And I was with Christian Blatt also. Again, I'm doing lots of other shows. If you guys miss me, you can see all that. Wade Garrett coming in for 20. Thank you so much. Hello, Miss Tybox. Good to see you. And you as well, from afar. And we have I Looked Up to You coming in for 5.
You're doing great. I don't want to speak for the chat, but I think we're a team, Kaylee.
Listen, Tony from Hack the Movies. I don't like that being in his voice. John O'Reilly is coming in for 3. Looking good, Kaylee. Looking good, Lucy. Great to see you back. Thank you so very much. All right, let's see if I can get that. How do we get you off of here? Why is Super Tip so horrible for everybody right now? I'm not criticizing Super Tip. I love it. It's wonderful. We're gonna do this.
You're doing great. I don't want to speak for the chat, but I think
a census taker once.
And now that's there forever. Oh no. How do I get rid of it? Well, I Looked Up to You. We're gonna go for a whole second round, apparently. Ooh.
You're doing great. I don't want to speak for the chat, but I think we're a team, Kaylee. You're doing great. I don't want to speak for the chat, but I think we're a team, Kaylee. You're doing great. I don't want to speak for the chat, but I think we're a team, Kaylee.
I don't like any of those things. Okay, we got it. It's fine. It stopped. I'm doing great, and we're a team, y'all. It's gonna be wonderful. Let's add this sucker back to the screen. Let's get back into this lawsuit. Thank you guys again for being here and hanging out with me and your extreme generosity and patience with me as I fuck shit up. That's always one of my favorite things to do. All right, so let's go ahead and actually continue reading through this thing. So, the takedown notices. Now, whenever we submit a takedown notice on YouTube, you have to say that you believe that the use of the material was unauthorized. In addition to that, you have to say that the statement, a statement that the complaining party has good faith to believe that the material in the manner complained of is not authorized by the copyright owner. And you also have to say that that is you're swearing to that under the penalty of perjury. So John, every single time that he has issued one of these copyright notices, he has sworn that he believes that he is in the right under the penalty of perjury, which is, not great for him. And we can, again, see that information right here. We already saw this in Danny's letter. That was the cease and desist letter that we got to look at a little bit earlier. That's great. I love it. I love that we're talking about this. This is a wonderful way to lay out this complaint, because basically what we're going to next do is we are going to say, well, he's saying that he believes this, but he obviously doesn't, because he has said a lot of times that he understands copyright law, and he understands that unless the copyright owner is doing all of the things that they're supposed to, that doesn't make sense. Unless the copyright owner, I don't even know how to say this, it's all so silly. John is stupid, is what I'm trying to say. John is very, very stupid. So TSN is like, hey, you're saying that you believe that this is the case, however, you've also said that you understand copyright law. And if you understand copyright law, then obviously you must understand that we are not infringing on your copyright, because we are doing parody, we are doing criticism, we are doing commentary, we are making transformative content, we are doing all of the things that are important within the DMCA. And of course, again, here we are getting to see more references to that DMCA. Pursuant to Section 512F of the DMCA. Any person who knowingly, materially misrepresents that material or activity is infringing, and they shall be liable for damages. So John should be liable for damages, including costs and attorney fees. We've seen that in another lawsuit, incurred by the alleged infringer. So anything that is because John has fucked them over, they can recoup on that. And this is lovely. That is a lovely little section. I'm not a big fan of the DMCA, but that is a lovely little section of it. So here, what the TSN's lawsuit is describing is that the term knowingly is actually a little bit confusing. And you will see a lot of this in legalese where we're like, okay, what does knowingly mean? Well, it means that we actually knew, that we should have known if it acted like with reasonable care and diligence, or we should have had no substantial doubt and blah, 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 acting in good faith. That is basically just, we have to define these words because now they're becoming legal. And so, again, a lot of this lawsuit is just doing stuff like that. Now, this is really where we get into it, huh? Paragraph 37. Indeed, the defendant, John, made numerous admissions prior to submitting the takedown notices that established his subjective knowledge that fair use protected the plaintiff's use. And now we get some lovely quotes. So we're going to read through these. I did not pull these clips. I will tell you, I have looked at a lot of these clips. They are all very, very, very accurate, the retellings of them here. The only thing that we don't get is like all the burps and pauses that John does. So this first one is on September 14th, 2023. John admitted that he learned in 2023 that fair use means that other people can play his video clips without violating the law. And the quote from that video is, they, another podcaster, did a whole show playing John's material. And I didn't get the term fair use, you know. I didn't understand it. It's even hard to read his crap. So I don't think they were allowed to play it and all that. I was wrong. So John admits here, I was wrong. Here's another one. I didn't know that you were allowed to do that. So was I wrong? Yeah. But I didn't know that you were allowed to do that thing. How do you know? No. And then my producer Royce was like, no, John, I did a whole essay on fair use and they're allowed to use it, to do it. And we argued, but he was right and I was wrong. John, again, saying, I understand how copyright and fair use works. I understand that they can play my clips. John, again, on November 5th, 2023, says, the only thing I did was I complained to Royce, my producer, how could he play clips of the show? This can't be allowed. And Royce would school me on copyright law. John, it's called fair use. Another one, the next day, November 6th, 2023. The only thing I did was say to Royce, my producer, is this allowed? Is this fair use? What is this fair use shit? How could they do that? And I had the same problem with Revenge of the Sis because I didn't understand fair use. I am not a lawyer. I could have been, but I'm not. And Royce said, John wrote a thesis on fair use. Trust me, they are allowed to do it. And I go, all right, fine. A couple of months later, just a month later, on December 9th of 2023, John says, I was foolish enough to not understand fair use. I'm not a lawyer. But you did so good on your LSAT, John. And when it comes to legalese, I'm not, no, I didn't understand fair use. Royce did. He tried to explain it to me, and when he finally got it through my thick skull, I understood. I understand fair use. I understand all of these things. Again, in 2024, now we're another month later. So I fucking asked Royce, is he allowed to play our show? Yeah, I didn't understand all the legal ramifications of fair use. I didn't know. Now you do, buddy. Now you do. January of 2024. Let's read through this the whole one here. Turning the tables, John admits that he knows fair use allows him to play other creators' content, including content that is behind your paywall, John. I think you've changed your tune on that one a little bit, haven't we? I know that you and Ava have made a lot of claims lately about the privacy and behind the paywall stuff videos and those not being allowed to be used at all. who made different arguments about that recently over on Husey Entertainment. Oh, wait, no, that was on BYB. I'm sorry. Both great shows, obviously. This continues on. He then dares whoever would strike him to strike him, stating that he knows his own show is protected by fair use, which allows John to play other people's content. And here's the direct quote from John. So it's going to be a fun day today. Yeah, you could strike it. It's your show. It's your show. You put it behind your paywall. Fair use, buddy. Strike it all you want. Fair use. Fair use. In February, oh, here's the Doom reference. Yeah, I told ya. In February, Melendez admitted during another public broadcast that he understood that transformative works are protected speech and not subject to takedown notices. And he says, by the way, Doom, I struck you. So, if you're going to post my show, yeah, I would suggest you make it transformative because I'll just keep striking you. And obviously, we know that John has also changed his tune on that because we had this lovely little Stuttering John from the desk of the Duke letter that got posted on Twitter that literally says the Clippers are allowed to do anything. Those are the least transformative of all of the things. Now, I love the Clippers. I am a huge fan of the Clippers, but it's not necessarily transformative stuff. So saying that Shuli or Carl or anybody else who's playing clips, making commentary, doing criticism, parody, all the things that people love that we do, all of those things, that's much more transformative than what a Clipper is doing. Melendez knows plaintiff's content is transformative, fair use, and non-infringing. Here's another one from June of 2024. John admits that he learned long before his takedown notices that other creators playing clips of his show were for commentary, and it was fair use. Melendez reads a comment from an audience member, Penis Wrinkle, chatting with him in real time. Penis Wrinkle says, you, meaning John, have a history of misunderstanding all like fair use. And John responds to Penis Wrinkle, fair use, yes. I got that wrong. Royce had to school me on it. So when we used a clip from Airplane, we had to pay. And it was a drop-in. And I used a clip from Airplane, and the studio charges like 10 grand for it. That's why I didn't understand fair use. So it becomes, I was wrong, but rightfully so because we had used it correctly. Lady K started taking shots at the Duke, and now I didn't know who he was. Now you do. And I didn't know fair use. Now you do. Now you might say, John, how dumb could you think that you don't know what fair use means? And I'll say, fair enough. Great, John. I do love all of these John admitting that he's wrong fucking quotes. These are amazing. And it's just one after the other, after the other, after the other. I love it. I love it. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. It is so very much fun. It is funny. It is very, very funny. So, okay, let's read the next one. So, this is again talking about Royce. John admits during a public broadcast that he was wrong and that other podcasters were allowed to play his clips because of fair use. And he had done a full thesis on this in college, so again, referring to Royce. And he said, no, John, you're wrong. They're allowed to play the clips. And then he schooled me on it. I love it when John gets in the loops of, I'm just going to say the same damn word constantly. And I was wrong. And I was too stupid to realize that I shouldn't respond. And I just didn't realize I didn't understand fair use. And Royce, who wrote an essay on it in college, had to school me on fair use. Are we getting bored of the same exact language again and again and again? Royce, fair use, school, I understand fair use. Now that's done. He's never sounded that coherent, actually. As we move along in this new lawsuit, we get to find out that, obviously, John understands fair use for a couple of other reasons. We know that he filed the Sirius XM lawsuit. We know that he filed this lawsuit against Carl and Shuli. So is this speech protected under the First Amendment, or is it not, John? Because apparently now you understand it. Melendez actually knew that plaintiff's use was transformative and served purposes of criticism, commentary, parody, ridicule, satire, and analysis. adding new meaning, message, and expression distinct from the original works. And that is exactly correct, right? Did my power go out and my lights are off now? What is happening? How did I not notice that? Can you guys still see me? Do I exist? Am I here? I'm gonna assume that I am. Neat. We'll be fine. It's fine. I now have no idea where I am. I got so lost in that. All the things that it's all the stuff that we actually know. I'm gonna look at my light switch for a second. Boop. Boop. Was it off the whole time and it just got darker out? I don't know. Whatever. Doesn't matter. I'm a professional over here. Listen, I'm not an attorney. I'm just a dumb paralegal. I don't know how light switches work. It's fine. So we are getting all of the excitement here, and we know now that John understood what fair use was, and that means that he committed the penalty of perjury every time that he struck TSN, and that is the point of this lawsuit. And again, that is such an important issue when it comes to YouTube as a whole, not just within our Dabbleverse. This is truly a limitation of people being able to express their own beliefs, their own ideas. I don't like that. I don't think that we should strike people, especially if it is false. It is completely, completely crazy. I am impressed by this lawsuit, and I think it is going to be very valuable. I know that a lot of people were skeptical that Shuli was going to actually file. We can now see, of course, that he did file this lawsuit. And the lawsuit continues to explain things like the fact that John is knowingly and repeatedly submitting all of these takedown notices within bad faith. He is using the DMCA to his advantage in order to silence TSN and others. Obviously, this lawsuit is not necessarily discussing all of the other people that John has done this to, but we know that he's done this to a whole bunch of people, right? He's done it to Dabbling Doofus. He's done it to Doom, I'm pretty sure. He's done it to, who else? So Thorough Joe Burrow, I want to say. He's taken down a lot of people. He has issued these false claims to a lot of different people, and that fucking sucks. So this section here is defendant abuses YouTube's takedown procedure in violation, again, of that section 512F of the DMCA. And again, this is going to be a lot more repetition of those same facts that we have already looked at. So I'm going to skip right down to here because this is where we're going to get to actually see the real true submissions of what John submitted. These are the parts where John is actually saying, you guys are misusing my content. I thought there was a little funny thing with these, so let's look at a couple of them. So this first one, we can see that this was a video from November 17th, 2025. That's actually just shortly before that letter from Danny. Remember we looked at that letter from Danny, which was, what date was that? That's the wrong exhibit. Let's find out what date that was. November 29th, 2025. So this is just shortly before that. John files a allegedly false takedown notice on this video, and we can see that the content was found for about 55 minutes. Now, of course, we all know that on TSN, they are commenting about whatever clips they're watching of John. It started at an hour, it went to an hour and 55 minutes. Then on November 22nd, another takedown notice was put in by John against TSN. This one, the content was found at an hour and 15 minutes to 2 hours and 45 minutes. Another one on November 7th. This one was, oh, I'm sorry, those are the content used, not the dates of TSN's podcasts. I'm stupid. It's on December 8th. I'm doing good at reading. This one was started at 50 minutes and went to an hour and 34. On December 10th, yet another one. Where we go from 20 minutes to 21 minutes. That one's an interesting one, right? You might notice that all of these content found during sections started about an hour. I think everybody knows that TSN likes to read super chats for about an hour during the beginning of their show. So it's funny. They're getting to the John tent at about that 1 hour mark. What's going on with this one? I don't actually know. We should go look at that video at some point. That's actually kind of funny. Here's another one. The entire video, John is claiming. That can't possibly be true because we know that TSN talks, right? Maybe not Silent Mike, but Zen talks too much, so he's making up for it. More and more and more, and now again we get to actually see these. So anybody who has too much time on their hands can actually go and look for these videos and see what's going on and see what John was claiming that was in violation of his copyright. I would say again, he was knowingly misrepresenting that, as we have just demonstrated earlier on in this here complaint. Yeah. Here's more and more and more. Look at these. And we got one January 13th, 2026. I actually don't remember this. Do you guys remember this? Defendant submitted the Blow DMCA notice twice during the same live broadcast. That's pretty incredible. What does the L stand for? Oh, who doesn't love the L? Come on. It's amazing. It's love, obviously. More and more and more and more and more. February, April 2026. April 2026. Plaintiffs timely and diligently submitted counter notifications as allowed by the DMCA for each and every one of these takedown notices. So TSN, every single time when they got these takedown notifications, they immediately went and combated it with YouTube. YouTube, after reviewing the takedown notice and the removed content, has determined after each and every one of defendants' takedown notices that plaintiff's content is not infringing. It got restored. YouTube has never concluded that any of plaintiff's content was infringing. They have never said, YouTube has never said, you know what, TSN, you did bad. Now, I'm not incredibly clear on the law for exactly this stuff. The way that the DMCA works, again, is that they don't want to be the judge, jury, and executioner for topics like this. So I'm not actually sure that the language, YouTube has never concluded that any of plaintiff's content was infringing, is as powerful as it sounds, because I could probably also argue that YouTube has never concluded that any of plaintiff's content was infringing. Now, again, I don't know about the legal stuff of that. If YouTube is restoring their videos, does that mean that they don't think that it's infringing? I don't know the answer to that. Because again, to me, DMCA and then the way that YouTube reacts to DMCA is very much, we want to be hands off. We don't want to actually have to decide if this is infringing on fair use or not. That is too spooky for us. We cannot do that. Here we are again explaining all of the stuff that we've already seen. Anytime that this happens, there's this mandatory takedown where TSN's videos are going down for 10 to 14 days. That is negatively impacting their careers. Once their videos are getting restored, there's still negative impact. You guys have all talked about, and anybody who's a member over on TSN is completely aware that if you're a member on that channel and you're paying for a membership on that channel and they're taken down, you can't go watch their fucking content. That blows. That's bullshit. You cannot watch their content that's behind the paywall. And that is fucking you guys over too. So yeah, fuck that noise. Fuck that noise. Paragraph 7B here says, Melendez has never filed a court action for any of those above takedown notices. So what this is saying is not, John has never sued Shuley before. We all know that John has sued Shuley. What this is saying is that this specific issue, when you file a takedown notice, you are expected to either drop it or file a lawsuit if you truly believe that somebody is infringing on your copyright. If you're not filing a lawsuit, do you really believe that somebody is infringing on your copyright, or are you just abusing that 10 to 14 day removal over and over and over again in order to silence TSN? Because that's kind of what it sounds like, right? It's a little bit what it sounds like. So, it's challenging. It's a hard argument to win, and I will tell you, I'm going to give you some thoughts when we are wrapping this video up about how I think the chances are for TSN and the chances are for John and all of those things. I will tell you, this is a hard lawsuit to win. It is hard to win DMCA lawsuits. Very, very, very challenging. So, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with this. But I will say that it doesn't seem like John believes that he is issuing these in good faith. And if he doesn't believe that, Shula's got a pretty good case. All right. Now, what are we talking about here? Well, we are talking about everybody's favorite lawsuit. So paragraph 73 is going to start getting into all of the lawsuit, the lawsuit that we are very familiar with, where Stuttering John is suing Carl and Julie based on right of publicity. Again, that is a very different lawsuit than this one. So even though these two lawsuits are concurrently happening, and even though they do have similar topics, they are very, very different. And again, we'll probably have a decision on the lawsuit within the next 40 days. So yay, yay, yay. That's going to be exciting too. I'm very excited about that. And probably not a conclusion to it, possibly a conclusion to it, but we're going to have a decision within the next 40 days. So this is talking again all about the lawsuit. In the first amended complaint of the lawsuit, John admits that the plaintiff's use of his content is transformative. What? John, why would you say something like that in your own lawsuit? Oh my God, and why would you also say that you have so much fame and notoriety? Also in that lawsuit, when you admit to these things, then you're saying, I know that I'm newsworthy, and also, you can make commentary about me because of that. Very bizarre. Very bizarre. Here we are mentioning again that cease and desist that we pulled up earlier. So this, of course, is the cease and desist that Danny Savalos, Carl and Julie's attorney for the lawsuit, sent back in November 29th. That is a brand new document for us, and I am very excited about. Would very highly recommend reading through all of this little sucker right here. I did not read through all of it, but we did go through it a little bit earlier. It's great because, again, Danny Savalos is an amazing, amazing attorney. So what we've established now is that John knows fair use. John understands it because he's been schooled by Royce. He knows everything. He was wrong. We love that. He knows what fair use is. He knows that these clips are not in violation of fair use. He is aware of what newsworthiness means because he is talking about it in his lawsuit against Carl and Julie. I don't think that the SiriusXM lawsuit is mentioned in this one, but that's just another layer that we all know about. And in addition to that, we have this letter that was the cease and desist from Danny Savalos. So they already asked him to stop doing what he's doing. And because he knew copyright law and because he knew the DMCA, because he could be an attorney, he should stop doing this. Because it's obviously for anger, not for anything else. It's so stupid. It's so completely stupid. That is just whatever. It's so silly. All right, so here we go. Defendant's defamatory statements. Now, I already mentioned that the defamatory statements are an interesting part of this lawsuit. And like I said earlier, on Dabbleverse Live, Blind Mike and Carl were actually covering the lawsuit, this new lawsuit today a little bit. Carl mentioned that he thought that it was peculiar to actually include this defamation claim within a copyright lawsuit. And I can see how that might be a little bit confusing. I absolutely understand why that strikes somebody as a little bit odd. However, again, I think that the entire point of bringing these defamatory statements is into the lawsuit is because Julie, the Julie Network, Frog, they are all trying to demonstrate that John has a campaign against them. And so let's go ahead and read through this. The defendant, John, however, is not satisfied with the mere harassment campaign abusing DMCA. He has made many, many false and defamatory statements about the plaintiffs. Each one of these statements were communicated to third parties via the defendant's YouTube channel. The defendant was negligent and acted with actual malice in making these defamatory statements and has damages or caused special harm to plaintiffs, to TSN and to Julie and to Frog. What are these defamatory statements? I think you guys can probably guess what they are. And if you saw the article today on Bloomberg, then you definitely know what they are. They're all related to CP and the Pedo Network and Sandusky Network. That's the stuff that John wants to say about TSN. Yeah. Again, it's a little bit weird to include this. I don't think that it is as weird. So obviously, in Stuttering John's lawsuit, he was suing for right of publicity, which meant that all of his couch cushion arguments were really dumb. It meant bringing in Kate Meany was really dumb. Those things have absolutely nothing to do with this. I think that the defamation stuff really does have a place in this complaint. I really do. I truly do believe that there is this argument that as I said earlier, Stuttering John is doing this for revenge. He's going to get those guys, and not because of any sort of legitimate copyright concern. And so when we're talking about the defamation, we are building more of a case about the fact that John clearly has it out for TSN. He is clearly doing things that will make TSN and the people who are on TSN look like idiots. And that potentially could be defamation. Now, we also know that Anthony Cumia, of course, has said that he is considering doing a defamation lawsuit when the Lowell suit is over. We got to come up with different names for all these lawsuits. We're going to have too many fucking lawsuits, and I'm going to say Julie and John, and you guys are going to have no idea what lawsuit I'm talking about at any given moment. I'll work on that. Somebody give me ideas, please. This portion of the complaint also says that John was referring to Russo as a felon. I think you guys probably remember that. I think at the time he was calling Frog single-wide and calling him a felon a whole bunch. I don't know. I don't know what John does. He just got too many different names for too many people. But very silly. A very, very silly thing. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually get to the counts. So there's always going to be counts in any sort of lawsuit. So I believe there's 3 counts in this one. The first count is fraudulent and bad faith takedown notices, which are in violation of the DMCA. So again, we've already described that in great detail. I know we're getting a little bit repetitive here, but that's okay because it's fun for me. I hope you guys are having fun too. I'm enjoying it. Here we are, we're reiterating all the stuff that we've already talked about. The defendant should have known that these takedown notices contained material falsehoods. John should be smart enough to know what he was doing because he got schooled by Royce all about fair use. And he knows what fair use is. And he knows that people are allowed to play clips. And he knows what commentary and criticism and all of these things. He knows what all these things are. He's so stupid. I don't want to screw over TSN, but it's possible he doesn't actually know any of that. I don't think that's really true. But he is pretty fucking dumb. Because the defendant had subjective knowledge in advance so that the plaintiff's use was in fair use, the defendant failed to meet his burden to consider fair use and never considered fair use prior to sending these takedown notices. Again, that means that he swore to, under the penalty of perjury, doing something like taking down their videos for bullshit reasons, just to silence them, just to annoy them, just to inconvenience them, just to take them down for a minute, just because he didn't like what they were saying. And again, I mentioned that letter from the desk of the Duke, or whatever the fuck that one said, that he posted on Twitter. What was that, like a month and a half ago? In that letter, he literally says, I support the Clippers, but fuck the commentary channels. Dude, you can't fucking say that, because that's literally saying, I like the people who are transforming less. The Clippers transform less. It's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. That is the complete opposite of copyright and all of this stuff. He's saying, fuck you, I don't like what you're saying about me. That's my problem with you, is the words that are in between the clips. I don't like it when Julie says the mean words in between the clips. That's not what John sounds like at all. I don't really know why I did it in that voice. You guys know I can't do a stuttering John voice. Count 2, declaratory judgment of non-infringement. So what is this? Plaintiffs incorporate all of the other allegations in this complaint. The defendant has falsely contended, continues to contend, and has indicated that he will continue to contend that the plaintiff's content infringes his copyright interests. However, TSN says that they have not infringed any cognizable copyright interest of any of John's works because the plaintiff's use was fair use, transformative, parody, commentary, protected speech, and the use was of non-copyrighted material. Accordingly, we gotta get John to shut the fuck up about that. He's not allowed to do it anymore, dang it. Count 3 is defamation, or in the alternative, defamation per se. I haven't mentioned this. I told you guys I actually really like this complaint. I think it's actually really well written. There are an awful lot of typographical errors in it. I'm sure you guys have been spotting those and pointing them out. But listen, I'm not a grammar police over here. I'm not. Alright, so what is this one saying? This is This is talking about, I say pro se instead of per se because that is a John thing that he just did, and I feel like I might have just done that, and that would be really embarrassing for me. Jesus fucking Christ, this is going great. All right, plaintiffs incorporate all the other allegations. The defendant has made numerous false statements about the plaintiffs individually and collectively. So again, this is going to be relating to all of the defamation stuff that we were talking about before, where John is accusing TSN of CP. He is accusing individuals of being felons. He is saying all of these defamatory statements about them. Several of these false statements were defamatory per se. Defamatory. I have to make fun of the spelling now so that I don't make myself look like an idiot as I can't read. So now we are going to be getting into, actually, let me kind of just talk about some of like the weird, wacky parts of this lawsuit, just generally. I'm going to be honest with you. I actually don't think that there's a lot of weird, wacky stuff in here. Within Stuttering John's lawsuit, the lawsuit against Carl and Julie, obviously we had all the wacky stuff. We had the couch cushions. We had all this, they're sneaking into my yard and stealing my couch cushions that I discarded, all that crazy, crazy stuff. This is a very thoughtful and comprehensive lawsuit. It's funny at times because, again, we got all of those pages describing how Royce had to school John in copyright law over and over and over again to get it into his dense skull. We also have the sections, of course, where John is doing things like threatening Julie in Alabama. Like, you got a nice house in Alabama, you want to keep it, all those things. What do you say, bumfuck Alabama, which is actually probably accurate, but, whatever. We got the new exciting letter from Danny Savalas, which was previously not something that any of us had ever seen, or at least I had never seen it. If you guys saw it, then I was fucking missing out. And of course, we get all of these recitations that John, again, loves to call himself a celebrity admired by tens of millions of fans. I bet he regrets saying that because it has come back to haunt him multiple times. It's a good lawsuit. It's just going to be hard to win. And I really hope that they do win it because this, again, is very important. I think free speech is incredibly important. I think that us not abusing copyright stuff is very important. We should not be fucking doing that. Stop false striking people. We should be allowed to make commentary and criticism and do parody and all of those things. Now, I definitely want to talk about some of the, I think, points that look really strong for TSN in this lawsuit, and maybe some points that look a little bit weaker. However, I think that first we're probably going to read some more super chats and super tips because you guys are incredibly generous to me, and I'm really thankful that you guys are all here and hanging out with me as we talk about the lawsuit. Is again fun. Oh, and we also have to, the other thing that we have to get to after I do the super chats and super tips, we have to actually talk about what TSN is requesting. We haven't even talked about that yet. What do they want? And I'm going to give you a hint. They want a fucking jury trial. There's more. So we're going to get into that. And I'm going to be really, really, really excited to talk about that because I think that they have some good actual requests for relief within this lawsuit. Now, again, I believe, and I have not talked with them about this, so I don't have any inside knowledge on this. I believe that what they actually want is just for John to stop fucking striking. They're not trying to take his house, like I said earlier. They're not trying to take his money because he doesn't have any. They don't give a fuck about his dead cats. Well, I mean, they do, like, emotionally, but they don't want to take his dead cats away from him. That's not what the goal is. The goal is stop fucking with us. But there are official things that they're requesting in the lawsuit. So, again, we're going to have to look at those. And jury trial is one of them. All right. Super chats, super tips, supertip.gg/Kaylee. Thank you guys again. Next, you are coming in for and saying, is Danny still the TSN attorney? No. The answer to that is no. So TSN does have a new attorney. I'm looking at it right now. It's Jeremy A. Smith and L. Franklin Corley, the fourth. Very fancy name, just like Tabor Benedict. Those are the attorneys for the plaintiff. And I believe that they are part of Lehner, Ford, Shaver, and Payne PC. I believe that that's the name of the law firm. So this is a law firm out of Alabama because, again, this is a federal lawsuit that was filed within Alabama. So that is why they have a different attorney. I don't believe that Danny Ceballos is actually able to practice law in Alabama. So it makes a lot of sense that they would have used another attorney. Cyanide Susie is coming in for 5. Thank you so much. Ooh, Katie Strange. Hey. Excited to hear your thoughts on the destruction of Stuttering John. He is going to get destroyed. The years and years of stepping on rakes might have actually finally caught up to him a little bit. Tony from Hack the Movies is here for 5. And he's messing with me for playing the same chat 1,000 times. He says, you're doing great. I don't want to speak for the chat, but I think we're a team, Kaylee. Well, thank you so very much, Tony from Hack the Movies. That was a wonderful moment in my day that we all had earlier. Team Taft Movie Review Show coming in for $2. Sue the soiled pants off of John. And then I like this. Nobody wants those soiled pants either. They don't want the dead cats or the soiled pants. Although those could actually be point if we ever make a Dabbleverse museum, which we probably should not do. I guess the couch cushions were put on display, and I did not want to close to those things. I'll tell you. You could see Boop. 3 Tay Loiterer coming in for 5. Thank you so much. Oh my god, please adjust your seating again. You are adored. Thank you. That's great. As long as my lights don't go out again, then I'll be really happy. I don't know, maybe adjust my seating again. We'll find out. You never know. Sorcerer is coming in for 10. Thank you so much, Sorcerer. Great to see the show back and better than ever. This is the only way I can listen to anything about law. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you so very much. I am sure that Miss Judy is going to be covering some of this, so I, of course, would recommend doing that AA Legal Focus. I am sure that now that Carl has a lawsuit that he's able to talk about it, he's going to talk about it on WATP, and I'm pretty sure that TSN is not going to be able to say anything about this one. So it'll be interesting to see who's talking and who is not talking about this. I'm happy. You guys, I love talking about this law stuff with you. It really is a passion of mine. The reason that I am a paralegal and not an attorney is actually because I really love digging and finding interesting things within like lawsuits, and I like queuing that up for the attorneys. So you guys give me the opportunity to do that within our little Dabbleverse, and that's super duper fun for me. So thank you. Now we have some super tips, which, oh my god, what the fuck is going on with my super tips right now? Why is everybody's super tips having issues? These are all really old, and I'm on the unplayed tab. I'm going to try to reload this page, and we're going to see what happens. It's going to go great, right? Boop, 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 boop. Unplayed. Yes, I got him. Okay, I'm a genius. It was the turn it off and then turn it back on thing. That works for everybody, right? I did good. I know how to troubleshoot. Yeah. All right, we got Prince Brett coming in for 5. That's not how I play it. There we go. Lucy, now that TSN and Cunha have similar suits, can one set precedent for the other or even future suits against John for any similar activity, a la Dykstra? I think that we all are very familiar with the hilarity of the Dykstra case. Any lawsuit can set precedents for any other lawsuit. At least that's my understanding. So it doesn't even necessarily matter that both TSN and Cunha might be coming in with these same lawsuits. Doesn't even matter. What matters is that you shouldn't say defamatory things. I actually think that the commentary that TSN makes about defamation within their lawsuit that they have just filed is going to be quite dissimilar to what Cunha is going to say. At least when Cunha has talked about the defamation lawsuit that he intends to file after the Lowell suit is finished, when he talks about that, what he is kind of saying is, specifically that John was tagging his job. Now, could you make the argument that TSN, that is their job, and so whenever John is saying it about them, obviously that's TSN Corporation, blah, blah, blah. Potentially you could make that argument. I think that they're going to be a little bit less similar, like I said, than we all think that they are. But it will be very interesting to see if John has 2 defamation lawsuits going on at the same time if Cunha does end up filing his. Now, obviously, this is, oh man, I'm going on a tangent here because we have so much today to talk about. Obviously, there's some other things that are going on too, which is that does John have enough money to actually have an attorney for this lawsuit? Is he going to be able to actually hire counsel? Is he going to represent himself against Julie and TSN? I think we all want that to happen. I don't think that it is going to happen, but we're gonna have to find out about that. And then the next question, of course, is if Cumia files, is John gonna have enough money for 2 attorneys? I think that the answer to that is clearly no. Also, would anybody want to represent him on this? He's gotten his name. John is not well looked upon in the internet. I think that we can all agree. So it's very, very possible that that is just going to not exist anymore. I don't know. John O'Reilly coming in for 3. A hoped-for outcome is the uncovering of VTL's role. Ooh, I do always wonder about that. That is a very, very good point, John O'Reilly. Now, I already teased that one of the things that Julie and TSN are requesting within their lawsuit is a trial by jury. And the issues I do think are triable. So that will mean that a lot more will come out with this lawsuit as it proceeds. And that'll be very, very interesting. Who knows what we might find out? Who knows?
Kaylee, you look amazing. Thank you for covering the law cases.
Well, thank you so much, Mickey. I appreciate that very much. I like doing this with you guys. It makes me really, really happy. All right, let's look at what TSN is actually requesting from John. I'm going to put this back up on the stage. Boopity boop, boop, boop. Yeah, we got it. Okay. What are we requesting? So I already mentioned TSN starts out by saying, they say, yo, these statements made by John, these claims made by John, they are created with the intention of causing harm to us, to TSN. They want to fuck with our reputation. They want to fuck with our money. And so because of that, we deserve specific relief. The first thing that they ask for is a jury trial. Jury demand. Plaintiff demands a trial by jury as to the issues so triable. I don't know a lot about Alabama law, so I don't know how common this is for a lawsuit like this one. I'm interested to see that. I don't know. It's a lot of the time I would think that a lawsuit like this would be more like a bench trial, like just the judge would be ruling on it. But here they are requesting specifically a trial by jury. I cannot even imagine getting a jury of people to understand what the fuck any of this means. I mean, again, this lawsuit's a little bit broader strokes, but like, can you imagine a jury having to learn about the Dabbleverse and having to read penis wrinkle? I can't. I really listen. Move to Alabama now and make sure that you are getting signed up for jury duty. That's not how that works. I don't know. If you live in Alabama, you might not want to try to bow out. Prayers for relief. So this is again going to be the requests that TSN are making against John. Plaintiffs respectfully request that plaintiff be awarded the following. 1. That the court enter a judgment in favor of the plaintiffs and declare that the plaintiff's content is fair use. That's beautiful, isn't it? And that none of plaintiffs' uses of defendant's video or content infringes any of defendant's alleged intellectual property rights. I love that. I love that we could have a court actually ruling that everything that TSN has done has been fair use. Because again, that will set a precedent for other lawsuits. That will absolutely set a precedent for other lawsuits. This could be cited in future lawsuits. TSN is also requesting that the court enter a preliminary injunction requiring the defendant to expressly retract all of his previous DMCA takedown notices and enjoining defendant from submitting future DMCA takedown notices against the plaintiff. Now that one's tricky. Why is that one tricky? John might not be allowed to submit future DMCA takedown notices, but maybe he has somebody else do it. I don't know, like Abba, for example, or who likes him right now? I don't even know. Vegas Beer Sales Jerry. Maybe John has somebody else do it on his behalf. this is a huge challenge, and I am sure that if this lawsuit proceeds, which it certainly seems like it will, that there will be a lot more details coming out about how we can potentially discourage future DMCA takedown notices coming from John. Now, one way, I will mention this, one way that we could potentially do this, there is a very famous case, it's the Christopher Bradley case, if I remember correctly. Christopher Bradley, this was a few years ago, probably many years ago now at this point, I'm bad at time. He was false flagging YouTube videos of creators, and then he was going and blackmailing them for money. He would submit a takedown notice, and then he would say, well, if you give me a couple $100, I'll take away the takedown notice. And at the time on YouTube, it was very scary to have these takedown notices. TSN has managed to get their channel restored, but this is really scary. You could completely lose the platform where you do everything. You could completely lose your entire audience, and that's fucking terrifying. So Christopher Bradley, in that case, he was fucking with people really bad, and he was blackmailing them. YouTube finally caught on to this, and YouTube ended up suing Christopher Bradley. And one of the outcomes for that was that he actually lost his Google account. So not just YouTube, he lost Gmail. He lost every single thing that you do with Google. Think about how much you actually fucking use Google for. He lost everything. So when we talk about this section and enjoining the defendant from submitting future DMCA takedown notices against the plaintiffs, again, that's a challenging thing to do. What potentially can the court do in order to prevent that? I'm not saying that the Christopher Bradley thing is going to happen here, but I am saying that we have seen a court do that in the past. And if John's behavior is egregious enough, it is possible that YouTube might take action similar to the Christopher Bradley case. We're going to have to wait and find out. He would be fucked. He can't learn how to use Internet Explorer. Does Internet Explorer even still exist? I don't know. It's fine. All right, what else are they asking for? So again, TSN is asking that the court enter a permanent injunction requiring the defendant to expressly retract all of his previous takedown notices. So the previous paragraph that we just read, that was a preliminary injunction. They're saying we would like you to do this immediately, and then we would like you to enter something more permanent. That is kind of how we're looking at both of these two paragraphs. I'm not even going to finish reading that one because you already heard me say all those words, dang it. Paragraph D, TSN would like the court to require the defendant to pay plaintiffs their reasonable costs and expenses, including attorney's fees, incurred in the litigation of this action. Now, where have we all seen attorney fees and costs from before? The lawsuit, yay, we're just suing Carl and Julie, of course. This is incredibly different. We are seeing anti-slap in that lawsuit. This is not necessarily an anti-slap claim. This is just saying that TSN deserves to not be made worse because they have filed this lawsuit, because John's behavior was so egregious. So that means that they should not be out whatever money they had to pay in order to sue John, and therefore they should get their attorney fees. Now, we actually talked about this. Let me see if I could find it. We talked about this way up in the beginning of this complaint because we were reading that one specific section of 512F. Here it is. Oh, I can't actually believe that I did that. I read too much of these lawsuits, and then I actually know where things are. Alright, plaintiffs also seek damages under 512. Oh, no, that isn't it. Oh my god, I got so proud of myself, and then I was totally fucking wrong. 512F has a section where they actually say, like, you're allowed to have I didn't find it. I fucked that up. It's fine. I swear to God, it says it in there somewhere. Why would I boast about myself being so great at things while I'm immediately proving myself wrong? And then Roy schooled me about how to find things in a lawsuit. And I was wrong. Alright, we're doing it. Okay, let's get back into the prayers for relief, since I'm obviously not going to spend any more time on that crap. So, what else does TSN want from the court? They want their attorney's fees, but in addition to that, in paragraph E here, they want the court to award compensatory and punitive damages to the plaintiffs against defendant in an amount to be proven at trial for defendant's violation of the DMCA and defamatory statements as set forth above. Very different than the lawsuit, right? In the lawsuit, Stuttering John requested exact amounts of money. $600,000, and then it was more, $850,000. Now it's up to in the amended complaint. Whatever. This is different, obviously, because it doesn't say an amount of money. We don't see any amount of money there. Why does this not say that? That's because they are saying we need to prove this amount. Now, honestly, I think that this is going to be very interesting, and I really hope that this lawsuit does proceed because I'm curious. I am very curious about this. I don't know if any sort of monetary things will be suppressed by the court and we won't actually have access to them. It is true that sometimes court documents like that do not become public record. So I don't know if we'll ever actually get to see things like that. But let's honestly just think about this. I am sure that TSN has lost money over John's actions in false flagging them. However, there's also a lot of support that they've gotten because of that. They've gotten a lot of support when they go over to Rumble because their YouTube channel gets taken down by John. When that happens, they make money over on Rumble. I'm not saying that Rumble is a money-making joy in the same way that YouTube is. It certainly is not. There are many more challenges on Rumble. But, you know, I would like to see how those things balance each other out. And again, I don't know that we'll ever get to see that, but what this statement here is saying is we can't tell you that amount of money right now. We need to actually prove that at this jury trial that we're requesting. Finally, they ask for any other such relief that the court deems appropriate. So they are requesting, again, you gotta revoke all of those DMCA claims that you've done before, all the takedown notices that you've done before, never do another one, pay us our attorney fees and costs, and also pay us additional money on top of that. It's pretty good. I like it. I like it very much. Now, you guys were asking earlier about the attorneys who are handling this case. Again, here they are. Very exciting stuff for all of you. I looked up Jeremy A. Smith. I know that's a very common name, but he seems to be a very renowned attorney, and I did not find out anything about him hitting a bicyclist with his car. So, seems reputable, I want to say. I think that sounds good to me. We're going to start wrapping up, but we absolutely cannot wrap up without talking about the strong points that Shuli and TSN have for this case. Now, I have fluctuated back and forth a few times on how I think that the lawsuit is going to go. The lawsuit, of course, where Stuttering John is suing Carl and Shuli. I think that lawsuit, I think Carl and Shuli will absolutely win that lawsuit. I don't think that Stuttering John has a chance in that one. But it's always hard to say. You know, there's always a chance. So I think I've given ranges of like how likely are Carl and Shuli to prevail. Probably 90-95% at this point would be my guess. I think that they are extremely likely to be able to prevail. What about in this defamation and copyright lawsuit that we have here? That's where Shuli is suing Stuttering John. Well, I think that what we've seen in the complaint so far is that the alleged admissions that John made are potentially really significant. And I think that they build a really strong case. So this complaint repeatedly quotes John saying that he was wrong about fair use and that other people were allowed to play clips and excerpts. And if those clips are authentic, which I assure you that they are, because even though I didn't play them for you here today because that would have made this a 15-hour-long show and my voice doesn't last that long, they are authentic. You can go find them if you want to. As long as they are accurately represented, which again, I think that they are, they could be extremely useful evidence against this claim that John truly, genuinely believed every use was bullshit. Like, you can't say I was wrong, I understand this stuff, and then just go back and be like, oh, but I'm going to do it anyway. That's not how things work. Another point that I think is going to be probably very on the pro-Shuli side is the Section 512F claim. And it isn't just about being wrong. So to win under DMCA Section 512F, plaintiffs generally need to show the takedown sender knowingly made material misrepresentations. The complaint here is built around proving knowledge and bad faith, rather than merely arguing fair use. So they are doing exactly that. We know that these are misrepresentations based on everything that we just looked through in that complaint, and they explain it again and again, and they have a lot of evidence of it. I like seeing evidence. Miss Judy says that all the time. She wants to see evidence of things. She doesn't want you to just tell people about stuff, and I like seeing that as well, and this complaint does an excellent job of laying that out. In addition to that, the repeated takedown theory, it feels very coherent to me. The complaint alleges this pattern. There's a takedown, then TSN gets their channel restored, then there's another takedown, combined with no follow-up on any of the infringement lawsuits. John never files a lawsuit. And if the plaintiffs, if TSN can prove this pattern, then it is going to help support their bad faith narrative. Again, in the same way that they are using those defamation claims in order to support their bad faith narrative. John is doing this because he does not like me. He does not like this because he is mad at all the things that I am saying about him. Now, what might be more difficult for Shuli and TSN? Any lawsuit is always, especially a complaint, these are the allegations of the plaintiff where TSN and Shuli, they are saying, this is what John did wrong. We have not gotten to see John's response to this, obviously. So it's going to be a while before we hear what his arguments are. Right now, we're hearing a very one-sided position, right? That's the point of a complaint. This complaint is very well written, and it is creating the narrative that is the strongest possible version of the plaintiff's story. So because we haven't seen any explanation from John yet regarding any of these particular videos, or why he struck them, or what he believed at the time, any of these things that he could potentially say if he could formulate a sentence, until we know what he's going to respond, it's really hard for us to tell. And in addition to that, I think probably the biggest challenge that Shuli and TSN are going to have with this lawsuit is that traditionally and historically, DMCA 512F lawsuits are really hard to win. The courts have set a very high bar for this stuff. So proving that somebody was mistaken about copyright might not necessarily be enough. And proving that they knowingly misrepresented infringements is much harder. Now, again, I think they've done a good job of that in this lawsuit. That doesn't mean that the court is going to agree with me that they did not do, or that they did a good job on it. Like, we don't know. It's hard, and the courts don't necessarily like these lawsuits, and the courts don't necessarily want to rule on these lawsuits. They might even just dismiss it so that it has to get pushed into a higher court. Courts don't like having to make case law on this stuff because it's challenging stuff. And nobody wants to rule on the DMCA. I think that there's also maybe something that's a little bit more difficult. I don't know that this one's a great argument here, but the admissions that TSN and Shuli are presenting within this complaint, it's possible that they're not quite as broad as what they are arguing. A defense lawyer theoretically could make some point that, like, people are allowed to play clips and comment, but this doesn't automatically mean that every single video at issue is fair use, and so how are we supposed to know that, and blah, 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 and fair use is usually evaluated video by video, not channel by channel, and so it's hard. And again, that's what's so hard about a lawsuit like this. Now, that does not mean in any way that I think that Shuli and TSN are in the wrong here. I think that they are making a good legal argument. I think that I would like to see them prevail because this is the correct thing. This is what I morally believe in, dang it. Legally, again, I think they might have a challenge just because the courts are so stringent with their bar for proving a DMCA claim. It'll be interesting to see. I did actually see something funny. Let me see if I can pull this up. I was looking on the Howard Stern Reddit today, just because I was curious what people were saying. Let me see here. Do we have it? Is this one it? I think this is it. Did I get it? Can you guys see that? Oh my god, that's so fucking small. Here, let's see if we can make that bigger. Nope, that's not right. How about this one? You guys see that now? Maybe a little bit. Okay, so this is the Howard Stern subreddit, and of course it is. They're talking about the lawsuit. But we got Shuli is now suing Stuttering John for striking his YouTube channel and calling him a, you guys know. I love this. They took a couple of copies of the pages of the complaints and they were talking about it. It sounds like the Howard Stern subreddit is not particularly impressed by any of this shit. My favorite comment here is from David E. Letterman. He says, "Is there any way for the judge to rule against both parties and remove all their content from Earth forever?" I thought that was pretty good. I enjoyed that actually quite a bit. People seemed supportive of that as well. But again, in general, the Howard Stern subreddit just seems extremely unimpressed by the fact that this lawsuit is happening. They don't seem to be on anybody's side on this case. I know that a lot of people really don't like Shuli, and I am sure that there are a lot of people that are hoping that he does not win this lawsuit because of their personal opinions on him. I really would implore you to look at this lawsuit as a true question about how we are allowed to share content and create things on YouTube and talk about things and how we are allowed to live our lives with free speech. This is one of the pillars of our society, and I think that regardless of what your feelings are about Shuli, regardless of what your feelings are about John, we should really be seriously talking about this lawsuit, and we really should be protecting free speech, and we really should be protecting fair use. The world would be an extremely boring place if we did not have those things. Like, extremely boring. I don't want to live in that world. Alright, let me see. I made everything different and now I can't do anything. I think that we have a few more super chats and maybe some super tips. supertip.gg/KCAYLEY. Thank you guys again for letting me talk law with you. It's like my favorite thing to do in the whole wide world. Except for talk movies. I'm going to be doing another movie haul at some point soon. I was going to do it tonight, but I decided that this would be a little bit more fun. So we are going to we're going to have a whole bunch of fun, and it's going to be great. We're going to do a movie haul. I'm also going to be doing, actually, speaking of lawsuits, I am going to be talking all about the Patrick Tomlinson lawsuit this upcoming Sunday. So in what, like 4 days? Whenever that is. I don't know when that is. I'm going to be talking about the Patrick Tomlinson lawsuit. Carl from Who Are These Podcasts will be joining me, and potentially a very special guest. And of course, I'm sure that there will be lots and lots of $2 Dan, $2 Corky talk relating to that. We're actually going to be looking at it and comparing it a little bit to the lawsuit where Stuttering John is suing Carl and Shuli, because there are a shocking amount of similarities. I'll even give you an example of one, which is that Patrick Tomlinson's kid also changed their name. Kyle X515 is coming in with $5. How to imitate John? Just do your best. Celtic Frost. I can't do that either. I'm not gonna do it. I can't do it. I promise I'll do it a different time. It's so hard. Also, have you read the book Are You Morbid? It's great. Did you get anything from the Vinegar Syndrome sale? Are you going to that 2027? I did not get anything from Vinegar Syndrome. I spent a lot of money on other movies that are all sitting over here in a pile. Again, I'll do a movie haul soon. And I hope that I am going to Death Fest 2027. I missed this year. I usually go every year, and it sucks. So if you guys are in Maryland and ever at Maryland Death Fest, come hang with me. Big Fan is coming in for $2. Thank you for
I kid you not. This is a carol for Pride Month. Oh, wow.
Can you answer a question when you're asked it? Okay, what do you think about the Epstein files? Yeah, I think they should be released. Okay, and what if Trump's name is in it? Well, then that would be awful disgusting. He should go to jail. Thank you. Okay. Did you expect me to say he shouldn't? Well, you seem to be defending him, and he's got a lot of evidence against him that he's in there. So what's the evidence? The pictures? What pictures? The picture of him with Epstein. Yeah, so that means he's a pedophile. If he hangs out with a pedophile, was Obama, Clinton, the Clintons, and all of them, were they pedophiles too? She's my friend. She can help me. Yeah. Well, you got this. You got this. I'm not asking for help from anyone. I'm talking because I believe in this stuff, and I believe I know what I'm talking about. So you tell me what proof is that he's a pedophile? Because if you were to take a picture with someone else on a college campus, would you be also a rapist? No, but what about him and the porn star? Yeah. How is he a pedophile? Because
So you don't think he's a... You're trying to twist her words.
tell me. Because if he's in the Epstein files, there's a high chance that he partook in it. If that's the only proof that you have, that's not enough. You're gonna have to tell me proof that he has sexually assaulted or raped a child. You're making me uncomfortable. Yeah.
Alright, I'm a trans guy, and these are some weird things that make me dysphoric, feel kind of dysphoric. And this is mostly a joke. I saw this guy Grayson post something like this, and I seen a comedy bit by a trans woman about something like this, and I thought it was kind of funny. So these are kind of silly things that might make me feel a little bit dysphoric. So starting off, liking cute cocktails, I can shotgun a trash beer with the best fun, but if you bring me the cutest cocktail on the menu, I am probably gonna be my happiest. My favorite color is pink. Growing up in my room was pink. I hated it. Now I love pink. I don't know. I just like it. Not liking gangster movies or superhero movies, like, at all. Speaking about caring, not giving a shit about cars. I don't know anything about cars. I mean, I liked the aesthetic of some cars, but I couldn't tell you anything about them. Can't fix them. I know how to change a tire, and that's about it. Having good fashion sense, being, I guess, what they would have called in the early 2000s a metrosexual. Speaking of early 2000s, knowing the words to every Kelly Clarkson song, or really any girly pop song from the early 2000s that can really out you sometimes when you sing along and know all the words. My complete lack of survival skills. I would not survive a zombie apocalypse, nor would I want to. No, thank you. Not having many guy friends. I'm always me and a bunch of girls. Sitting with my legs crossed. Not a man spreader. My natural handwriting, actually write in all caps because my natural handwriting makes me so dysphoric. Knowing what a period feels like. And last but not least, when I catch myself standing with my hands on my hips, or with like a little hip hop.
Well, yeah, these will all make sense because you're following the common thing that women like, that being that you're a woman. So this is all understandable. You really didn't need to make this 1 minute long video to tell us all that you do things that women do. It all makes sense. You're a woman, so yeah, before we get back to the video, make sure you guys like the video as much as possible, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and also mainly hit the notification bell so that you're notified when a video comes out. Also, go and subscribe to my new Facebook channel. It'll be linked down in the description below, so go and subscribe there. Let us get back into the craziness.
Trans is the acceptable racism, that we can say whatever, we can call cis people trans, and that's okay. And neither of you are upset about that. That is completely ridiculous.
All right.
What?
That's what Stephen Miller said, and neither of you care.
Neither one of us are defending Steve. Like, we're not
Yeah, because you
embracing
zoomed past
that.
into a whole other
We're
issue.
talking
That
about
was the most
candidates.
offensive thing
We're
that
talking
Stephen
about
Miller
how
said.
they go.
But no, we were talking about Stephen Miller, and the most offensive thing that was said was that calling a cis person trans, so that is a horrible thing to be. That is disgusting. That is completely unacceptable in 2026. And why you would say that on television and it's okay is mind-boggling.
All right, we will leave it there. Next for us, the president.
What in the blue hell did I just watch? And what in the blue hell was that guy rambling on about?
What does abortion mean? Pull up the definition.
Abortion.
Pull up Oxford. Pull up
Abortion
Oxford.
is the killing of a baby in the womb.
Okay, so what are you teaching them about?
Yes, I'm teaching
Okay,
them that
so
abortion
wait,
is violence. Do you want to know? Here,
Wait.
let me finish.
Are we fucking right now?
What?
Are we fucking right now?
What do you mean?
How do you get to the point of having sex?
How do you get to that
Yes.
point?
What are you teaching?
You decide.
What are you teaching?
I am teaching.
What are you teaching?
I am teaching that these are weapons used
Who
against
cares
babies in the
about
womb.
that? Who cares about
A
that?
lot of
Are we
people care
fucking
about
right
that.
now? Are we fucking?
No, we're having a
We're
conversation.
not fucking.
These are
So
abortion
how are we
tools
getting
which
to
are
that
used in
point?
abortion to dismember
How are we
a
getting
baby.
to that point?
To what point?
Sex.
How are we getting to that
How are
point?
we getting to
People
abortion?
get horny.
And so
And
what are you
generation-
teaching?
Future generations should not have to die because you were horny, and that's what abortion is. No, I'm teaching science.
Right there.
I'm teaching science.
Right there.
This is a biological fact.
Right there.
What do you mean?
You're teaching religion,
No,
babe.
I'm actually talking about biology. Do you not care about biology? I didn't think so. Every biology textbook says life begins at conception, and these tools are real abortion tools that were used by an abortionist to dismember babies in the womb. That is violence, and that's what I'm here to talk about.
Did she want to get any answers to anything? She just seemed like she just wanted to continue to shout and repeat the same thing over and over again. I think that was going to move the conversation forward. The question she was asking didn't have any relevance with anything, but of course, as stupid people do, they will think that they're making a point when they're really not making a point. Once again, you just proved the stereotypes correct and shouted like an absolute lunatic, but then you'll complain when people compare you to the stereotype.
This whole narrative online that it's like there's no one way to look non-binary, and I agree with that. However, it seems like there is a way to look non-binary because Carbon is getting they them'd and neither of us.
Yes.
So what the fuck is up?
Give me whatever's in your wardrobe that is making the magic happen. The bandana around the neck.
Is the misconception that it's like it is androgyny?
I think it's that.
For example, if you see somebody that has a masculine figure, they have a lot of body hair, maybe they have a little beard, but they have long hair and they're wearing a dress. I think majority of people would be like,
They them.
they, them.
They walk into the room and then suddenly we're all doing a pronoun check.
We're basically creating our own new category where you have to be actively defying both extremes of the binary. We're finding this very extreme center, which I consider it to be its own extreme.
I see.
We have now developed a trinary.
What'd you call me?
One extreme male, the other extreme female, or the central extreme. Something male, something female.
Half and half.
And half. The promise that I internalize about non-binary is that this is an infinite spectrum between, and this is literally what the name non-binary means.
Yeah.
It is the infinite spectrum, so we shouldn't have to extend ourselves to perform in order to get the recognition of what we are inside. But then, and this is kind of why in the closet had to happen for me, it's like, if I'm just purely dressing the way I want to, going out in the world the way I want to, and I'm still getting he-himmed, what do I have to do? What about myself do I have to change? What about my presentation do I have to change to try to get the response that I want? And does that mean that some degree of performance, of gender performance, is necessary to actualize this thing? There is an answer out there where it's like, you don't have to care about that external piece of it, what other people deem you as, because you know inside who exactly you are. That doesn't work for my brain. I'm an external validation queen. Give me my thing. Give me my pronouns.
I've heard this being said a lot where they're saying that podcast equipment should start costing a lot more money, and I think I'm going to agree with that point being said. Because what in the blue hell was this conversation? If you were to ask them what non-binary means, they will start giving you a whole soliloquy and paragraphs as to what it is while not telling you what it is. At the same time, I thought it was the case that there's no clothes specific to gender, so why is it the case that they're trying to say that you should look a certain way if you're non-binary? Yes, all of this makes no sense, and I'm trying to rationalize the stupidity, but this is what happens when people are allowed to post things online and we have to review it, unfortunately.
I was very nervous going there for the first few times. But the ladies there are amazing. I'm the youngest girl there by about 15 years, and those older ladies kick my ass. They are so good. I'm like out of breath and like needing to stop, and they're still going. We did a cardio class today. It was great, and I need more cardio work. Let's just put it that way. Anyway, I was very nervous the first few times that I went there because I didn't want to cause a stir. I didn't want to cause a scene. I just wanted to get into my swimsuit and get to the pool, and then when I was done, just do a quick shower and get back into street clothes. And that is a big deal for a trans person. But I noticed something today that made me smile. The ladies there talked to me. Chit chat. Ask me how I'm doing. We just chat. Like you do. It's not a big deal. And that's the way it should be. It should just not be a big deal. So to all the beautiful gray-haired ladies at my rec center, thank you for just being normal. Appreciate you. Be kind to yourself, be kind to others, and don't forget to drink your gender fluid.
Buddy, there is a little, not even little, there is a very big issue here. But you just said you're a little girl or you're a girl. You might need to get something checked.
And she had an issue up here about my grandson being in a dress. I'm trying to see what the issue is about that.
Okay, you don't have to talk to Dara.
Who's Dara?
Director. She's standing in their class.
Is she the one that was in charge of the kids or my grandson?
I can't talk to you.
Why?
Because you're not on the forms. We'll have to get Dara up here and see if she will let you.
Okay, that makes sense. Not on the forms.
I mean, first of all, I'm coming down here because we don't do that. The transgender and all, we don't do that. And I don't appreciate you encouraging him to put on no dress for the second day. So I don't appreciate that.
Yeah.
And don't think this is going away. I'm going further with this. No, I'm not done talking to you. I'm letting you know the next time that you.
I'm in Hazel Park, Michigan at Maple Break. At least 1,000 people have told me to eat here, so let's get some food. Don't be alarmed. I'm not wearing a hat. General rule of thumb: if I'm the only person wearing a hat in the restaurant, I'm not wearing a hat in the restaurant. Period. We both are getting the tasting menu. It's $92 for a beef course, which is extremely reasonable. They also sent out this red pepper blind maker mocktail drink that I'm excited to try it. That's super refreshing. That's really good. I've never had anything like that. I really like that. Starting off the tasting menu with oysters, 2 ways, cold and hot. I'm not crazy about oysters. Cold one I'm doing fine. Well seasoned, nice acidity to it. This one's got a garlic butter. So let's try this one now. It's hot. Next course is a slice of dark rye bread, house made. It's smeared with cream cheese on top, and some cucumbers and some salmon rolls. Looks beautiful. Right now, we've got a nice little tuna dish that has like we called it a winter marmalade. Got some jalapenos and pasta. Looks good. Looks good. We'll see. Oh, it's got pistachios on it as well. Very nice, high quality fish. A little bit of heat, a little bit of sweetness from the marmalade. The thick soup, cabbage, tomato.
So you're going to go ahead and do that anyway. And this is another reason, and this is a big part of the reason why I keep telling people, try as much as possible to homeschool your kids, because they're going to go through the school system like normal kids, and they're going to come out with rainbow-colored hair, believing all sorts of nonsense.
All right, so something that's really cool and unique about who I am is that I am transgender.
So when babies are born, the doctor looks at them and they make a guess. And most of the time, that guess is 100% correct. There are no issues whatsoever. But sometimes the doctor is wrong. The doctor makes an incorrect guess.
So you're teaching people something you made up in your head. Gotcha.
When I let my natural hair grow out is when I really realized how much society we hate women. Because when I was bleach blonde, no one said anything other than they didn't think I was smart. But as soon as I started growing my natural color out, which cost $0, zero haircuts in 3 years, I have spent almost little to no money on my hair when before I was spending thousands of dollars a year. And the thing that really did it for me was when people started seeing my hair color and saying, "Oh, you have mousy brown hair." Mousy brown hair? Like, that's the shade that we decide to call light brown hair. Mousy? My hair is gorgeous. And I wish I would have been told that it's fine to have light brown hair. You don't need to dye your hair black. You don't need to bleach your hair until it falls out. It's okay to have light brown hair.
How did you make such a insignificant situation into you somehow being a victim and into this being something to do with all women as if you represent all women? Feminists will literally take something that happens to themselves and then place it upon all women as if commenting on you specifically means that they're talking about all women. It really doesn't make any sense. But if you realize in a lot of these conversations, this is what they tend to do, and it's hilarious. They called your hair mousy brown if this conversation even ever happened, because I tend to believe that these people just make up scenarios so that they can make themselves out to be victims, which is more than likely what happened in this situation.
Fucking God.
I'm like fucking scared.
So this person is apparently scared of white people while she lives in a majority white country and also decided to get in there where there is a majority white people. We all know this is fake. Once again, you're trying to make yourself a victim out of completely nothing.
If you support Trump or any of them at this fucking point, I'm going to question if you graduated high school. I'm going to question if you actually read a book. I'm going to question if you are actually legally allowed to drive or if you have an expired license and you like to play pretend and know how to drive. Because I know personally some people that do that. If you can side with somebody who has so much evidence against them that they are a criminal, a violent felon who has committed atrocities against human nature, if you can still support that, even though there is blatant evidence in your face saying that that's what's going on, I'm going to question your intelligence. Immediately. Your views will be lowered because what do you mean you can side with a pedophile, a murderer, but yet you think the issue is immigrants in your street? You think the issue is the poor people around you and not the billionaires that are eating people and raping children. From what I've gathered over time is I've realized that most of the people that support it happen to have done those things themselves. And that's why they don't say anything. Because, oh, if that is rape and that is assault, then that means that I did that to somebody. Yeah. Yeah, it does. That would require you to take accountability for your actions, wouldn't it? And that would be really hard for you. Because that seems to be the issue with men nowadays, is taking fucking accountability. Deflect. That's all they know.
This is coming from the person who decides to dye their hair red and blue. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be taking any advice from you, but hey, carry on.
I didn't have my first kiss until I was 21, and even then it was off a dare. I'm 27, I've never had a boyfriend, like, haven't wanted one, don't want one. But occasionally, I do enjoy dating. Not necessarily particularly for, like, the romantic connection, but because it gives me ample opportunities to be evil to men. In the height of my evil days, I mainly use dating apps because it worked best for this method of dating, which we'll call backward dating. In backward dating, it basically goes like this. You match with someone on a dating app, you're messaging back and forth. Once you exchange numbers, you hit them with a FaceTime. Now, if they think it's weird, they don't answer, they don't call you back, then they're out of the running. We block them and unmatch them and never speak to them again. The FaceTime date basically serves the purpose of saving my time. Rather than going and like meeting up with all of these men and like spending time getting ready and like going and getting drinks with all of these men, like I didn't want to do that. So I was like, I'm gonna weed them out early. So if the FaceTime date like didn't go well, whether I answer the call and they're just like way uglier than their profile, or they say something weird, or like they're just kind of like off-putting in general, even if it's mid-call, sometimes I'll just hang up, unmatch them, and never speak to them again. Now, only like 20-25% made it through to my next round of backward dating, which was having them over to my apartment to have a taxidermy weasel tea party, where we would literally chain smoke bodega joints and drink tea with my taxidermy weasels in a circle on my bed. A lot of guys were actually really disappointed when they came over to the taxidermy weasel tea party because they always thought it was some like weird girl innuendo for sex, and I was like, no, we're legit having a taxidermy weasel tea party for our second date. That weeded out about half that crowd, and the ones that stuck around after the initial taxidermy weasel tea party, basically I would just keep having them over to do the same thing until I felt comfortable advancing them to the fourth and final round of backward dating, which was going on a public date. Only 2 men in history have made it to the final round of backward dating. You might be saying to yourself, chicken pot pie lover 69, this method of dating doesn't sound all that evil. And it's not the method itself.
While liberals have ruined much of America, our pop culture, mainstream entertainment, the public school system, drowning many of our small towns through an orchestrated invasion and dispersing the third world illegal aliens across the country under the cover of darkness, we actually have made some victories in the culture war over the last few years, both culturally and legally. Disney World is reviving their old-fashioned ladies and gentlemen greeting after 5 years of the lunatic gender neutral messages. Remember when they dropped the welcome, ladies and gentlemen, because it wasn't inclusive enough for the 72 different supposed genders that these whack jobs have invented? They also pulled a transgender storyline from one of the Disney Pixar's cartoons on Disney Plus. The Trump administration has been suing corporations and universities for their systemic anti-whiteism. But wokeness isn't going away. In fact, it may actually be getting worse. Here is the latest from the New York legislature.
The bill surrounding state child custody and parental laws passed the state assembly and Senate this week. Now heading to the governor's desk, the legislation will replace gender-specific terms like mother, father, and paternity used in places like family court with terms like parentage, gestating parents, and non-gestating parent. The bill aims to make custody law
Wait, let me guess. More inclusive for the transgender parents?
more inclusive for LGBTQ plus parents and families who use assisted reproduction or surrogacy. Democratic lawmakers argue it will help ensure parental rights apply equally to any legal parent regardless of gender or whether they gave birth.
Gestating parent now, that's a new one. Remember a few years ago, I think it was the American Medical Association or maybe the British Medical Association started referring to pregnant women as pregnant people. Now they're gestating persons. Gestating persons. But the good news is normal people have had enough of this, and the cowards in Congress, the brand name Republicans, and the mainstream conservative talk show hosts finally grew a spine maybe about 2 years ago, stopped being afraid of being called homophobic for pushing back on this insanity. And now American support for same-sex marriage, they should always use a mocking tone when referring to it because it's not a marriage. Marriage is and always was and will be between a man and a woman. American support for same-sex marriage sees a decline. More than a decade after the landmark Obergefell Supreme Court case, which Ben Shapiro endorsed, by the way, legalized same-sex marriage nationwide, support for such unions in the United States has fallen from record highs, according to a new Gallup poll. And to show how far America has slid down the Sodom and Gomorrah slippery slope, here is a clip from the 2008 vice presidential debate.
Do you
support gay marriage?
No, Barack Obama nor I support redefining from a civil side what constitutes marriage. We do not support.
By 2012, they both changed their mind and were endorsing it. And then during Jewish Heritage Month in 2013, Old Joe met with Jewish leaders where he thanked the. This is not a joke, by the way. This is from the Associated Press. The Jewish leaders in Hollywood for changing the culture through television and movies to get the American people to accept it. Because, as Andrew Breitbart famously said, politics is downstream from culture. I couldn't find a video of this event, even though there are clips of other speakers at the Jewish Heritage Month in 2013, but the Associated Press quotes Joe Biden as saying, behind all of that, meaning the will and grace effect, he said, I bet you 85% of those changes, the cultural changes, getting people to accept it, whether it's in Hollywood or social media, are a consequence of Jewish leaders in the industry. Interesting. And because the neocons hijacked the Republican Party and the conservative movement back in the 1960s and turned it into the Rhino Party, the Republicans in name only party, they then conserved nothing and basically just trailed the Democrats by 10 years. So whatever the Democrats have stood for, and the conservatives would say they're opposed to it, 10 years later, the conservatives then would stand for those same policies. And then the Democrat Party went so far left, they're basically communist. Which is why we saw Ronna McDaniel, when she was the head of the RNC, tweeting out Happy Pride Month messages. And by 2022, Fox News was literally airing segments celebrating the spiritual descendants of Sodom and Gomorrah.
June is Pride Month, and to celebrate, we are shining a spotlight on those in the LGBTQ plus community who work to encourage love and acceptance.
Encouraging godness. That is Ainsley Earhart, a supposed devout Christian who read what the teleprompter told her to read so she could still collect those millions of dollars because that's what her soul was worth. But thankfully, over the last few years, normal people have been fed up, and those who work in conservative media and don't have any of the strings tied to them from the corporate controllers can speak freely. And normal people are speaking freely again because they've just been fed up. And same with Generation Z, who has taken a far right turn in the culture war. And so that's why they're using certain words that we used to use on a regular basis back in the 90s, the greatest decade in American history. So we have people very upset about that. The Washington Post is mad that this gay slur is having a cultural renaissance. Of course, it's the F word that rhymes with maggot. The F word is popping up in theater, music, and art again, sparking conversations about its meaning and impact. Well, go cry about it. And now a few normal lawmakers are pushing back, upsetting the libtard media. NBC News complains that some conservative lawmakers are rebranding June with AIDS Pride alternatives. Lawmakers in several states have made moves to counteract AIDS Pride in June with Fidelity Month or Nuclear Family Month. No more Pride. Congresswoman ditches perverse Pride Month, giving June a new name. Mary Miller in Rhode Island introduced a resolution to end the official celebration of AIDS Pride Month and rename June in honor of traditional families. Miller said that Americans have been inundated with perverse Pride Month displays and events throughout the month of June that denigrate the nuclear family, not to mention defy the laws of nature. The decline of marriage and family has led to a rise in crime, drug abuse, and other social ills. As a result, Miller moved to name June Family Month in order to rededicate our nation to the importance of this essential unit. But the greatest pushback to Pride Month so far, and notice how they used to call it Gay Pride Month, but that wasn't inclusive enough, so then they changed it to LGBT Pride Month. That wasn't inclusive enough. And then they rebranded it just to Pride because, like any cult, they don't want to actually betray what it is that they really believe. So people have become slowly indoctrinated into the belief system. So now it's just this generic Pride. But by far, the best pushback has been UFC fighter Sean Strickland, who upset TMZ saying that he chose violence for Pride Month by posting this. hilarious deepfake video on his Instagram account several days ago now, which surprisingly has not been taken down for violating Instagram's terms of service. In case you can't recognize the dude in a dress there, that is Dylan Mulvaney. Meanwhile, GLAAD, the leftist lobbying organization, Gays and Lesbians Against Defamation, or rather, that's what it used to stand for, but that wasn't inclusive enough, so they don't even call it that anymore. Now it's only just GLAAD. They're upset that AI isn't gay or transgender enough. It's not affirming their identities enough.
So the simple question for the world of AI is, do you want to build human progress, or do you want to build on historical bias? So
do you want to build on facts, or do you want to affirm these lunatics' identities?
Moving forward, or are we moving back?
We need to move back. We need to move back to the 90s, when most of them were in the closet. That's literally what they're upset about. So if you read my book, Hollywood Propaganda, How TV, Movies, and Music Shape Our Culture, you know that GLAAD, a bunch of other these leftist organizations, lobby Hollywood in order to insert all the gay characters and storylines into movies. And now they're lobbying the big AI firms because they're upset that the AI systems aren't affirming their gender identities enough. I did a video months ago where even Grok refused to say at the time that it was weird if parents sent their little boy to school in a dress. Grok, supposedly non-woke AI, wouldn't even say that that was weird. If you ask ChatGPT if it's weird, of course not. It's just a normal expression. Actually, it's amazing. Those kinds of people are better than you. They're the next phase in human evolution to achieve their Baphomet transformation. They even coined various terms like cisgender, which the great Norm Macdonald once famously called a slur against normal people, and heteronormative, because they're upset that heterosexual people are normal and are considered the norm. Literally, there's a definition on Google. Heteronormative refers to the cultural or societal assumption that heterosexuality and traditional binary gender roles are the default, natural, or preferred way of being. How dare somebody say that something normal and natural is natural and normal? It embeds the idea that biological sex, gender identity, and sexual attraction naturally align. Oh no! And as I've been saying for well over a decade, it's not just the left which caused our culture to become so rotten. It's also the cowards and sellouts on the right. People like little Ben Shapiro, who was caught on a live stream when he thought that it ended, doing like a members only for the Daily Wire paid members, and then he thought that he wrapped it up, thought that the producers took him offline, and then he turned to his producer and said, "Can you edit out that part?" When he said that some of the LGBTQ community were weird. He didn't want that to be in the archive of the video because he was afraid that might lose him some sponsors. It might cost him a few dollars.
So, we are indeed done here today. I have an appointment I gotta get to. Thank you guys. It's great to see you. And I'll see you here next time.
So he thought he wrapped it up. Doesn't know how to take things offline. And then
one thing on that episode, I always like pansexual. Pansexualism is weird. Can we just cut that? I can ask. That'd be great.
But why, Ben? I thought you were the leader of the culture war, railing against liberal lunatics.
Before it's like immediately reposted on the site.
It's not. Oh, it's just Daily Wire.
Right, it's just Daily Wire. So
Before it's reposted.
Yeah.
We could.
It's like a 10-second bit. He's got it halfway through. It's just I'm pansexual. I'm like, that's kind of weird. Like, you like everything?
Yeah.
The pansexuals, by the way, are the people who are not just bisexual, but they're also into the transgender people as well.
Yeah, who just like
you want to give to that?
Yeah, it's like it's nothing, but it's
When you
it is weird that our attracted to every single thing.
Wait, when
No
you
taste at all. It isn't funny though, but that's why I'll get boycotted.
He'll get boycotted. He'll lose some sponsors for just simply saying that some weirdos are weird. And despite President either selling out to Israel or being blackmailed or threatened to make Israel great again at the expense of America. We still have made some improvements here. The White House does not issue any LGBT pride proclamations anymore because this is how things used to be across all branches of the government and the military.
June is LGBT Pride Month, recognizing lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender Americans.
Why?
We observe LGBT Pride Month to mark the progress we've made in embracing a society of equality.
Progress, huh? Like the horrifying phenomenon that started occurring in the military once they were allowed in. Something so horrible that most of the victims were too ashamed and embarrassed to even come forward and report what it was that was happening to them. You know, that thing that Democrat Senate candidate in Maine, Graham Plantner, who obviously has never heard of a comb, said that he fantasized about doing to people. Maybe I'll do a different video about the new Masters of the Universe movie, which is out in theaters now because many of the libtards are upset about it, saying that it represents toxic masculinity. And the trailer looks so amazing, I might actually even be able to look past race-swapping man-at-arms, because the new version looks a million times better than whatever the heck this was back in 1987. So subscribe to my channel if you're new here. Check back on a regular basis and stay tuned because I will see you soon. In today's story, we learned that normal people are fed up with pride propaganda.
In the spot. If Shaq calls and draws two, how often are you keeping the king jack?
Never. Not ever checking.
Okay.
I don't want to just play my hand face up.
Okay.
Such a small pot. I'd rather try to make something.
So you're always drawing at least one?
Yeah, probably
Maybe
two.
you're also drawing two?
Yeah, I mean, in position, you just like playing games on the river where both players draw. It benefits the in-position player quite a lot.
Yes.
Interesting spot here. Sorry to interrupt, Chris, but Suzuki is double paired 9s and 7s. He knows he's not likely to win at Showdown.
Not likely is understating it, Ali. This is a mandatory bluff, but he doesn't have to go big here. He's just targeting the one pairs. If he decides to bet small, he can also bet huge and try to target a good hand. But I would typically do 4 small here. He looks like he's disagreeing. He's going to go for a 2x pot bet here. He's counting out over 200. Yeah, it's 2x pot. And now Shaq's hand actually shrivels up quite a lot, as his hand would be a easy call for a small size. Nice find from Suzuki there.
Even with a draw two representing a 2x pot bet, it's very, very scary.
Yeah, absolutely. He's also using his 9s and 7s there very well, as he should also go for a huge bet when he makes any 9 low, as he'll often have his opponent drawing dead.
Right.
Well, let's turn our attention back to that GG Millions where the final table is set.
Wow, it's what runs through your mind there when you make the call in that massive spot and double up through chat. When you see the good news, how about that?
Talking about the hammer at ace 5?
Yes.
Oh, it feels amazing. I mean, it sucks, though, you know, because he jams, and it's like, well, if he's got me beat, so be it. But these guys are capable, you know. It's a 10K high roller, and these guys throw down. So it's been a lot of fun, you know.
It is a 10K high roller that you're about to be heads up in for a World Series of Poker Bracelet. What's that like?
Sounds real nice. Nah, I mean, you know, ever since I started playing poker, I've always dreamt about winning the bracelet, you know. So, I mean, here's an opportunity. So, you know, whatever happens, I'm grateful for these moments. So,
Tough matchup ahead. Best of luck rest of the way. Appreciate you taking the time. Thanks, Alex. You got it, guys.
Boy, it really is heartwarming to see someone able to actually allow themselves to indulge in the emotion and the gravity of these moments. So often in a high roller, known commodities, known entities who have been grizzled through the years and are somewhat, I don't want to say apathetic, but maybe ambivalent to the spoils of the endeavor, you know, are there not so with Alex Cruz.
How different is that interview if you go with Jason Kuhn, Alex Fox, and Jeremy Osmus? You know, how much does it mean to them versus how much does it mean to the Cinderella story, Alex Cruz?
Yeah. I mean, not to say that the competitive fire doesn't burn bright in those other guys. They like the battle and the competition. But there's just an extra, endearing wrinkle to what Alex is experiencing out there right now on the hunt for his first ever World Series of Poker bracelet. What a nice compliment that would be to the ring he already has. And what a nice hand to start things off. Ace-10 of diamonds on the button.
Yeah, now that we're down to heads up, there's no more ICM factors at all. This is the pure heads up golem and freeze out. And our wizard optimal play analysis will be perfectly accurate in terms of the fundamentals of the game. There's no other factors here to consider other than just get every chip that you see in front of your opponent. But I have to say, we're not supposed to have any rooting favorites in this thing, but it is really refreshing and fun to listen to Alex because he's also playing great, which to me is an awesome combination.
Guys, hold the phone.
Yeah, we've got a problem here.
We have a 7 high straight up against 2 overs and a nut flush draw. Hand 1 of a heads up. There will be blood.
Yeah, depending on how Nick Salem plays this hand, we could just see it all in on the very first hand of heads up.
They're very, very deep. Starting over 60 big blinds.
Yeah, but things shallow out when you take the early aggressive line as Salem check raising 900 up to 2.5. And Chris, your reaction with ace-10 of diamonds?
It's always tempting to do something aggressive with the nut flush draw and sort of stop making decisions in the hand. But this board texture certainly favors the big blind, and they are very deep, as Kevin was saying. So I suppose it makes some sense to me that the wizard optimal recommendation is to always call here and, navigate. And obviously when the diamond comes, living the dream.
But the diamond doth not come as the 6 pairs, and neither player really loves seeing this card.
Oh, I think Nick Salem should be very comfortable here. I mean, if his hand's no good, it's just a complete cold deck. It's only SPR 3 now on the turn, and he's looking for value here. He also wants to protect his hand from the draws that are out there, right? He could lose to a higher straight very easily on the river. Certainly we see that his opponent does have a lot of equity with the diamond draw. But Nick's just thinking pure value here.
And that thought takes the shape of 5 million into 7.2. How do you feel about that sizing, Kev?
I think it's great. I mean, the wizard recommended betting a large sizing. This definitely qualifies. We want to build a pot. We want to put as much money in as possible. Like Chris said, we have the best hand here almost always. If we don't, it's just a cooler.
And calling here on the turn is not just to try to hit the flush. There's also a world in which ace high is the best hand. However, it might be difficult to, realize that on the river. I don't think that Salem's going to have a lot of give-ups.
Right, and he made it a sizing so that SPR is now less than 1.
So if you're Salem, you definitely have natural bluffs here, right? I mean, you could easily imagine having something like 8-10. Really, any 8 would be the most likely bluff. So, he would certainly need to barrel on this card with some hands. So I assume that he's just going to go for value here, and it could be either a small size or the all-in.
The 4-liner, in terms of board development, obviously poor for any prospects of a hero call by Cruz, right?
Yeah, I really don't think you're beating much. Especially not to the all-in sizing.
Yeah, he knows it. And that is not the way that he wanted to start off this final table, as the chip lead has been relinquished.
Yeah, but he did good not to go broke there. Some players might have just, as Kevin was talking about earlier, just kind of released the pressure valve by doing something aggressive on the flop or turn, the nut flush draw, and getting snapped.
Well, alternate way to express the same phenomenon is simply by use of the 2 words Leroy and Jenkins.
Nick Salem, I'm more familiar with him from Nick's games, but definitely somebody who's played a lot of heads-up freeze-outs and heads-up death matches in his day. Certainly going to be very comfortable playing for these stakes and playing heads-up. Notice that he's even limping in here on the button with the 9 deuce, so somewhat studied to use the big blind ante structure here, where you really can't fold any hands on the button. And coming with the limp, which is not always something that players are implementing.
Yeah. Check back from the King 7.
And if we're going to play limps here, we may be in for a while. They're kind of deep.
9, 8, 5, and a couple of spades. Gut shot versus top pair. Cruz slips it.
We have seen Cruz kind of get a little out of line in these spots with some sort of equity, calling here the standard play with a gut shot and over.
Two-tone board now is the 5 pairs. Not a problematic card for Salem too often, I would imagine, but he's keeping the lid on things with a check back, and the 4 rates to be very safe.
Basically, this is a place in Utah, I think it's Salem, Utah, that has had an ongoing dispute between an individual and a company called Bricks and Minifigs. Bricks and Minifigs has effectively, like, the individual sold a huge collection of Star Wars Legos to the previous owner of a store of Bricks and Minifigs, and the next owner will not honor the deal of basically selling those products and then giving the money to the original owner. So they basically just took the stuff and then they didn't honor the original deal, even though they're keeping the guy's stuff. So in the process of that, obviously Reckless Ben got involved. A lot of other people tried to hold him accountable, and like they tried to sue this guy, for example. And it looks like the police were working to try to benefit and help the owner, the new owner of Bricks and Minifigs, and parts of the police body cams were redacted. People weren't able to know what was happening, and it was redacted in a way that was probably to protect them from looking bad. But now, very recently, like in the last day, the actual entire footage of it got totally released. Everything got released. Here we go. It's consignment, yeah.
Someone actually hacked into the American Port Police Department and released all the footage unredacted of my interactions with them. This is the original footage I got with the redactions in, and this is the new unredacted footage. I'm lining them up, and I'm going to keep only the redacted parts to see what they were actually saying. I understand. Sadly, they weren't able to get the first 2 days where I was accused of having heroin on me, but the final 2 days, we were able to see a lot, actually. The footage starts with me going to Josh's house so I can serve him his legal court papers. Yeah. Josh knows that if he goes to court with me, he's going to lose. So instead, a much easier option is he calls the police on me to prevent me from serving him.
His name is Ben Schneider. He's stalking my house. Will you come to my house, please, and come get them? I'm not going to have stalkers.
Are they there right now?
They're on the side of the house.
One of the dispatchers made a note here saying that you were going to shoot someone.
I'm done with this. Officer, can you please help me and my family and make this stop?
Yeah, absolutely.
She had a consignment deal with a guy named Brian Mansell. A year and a half, almost 2 years.
Why would they remove this?
She had this consignment deal with him and she never paid it.
So right away, Josh is lying to the police, which we can easily verify with all the metadata timestamp pictures that show that the Lego sets were in the store when Josh took it over.
His name is Ben Schneider.
He hired
Reckless Ben. They sent people in saying they're going to murder our manager. I died.
Now ask yourself this, will Henry Noack have a museum named after him? Will his mother or father get a peerage? Will they get roads named after him, like Stephen Lawrence? No one's even mentioning their name. In the New York Times, haven't wrote one article. There were hundreds about George Floyd. This is the bias.
Henry told your officers that he couldn't breathe 9 times. He told them that he'd been stabbed 4 times. Do you have any early indication as to why they proceeded to arrest and handcuff Henry?
This is all very much part of the IPC's inquiries, but then not for me to prejudge the outcome and the determination. It's necessarily independent for another agency to investigate our actions so that we are properly held to account. But what I would say is I would just encourage people not to prejudge the situation.
Of course, that's what you would be asking people to do. Let's not prejudge the situation. All of us were able to witness, and all of us saw what happened. Where your officers, and one of them specifically asked if we were going to check in, and one of your other officers said, "No, we're not going to do that." And then they carried on to arrest him while he told you he's been stabbed, and while he told you he couldn't breathe. Oh yeah, let's not prejudge, apparently.
Before they've had a chance to investigate, before officers have had a chance to put their point of view also.
Are your officers trained to treat people differently based on the colour of their skin?
No, they're not.
But the guidelines would suggest otherwise, wouldn't they?
No, I don't think they do. We're very clear that that is not the case. We're there for all communities. We're there to police fair and impartially. That's not the message we deliver.
Yeah, we definitely don't believe you, and you're clearly lying, and all the people are seeing that you're clearly lying. It's just insane that the police act this way. And I've always said it before that a lot of the police are complete idiots, and they don't know what they're doing, and they don't even know what the law is.
I think Nigel Farage's reaction is the wrong reaction. And I start my answer to your question to the they said they do not want this ripped up. They have been through the most extraordinary, awful experience. They don't want this ripped up. And Nigel Farage is completely wrong to use this to try and create division. He would be wrong in any circumstances. But when Henry's family are saying, please don't do that, it's our son. Then really, as politicians, as human beings, we should start where they start. And that's where I start.
And what? So yeah, Mr. Kerstarmer is trying to say that Nigel Farage's reaction is the wrong reaction. The reaction he's talking about is this.
We had an email come through this morning from a senior Hampshire police officer who said we are told to police incidents differently according to the ethnicity of those involved.
Have you ever watched something change right in front of your eyes? Because that's exactly what happened this week in Salisbury.
Yes, I think it's the way the police treated somebody who was stabbed. They didn't believe him. The last words on earth this man heard were his rights being read out to him, all because of a false
This is
accusation.
Paul Rudd, and I'm in the closet.
And the police have been trained and told you must take that more seriously than anything else. A false accusation of racism sounded higher at that moment than somebody who was dying. This is two-tier Britain, and I'm totally opposed to it. I'm opposed to DEI. I'm opposed to positive discrimination. I believe that we're going to live in a free and fair country. Everybody must be judged equally on their merits.
But instead of addressing the situation like he did with the George Floyd situation,
yeah, and the image I think will stick with me, and I'm sure it'll stick with many, many people. That combination of a man talking about his last breath in that way, and an officer apparently unmoved completely by that.
He brings up videos like this and makes videos like this where you see he has no remorse, and it's really interesting how he acts in this situation. In the George Floyd situation, where you had a person who has committed criminal activities in the past prior to him, being unalived, he decided to make a whole video talking about how sad he is, and he also decided to bend the knee for this person.
Like you, I was shocked and angered at the killing of George Floyd and the response of President Trump and the US authorities to the peaceful protests, to people rightly demanding justice, has been an affront to humanity. The last week has shone a spotlight on the racism, discrimination and injustice experienced by those from black and minority ethnic communities in the US, in the UK and across the world. Martin Luther King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. That's why today I've written to the Prime Minister asking for his assurance that the British government is doing all that it can to urge President Trump to respect human rights and the fundamental democratic right to peaceful protest. And this week, Labour has called on the UK government to ensure that our exports are not being used in the suppression of democratic rights in the US. But we must also reflect on the injustices in our own country.
This is the type of video he decided to make for a criminal. Of course, this criminal was a part of the groups they like to call a minority. So of course he decided to make such a sympathetic video. But does he make a video like this for Henry? Of course. Before we get back to the video, make sure you guys like the video as much as possible. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, and also mainly hit the notification bell so that you're notified when a video comes out. Also go and subscribe to my new Facebook channel. It'll be linked down in the description below. So go and subscribe there. Let us get back into the craziness.
Kill white boys! Let the white boy die! The fucking scum! The fucking lot of ya! Shame on you! 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 Shame on you!
So the George Floyd riot caused more than $2 billion in destruction nationwide, making it one of the costliest civil disorder events in U.S. history. In the United Kingdom, that same event brought approximately 250,000 protesters into the streets for Black Lives Matter and in support of George Floyd. All of this because of a criminal with a track record that Phil Page died while being arrested. Now in 2026, we have an innocent 18-year-old white college student in the United Kingdom named Henry Nowak, who was murdered in cold blood with a knife by a man named Vikram Digwa, who is of Indian Sikh heritage. So, where are the protests? Where are the marches, the demonstrations, and the nationwide calls for change? Why isn't Henry Nowak's name being chanted in the streets? And yes, I'm making this a race issue, not because of race in of itself, but because the United Kingdom is a perfect example of what will happen in the United States and what has already started to happen. Mass migration. Right now, about 20% of the United Kingdom's population is foreign-born. The death of Henry Nowak is not an isolated event. It's a consequence of policies that have fundamentally changed the makeup of a country. A nation cannot expect to remain a nation if it loses the people who created that nation. My question is simple. Why did George Floyd's death bring hundreds of thousands of people into the streets, while the murder of an innocent Henry Nowak brings silence?
White lives matter as much as black lives. Do you disagree with that statement?
You seem to be conducting an interview with me, but I'm trying to.
White lives matter as much as black lives. And my question to you is, do you disagree with that statement?
And my question to you is about Nigel Farage's claims.
Kind of stunned that you couldn't bring yourself to say that you agree with the statement that white lives matter as much as black lives. I can't understand why you can't just confirm you agree with that statement.
Zia, you're the senior member of a party. You're a politician.
I don't understand why you can't bring yourself to confirm that you agree with the statement that white lives matter as much as black lives. Kathy, you've been conducting this interview on a premise that it is wholly inappropriate to watch that body cam footage and be furious. It is wholly inappropriate to conclude from watching that body cam footage that there should be some political ramifications for this. When in 2021, Kathy, you wrote op-ed after op-ed, article after article in newspapers like The Independent about George Floyd. In fact, let me quote you your own words. You expressed delight that the BLM hashtag transported, and this is a direct quote from you, Kathy, transported the rage of George Floyd's death across the four corners of the globe.
Zia,
so
I've
the
said
point
to
that we
you,
are making
Zia, I've said to you, I
totally
understand
different
people
reaction.
are angry.
A totally different reaction. A totally different reaction, Kathy. Not just from you. I'm only putting that to you because I'm speaking to you now. But I'm afraid this has been endemic across most of the media landscape in this country, the institutions in this country. And the reality is this. Because Henry
Zia, may I just respond to that point?
Henry was a white man.
Zia,
Because Henry was a white
Zia,
man.
you seem to be
People are
interviewing
simply
me.
unwilling to accept that this sort of thing exists.
She really did everything in her power to deflect and dodge from the question he was asking her. It really wasn't that difficult. You could have just answered it, but of course, because you're pushing a certain agenda, you didn't answer it.
So Keir Starmer has a lower approval rating than Nicolas Maduro.
Oh my God. That's embarrassing. How do you do that? That's insane.
We need to go over there and just arrest him.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. He is an idiot.
Do you think every stop and search incident is discrimination if the person being stopped is non-white?
Well, why were they? Why if it's linked to a crime, why were there no charges brought and why weren't they convicted? Yes,
because they didn't have a knife on them.
Why were they stopped then?
Because they were in a situation in which the police deemed it appropriate to stop them to see if they had a knife on them.
The vast majority of stop and search cases are discriminatory.
How do you know?
Because there's no link between charges and convictions.
But they haven't got a knife on them. The only way you can determine that is by stopping and searching them.
Search them.
Well, how do you know that they haven't got a knife on them?
I think it's a very inefficient use of police resources. As Henry Novak's murder shows, there are quite serious crimes going on there. Deal with that appropriately.
Well, would it have been discrimination to have stopped and searched the man who murdered Henry Novak, Vikram Digra, who was carrying a knife?
Well, in that incident, yes, because the man said he'd been stabbed.
Prior to him being stabbed, if someone is carrying a knife, is it discrimination to stop and search them?
I am saying in that incident, it would have been wholly appropriate for the police to first give Henry medical attention that he needed. That could have saved his life.
If Digger is walking along the street and he is stopped and searched legitimately by police and a knife is found, that's legitimate, isn't it?
If there's evidence to search someone, yes. So my point is, in the Henry Novak case, the police had evidence. Henry had said he'd been stabbed, so in that instance, give the man medical attention and search for a knife.
She's basically just making everything up as she goes along, and she's just talking complete nonsense. These people don't care about the truth. All it is for them is, I'm a victim, woe is me, you're being a bigot, you're being racist. But then when the people who are actually being apparently racist finally speak up in a situation where the other person was the one who was actually being racist towards white people, all of a sudden they want to deflect, dodge, and just lie.
Firstly, I would like to thank the 260,974 British men and women who signed the petition to make this debate possible, and I want to welcome these brave survivors who are sitting behind us in the hall. This debate is about them. As you quite rightly say, it's not about politics. I want the world to hear what we heard during the 2 weeks of our independent rape gang inquiry hearings, an inquiry that should never have needed to happen. I sincerely urge this Parliament to listen to the testimonies from these brave survivors and to act, to finally act. So the first testimony, he took his pants down, penetrated me, had sex with me. He then stopped before ejaculation. He picked up the bottle of Jack Daniels, which was now empty, and he forced it up inside me. He broke the glass while he was there. At that point, I was about 12, nearly 13. Another testimony. I was held down by the men as they each took turns to orally and vaginally rape me, taking it in turns to pin down my arms and my legs. When the assault ended, the men hit me repeatedly, threatened to find me, kill me, and harm my loved ones if I ever told anybody what had happened. Another. Comments were constantly made suggesting that white girls, the Christian girls, were viewed as having fewer morals or lower values, whereas Muslim girls were described by some of the men as having dignity and higher moral standing. These comparisons were used to justify the way I was treated and to further humiliate and control me. Another. She was a white woman herself, who I imagine may have been groomed, and has obviously now married into the family, shouting obscenities at us.
Right? Scottie Pippen rings, those six, they're not the same as Michael Jordan.
12 seconds later.
I think Scotty's rings are just the same as Michael Jordan. Why not?
Because he won the best player on the team.
Yeah, but he was the most impactful player on the team.
I get it.
He is on course to break the all-time scoring record, average record of an NBA Finals, which is held right now by Rick Barry.
If you unplug Scottie Pippen off that team,
Sure.
Jordan's 0 for 6.
Right around the kitchen Dick Smithers.
If you unplug Scottie Pippen off that team,
Sure.
Jordan's 0 for 6. If you unplug Scottie Pippen off that team,
Sure.
Jordan's 0 for 6.
When it comes to the media cycle on the NBA podcast circuit, one guy that's talked about routinely is in fact Michael Jordan. As looking at Jordan's legacy, what he built in the 90s, even until this day, it's kind of unassailable. The Jordan fans, the feather in the cap, but the anti-Jordan crowd, that's one thing they cannot stand. So what do they do over and over again? Tear Michael Jordan down by lying about him or rewriting history. Case in point, people like Rich Paul, Max Kellerman, and Gilbert Arenas.
Yeah, so ring culture is not real. It was never real. When you go back into the 80s and 90s, right? There was no ring culture.
He won that championship. I was pissed. I won one.
But even after he had won one the next year, his obsession only grew deeper.
For Michael Jordan, it's almost apocalyptic. After all, the only thing this guy can't buy is a trip to the NBA Finals.
There was no ring culture.
You disgust me. How can you live with yourself?
So, stopping that right there very quickly, 11 seconds in, already asinine point and a downright lie. The idea of ring culture, winning culture, didn't start until Jordan came around. That's simply not true. You can go to the 50s, 60s, 70s, ring culture, winning culture, whatever you want to call it, has always existed. Because, of course, in sports, to measure someone's greatness, not only their talent and skill, how much they impact winning, how many titles they get. Look at Russell versus Wilt Chamberlain, that rivalry. What was it built on? Ring culture winning versus stats, individual dominance. Someone like Jerry West's his career, what was he haunted by? Ring culture, not winning enough, and losing to the Boston Celtics. Look at Michael Jordan prior to 91. Up to that point, Jordan, yes, was a great player, transcendent talent. What was he one big time not? He wasn't Magic, Kareem, or Bird, and he wasn't a winner. And why did they say that about Jordan? Of course, he hadn't won yet. The overall standard was you had to win to be a great player.
It changed from player to player. Magic Johnson, obviously, because of his notoriety, and Larry Bird, his notoriety, that we had to get past them. I had to get past them individually before I gained any credibility. I could never get into their ballpark. I had to win championships.
There was no ring culture.
I had to win MVPs. I had to make impacts on my team. So that became a challenge for me.
One thing we see over and over again when it comes to so-called ring culture, the people downplaying winning, downplaying championships, most likely have not won one, or compared to their rival, haven't won as much as them, and feel slighted by that. Someone like Gilbert Arenas never was a winner, so to him championships do not matter, don't measure greatness. Someone like McGrady compares himself to Kobe, he downplays winning championships, the impact of winning Larry O'Brien. Time and time again, the guys who have not won do not believe in ring culture.
Coincidence? I think not.
At the end of the day, sports, the main goal is winning. To downplay that, the biggest factor in sports, quite frankly, makes you a loser. A lot of guys in league history could put up stats, put up numbers, and not focus on winning. But those guys are losers. The guys remember are the winners who, yes, had great stats, but sacrificed their numbers, get the ultimate goal, the ultimate team goal of winning the finals.
Right? Scottie Pippen rings, those six, they're not the same as Michael Jordan's.
Right.
They're not the same as LeBron James.
But they're pretty good.
But they're good. They're good. If there's some sidekick rings, if there's some sidekick rings,
I think Scotty's rings are just the same as Michael Jordan's. Why not?
Because he won the best player on the team.
Yeah, but he was the most impactful player on the team.
I get it.
Man, you are one pathetic loser.
Now, stopping that right there very quickly, as the old saying goes, when your enemy's making a mistake, do not interrupt them. Rich Paul right here exposing himself as an idiot, a dunce, and someone who does not know basketball. As saying Scottie Pippen to the Bulls, in other words, an MVP most valuable player, led by Rich Paul, agenda-driven, to carry on Jordan, up with Pippen, and simultaneously LeBron James.
Oh, obviously.
For the Rich Paul crew of the Clutch Sports Mafia, their one primary goal is distorting history and downright lying. And give it 10, 15 years' time, they'll say Pippen 93, he was the one averaging 41 points per game. In game 6 for Utah, it wasn't Jordan who hit the shot, it was actually Scottie Pippen.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Now, to debunk the very stupid claim, obvious false claim Jordan wasn't the battle player on the Bulls, look at the stats, the numbers, what they tell us. During the NBA postseason 1998, the entire Bulls run, Jordan compared to Pippen averaged 14 more points per game, the NBA scoring champ multiple times, the highest score in the playoffs, the 1990s. And compared to Pippen, took better from the field, 2, 3, the line, and basically everywhere else. Michael Jordan as a scorer was the greatest weapon in postseason history. He could shoot threes, the mid-range, knock down free throws, and late in games was the primary decision maker.
The great thing about Michael is that he can get shots off. In this game, as many coaches will tell you, it's so tough to get shots for players. And when you've got a player that can get shots on his own like Michael can, to win games for you, it's a real luxury.
And still looking at MJ scoring that scoring burden, out of any line of all time, the biggest burden out of all of them. Look at the NBA Finals MVP winners. The biggest gap in scoring average, the top scorer and second leading scorer, are as follows. Number 1, Shaq 2000. The gap between him and Kobe was plus 22.4. Wade 06, plus 20.9. Jordan 93, plus 19.8. Rick Barry, plus 18. And then Jordan twice at plus 17.8 and plus 15.0. That right there is the overall gap they found as MVP versus second leading scorer on his team. For Jordan's Bulls, that was Scottie Pippen. And just saw numerous times, Pippen compared to Jordan was not even close in the scoring department.
If you unplug Scottie Pippen off that team,
sure,
Jordan's 0 for 6. Are you retarded?
Now, for someone like Jordan, 25 years later, 35 years later, saying he's a great scorer, overlooks everything else he did, and was great up in the basketball court. As you ask someone like Rich Paul, Jordan's stat line to him was 32 points, 1 assist and 1 board. He did nothing else. Looking at prime Pippen, prime Jordan, again, 1990-98, these guys, everything but scoring, are damn near equal. Correct! So think about this, the anti-Jordan crowd. To them, Michael Jordan was a one-trick pony. All he did was score. And someone like Scottie was a great all-around player who did everything else. Looking at the numbers, that's simply not true. Michael Jordan's scoring ability was immense, carried the Bulls offensively. But at the same time, as an all-around player, was able with Pippen in every single category but rebounds. If you're not an absolute dunce and a moron, you understand 1.5 more rebounds, 0.1 more steals, and 0.2 blocks doesn't come close to the impact of 14 more points per game.
Well, duh.
To argue someone like Scottie Pippen for the Bulls was the most impactful player, their so-called MVP, it's like saying Pau Gasol with Kobe. He was their best player, their actual MVP. Or someone like Drexler 95 with Olajuwon. He was their best player, their most impactful guy. People who have those takes simply are not smart, are being different for the sake of being different. And in Jordan's case, saying he had Pippen, that being a knock on Jordan, really don't understand that. Pippen coming to the NBA was an unproven player and a project. By 91-92 in his prime, of course, a great player. But looking at Jordan's all-NBA help, all-star help, I mean, it was him and Pippen as a lone all-stars. If you're going to say Jordan in the 90s had so much help, Pippen was so great. Have that take all day long. But at the same time, look at LeBron's supporting cast from basically 2010 onwards till 2026. LeBron at every single stop, the multiple superstars, all-stars, Hall of Fame players. If you think Mike had a ton of help, all these super teams, you're looking at LeBron James, you're going to be blown away. Now, one more thing I do want to look at was that Jordan's value versus Pippen's value is on-off metrics 1990 and 1998. This sample size is a hefty 509 games has been tracked by numerous researchers. And looking at the numbers, Pippen and Jordan on the court together, their overall net rating is plus 13.7. It's fantastic. Now, Mike on the court, Pippen off the court, still plus 7.2. Also, pretty impressive. Now here's the catch. Jordan off, Pippen on, during the negatives at minus 1.4. That right there, what does it show you guys? Yes, but then was valuable. The industry's most valuable player by far was indeed Michael Jordan. So that right there is in the video, and I'll say one last thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, a man has retired who obviously has done a lot of great things, both for society and also ball. Congrats to Russell Wilson. Obviously, Super Bowl champion, a man who was 5'11" quarterback, which he referenced a few different times in this beautiful video. I mean, this piece, it was an incredible way to say thank you to everybody, an incredible way to say thank you to football, an incredible way to relive some old memories. I think there was probably reasoning behind each person that he was put in this video with. I think there was probably a selection process that took place about who he would like to honor, who he would like to showcase, which photos, which moments, and all that. So I think you got a chance to really learn about Russell's thoughts on every different stop. Even the Giants and the Broncos and the Steelers were frequented through this entire video. I think he paid respect to Seattle and all the special things they did together. And I saw the entire world come out and say, "Hey, Russ, you did good, bub." Like it was first time, long time, where everybody has come together and said, "Russ, you've done good."
6 years.
And I hope you got a chance to kind of take that in. Genuinely, I hope you did get a chance to take that in, because very rarely do people say, first of all, that's a sweet way to announce your retirement. That video was awesome. And also, it was fun to relive all the glory days with Russell Wilson, which where there was a many. Now, he's in Seattle, which is way left. Okay? Way left over there. They, Legion of Boom, defensive side, were the conversation, but it's still way over in Seattle. So I think the re-airing of the highlight reel of what it was a nice reminder to all of us about the special time Seattle had. And now they've been able to rebuild it again, which obviously give a lot of credit to Schneider and that entire team over there. But it was cool to do that. I hope the Seattle Seahawks fans felt like they were appreciated enough. The kids that he obviously gave a lot of time, like everything about this was perfect, I think. Congrats to Russell Wilson.
Yeah, you kind of just go back through the Rolodex of players that he played with. Like, remembering Doug Baldwin and Russell Wilson, like, that connection was unbelievable. I remember that kind of growing up in high school, thinking about Doug Baldwin and Russell Wilson being like that tandem of those couple of years when they did go on to play in a couple of Super Bowls. They lost one to New England, but they won one as well. But Russell Wilson also kind of one of the first, not the first, but one of the guys that kind of transitioned into like the running quarterback style. He was the leader in rush yards, I'm pretty sure, for a quarterback for a little bit before Cam Newton, Lamar, all those guys come in. Like, you forget how good Russell Wilson was over that 5-6 year period.
Do we know he was on CBS?
Yes.
No. I did not know that. And once again, I live in a bubble of Thunderdome. I actually do. But I'm happy to see he's immediately getting in TV. He'll be good for ball, great for ball, and obviously he has the resume to warrant whatever. Congrats, Russ. That's a tough decision. That's a tough decision. Russell Wilson retires. Obviously, the last couple years.
Well. I'm sorry, not to correct you. I did not hear the R word in his announcement. As far as I could tell.
Wait for someone to call him?
Here's my sense. I mean, look, that was a nice video. I thought it was really cool, and a really nice tribute and shout out and kind of remembrance and all that. The one thing I didn't quite hear was "I'm done with football forever." And we've seen now, he's going to CBS. I think he's going to do a really nice job. It is a perfect place for him. And if you've heard Russell talk, he's probably been planning to be on TV or in politics maybe for quite a while. But there is always a chance that you get to October, November, a good team loses a quarterback, has a backup they don't love, and someone says, you know what, might we want to give this guy a call? And so people have called it a retirement. I kind of didn't see it like that. I felt more it's like I'm going to do this unless some team comes calling for a starting time.
Oh my gosh, that would be. That would be
dramatic.
First of all, what you just said is hilarious, and then immediately upon you starting to speak, I'm like, Team 3, obviously.
Yeah.
This would be a way to announce he's going to CBS without ever really working the angles. And he said, football, thank you, like 4 thank yous at one point.
Oh, yeah.
There was not one, I'm done with playing football in there. I mean, I guess that is kind of the nitpickiness of having to kind of decipher what the words mean in there. Wow.
I mean, it's not impossible.
That is so Russell. Just one last time. One last time. Incredible work here.
Let's ride.
Honestly, yeah, let's ride. Let's do all those things. Go Hawks. I appreciate him doing that. I think he's going to be good on CBS. Okay, well, good luck with we love football too, Russ.
Yeah, think he's going to be great.
We do think you're going to be.
Lance over and Will Sasso. Alright. Check it out.
You got Macho and Macho here. This is rugby quiz. Yeah, we rugby. The worst thing you can do is reach for the glasses and they're not there.
Hold on, breaking it. 100%. There's times when people do Macho Man and I reach, I go, I look like a fucking insane person.
And then he has to just, I was meant to do this. I wasn't doing that.
Yeah, very much. Yeah. Dude, that is, it's very much over. Coming together. Yeah. Very beautiful. You'll go wild. It'll be bad. Can I tell you my favorite thing to do as Macho Man? And you'll love this as the impression. But I have to bring out my phone for this. You look up. There's certain things you can look up and do in a Macho voice, and I'll hand it to you, and you can do it. That it always always works. Okay. There's two things you can do. The first one that I think, this is what I make my wife laugh with whenever I do it, is I do like, I do Bed Bath & Beyond signs as Macho Man, where I go, yeah, you want breakfast in bed? Try sleeping in the kitchen. It's like a very macho, like, you know, those sassy things that, where you're like, I'm sorry, did I roll my eyes out loud? It's like things like that, but the one that you can do. Yeah, Charles Manson quotes. I'm telling you right now, read exactly like Macho Man where he goes, yeah, look down at me. Yeah, look down at me and you see a fool. Look up at me and you see a god. Yeah, look straight at me. You see yourself.
That's Charles Manson.
Yeah, that's right.
This way. These aren't my actual. Oh, fuck. Now I hit.
I got you.
I got it.
Wait, we'll get it loud. Right? We're good at read it. Let me get you a good one. I'm going to get you a good quote. Where is he? Oh, we went to the bottom. Yeah, here we go. I'm a nobody. I'm a tramp, a bum, a hobo. I'm in a boxcar and a jug of wine. Yeah, and a straight razor if you get too close to me.
I mean, that's a macho.
That's a macho problem. Let me. I don't know if you can read that.
I'll put it this way.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, you got it.
Wait a minute.
Pick anyone you want, because honestly, they all work. Yeah. They'll do you something right. Yeah. Yeah, they come at you with knives. They are your children. Yeah, you got them. Yeah. I didn't teach them. No. I just tried to help them stand up. That was perfect.
Wait, I got an idea.
That was perfect. Hold on. You people, yeah. You people would convict the grilled cheese sandwich you brought. And people wouldn't even question it, dig it?
What if I looked up?
Because the original, how this all originated was, I used to do Charles Manson quotes as Dave Chappelle smoking a cigarette.
Please give us one of those.
Yeah, you gotta understand something. The nation shouldn't be disturbed, even destroyed, to benefit the whims of mankind.
You can see him smoking and holding the like holding the shirt off.
Fear of Vikings builds castles. I don't even know what it is. I don't understand you much more. Yeah, but Macho Man works way better.
Dave Chappelle would be a great wrestling manager.
Oh yeah.
You know, I like doing this. So I admit what my friends are like, stop it, not funny. Which is Andy Rooney from 60 Minutes.
Yes.
And I would read like anything. Like you do it as Andy Rooney.
Yeah.
Like you read Chicken Soup or any, road signs.
I don't understand.
I don't understand. But why do people always park where they? You if you parked on the street, you wouldn't do that.
60 Minutes head. This is right down my way.
But I just picked out an Andy Rooney quote.
Oh, that's great. I've had quite a few complaints lately. They don't like it. No, they don't like it at all when I complain about this. They say I haven't complained about anything like this tonight. So you complaint fans, I have a complaint. Yeah, I think we could easily do Hogan.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to another episode on Lumber Capital Backyard. Today, my sister and I are running the Edger. The past 2 days, we have made a lot of flitches, so that's what we've been doing all day. We have one more big pile left to do for the day. But what we've been doing is our dad has been bringing in lots of hardwood logs, all going into flooring, some white oak, some red oak, and out of the lower quality red oak logs, we've been getting railroad ties, but out of some of the higher quality butt logs, we've been turning it into lumber for flooring, and it's been getting some really gorgeous boards. These top two are completely clear, and yeah, we do have some with knots in them, but a lot of the boards in this pile are just like these top two ones here, just perfectly clear, beautiful grain, and it's gonna make some beautiful flooring eventually. So let's get to edging this whole pile because it's gonna take us a while. another day at the log yard. Thanks for tuning in for today's episode. If you enjoyed, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Also,
Alan Keating blows off the WSOP. Sean Deep fumbles $250,000. Phil Hellmuth ate a sandwich. All of this, all the updates, live here from Las Vegas, the World Series of Poker, Week 1. Tonight on Your Champion. Hi, I'm Ryan DePaulo. Welcome to the DJ Debrief. Use coin poker, sign up for code RDP, all that. I'm here in Vegas, as you maybe can't tell. I'm facing the back of the strip. What do you want me to do? Before we get into the news, I just want to say the free streams have changed the game as I predicted last week. Look at the quality of these streams. The commentary is so much better. They're free on YouTube on WSOPs. And I'm pissed at WSOP for not letting me wear my fucking coin patch. It's so good. It's so much better. Rotten fucking hell, Poker Go free YouTube streams. Fuck that shit. It's so good. There's so much excitement going on here. Let's get right into all the coverage. The first huge big event, the $550 mystery bounty slot machine. The big moment happened when Andrew Shelton pulled the $1 million bounty. This was actually a record-breaking bounty pull because this is the first time in World Series of Poker history that somebody has appropriately celebrated after pulling a $1 million bounty. It's difficult to be so happy in a room full of people who actively are rooting against you and hate you. So congratulations, Andrew, and nice poker player, bot. That's fucked up, dude. But speaking of poker bots, me and Sean Deep, a poker story was circulating on Twitter around him because he sat down to play one of the events, and when the dealer asked him for his ID, which Deep had forgotten, the floor just pointed to his Player of the Year poster and said, "He's good," and that's gotta make you feel really cool. Imagine all the guys who are like old school legends who like Zhao Zhao has no clue who they are, never get that kind of recognition. But when I win Player of the Year though, and I'm playing in the room with the banners, I'm for sure making shit up. If anyone has no clue who I am, I'll just be like, "Yo, look everyone, it's Swarm with Murder Room. It's right by that poster over there." Deep is just lucky he didn't win Player of the Year in 2024 because there's no way that ID check would have gone through. There's so much stuff happening every day here, though it's hard to stay caught up as a poker media person. Even the Poker News podcast said fucking and just had a whole episode with Chad's accountant who told people how to do gambling taxes.
Tax time, Ray Conner, because you've been doing my taxes for more than a decade now, ever since I won my bracelet.
We're getting old.
But one of the more high-profile, dramatic early bracelet events that we mentioned in our last episode, the 25K Heads Up Championship. It was still ongoing when we covered it a little bit, but it's a sick-ass tournament. 25K, heads up, one-on-one. Heads up for rolls, bro, in real life. Now, D-Nix was set to make a good run, and he had a good chip lead in his match against Bao Ding. And by good chip lead, I mean 88 big blinds to 9 big blinds. But bang, ding, ow, kept winning double after double, including, like, this painful one.
Takes it upstairs, understandably.
all in.
All in.
Big blinds here. And you got ace-9 of spades.
For some added sweat. You can fade this 300 for Dinky. Oh, my
goodness.
I can't take it anymore. Rigged. Rest in peace, D-Nix, in the heads up. He only cashed for 140K. What a loser. And even more headline making was not Alex Fox and getting 2 paired over 2 pair out of the tournament. Not whatever the fuck. It was Alan Keating straight up bailing on his first match that was supposed to be against a guy named Pyotr Krupka. He didn't show up. Keating was busy winning slightly more than $1 million at the Lodge on stream with Garrett Adelstein at the same time. Really shocking because Alan still walked out of there with $1 million and didn't buy Garrett's book. But Alan said he had plans and couldn't make his heads up match. Now some people are pissed though at Alan because he didn't communicate with the floor, and the reason they're mad is because the heads up one can only have 64 players. There's a waiting list of people who wanted to play but didn't get a seat, and that seat could have obviously been filled if he had let them know he was going to be off doing rich guy stuff. But you know, who gives a fuck? I know $1 million, 25K doesn't really sound close to you guys, but in poor people terms, be like if you or I won 150K and then we forgot to cancel our dentist appointment the next morning. But the biggest story out of the 25K Heads Up Championship was Phil Ivey lifting his eyebrows.
Other than before.
Oh, quad sevens.
Pause on Phil's face for me for a sec. Yeah, no, that's it. That's the same exact face he made when WPT slid their offer across the desk. Now, Dimitar Danchev ended up taking home the victory after he beat Nikita Kuznetsov. Jesus Christ, dude, so many Eastern Europeans here, and they're not that fun to play with. You see tracksuits and smell cologne that smells like light sexual assault, try to unreg and get them on the table. Now, I am a little sleepy recording this because I was up all night making a deep run in the 600 PLO, and I cashed for what felt like $1 million because I won, and the blog will be out soon. So I've cashed half my events, and I haven't even played Hold'em. But this isn't about me. This is about being a journalist here at the World Series of Poker. Now, Ben Lamb and D-Negs offered Deeb a $250K bet that he couldn't eat more chicken fingers than the amount of buy-ins he's going to play this summer. How degenerate do you have to be to decline that? Just don't play any events. For $250,000, I would place a bet on number of babies I murdered versus amount of buy-ins. Just don't reg anything. And if you want to play a 600, you can eat 600 chicken fingers, bro. And, we talked about the $12 glizzies here and the $16 hot dog combo. People knew and brought their food. Everybody was munching at the WSOP this week. Phil Hellmuth actually pulled one of his sick white magic moves with this one. Check it out. It's a Philly cheesesteak. Okay. Ew, Phil. That cheesesteak was just sitting on a sweaty, swamp-ass, damp fucking poker chair? That's fucking gross, dude. Can we just play a video of him being a whiny bitch, please?
It was just stunning. I mean, they just got away with murder against me. It's like, but you know what? Like, I mean, like, from a poker perspective, I did not deserve to win.
Ew. How fat do you have to be to agree to sign an M&M's wrapper? And what's this guy gonna do with that? Waste the fucking guy's time. Now, as I mentioned with the Alan Keating stuff, he did end up apologizing and bought all the high rollers in edible arrangement or some shit. Oh my god, wait, holy shit. That guy brought his whole kitchen to the table? That dude's about to eat an avocado peanut butter or something sandwich, and I don't know what's scarier, that he looks like every henchman in the Bourne trilogy, or that he's allowed into the casino with not one but two fucking knives. And that wasn't the only distracting thing going on in the felt, though, this week. Look at this Muppet.
My loneliness is killing me, and I dig slick, baby, one more time.
You can't sing Britney Spears in a cowboy hat if you aren't currently riding a penis. I'm sorry, sir. Those are just rules. The reason why a queen didn't come out is because the other three were this guy and his two dads. Obviously, of all needles, this one is fun and what the WSOP is about. Oh, shit. Do you guys hear that? I think a Cabral clip is coming.
This guy has good reads. Okay, here we go. Casino Royale, Hippopotamus, and 7 on the river. Looks like. No, not diamonds, please. This is so boring. Floor, please, can you kill me?
Martin, the floor can't kill you. They'd be way too busy if they could do that. Besides, it's the World Series of Poker, so there have to be a $500 get murdered by the floor add-on.
What up? It's the Trooper.
Root, I'm in your city, yo. What up? I'm gonna see you in a couple of days. What are you up to? Hanging out in a parking garage, sipping on comped iced coffee?
Rebet it.
No, sorry, wrong autistic boomer. There it is.
This is Coin Poker's code, RDP Trooper moment.
I'm here with an update about this poker, whatever you want to call it, poker game, poker show. So in my last video, I told you that there were messages. I was seeing all these notifications, and I thought that this was something that dude is doing, but it's not.
Trooper, come on, man. Say my name. What the fuck, dude? Does he say my name once in this video? No? Trooper, dude, I get us both this sick opportunity to play on a WPT stream, and you won't even say my name in your video?
It turns out, see, I get a lot of messages all the time. I get emails offering me to do this or do that.
I call bluff.
I'm not interested in a rivalry with this dude or with anyone, honestly. You see, a rival is someone who matters.
Trooper, come on, dude. That's how you're hyping up our big stream, by playing it off like it doesn't matter. Oh, I'm sorry. Is a 10K cash game not big enough for you, Mr. 1-2? Sorry I couldn't get you a comp chicken Caesar wrap and $12 spins on the fucking hen slot.
I've seen one of his videos. I saw one video like years ago, one where he was in the car. I found it annoying, but I didn't say anything about that. I never said anything about it ever, at all. And then there was the first video, I believe, that he did this segment wherein he talks about me at the end of every video or whatever. I saw the first one because a whole bunch of people pummeled me with messages telling me that he was talking about me in his videos. So I did watch it. I found it, well, pretty douchey. But who cares? You know, I like to know who my enemies are. Enemy, not rival. And that's it. So, I mean, I could have picked a better rival for myself. Although I don't really have any rivals, I am, as they say, unrivaled.
But that's not true. I literally have a list of your rivals right here. Pants that are for pregnant women. The barista at the Starbucks in the Plaza. The barista in the Starbucks at Treasure Island. Grimace for taking your likeness. The barista at...
Now, he doesn't deserve any applause. He called with King Jack.
It's good. Blue.
Mentioned how much April made, and it was about when April left Aaron, and basically showing that like he owed her money for the last month of work at Steel Toe. But that's the only thing I can think of. And, I mean, this has been 2 years ago. It's been forever. So it says, if respondent deletes these tweets, I have them archived. More than once, respondent has done acts like that meet the legal definition of targeted residential picketing, and the respondent has been told not to come to certain public events that the victim attends because there's nothing there. After that, respondent attended public events that the victim attended, nothing there. These acts by respondent show a pattern of attending public events while knowing that attending is harassing to the victim. It also should be said that Aaron invites people all the time to Stoney's, to the boxing gym. I mean, Stoney's is one of his like advertisers and his promotional people that he keeps all the time. Stoney's, blah, 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 blah. And Aaron specifically said, yeah, obviously you for sure. Because in his chat, people are like, hey, we got, Patrick Melton's going to be coming to your hearing. And he was like, sure, yeah, it's open to the public. Yeah, of course he can come. Does that matter? I mean, he didn't flat out say, no, oh gosh, I hope he doesn't come, I hope he doesn't show up, he doesn't need to be here. He flat out was like, yeah, I mean, it is open to the public, so awesome. Then you got use social media to harass the victim by, and it says date range 4/11/24 to present. As said before, the respondent is using X and YouTube to encourage harassment and make veiled threats that I should be dead for talking to police about his cocaine arrest in May of 24. Whoops. Whoopsie. Sounds like you just told on yourself, Aaron. I'm assuming he has proof of that. I've not seen any. But I don't see all the things either, so who knows? Describe the effect the harassment has upon the victim's safety, security, or privacy. I cannot live a normal life, do my daily work, without worrying if he is going to invent some new threat or make up some new charge that I'm not responsible for. His daily work, he streams twice a day. That's never changed. Without worrying if he's going to invent some new threat or make up some new charge that I'm not responsible for. Ever since his arrest for felony cocaine possession and child endangerment, and my cooperation with police, and his access of my Google account. I have been worried he could come to my house and cause trouble, especially while my children are home. Now, why would he want to do that, Aaron, unless you were a snitch bitch? Why would he want to do that? Right? Unless you had like a bigger part to play in the arrest than you're letting on. Do you believe the harassment will continue? Yes, no, why? He says yes. He seems unhinged in regards to me and obsessed with inflicting whatever kind of punishment he feels I deserve. I do believe he could get physical at some point. I asked the court to issue an HRO as follows. Respondent shall not harass me, minor children for whom I am the parent, legal guardian, or step-parent, an adult ward for whom I'm the legal guardian. Respondent shall have no contact with me and the minor children, an adult ward listed in number 3 above. Respondent shall stay away from where we live, what the respondent knows, becomes aware of this address. My address is confidential. It's not, but the court cannot order respondent to stay away from a specific address when the respondent doesn't know that address, or my home address is blank. A reasonable distance or area surrounding my home, specifically as follows: 1,000 feet should be sufficient, and no online mentions. That's sort of the biggest part of all of this, and how it gets twisted for anyone to believe that if he was granted these HROs that they wouldn't be able to talk about him online. I'm assuming is from this sentence right here. This is not what the judge granted to Aaron. This is what he asked for. What is this? Let's see. The home address is here. And then he says right here, I'm not requesting a court hearing at this time, but if the court denies my request for an HRO because the court finds there's no immediate and present danger of harassment, I don't want a court hearing. So he just circled both because he's retarded. And then in B, he says, I'm requesting a court hearing. I request an HRO for a length of until the following date, 6/26/25, 1 year, which is less than 2 years from today. Wait a minute. Maybe they made him date it right there. I'm requesting a court hearing. He asked for a year. A year with Nick nowhere around. And he did ask no online mentions. He says, I have 2 or more prior restraining orders against respondent listed as number 6 above. Respondent has violated a prior or existing restraining order between us on 2 or more occasions. I understand the court will likely schedule a court hearing for any request over 2 years. I declare under penalty of perjury, blah, blah, blah. There's his signature and address and all that. So, now this is what was granted. From here. The reasonable grounds to believe the respondent has engaged in harassment which has or is intended to have a substantial adverse effect on safety, security, blah, blah, blah. Right here, physically or sexually assaulted the petitioner, didn't get checked. What did was followed, monitored, or pursued the petitioner, which is kind of nuts, but okay. Made uninvited visits to the petitioner. Unless he can prove that, the last that we know is somewhere in April of 2024. Made harassing phone calls or sent harassing text messages to the petitioner. Again, the last contact that they had with each other through text or DMs or email or any of that, from my understanding, is April the 11th of 2024. Made threats to the petitioner. I've not seen that. At one point, Nick did say something about like the world being better off if he got rid of himself or something, but that's, how can you threaten someone with suicide? Question mark. Anyway, frightened petitioner with threatening behavior. That's kind of, called the petitioner abusive names. And then used social media to harass the petitioner. So, it is ordered. The request for temporary relief is granted, so TRO. And petitioner, notice the minor children are not checked off here, so Aaron asked for him and his family, the kids, so that was not granted. Only Aaron. And then it says the minor children or persons subject to guardianship included in the petition respondent shall have no direct or indirect contact with petitioner. So the kids were sort of basically just left off, but it just says he could not speak to him directly. The relief granted does not extend to petitioner's minor children or persons subject to guardianship. The relief requested for the petitioner's minor children or persons subjected to guardianship is denied because the harassment is not directed against the petitioner's minor children or persons subject to guardianship. Respondent is prohibited from that's his address. Petitioner's address is confidential. It's not. It's all over the internet. Respondent is prohibited from being within 1,000. So look, that's the box right here. Prohibited from being within 1,000 feet of petitioner's job site at Steel Toe Media Inc. So that's his home. Except as follows: any requested relief that is not specifically listed above is denied. So the online conversation, mentioning him at all online, is denied. The restraining order is in effect until June the 26th of 2026. And today is June the 5th of 2026. So that's one thing that I wonder. If it's granted, is it going to be good for the next 20 days? Or is it something that like they're going to restart the clock and say, okay, this starts this day for 1 year? I don't know. All this does is stop Nick from going near Aaron's house or contacting him. So who cares? Legit, who cares? It would be different if, I don't know, if there was any kind of contact or they accidentally saw each other in some place. There's nothing that I've seen there. And I think if Aaron would specify, if it was like, yeah, on whatever, July the 8th, he came over to my house, or on August the 14th, I saw him at such and such, and he shouldn't have been there, and I know he was looking for me. None of that happened. So, if this is granted, all it's going to do is keep Nick from...
Did you get any diseases while on your trip?
Day 2, I had the first food poisoning. I've traveled enough to know what it was, and I'm like, it's coming. We start sweating when you're not doing anything, and then just like shits and barfs, and then you gotta wrestle with it because you're like, I gotta keep this pill down for 1 hour without shitting or barfing or really barfing. Any other full diseases. It's just a lot of that. Now I got pink eye from the hospital room. I woke up and I'm like cruddy and shut, and the pharmacist was like, what happened? I'm like, I said, it's hospital. And you're dry. Like, it goes, depends. He gave me just some drops right there. Let me do it. Didn't have to see a specialist. U.S. healthcare.
Did you get any diseases while on your trip?
Day 2, I had the
may be granted. Failure of respondent to appear will not be a defense to criminal charges against respondent for violation of
I was behind Brad Pitt. It was making me laugh because Brad Pitt was watching his own film, and I was watching the film played together, but Brad Pitt was in front of me on the flight.
Wait. Brad Pitt was watching a Brad Pitt movie.
He was watching Brad Pitt. Maybe never seen it, which made me kind of laugh. I didn't speak to him.
Can I just say something though? I quite love him for that.
Oh, no, absolutely. That's just good at all. No, I would not. I love Brad Pitt. I would have liked to have Brad Pitt on the flight. Yeah.
God, you two together.
Honestly,
That would be what a reckoning that would be. Get off the plane like David Candy and Brad Pitt together.
Everyone's behind Brad Pitt. It was making me laugh because Brad Pitt was what.
Certificate of service of process, so this shows when.
Did you think I was going to win that fight against O'Connor? Yeah. I did, yeah. Not many did. Johnny didn't. Well, I went to Miami to spar with O'Coley for that fight. Yeah, but he didn't want to spar. What did you think? You know, you heard the crowd. Yeah, saw the support he had.
Dated June 26th. And then this, which is and then order regarding fee waiver. So this is just showing that Aaron didn't have to pay for these HROs. All right. It's funny. I just looked over and saw that. You did not. I've never owned any Juicy Couture, but you know what's funny about that? Aaron used to wear pink sweatpants that said Juicy on the back. And he wouldn't say exactly where he got them from. He said a girl gave them to him, and we're like, Ghost Crusaders TV is here and says, another win for the child. Look at that. I hope Milton's still here and can get on you about that. That's funny, though. Look at Nick's suit. That's pretty cool. His Aaron's jacket and tie are the same. Why does Milton look like that? I'm surprised you don't have him, like, hunched over. Oh, mercy. Thank you very much for that. I did show your other super tip, by the way. And I know it didn't really relate, but I showed it anyway. Now, I do have this stuff against Patrick. Should we go ahead and get in, like, just cover it real quick?
What a disaster! This place is chock-a-block, mate, and we'll go and give the dunny a little tickle. I don't think anyone's finding this funny. No, let's go outside and find the drain. So this is the main inspection point to the drain. Everything in the house is banking up, and this could be the location where we can get access to the drain to unblock everything. So let's remove this flap. And Bob's your mother's brother. We've got the flap out of the drain. Now, this isn't blocked, but upstream of the drain is where the blockage will be. So I assume the drain runs up under the grass, under the paving, and down this side of the house where all the bathrooms are backing onto. We're on the other side of the fence now, and under the paving here is where the drain starts. It'll run under the paving, but mate, how are we going to get into the drain? So I'm going to add a little bit of fuel to this fire, and I'm going to start plunging this toilet here. And I was chatting to the owner, and he can confirm the other bathrooms are A-OK. It's just this back bathroom that's got the issue. And look at that, mate. She's making a bit of a racket, isn't she? What are we going to do? So I'll push this plug into place, and then we'll start plunging again, because the drain wasn't sealed before, was it? So let's keep plunging and see if we can get this sorted. Oh, mate, the overflow is now an issue. We've got to somehow try and block that overflow up. Have we cleared it? No, we haven't cleared it. We need to block that overflow up on the basin, because once again, the drain is not sealed. So I'll give a little bit of toilet paper here. Yeah, we're going to just make this up as we go along. We'll dab it in some water. There we go. And now we'll try and stuff it inside the overflow to try and seal the drain. Whether or not this works, I don't know. So let's insert Mr. Plungy back down the dunny and keep on plunging. And look at that. The drain is now sealed, so we can continue plunging, knowing that we've got a nice seal to the... Have we cleared it? Have we cleared it, boys? No, it's not clear, and I'm secretly relieved, because you and I would have had to part ways pretty quickly, and I'm having fun. Let's keep going. Have a look at this, guys. I'm running this basin, and look what happens. The dunny can starts to fill up. Can you see it? It's the level in the dunny bowl is starting to rise, which means that obviously these two drains are connected. So I've got an idea. Well, what if we were to disconnect this bottle trap and send the jet down the basin waste, run it under the ground, and then unblock the dunny that way? Let's get the jet out. You know you're loving
it's Mr. Whippy, Mr. Whippo's my trusty old friend. So we've removed the bottle trap from this drain, and I'm going to send my friend Mr. Whippy, the Whippos, as far downstream as we can, and use 5,000 psi water pressure to blast the blockage out the drain. Let's fire up the bloody jet! Well, this isn't ideal. The dung is overflowing, and it's causing a lot of overflow, which could go into the bedroom carpet, mate. Luckily, it's draining down here. This is the shower floor drain. Let's fire it back up, boys. We'll try and quickly unblock this before there's too much overflow. Oh, mate. No, we're going to have to turn this off. We're going to have to turn this off. No, we're going to have to come up with a plan B. This is not good. This is a bit of a drama, and the floor drain's starting to block up now, guys. So I've got me plumber's chopsticks. I'm going to remove this floor drain grate, and we're going to gain access into the floor drain to try and unblock it. So we'll just close the lid on the dunny because we don't want that backfiring up onto the ceiling. And we're running out of time here. This bathroom's pretty flooded. And if we can't clear it quickly, it's going to go all over the carpet. And we're away! Well, guys, I'm going to have to come up with another idea because I'm simply going to flood the bathroom out. Do I go outside and remove some paving, although we may not find the drain? Or do I start removing the toilet? I'm just going to have one quick last go at trying to unblock it from this basin waste pipe. Alright, I had a quick one last go. Didn't bother recording it because I was getting absolutely nowhere. Pull this hose out, guys. You can see how far down this basin I went. I was just getting stuck. It's almost like the drain is broken. There's some serious resistance in there. It's very concerning. We may have to dig this drain up. I think there's going to be a bit of a problem. There shouldn't be this much resistance, you know. It's like fishing when you're using... Hang on a second. Speaking of fishing, what have we caught here? It's like it's paper towel. I know what it is. It's wet wipes. It's baby wipes. Are you kidding me, mate? These cannot be flushed down the drain because they cause awful problems, mate. Yeah, obviously the toilet's still blocked. We've still got more fun to have, but, mate, wet wipes. I mean, as much as I love my job, I hate trying to unblock a drain full of wet wipes. Listen to me complain. This drain here is going to be chock-a-block with wet wipes as well. Wow, we're in for some fun, guys. Oh, the hose is stuck. Me hose is stuck, boys. Come on, you good thing. Oh, hey! Oh, and would you look at that? We've picked up a bit of hair for our trouble, but there's something serious going on underneath the toilet, and I think it's wet wipes. Getting a bit more water down the drain because it's much easier to plunge when the drain's totally full. But guys, have a look at this. Boom! Busted. Down the evidence. You can't flush these wipes down dunnies because, well, I mean, you can if you're trying to keep a plumber employed. So, anyway, let's keep plunging, guys. I'm not going to give up. There is no way I'm giving up. You know me. We fight till the very end. So, come on, Mr. Plungy. Do your work, mate. Let's get this sorted. Well, guys, you can see the movement in the shower drain. This is not good. This really is blocked. It's not even draining away just a tiny bit, mate. This is totally clogged. I'm going to have another go at trying to plunge this shower gully because you never know. You know, persistence pays off, mate. So let's go again, Mr. Plunging. Come on, you good thing. Are we getting through this blockage? What's going on here, guys? Are we getting it? No, we're not. But that's all right. I've still got a smile on my dial. And I'll continue on until we unblock this. Let's keep going, guys. All right. I'm going to have to put a camera down this drain and inspect what's going on. So I'm going to send my camera upstream of this drain and get a visual of what's going on. Hopefully we can make a better decision on what to do after we have a look. Well, that was a complete failure, and I'll tell you why in a second, but I've got another idea. So I sucked out the juice from the dunny with a straw, and I'm going to remove it. And it looks like a crime scene in here, so let's just get this toilet off the ground. Remove the flash pipe, oops, and then we will clean up after, guys. Don't worry, we will clean up. Let's get this toilet off the ground here and have a look at that. I mean, I don't know what else I expected. Just chockers. Let's fire her back up, and we're away, you little ripper. Well, whoa. Have we got it? Guys, have a look at this. Hey, you little beauty! I mean, this is the pure definition of reward for effort, although there's a problem. When there's blockages that involve wet wipes, like right now, sometimes you unblock the drain and find the wet wipes are blocking the drain up further downstream. And we can see right here, guys, the drain is still slightly blocked. We have to flush this drain, test it, and inspect the inspection shaft at the front of the property. I guess that's why they call it an inspection shaft. So we'll pull the hose out of the drain here, and look, you can see it's really starting to drain away now. We'll run the shower, we'll run the basin, we'll get a lot of water down the drain, which should flush whatever else is in the drain out, and then we'll go back to the front of the property and have a little bit of a sticky beak down the inspection shaft, just to make sure everything is A-OK, mate. It sounds good, it looks good! Hey! How good is that, guys? This is your captain speaking. If you flush the toilet now, you will squirt Bruce from Drain Cleaning Australia right on the head. Today, we're going to make a steak burger with ice cream because adulthood means no one can stop me. Bruce can cook. So to start off, we're going to need some steak.
The world's greatest basketball player and the world's wooiest rabbit teaming up to play in the wildest, slam dunkinest animation spectacular ever made.
Special delivery.
They have a slavery joke in Space Jam. I was just watching it again last night. We're on a Space Jam run, and that's the thread. Bugs Bunny's convincing Michael Jordan to help save them from those aliens. He's like, they're talking slavery, Doc. We're doing stand-up comedy, the same jokes every night. It just has him chained to a stage doing jokes, so that's actually pretty funny.
Damn.
They're talking slavery. We're
Is that day of slavery?
Yeah, he's like, they're talking slavery.
That's not good.
Because they're talking about slavery. They're going to make us do stand-up comedy. The same jokes every night for all eternity. We're going to be locked up like wild animals and then trotted out to perform for a bunch of lowbrow, bug-eyed, bareheaded, humor-challenged aliens.
That's not good, folks. I'll get us out of this, folks.
He did okay.
Yeah,
I've been like really watching his performance with like a critical eye, and I'm like, MJ. He looks old. They show him in his high school photos. He looked like he was a 30-year-old man.
Yeah, he was fibbing, dude.
It was great. He might have been fibbing.
He was fibbing.
Because they go through the beginning. They have that whole thing of his pictures and him through college. Dude, he looked like he was 35 in college, and he's doing like slamming over people.
Scoop.
He does. You see him lately?
MJ?
Yeah, he's rough, bro.
Yeah.
He's rough.
He's hitting those stogies and booze on the links every day, dude.
Isn't he good at golf though?
Yeah.
Yeah, you think he'd have time to enjoy himself? He's worked pretty hard. On the Space Jam set, he demanded to have a gym set up that he could train 5 hours a day.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Is here almost every single day of shooting, and works out every day, and goes to this little dome thing he's got, and plays with usually a dozen or so other NBA players, the best.
It's a superhuman effort on his part. I shoot all day, and I go home totally exhausted. Well, he's worked out, and then he plays basketball for a couple of hours at high level of intensity.
5 hours a day.
He brought those guys in to play with.
Barkley, all those guys.
Yeah.
Sean Bradley too.
Sean Bradley rocks.
Dude, yeah.
Beggs. Kemp wasn't in it.
No. Bradley, Bogues, LJ. LJ was in it.
Yeah.
And Sir Charles. Did Michael Jordan really have a dog named Charles, or was that just in the movie? Seems like something MJ would do.
Yeah, it does seem something. Yeah, that's my fucking disgusting bulldog. I named it after my fat competitor.
Yeah, he's such an interesting guy. Michael, did you watch the thing on him?
Yeah, Last Dance.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Isn't he like hyper competitive?
He's like known for being a complete fucking psycho.
Is he really?
Yeah.
He won. You know, I was happy for him. But he did that little shrug, and I took that personally.
Yeah, he looks so serious.
Yeah.
But he was good in the movie. Like, for real, he's pretty good. And he plays pretty well off of Newman.
Have you guys moved into the new Space Jam yet?
You won't watch it.
He refused because LeBron, his Chinese fucking ass is dumbass.
You know, I just think that, you know, when you're misinformed or you're not educated about something, and I'm just talking about, you know, the tweet itself, you know, you never know the ramifications that can happen.
Yeah, LeBron's in it. Although, I also heard, I know for a fact that they ruined it. I just, because of the time it was made, I know they probably put a bunch of bullshit in it.
Sucked fucking Lola Bunny's tits out.
Say what?
We don't even have voluptuous Lola Bunny, dude. They made her like.
That also fucked me up. I forgot. That was when I was younger. I was like wildly attracted to female Bunny and Bambi. Like for real, like loved
Bambi.
Wasn't there a female Bunny and Bambi or something?
Oh, the Bunny and the Thumper.
Thumper, bro.
You can't be attracted to Thumper, bro.
Was Thumper a girl?
I think
there was a girl. Tony, no, it wasn't Thumper. Thumper might have been a boy. There was a girl Bunny and Bambi with big eyes.
I think that's Thumper.
Is it Thumper? Let me say, because there was a girl Bunny. It wasn't the. What's the girl Bunny? Yeah, Thumper's a boy, bro. Pause on that.
You're the one who said you jacked off to Thumper.
I got this. Her name's Miss Bunny, and I gotta be honest, she's kind of hot.
Let me see
that.
Bro, that's what I'm talking about. When I was little, I was real attracted to that bunny.
There's nothing wrong with that.
It's those big eyes. And then that bunny comes out of the other Space Jam, and I like fucking sucked the wind out. I was just like, oh shit, I forgot how hot cartoon bunnies were to me.
Lola Bunny is out of control.
Lola Bunny's crazy, bro.
The delightful Lola Bunny, who has some very definite moves of her own.
Girl's got some skills.
Yeah, dude, it fucked me up. I was
It
watching.
ruined. Look at the new Lola.
What the fuck is that? They turned it into
That's what we had. Dude.
That's what I'm talking
Trump's
about.
America. Now that's Biden. That's Biden.
Dude, why'd they do that?
I mean, a big hipped fucking frumpy ass bitch. Give us thick Todd.
They turned her into an actual
Thick
female
Todd,
athlete.
dude.
I thought
How could they do this to us?
the story of the New Space Jam isn't that bad. It's just like the algorithm is created.
Yeah, it's not bad.
players. Yeah, but the like execution was bad.
What's
They took Peck the Pew out and they left the clown.
I heard they took. That's the bullshit.
Come on,
They put the clown from Saul in there.
Jigsaw's in there too.
Yeah, they're all in there.
Well, I'm not subjecting the
Jigsaw's
kid
way
to
worse
shit.
than Pepe.
Yeah, he fucking chopped people apart. Pepe was just cheating on his wife and a bit of a horn dog.
Hey, what do you want to watch?
Well, if you turn on channel 14, we can probably catch the end of Muslim Looney Tunes.
As a pig, I am very dirty and should not be touched by humans.
See, I'm energized. Got my soul stuck with energy. Only your family broken, only left with a memory, nigga. This is real life. Cause on this side, niggas lame. Don't get caught lacking in the chorus, switching lanes. See you floss, nigga. Don't be dumb, use your brain. Cause on the right team would be a shirt filled.
Captain, no, it's 2008. Let's say you're on the court and a fan runs onto it like it happened last night. Have you ever seen that before? Can't believe that happened. What would you do if you saw some guy running up to, either you or the guy you're defending? Here it is. He comes from the left side of the screen right up to Wemby while he's filming it. What was your thoughts about this?
I mean, the boy, what an asshole. Some people just do anything for attention. It pissed me off, man, because somebody probably put a key in his back to do something dumb like this. And on top of that, it wasn't. First of all, him doing that in itself was already an idiotic move. But to do it doing live ball, like this wasn't doing a damn ball. This was live action. We don't know what could have happened. We don't know if he could have ran into somebody. What if Dylan Harper decided to change directions? Things could have got ugly with this. You know what I mean? Yes. Hey, listen. I never preach for somebody to, to go to jail. As a person that done been to
I think maybe even Dirty Jersey Rat. Dirty.
Tookie is making fun of Bacon Bits with his voice, sniffling, and white trash background. Because apparently Bacon Bits might have a thing with the booger sugar, allegedly. There have been accusations. There was, I guess he was on a late night show, and he needed some help staying awake. And so it was pointed out, I think Team Tim was there, and it was pointed out that he might have had some dried booger sugar in one of his nostrils.
Oh.
Life.
Yeah.
You did ever do that booger sugar? You know what I'm talking about, Clearwater Chad?
No, never.
But you know what I'm talking about?
I'm guessing so, yeah.
Oh, for life. Oh, life. Oh, they're the best. Joe and Mike and Zen and the other guy, they're all the best. All right, Joey C., you wanted to talk to Hacky. TSF for life.
Well, I got 3 questions for Hacky. First of all, I'm trying to figure out.
I got a million questions for you.
Did you dye?
What?
Did you dye Tookie's purple hair from green to purple?
No. See, what happened is a guy who created Tookie finally made another Tookie, but it's kind of off, and it doesn't look exactly like Tookie, and it's purple, and I bought it. So now I have a new character named Hacky. I'm a super TSN fan. Rocco sucks. How's your daughter? Jesus. What kind of question is that? How's your daughter?
Right.
I mean, I think he means well. He's a puppet.
Right.
My daughter's fine, but let's not talk about that today. I want to know.
No, what's going on?
Say Kevin Brett. My second question: how do you say Kevin Brennan sucks? You should be ashamed of yourself. Kevin Brennan's a genius in the Alvarez. Clearwater Chad, you let him go and you threw that away. So, and you know what?
Finally, this is why Joey C is going to be president. He knows how to walk the walk and talk the talk. I'm going to listen to that again. Sorry, everybody. Rocco sucks. How's your daughter?
My daughter's fine, but let's not talk about that today. I want to know.
No, what's going on?
Say Kevin Brett. My second question: how do you say Kevin Brennan sucks? You should be ashamed of yourself. Kevin Brennan's a genius in the Alvarez. Clearwater Chad, you let him go and you threw that away. So, and you know what? You only got 500 watching. Where's the other 1,000? So you do buy views, don't you?
Nice.
First of all, Chad and Joey C throw you away too? Clearwater Chad?
No, everything was mutual with Joey. He didn't like me because I was friends with the puppets, but
yeah, the wrong puppets. The
2K and 4K, those are good guys though.
Clearwater Chad, you let him go and you threw that away. So, and you know what? You only got 500 watching. Where's the other 1,000? So you do buy views, don't you?
Yes, I buy views all the time. You stupid fuck. Where's your daughter sleep?
Goodbye.
Where's your daughter sleep?
Goodbye.
Does she sleep on the couch? Have you shown her TSN yet? You showed her TSN yet? She'll stab somebody else. She sees that.
Gotta be careful.
And hey, Adam. Hey, Dirty Rat. Dirty Rat's a good boy. He is. Check him out.
a YouTube channel.
All right, guys. You know, in a tone of sort of limping is pimping, what's more fun than doing some hand breakdowns with El Jefe, Kerry Katz? Why do we call him El Jefe? Because he's the boss. He is the guy who puts on the show at Poker Go. You know, he's the one that puts up the money for the year-end free roll. He puts up the money for the player of the series, all this kind of stuff. He's really done a great thing for poker. I'll tell you what, I started playing in the late 90s, and if you would have told me that there'd be like a poker studio right in the center of the strip that's beautiful and the best place to play poker, I probably wouldn't have believed that one, but it's true. High rollers there all the time. It is my home office. Really, at this point in my career, all I play are events at the Poker Go Studio and the World Series of Poker. Outside of that, you rarely see me anywhere else. All right, so let's talk about a hand that involves Kerry Katz. So we also have a player in this event who I mentioned in a previous video I don't know at all. He's a sports guy, he's recreational, not a professional. That became very clear very early on. He had a unique way of playing. He's just in there, you know? He's firing, right? Good for him. I don't know his first name. I just know his name is Yager, right? Yarmer Yager. We're going to go with Yarmer Yager, number 68. No, okay. Impression. That's a big word. I didn't know that. I know, but it's like, I don't hear that one a lot. Impression. What does it mean?
It's like know something before that.
So like prepared. Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's Yakuski out. Pretty one for El Jefe. Let's see how he proceeds. Limps as well. Another good hand here. Ace 5 suited for Fox and then the small. He's in.
Well, suddenly, Negreanu decides to ask what's what with 6 deuce. There's pretty ones out there, but at the 60K sizing. Don't feel quite like the prom queen anymore, sitting on King Queen suited or Ace 5 suited.
Actually, this is an interesting choice from Negreanu with just 6 deuce offsuit, really leaning on Kerry's propensity to not kind of, you know, to cling to survival. Foxen with just his small blind range and the unclear limp of Jaeger, but 6 deuce offsuit here, guys, of the don't try this at home variety. 150 in the middle.
So Yarmer Yager limps under the gun with a couple of threes. Kerry Katz calls from the button. He's got a beautiful hand. He's got the King Queen suited. Foxen from the small, Ace 5 suited, and yours truly in the big blind with 6 deuce offsuit, right? So what's to talk about? I mean, gee, I have 6, whatever, right? It's a silly hand. All right, but let's break it down because this is a it's kind of an important one, really. I had noticed that Yager was also into limping as pimping, but Yager was actually limp folding too much. So he was like limp folding 9s, some limp fold 9s, and some limp folding like King Queens. He was showing them, right? So I'm like, all right, well, his limping range, unless he's setting me up, it's pretty wide, right? Now, you have Kerry Katz on the button, not raising, right? So you have to assume he's going to be raising all the top of his range, aces, kings, ace, king. Again, we've talked about this before with Kerry, though. Kerry's going to have a lot more strong hands than most, but still, it's a spot where against a recreational player, if you have a strong hand, you're just going to most likely play it straight, go ahead and raise it. Foxen from the small blind, he's going to call with pretty much anything, right? So he's never going to have a monster here. He's going to raise here and pick up what's there. He needs the chips just as much. So now, without looking at our cards are irrelevant, clearly. No solver is ever going to tell you to raise with 6 deuce offsuit. This is part of the reason why there's so many situations that come up where a human who's paying attention and can exploit his opponents are going to do better in a lot of spots than the most perfect of smash solvers or whatever the case may be. Because they would never do this, right? But I'm telling you, this prints, all right? So, there's like 60,000 out there now, right? With the big blind ante, you got, 50,000 out there, right? So, I've already got 10 invested. I can risk 50 more, make it 60,000, put a lot of heat on both players. Like, I'm not letting them call easy 3, 4x, 4x, and I can risk 50,000 to win 50,000. Now, do I need this pot? Nah, I'm doing fine in chips, but it is such a good spot. You know, not taking this spot would be like not really being in the game. And I think sometimes, you know, one of the things people don't realize is when you're sharp, you're hitting these spots. You're really focused, right? If you're chit-chatting, being all loosey-goosey, eating a sandwich, right? If you're doing all that, you're not really focused or in the zone. You might just, you know, do the natural thing, look at your card and check, without actually going, whoa, 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 hold on. Every spot is a spot that's potentially a spot. Every spot is potentially a spot that's a spot where you can do some stuff. And this one is a really good one, right? Again, for the reasons I mentioned. This guy's limp folding too much. Carry on the button should be raising, you know, with the strongest part of his range. Alex is for sure going to against 2 players. So, free money. Free money. Free money. You see that with the real estate guy? We're going to put that in. Free money. It's free money. Okay. Free money. It is, right? So the first guy folds at 3s as we expected. But Carey, he limped strong. You know, he limped as strong as he's going to have here. And he's got king, queen suited. Like I said, pretty darn strong. And we don't love it that he calls, but we can also sort of narrow his range down a little bit, right? He's not doing this with aces, kings, queens, ace, king, and stuff like that. Those hands, he's just going to stick it in my face or do what he's got to do. So now we've got a pot of 150,000.
2 out of 3 men down. And Negreanu is going to have to square off with this king queen and on an ace queen 10 board. It will be a challenge. Negreanu does not hesitate to check it over to Carey. Checks back.
Here's the problem, y'all. Flop is ace, queen, 10. 2 hearts, 1 club. Listen, I mean, Carey's not calling 550 more without something, right? So this is just a give up. We took our shot, we risked 50 to win 50. Didn't work out. Carey smashes this board, right? Carey can also, because we know Carey, he could be calling here with 7-8 suited, 8-9 suited, and these kind of things. He likes to play those hands in position. But, you know, he's also going to have a lot of hands that just absolutely smash this. He's going to have suited aces. He's going to have king jack, suited. He's going to have king queen, as we know. He's going to have king 10s, 10 jacks, a whole bunch of hands. So I'm giving up on this hand on the flop, but it doesn't mean I'm done for the perpetuity of it. Like, I can check this flop with a lot of my strong hands, and I would. So if I actually had an ace here, let's say I raised with some goofy ace 9, I'm probably checking this too. Carey knows that, right? So I can go ahead and check here and still give myself a chance to win this pot with a delayed bet, maybe on turn or river. If flop goes check, check, turn goes check, check, maybe I can bet river.
Back second pair, gut shot, straight draw. Negreanu drawing dead.
Daniel's just doing his thing, Ollie. 6-2's offsuit here.
Not a weak ace. Not a weak ace. Not second pair. Second possible pair. Queen?
60K bet, earning the respect of Carey.
Highly unorthodox procedures there from Daniel. Fair enough, my friend.
If we make
Chip
that
leader here, going wire to wire thus far.
Turn 7 of diamonds. We still have absolutely nothing. Okay? But Carey, again, he's getting short on chips. So I don't need to risk it all to bluff it, right? If he puts in anything here, he's probably going to have to put it all in. And I think he knows that. So with 150,000 out in the pot, how much do I really need to bet here to tell the story that I have an ace and hope that Carey doesn't? Hope that maybe Carey folds queen jack, king jack. I don't know. Not king jack. King queen, a 10, you know, all these kind of hands. An ace is a very reasonable card for me to have, right? If I wasn't doing what I'm doing, which is raising any 2, you know, in this spot, an ace is a good blocker card to go ahead and bluff raise with. And I think Carey knows I could have ace 4 or something like that. So I decide how much needs to be risked here based on his stack size. And I decide 60,000 into 150. Okay? And the other thing I know about Kerry, which maybe I'm not going to reveal this because it's too much information, but if he calls this turn, okay, I'm going to do it anyway. But anyway, if he calls this turn, right, he's going to do that with some of the hands that are going to fold the river. So I'm committing to betting 60 now so that I could potentially fire the last bullet on the river and go ahead and bluff. Barring, well, I mean, I'm pretty much going to do it on almost any river because if river cards get there with like straight cards, like a jack or a king, now I'm going to have to bank on the fact that he doesn't have a straight, he's going to fold two pair. A lot, right? But anyway, my plan was to bet the 60,000 on the turn, go ahead and bluff the river. Now Kerry's sitting there with king queen suited, and he knows all this stuff about me having ace junk and big hands, and I don't think he thinks that I'm doing this with six deuce offsuit for sure. So he looks at the spot and says, listen, if I go with this, I'm going to have to go all the way. And he elects to fold. So we picked up a pot here. More than just the even money bet, which was
I'm doing it for my daughter. With sound effects, with music, whatever sort of customization, make an app about it. But this footage is so classic, it can never die, and it has to be resurrected over and over again for generations to come. I want to see subway surfers on the bottom,
Brazilian.
tunnels on top,
Brazilian.
tunnels mod in your video games. We keep it alive forever. We can't let it die. Yo, sorry. I think I got bars. Hey, Chris. Can they see my stream?
I can see your light.
Can they see my stream?
I can't see the screen at the moment.
Can they, bro?
You are like way the fuck out.
Can they see my stream? Mother. This shit didn't work. This piece of shit didn't work. Sweet. Did anybody check to see if my stream was visible? Okay. Serious mode somber. Which one is this connected to?
I mean, they were trying to do the right thing, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But they, I mean, it just was.
They're playing, man.
Oh, yeah. They're wild. They're okay. They're like wild. When I say wild, they are wild.
Yeah.
Yep.
If I can say so myself, man, your setup is well organized. It's pretty nice.
We
And you
got
seem
kind
to
of
be doing.
clean in here or whatnot, you know.
It's fine. Your floor is cleaner than my floor, my bedroom. That's serious.
Yep. The cats are, and it's funny. They, like I say, good judges of character. Some people, they just won't come out. Like, I don't know why people even live here. And their mother cat
episode on Lumber Capital Log Yard. Today we are splitting and delivering a cord of firewood, but this cord is being delivered to some of the worst customers we have. Yeah, these people, they never pay and they ran out of firewood halfway through the season. We know them very well, and so do you guys, because shocker, it's us. Guilty as charged. One of the greatest benefits, I would say, to working at the family business is that our home heating is pretty inexpensive, especially when you cut it and split it and deliver it all yourself. And that's exactly what Jade and I are doing today. Although we might get the neighbor boys to stack it for us, we're putting in the hard work splitting it, so that has to count, right? Anyways, this is some nice seasoned firewood. The boss is treating us real good with some seasoned firewood. And so we have plenty to burn because we are almost out. So this is just going to work out perfect. We're just going to head right home with the trailer and call it a day. So let's finish filling this sucker up and get going. Alright, we're heading out. I'm not sure if I remember how to get there. Might have to pull up the GPS. Well, this isn't my first time delivering firewood. Actually, my first time was before we even owned the place. The funny thing is that what actually happened was the old lady that used to own our house used to get firewood from us. And I remember the first time I went there, the GPS didn't take me to the right place. Like it was the way that the address is. I don't really know what happened, but I was like trying to call my mom because I thought I had the wrong address and I couldn't find the house. And I think I drove past it like 3 times. It was ridiculous. But now I think I know where we're going. It's honestly not the easiest place, but I've backed down it so many times at this point that I'm used to it now. But definitely the first time I did, it was a real challenge. Really depends on when you're going to, because that road gets really, really busy later. So I think we might be skipping rush hour here, but we'll see. Alright, now that we're straightened out, we just really have to hug this side because we have to make it around the 90-degree turn. I did not make this around very smoothly the first time I did it. I'm so close to the hedges on this side, but there's barely enough room. Barely. Cut a little bit too tightly here. A little bit more to work with. Well, that wraps up our work day. Thanks for coming along on today's delivery to these terrible customers. We just have to get this fire rolling after being gone all day, make the house nice and toasty, although it's not feeling too bad right now. Thanks for watching, everyone, and I hope you guys enjoy. If you did, give it a thumbs up, subscribe. Other than that, we'll see you back here next time. Bye.
Hassan's friends just abandoned him. Hassan just got confronted in real life. The entire world is turning on Hassan. Almost everyone hates Hassan now. 90% hated. Hassan just got caught in 4K. Vegas Hassan Orbiter just ruined his career. Hassan is legally now. Hassan is threatening to sue now. Hassan's new girlfriend is pathetic. Hassan just ruined his life. Hassan and his orbiters are fucking ruined. Hassan's about to quit streaming. Hassan is completely fucked now. Hassan just responding in the worst way. Female Hassan just lost her fucking mind. Hassan just felt super bad. Hassan just had an insane meltdown. Hassan's downfall is incredible. Hassan's friends are canceling him now. It is all the same video.
Oh, brother, this drama queen. Fascism is here.
I love this guy.
Massive day for the unemployed.
Okay.
So Hassan has just had a monumental crash out on stream, live on stream.
Yes, you told me.
So the guy he's talking about is More Pegasus. Now you told me you don't watch More Pegasus.
Diabolical. Yes, but I know the name.
You know the name. I listen to More Pegasus when I'm walking the dog, that sort of thing. And let me tell you, the guy slays. He's like the world's premier Hassan A-Log, followed closely by us. I'm only joking. We're probably like 40th or something.
Yeah, well, you can't blame him. Hassan is like a premier lolcow. There is so much to milk.
I know. And everyone is going in on him. I mean, everyone. The government. The fucking treasury.
The Brits.
The Brits banned him. The New York Post, right, released a video called Hassan's Top 5 Biggest Scandals. Sex-obsessed life, dog shock collar, and more. So this crash out, as I said, is just monumental. It's so fucking good.
Right, he's on the precipice. His left eye is twitching.
Yeah, almost. More Pegasus is going to have a fucking field day. Do you want to have a look?
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Let's go!
Diabolically massive day for the unemployed. A series so epic, it already has 300 episodes. Welcome back to a series so legendary, even more Pegasus plays Brawl Stars. Subscribe. He has a playlist, Hassan and Friends Saga, the legendary series. He's done 300 videos on me? He's done 300 videos? Oh my god!
So that is actually quite impressive. 300 video. I don't doubt it. Motherfucker puts out like a video a day almost. I think it's per day.
Lolcow material. I can't say it any better than that.
Well, I think it's more than lolcow with Hassan. He's like, what's the word?
Irritating as fuck.
Insidious.
Insidious.
You know what I mean? Like, he's just fucking nasty. And he's a hypocritical crybaby, as we're about to see. Remember when the UK banned him just last week? And he was going on about how, like, oh, this is a free speech issue. Fuck this. This is unfair. This is an injustice. Well, he's about to try to sick the Singaporean... Is it Singaporean? Singaporeans? I don't fucking know. The Singapore government against More Pegasus.
Obviously, he lives in Singapore.
Yeah, he lives in Singapore. But 300 videos, my God. We've got 17. I think this will be like the 18th.
Really, Barry? There's no more than
than 17.
No, it was 17. I mean, we've done 2 in the last 2 weeks, and I was like, I'd had my fill of Hassan. But when something like this happens, you got to talk about it because it's so fucking funny.
Yeah, didn't you have another topic lined up for today?
I did. I had another video all lined up, and then I saw this, and I thought, fuck this. This needs to be talked about because it's so funny.
The Pegasus guy is my favorite. There's this like Indian dude on YouTube. It's so funny because he has nothing redeemable about him, but the pure animus that drives a lot of dudes that look like him, I guess, on the internet, that spend every waking moment on the internet. There are a shit ton of people being put into concentration camps. Some of them look like you. This dude is an Indian living in Singapore. The ethnic Chinese Singaporean judge won't be kind to an Indian stalker harassing a pro-China guy.
I mean, there's so much to unpack there.
Is that racial profiling?
Yeah, it sounds a lot like racial profiling, doesn't it? But how's when he said, how would a Chinese judge in Singapore feel about an Indian national? I don't know if he's Indian, by the way. Going in on a pro-China guy. He just fucking admits it. He's like, in the pocket of the CCP. You know what I mean? He had that fucking trip. I reckon that was government funded. That was CCP funded.
He's a Mao bitch boy.
Yeah, that's me speculating, by the way. Allegedly, in my opinion.
An alleged Mao bitch boy.
An alleged Mao bitch boy.
Oh, you're like a comedy song.
So he starts to go on about how, because this guy's making videos about him, it's like obviously stalking. And where this is going to go is Hassan, as I said, wants the full weight of the Singaporean. I want to know if it's Singaporean. Is it Singaporean or Singaporese?
The correct term is Singaporean.
Okay, yeah, shut the fuck up. It's Singaporean.
Singaporese? What the fuck?
Well, I don't know. I don't know anything about Singapore, okay?
It's like someone singing a non-wealthy tune or something.
That was fucking cringe.
At this point, this is a fan stalker. I mean, this is beyond. You might be my most. Look, I have a lot of haters. Okay, I have a lot of haters. There are a lot of people on the Hasanabi hate industrial complex. I think you might be the top dog. He's gonna put this in a video, just so you know.
Yes, he is. He's probably gonna put this in fucking 57 videos at least.
Hasanabi train.
The Hasanabi header train.
All aboard the Hasanabi header train.
I mean, what do you want? You're like the biggest Twitch streamer in the fucking world. And you're a cockhead. You know what I mean? You're going to get people talking about you. Hassan.
Yeah, there's some drama about you every fucking day, almost.
You should report that person to the authorities in Singapore. They have extremely strict laws against cyber harassment and spreading misinfo on the internet. Wait. What do you mean?
Oh, that's some evil shit.
Yeah, that's evil fucking, I don't want to say the word, but that looks like the stereotypical hands, you know, the meme hands of a certain nationality that Hassan doesn't really like.
Oh, the Jew!
Yes, the Jew. You know what kind of annoys me about this, right? And this has always annoyed me, right? Probably because I live in a country with fucked laws. But when Americans, right, they can say whatever the fuck they want on the internet, right? They've got the First Amendment, or pretty much. But when Americans say, look, I can say whatever the fuck I want, but I'm going to go after you, using the retarded laws of your country, it kind of seems really fucking slimy, doesn't it? You know what I mean? There should be like a unified internet law. We can all give each other shit and stop being a pussy.
I mean, it's the severity of this law, though. He's like sitting there, Dr. Eviling his fingers, contemplating possibly getting a motherfucker executed.
Well, we haven't got there yet.
Oh, shit.
He flirts with it. So someone in his chat has obviously gone, look, the Singapore laws on like stalking and harassment shit are quite harsh.
Okay, right. He's looking into it now. He's intrigued.
He's intrigued,
He's
yeah.
a Cuban boy with a cookie.
Intentionally causing harassment, alarm, or distress. Singapore statutes online. An individual or entity must not, with intent, cause harassment, alarm, or distress to another person, use any threatening, abusive, or insulting words or behavior, make any threatening, abusive, or insulting communication, or publish any identity information of the target person or a related person of the target person. Oh my God, they're gonna cane his ass. Oh my God, you're about to get caned, big dog. Oh my God.
Wow.
Wow, he's gone into like full dictator mode.
I know, no wonder he cozies up to the fucking CCP so much.
He loves it.
Yeah, and the Castro government. Anyway, it gets worse.
A large percentage of the public are supportive of the use of the death penalty, with more than 80% of Singaporeans believing in it. Wait, don't get the guy killed? I don't think there's a death penalty for this. And also that I would not be in favor of. Are you fucking insane? Following the COVID-19 pandemic, executions surged. The country carried out 11 executions in 2022, 5 in 2023, 8 in 2024, and reached a 22-year high of 17 executions in 2025.
He was really excited about that execution stuff, wasn't he?
Are you putting in the sound effects?
No, that wasn't me. That was Hassan.
He did that.
He did that, yeah.
That excited. Ha, ha, ha.
Yeah. I tweeted, Diabolico! I can't do the more Pegasus voice. The way he gets all giddy reading about Singapore's execution laws. Bro talks about you on the internet. Calm down. But you could see his balls were fucking tingling then, right?
Oh, yeah. They were swirling. He went from 6 to midnight.
He was getting excited, but here's the thing. If you could get motherfuckers executed for criticising you online, I know a certain tiny-hatted nation that'd be coming after you, Hassan.
Any individual entity that contravenes subsection 1 shall be guilty of an offense, and subject to section 8 shall be liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding $5,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months or both. X and Y are co-workers at the workplace. X writes a letter containing threatening words or maybe a YouTube video. Well, to the Singaporean authorities, I would like to report, I am very scared. It seems kind of like cyber stalking. Not entirely certain if there's a statute for cyber stalking in general. I hope someone in the Singaporean authorities could potentially look into this.
What a bitch and what a monumental crash out. This is fucking fantastic. He's trying to get the guy thrown in jail for making videos giving him shit.
This guy overseas is making YouTube videos about me, and it's really affecting me, and I think it's harassment, and I want him executed.
Yeah, cane him, jail him. I mean, what a crash out. I told you, it's good, didn't
He's
I?
the conductor of the Hassan fake train.
He's calling it a legendary series.
He's gonna get so much mileage out of this. These are all his catchphrases and shit.
No, I want to watch him now too.
I can't wait to see the next episode. I'm like more Pegasus's #1 fan. I'm gonna be refreshing the fucking page.
Thanks for the free advertising, Hassan.
He's calling it a legendary series. I mean, I think it's alarming, but a lot of slander. I don't know what the legal case is for slander. Falling the victim, making any communication or attempting to make communications by any means. Check his chat logs. His name is Pegasus is okay. He's never chatted in this channel. He's never followed me.
So he's saying this law covers like people communicating with you, stalkers communicating. So he's like, oh, is he chatting on my channel? Oh, no, there's nothing there. He's never chatted on the channel. But a YouTube video, Hassan, isn't fucking communication, especially when you're a public figure. You know what I mean? And a public figure of your size.
Yeah.
And imagine, right? Just imagine the GoFundMe. If this happened, if he actually went after more Pegasus for like defamation or something, just put out a GoFundMe. You get like, I think you'd break records. The amount of motherfuckers that want to see Hassan go down, it'd break records. It actually would. It'd break fucking records. I almost want to see it. There'd be some content in that, let me tell you.
The fact that he's not just coming after me, but all my friends in a serialized version of cyber stalking and slander makes me feel very unsafe. Very, very unsafe.
What a bitch.
What a fucking pussy.
It makes me feel very, very unsafe. But the way this ends, and by the way, I've kind of cut this up for like comedic effect kind of thing. It wasn't all in this order necessarily, but I haven't constructed sentences. This is all shit Hassan actually said. The way I'm ending this is just chef's kiss, cherry on top.
You know you can make positive videos. They also go, fairly viral.
Tell us, Hassan. Tell us how to make positive videos.
Yeah, but the funny thing here, right, is that like if you criticize me, it's harassment, it's slander, it's abuse, it's stalking. But you can make 3,000 positive videos, and that's fine. That's not stalking. That's fine. You know what I mean? And by the way, I guarantee you, Hassan hasn't watched one more Pegasus video. Maybe one. But here he is saying it's all lies, it's all slander. It's not true.
Yeah.
He wouldn't know, I guarantee it. Anyway, that's the Hassan Super Mega Crash Out. There's a Chuka Tip. She's got a channel.
Yes, I do.
Thanks very much for watching. We'll catch you later. Ta-ta. Bye.
See ya.
All right, now we are talking nitty gritty, three-handed versus two killers. We got Nicky P, Nicky Petrangelo. We got Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger, the yogi of poker, right? So two really well-studied, top-level players, and we're deep. We are very deep, and all three players, for a lot of the time, we sort of passed chips around, and we were pretty even for an extended period of time. So we're definitely in a battle. We're in the trenches. We're fighting hard. ICM matters too, of course, right? Because every time you move up a place, it's a significant amount of money. As you know, I don't really care so much personally about the money. I'm always trying to win, but I'm conscious of it so that I know how to exploit others that are playing, with that in mind, right? It sort of frees me up because I'm fine with going broke, but at the same time, I know others aren't, so you can do some different things. Anyway, this hand is really cool, okay? It's really kind of a cool hand, even though it's going to sound really wimpy.
Petrangelo. Ace queen off. Upstairs to 70 we go. Now 2 blackjacks out of the big for Negreanu. We'll see how he proceeds.
Blinds, 1530, $30,000 big blind ante. Nick raises the button to 70,000, which is a little over a min raise. Yours truly has jacks in the big blind, so we 3-bet, right? Most of the time. Most of the time. However, if you look at the chip stacks, me and Nikki kind of got a nice little cushion over Lucky Chewy, right? So from an ICM perspective, you would think, you want to be a little more careful, but that wasn't really a big part of my consideration. For me, it's the stack depth. We were pretty deep, and jacks is a good hand, right? Nikki's a sticky player, okay? So he's going to call a lot. And now I'm bloating a pot with a strong hand that's vulnerable, right? So, aligned with what my whole thought process going in was, a little more small ballish approach in these spots, I didn't want to get into like a coin flip here with jacks against ace king. Because what if I 3-bet jacks, we 4-bets? What now? Call and then hope to hit a jack? It's a little bit dicey. So anyway, I take the low variance approach. Well, maybe not. I wouldn't say it's the low variance approach. It's the low risk approach. Well, that's sort of the same thing. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay. So now I just called, which disguises the strength of my hand too, right? So it strengthens my calling range. That can be relevant if you're playing three-handed for a long period of time. You don't want to be so polar where you're just 3-betting all your good hands and then only calling with your kind of marginal junk hands. Because then, if someone can construct your ranges like that, every time you just call free, they'll just pound you because they know you can't have really good cards.
Negreanu feeling very dialed in, choosing to flat and top set here against 2 overs in the Broadway gut shot. 185 in the middle.
Petrangelo going for 65 into 185. Obviously, there's a nightmarish turn card for Daniel that does lurk in the form of the king and a non-board pair, but as it stands, starts with a little slow play.
So, flop is pretty good. Jack 10-5, rainbow. I check naturally, right? This is the spot I'm going to check this board no matter what I have, right? So you think, what was my range do? Checks, forwards. He bet 65,000. Now, if I have pocket fives here, I'm much more likely to raise. Why is that? Can you figure out why I'm more likely to raise with pocket fives than I am with pocket jacks? I'll give you a second. Huh? You figure it out? Did you figure out why? Okay, so the reason I'm more likely to raise with pocket fives than I am with pocket jacks is when I have pocket jacks, I'm blocking a lot of the calling hands, the top pair of hands, right? So hands like ace jack, king jack, queen jack, all that stuff. If I have two of the jacks, it's unlikely that he has a jack, right? If I have pocket fives, I don't block any of that stuff. So now I'll be targeting ace jack or over pairs and things like that, right? So with fives, I'm going to be much more apt to fast play than when I flop absolute top set. Even with middle set, I'm more likely to raise with tens. So most likely to raise fives, second most likely to raise tens, least likely to raise with jacks, again, because of what you're blocking. If there was a flush drawn board, maybe I'm going to raise a little more often as well, because now I can represent some more bluffs, right? What you don't want to typically have is spots where you're raising on flops where you just do that with good hands and you never have any bluffs. When a flush draw is present, your check raises with strong hands are much more balanced if you're also doing that with flush draws or any sort of combo draw. Like if I had Queen 8 of hearts and it was 10 Jack 5 or 2 hearts or something like that. Anyway, I decided to just call in this spot. Knowing that Nick, he'll fire a second bullet with some bluffs. He's going to try to get me off of like the Queen 8 hand, the 7-9, a 5, whatever the case may be. He's going to bet the turn a decent amount, I think. Especially if he has nothing, right?
Very clean turn for Daniel. Oh, yeah. No flush draws to be concerned with.
Now in the pot, we've got 315,000. Turn is a 4. Well, I'm not going to bet this card now, right? It's like if you're having a conversation, the conversation looks like this. Oh, you've raised? All right, I will call. Here's the flop. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Razor. Do what you're going to do. All right, I'll see that bet. Next card, like, okay, Mr. Razor, it's up to you. Are you still going to bet? You wouldn't go, oh, the 4? Guess what? I'm going to bet now. Just, it doesn't make sense, like, in conversation. It's an awkward sort of step, so you would never really bet this ever, right? So I check, and he checks back, which is disappointing, right? We would much preferred a spot where he bets, and then we can elect to check raise or continue to slow play.
Grani checks a second time. This time, Nicky P checks back, and the queen on the river does present an issue for Nicky P. We'll see whether or not the chips enter at Daniel's behest or Nicky's. It's going to be the latter, if at all.
Now, here's the river. The river's a queen, right? Who has range advantage on that card? I don't have ace king, right? I'm never supposed to. I mean, in theory, I could because I'm playing jacks this way. He can have ace king. He could have pocket queens. He could have 2 pair. He could have a whole bunch of stuff. He can have king 9. He could have 8 9, right? I could too. I could certainly have 8 9 and king 9. Probably not ace king. And again, we're really deep. I'm out of position. I don't think this is a card that makes a lot of sense for me to just lead at, right? This is a card that if he does have nothing, let's say he has king 3. If he has king 3, and I bet maybe he bluff raises sometimes, but a lot of times he just folds. If I check and he has king 3, he's going to bet. He's got to bet that queen. Because now he's going to try to get me a 5, a 10, maybe a jack, depending on what size he chooses, right? So overall, I felt like the best approach on the queen was to check. Okay? Now, depending on his size, we're going to proceed accordingly. Okay? If he bets very small, well, we have to raise with 3 jacks. If he bets medium, well, if he bets any large size or bigger, can we raise? Does it make sense to raise? Let's break it down. So,
ace queen feels like a lot of him.
Well, certainly he'll be value betting the ace queen ahead of things like queen 8, queen 9, jack x, 10x, so on and so forth.
285. 285.
And I would think, as uncomfortable as it may be, Daniel should raise here. Naturally, Nick has ace king more than Daniel, but we see it is possible that Daniel has it, given the slow play with jack-jack. A raise targets things like ace queen, queen 10. Well, goes for call, fair enough. Nick will see the, that's a lot of hand there.
What, 12 was the minimum?
Was a raise an option? I would have thought it was for choice. Raise and then just decide if you get piled on, I suppose, fold. But understandably uncomfortable against a player like Petrangelo, who might take some ace-x and turn it into a bluff, given that he has ace-king a little bit more than Daniel. But again, given that they're so deep, Daniel really could just call ace-king off. We move forward.
We check. He bets 285, which is almost the pot. Okay? Again, we talked about that. That's a polarizing bet. That's, I've got a really, really strong hand or I got nothing. If he's got nothing, our raise doesn't get paid. Okay? If he's got a really strong hand, you know what hands those could be? 16 combos of ace king, 16 combos of king 9, 16 combos of 8 9. That's 48 combos that beat my set of jacks. Queens, I don't really think so. I think he's going to bet his queens on the turn. So let's just assume just for the sake of the the argument, that 48 total combos is exactly what has me beat if he's got it. If he's bluffing, again, it's irrelevant because if he's bluffing, he's not calling the raise. So, is there value in me check raising if 48 combos beat me? Now you have to ask the question, all right, if I check raise, say to like 750, how many combos call me that are worse? All the bluffs full, right? All the bluffs full. Completely full. Am I bluffing here on that fucking queen? Excuse my French. Am I really going to be bluffing here at a good clip? I could have 8-9, I could have king 9. So if he has a hand like ace queen, I don't think he's going to call a check raise. I really don't. So if he's not calling with ace queen, which is like really the only hand that we beat because aces bets, kings bets, maybe he checks back aces and kings some of the time on the turn, but I don't think so. I think most often he's going to bet those. So the question is, what am I targeting? 2 pair? Queen 10? Reasonable. Some queen jack? Sure. But even those hands, he's got to ask himself, all right, what does Daniel's range look like? That just check call the fluff, check turn, and now check raises river. What's the bluff? If I have a queen, I can just call. For the jack, it's a bluff catcher. It's fine to call. What hand am I turning into a bluff that doesn't have anything? 7-9? That's it? So you're just going to hope that I got 7-9? I don't think so. So when you do the math on this, it seems really, wimpy and whatnot to raise, but I think raise would be a huge mistake, okay? Because when you are value raising, you have to be ensured that there are enough hands your opponent calls you with that you beat. And in this case, he's going to call me with 8-9, king 9, ace king, all the hands that we beat. Maybe you make a case he's going to call with queen jack, queen 10. There's not 48 combos of that, especially when we have all the jacks, right? It's not how you can count combos if you want. There's 3 the queen 10s, like the 1 queen. What is it? Well, you can have the 1. Oh, yeah, what? 4 queen jacks. Anyway, it's not a lot, right? And it's a very ambitious check raise there. Too thin, I think. And it's funny because I spoke to Nick after the same. He's like, yeah, obviously. Because some people might be like, oh, you have to raise. But he knew that I'm never raising it.
Played a big pot with those jacks.
Well, it could have been a lot bigger if I played it like a normal person.
I honestly, I have so much ace king.
Oh, on the river, I'm not raising. I'm saying pre-flop.
Oh, yeah.
I could have 3-bet that. But on the river, why would I ever raise you?
That seems insane.
It's like, what's the point? That's like suicide. I don't have ace king, probably. So,
honest question.
Fold the best hand.
You're allowed to have whatever you want, but yeah, I wouldn't raise the river.
Yeah, you know what I mean, though, right?
Yeah.
Nicky P pop. But again, how do you bet small? If he bets 100, well, that $100,000 bet represents a wider range. So I'm, of course, going to raise that to probably 350, 400. But once he bets the 285, the risk of the raise doesn't outweigh 2 things. Number 1, it's just a lot of chips to risk 3-handed in this spot. And number 2, I don't beat enough hands to call, right? If he's bluffing, we win. If he's not, 48 combinations of cards he could have that have a speed. Now, you can discount some of the combos, like maybe he bets again with 8-9 or queen 9, sure, but it doesn't matter because still, there's not enough. So, anyway, when you're thinking about a value bet or a value raise, ask yourself, what hands will call you, and how many of those beat you? How many of those do you beat? If more of the hands beat you, then don't raise and don't value bet.
Her engagement ring, I guess. The next morning was when Aaron was asking Nick to give him some money for gas and groceries. So in a similar way, the day, Aaron went to court and was arrested, and he got out within an hour or so. The next morning, he went back to the court to take out this HRO against Nick.
It's like, tell me your head's not on straight without telling me your head's not on straight. Your mind frame, your mindset is not focused on what you say it's focused on. All the good things in your life, all the positivity, all the support, your family, your kids. You're not thinking about them at all. You're thinking about how can I get to Nick? How can I hurt Nick? And that seems sick to me.
So it is sick. The whole reason Nick was there was because Kayla was the victim in the case, the revenge porn case with Aaron. Nick hadn't been anywhere near him. And it also should be said that in his attempt to get Nick away from the courtroom to where he could not be there to support his wife, that further victimizes the victim. Aaron is built on vengeance. And I just think you talk about sick, that's sick. If the judge had granted that, then it would be Kayla and her, advocate that she just met a couple months, prior. But no, Aaron wants them to hurt. And the entire time that they were arrested and couldn't speak online about this stuff, Aaron made sure to tell anyone that would listen and go on any platform that would have him to talk about all of their sexual stuff, all of the relationships, and how that was woven in. It's just wild. It's wild. He wants them to hurt like he hurt. And that's probably why, to this day, literally every single week when I go and I look at some of these still toe clips, every single week he's bringing up April. And it's always disparate, it just, whatever. She's a crack whore. She's a coke whore. She's a slut. She's a this. She's a that. He still talks trash about her to this day. And they've been divorced for what? Over a year? It's like, no, 2 years? Has it been 2 years already? Anyway, a while. Like, get over it. Stop trying to injure the people that hurt you somehow. He's got this new, I'm Catholic grift that he's doing. I'm Catholic and I can't seem to bring myself to go to confession, he says. But you feel the need to continually hurt anyone around you that has caused you any pain. It's sick.
He claims that
it'll never be enough for him either. You know what I mean?
Numerous live streams on YouTube on his own channel, Cable Law on YouTube.
If he did not have it in place where he couldn't say Kayla's name, he would be saying it today. Every day if he could. She hurt him too.
And on other people's channels. And he specifically says NLO on YouTube 62525 and encouraged people to report me to law enforcement. And then he said he has gathered people in public places to harass or intimidate me, which I, of course, have never done.
Right.
He does make it sound like, there was this big conspiracy and everybody gathered up and they just went with pitchforks and, throwing stuff at Aaron's face. And, none of this happened. And it's a shame that just like the knee-jerk reaction, I guess it's a good thing in case there is any truth to some of the claims that are put in the HROs, but the judge automatically says, okay, well, I'll put this in place, and then, if they want a hearing, we'll hear that. That was supposed to happen within 20 days of these filings, and it's been a year. But none of that stuff happened, Aaron. He just lies. He just says whatever on the HROs, just flat-out lies. Or it's something where they ask for a date, and he goes, 2023. What about it? Was there a specific day, a specific incident? And what?
Anyway.
It was my idea to go to the gym. It was my idea to go to Stoney's. What are you talking about?
He's not allowed at that gym. As far as I can tell, Safe Sport has not, reinstated him. And even, I believe that I heard Scott intimate that he is currently not allowed to be there.
No, I think you misunderstood that. He is allowed at the gym.
Don't forget also that Gino and Keanu, when they were hosting the Still Toe show whenever he went down to Florida, were basically Aaron's mouth. He was able to say Kayla, which it ended up, getting him in trouble. But think of how many times they've been in a position like that where they were the mouthpieces for Aaron, right? Like they said it because he couldn't, and they thought that it was okay to do that on his channel, which is like,
What Scott told me, and maybe you were talking to Jonathan Guy, or maybe while he said this, but Aaron's not allowed there while any official boxing classes or coaching or USA Boxing membership events are happening. When he comes in, he is allowed to go in a corner by himself. Coach Scott says this on a video I have. He can come in and go by himself and hit a heavy bag. That's what Aaron can come to the gym and do.
You're right. I remember him. Thanks for correcting that. I remember him saying that now, and he says like he can go. That it's like one heavy bag that is not in the box.
Right.
It's in the regular gym.
He goes to solitary heavy bag.
Right. And but I have when we went there, I told you where Aaron used to park when we were there.
The Oklahoma Onion Burger, maybe the most iconic burger in America, all started right here in Reno, Oklahoma. This is my good friend Cosmo. What's up, Cosmo?
What's up, brother?
Thanks for having me, brother. Look, I came from Miami to learn how to make and taste them. Can you help me out?
I can help you out. And I'm kind of hungry right now. Stop talking. Let's go eat.
Let's go. We both have the same reaction. And everything starts off right here.
Started in 1920.
Oh, man. Do they still make it the same way today?
You're going to be surprised.
I'm ready to learn. Let's go inside. Come on. Hello there. Thanks for having us.
This is my friend Guga.
Nice to meet you, sir. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you. I'm so excited to try your burger. Because I know everything started because of the Great Depression, right? Trying to keep as cheap as possible. But nowadays... Oh, tell me. Please tell me. Hold on.
Their game plan was that it started during the Depression and onions would make it go further.
Right.
But in fact, you can look it up that
Don't tell me the onions were more expensive. Really? Yo!
back then the government was paying cattlemen $1 a head to kill an aquarium to try and drive up the price of things. So it kind of defeats the whole idea of it trying to make it go further.
You live and you learn and you wow! We'll stick to the original story. Okay.
Ed, how about cheeseburger, fried onions, and 3 conies? You got to try the conies.
Let's do it. Perfect. Okay, so the first thing I noticed is that when I had to smash it right away, throw the onions in. Wow, that's cool. You see it? How he smashed it? You don't play around, everybody. It's just like, tuck, 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 tuck. I don't smash it that way. See? Live and you learn. Okay.
Soak it in.
Very cool.
You're
I never smashed a burger like that.
That's the only way to do it.
I noticed that he's steaming the bun right over the onions, and then he's getting the bun nice and hot, and the bun is acting like a dome, melting the cheese. Instead of using that regular dome, you use the bun instead. I've never done it that way before, everybody. And that's cool to watch. What is that?
This is a coney.
Okay, so let's take a look at a coney here, everybody. So as far as I can see, we got a little bit of chili, bread, and coleslaw.
Yes.
Oh, that's a no. Looks very different than what I'm normally used to, and I'm excited. How do you eat it?
You got to eat it with I mean, you can pick it up, but you're going to be wearing it.
Oh, there's a hot dog there, too. Sorry, sometimes when I have food that I never tried before, I get super excited. You see, there's a hot dog in there. Now, this hot dog looks real pink. Is it something special?
These are real hot dogs.
Real hot dog. Oh, okay. All right. Cheers, brother.
Cheers.
Oh, that's amazing. So the hot dog is quite unique. If you can see there is a slight discoloration in the edges.
Cooked in water.
And then obviously we have the chili, and then they have that coleslaw. It's very simple, but very unique flavor and very tasteful, and it tastes like homemade. I like it. I mean, take a look at it, everybody. It's literally bun, chili, coleslaw, and a hot dog. Calorie-free, fat-free, and everything free.
Yeah, there's no calories here.
I can have some more, because it looks like our onion burger is ready. Okay. Whoa, the original. Check it out, everybody. Oh, so you got a little bit of charred onions.
Brings out the sweetness.
And different texture. It's not all the way caramelized. Some are caramelized, some are not. Some pickles on the side, and also American cheese. How do you? Don't tell me you eat it with a spoon and that.
No. The meat bits.
Okay, so what's the right way?
So I like to add a little bit of mustard and pickles.
All of the pickles, right, Cosmo?
All of the pickles.
Top the whole thing off, and then we got our burger. I mean, look at it. It's fresh off the grill, papa. Cheers. Oh. If that doesn't put a smile on your face, you have problems. It's incredible. The thing is that it's very well balanced. Sweetness from the onion, the fattiness from the burger, the meat is absolutely a beautiful combination.
One thing that most people don't realize, this is 80-20. You can make this with 70-30, 85-15. Not the same.
Not the same. It has to be 80-20.
It has to be 80-20. It's the perfect amount of fattiness that releases to help cook the onions, steam everything. This is what a burger should be like.
Wow. I love the crunchiness. I love the history. And this is the original. Okay. And you're going to teach me how to make this right?
Well, you better pay attention, but...
I gotta be honest with you guys, it's so simple. When I do it at home, I try to overcomplicate things. But the next spot we're going to is the most famous at this time. Everyone's been there. People from the Food Network all the way to celebrities. We're about to taste something completely different.
This is Sid's Diner, and they have been slinging burgers for a minute over here on Hamburger Road.
Okay, I'm excited. Let's go.
This is my good friend Adam.
How are you, brother? Nice to meet you. Thanks for having us. Very excited to try our burger.
You want to take him back there and show him kind of the trowel and, just kind of talk.
Is that okay?
Show him how you make a burger, because he is going to have to make one.
So, they're super nicely thin, huh? And a thinner amount, too. Oh, look how he's smashing it. Okay. Now, what I noticed that you're not being gentle at all. You're going for it. And the onions is actually preventing it from sticking. Oh, now you season it? Okay. What's that special seasoning?
Salt, pepper.
Salt, pepper. For real. That's the
Back in the old days, everybody steamed their bone. We kind of really try to make more of a burger that holds up a little better. And so that's why we started toasting these a little bit.
I see.
Spanish yellow onion.
Spanish yellow onions. Oh, it's not white sweet onions.
No.
Wow, this is incredible, man.
The beef I'm using is ground daily for us, fresh. It's all Angus products. And we can get away with the 75-25.
Oh, you can.
75-25.
But you hear what he said. It's being ground fresh for him daily.
Wow, look at the crust on that burger. That looks incredible. Some crispy, some caramelized, some still a little bit white. You got different textures on your burger. Wow. Wow. Thank you so much.
I hope you're hungry.
Oh, I'm very hungry. Yes, sir. Look at it. It looks incredible. What I like the most, I hope you guys can see that if that comes through the camera, is the different texture of the onions. I thought the onions all have to be the same. Okay, teach me.
I am mustard guy.
So no mayo, no ketchup.
No. Just go in.
Okay. Some mustard. There you go. Pickles in.
Pickles in.
Then we'll top it off just like that. I mean, just look at this monstrosity, everybody. And then if you turn around to the other side, you got the crispiness of the beef and also the caramelized onions, which looks fire. That's the new terminology kids use nowadays.
Fire?
Fire.
This looks fire.
Fire means good.
This smells fire.
Cheers. Oh, raw. So flavorful. It's just like very fulfilling to get out of this burger.
The toasted bun? You like that?
Mm-hmm. What do you think? You're not talking nothing.
I'm gonna finish this one.
I noticed one thing. There was no seasoning at all in their burgers, and they keep it pretty traditional. Is that how it was normally made in the beginning?
That burger has been made that way for as long as I can remember, and that's exactly how I was taught to make them over 30 years ago.
No seasoning at all.
No seasoning at all. Now, personally, I like to add seasoning. I think it just juices up the burger a little bit more. But if you want to be, the authentic way, it would be technically no seasoning.
So now you're about to teach me how to make one. I'm slightly nervous because I don't want to embarrass myself.
I'm so waiting for this.
All right, so here's the deal. We're going to head to your studio and make this happen? Here goes nothing. Okay, we're here.
First things first.
Yes.
Spanish yellow onions.
Why? Any specific reason?
This is the onion that started it all.
And we use a mandolin.
Yep.
Okay, so we're gonna cut a bunch of these onions. Let's see how thin it actually. Whoa, dude, look at that. I don't care who you are and how good you are with a knife, you're not gonna get it this thin.
Exactly.
That ain't happening.
And just one thing, a lot of people will slice them and then try to use them straight from here. It's very important that you break them up, and then you get these perfectly little see-through. Next, I'll show you how to make the meatballs.
Oh, let's do it.
This is our 80-20. I'll show you how I do this.
Okay.
I just grab it, and I'm going for about 4 ounces.
4 ounces.
Let me make some of these here for you. You want to jump in and help? You can.
Oh, okay.
You're pretty good at it.
All right, all right.
I say we go straight into make it now.
Let's do it. We got everything going. So obviously we have the buns, we have the cheese, pickles. This is awesome.
It's heavy.
Yeah, it's heavy. This is mean business. Yeah. I have one more question. We experienced 2 burgers. One no seasoning, one seasoning. What are we doing?
We are going to season ours, and I like our Texas beef on ours. I would start them right here.
All right, let's go. Okay. One there. Second one there. Is enough? More?
There you go.
Really?
Right on the top.
Okay. Now, the technique I saw there. Well, you gotta put some. You gotta mean it.
You gotta throw the weight in there, huh?
Yeah.
Now I hit them with a little bit of seasoning. Now we wait.
Yeah. We gotta wait until you get nicely caramelized before we actually flip. Smells absolutely amazing.
The caramelization of the onions, you can. This is where it starts taking out that little bite and starts really amplifying that sweetness.
What surprised me the most is that it's 3 textures. It's torch burn, nicely golden caramelization, and some almost like kind of raw but not raw.
And typically you're gonna see the ones on the outside edge. That's where you get your
the burn ones.
Yeah, the burn ones.
I don't know about you, but I kind of like the burn ones more.
A little much for me. It's great though, nonetheless.
Okay, so I'm gonna judge it here when it's time to flip.
Now this one, I don't think this one's ready.
But that one is.
I think that one is.
All right, let's see.
Oh.
Did I screw it up?
No, you did fantastic. Now, here's what I would do with this one. You can see it doesn't look the same.
Yeah.
Just slide it over to a hot spot.
Oh, to get it even more caramelized.
Now, you want to take your bun right now. This is where you want to steam your bun.
Over here?
Yep.
Okay.
And then just kick that off the edge.
Like this?
Perfect. Now, you see how fast this is catching up? I think that one's ready.
Yeah, ready to go? And now you flip them to an opposite side where it's hot.
I would go in between here, right in there.
Got it.
I'm really proud of you. Don't forget your bun. We got to steam it.
All right, and then one down, just like that. One over here.
Take it to the side.
I think this one might be ready. How do you judge it? Because I'm thinking it's ready.
That's a great question. Right now, I'm looking at the onions and I'm going, how do I like my onions cooked? So if you pull it off right now, it's going to be a little bit steamy, but you can see right around here, you're starting to get
these
your
right
brown.
here? Yeah, this is kind of like a burn.
Right now, I would go ahead and put my cheese on this one.
So I'll take them off, add a cheese in.
Put your cheese on, now put your bottom bun back on.
Got it. And put that steam
Put
again
that
once
right
again.
off to the side. Now, when you pick this up, you kind of hold it, slide under it, and you take your bottom bun, put it underneath, pinch it off, and put it on the plate.
You ready? All right.
I'll be waiting.
That goes on top, right on top like that. How is that, teacher?
That looks pretty good.
It looks like some parts is burnt. I don't know why I like that. I like this. Is this too much for you?
Too much for me.
Too much? I don't know why I like that. So let me do this one here the same. So this is more your style.
Yes.
More golden.
True. Just a little light steam.
Okay. You know what we forgot on this one?
I know.
I'm sorry about that. I forgot the cheese.
I was watching.
So here we have 2 actual versions. One is a little bit more crispy, which I don't know. I like it like this because I like the feeling of that burnt onions. And then we have this one here, a little bit more golden. Give me a rating from 1 to 10. Fresh burger.
You did a good job. I was kind of hoping you messed up, but we still got a group to feed, and we'll let you do that.
All right, let's do it. There you go, everybody. The Oklahoma Onion Burger Clash. I say it's only fair enough we taste them.
Let's do it.
All right, let's taste. How did I do?
You did pretty good.
That's
For your
good.
first time, that was pretty impressive.
Thank you. So let's go.
Let's dig in.
We got to do it the right way, right? You have to add the pickles, right? No pickles, no good. Now, what's the right Cosmo way? Not the traditional way.
I do like mustard, but every now and again. Dukes. Not sponsored.
Cheers.
Cheers.
It's so good, bro.
And when you steam the bun,
I almost argue that steaming might be better than toasting it.
I enjoy the steam bun. Now, if I'm taking them to go and I'm wrapping them up, then I would prefer a toasted bun. They just hold together better.
Crispy, crunchy. I like slightly burn on my onions. Definitely have it with cheese. And most importantly, it's a burger that will cook in minutes, everybody. Easy to do. Cosmo, I couldn't thank you enough. Thank you for this incredible tour. Guys, make sure you guys go check him out. Everything will be on the link in the description down below. Not only can he cook a burger, but he makes the best seasoning on the internet.
Thank you, brother.
Make sure you guys check him out. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, hit that thumbs up. If you're not a subscriber, be sure to subscribe. And we'll see you guys on the next one. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay, this next hand we're going to talk about is against an absolute beast. Okay, this beast of a man, previously, the year before in the Super High Roller Bowl, busted me in about 40 minutes by veering far from GTO and exploiting the shit out of me, and he did so, and he owned me really hard. And I was really, whatever, in the spot, I'm like, oh, Solver said it was fine to call if I had whatever, all this stuff, but then I didn't realize, like, this guy didn't give a shit. He thought I was going to overcall on the spot. He went for it hardcore, and he got me. He got me good. So it led me to really be interested, and I already was interested to see, like, what exactly is this guy doing that nobody else is doing? How is he playing differently than other people? And because he's been crushing, he's been winning everything, and he's a monster. He's very difficult to play against and very tough. So I delved into a lot of what he was doing, and I found it. Obviously, we don't have a similar approach, but his approach is, I guess, what you would call, according to like the norm, unconventional. It's really not, in that I'm sure he's studied the lines that he's taking more than other people, and I think the trap that a lot of people fall into today, and you're probably one of them. If you and listen, this is not at all even remotely a diss to any coaching or training sites at all, or solver use or anything like that. But typically, what you find is you find the way in which people input into a solver is they give it 3 options to choose from, and it's like 1/3 pot, 2/3 pot, 1.5x pot. Tell me what to do, solver, right? Where, let's say, for example, you're a guy who says, you know what, I'm going to study different sizes. I'm going to study 60% pot, 120%, and 180. And I'm going to figure out what the computer does if I give it those questions, right? Or whatever the case may be. Or in Adamo's case, maybe 4x pot. Who knows, right? I don't know what he was studying, but he was definitely studying in a different way than the norm. And I think outliers historically have always done really well in poker. And what do I mean by that, an outlier? Well, you look at Doyle Brunson as the innovator. He played differently than everybody else, right? Nobody was limping with like little pairs and suited connectors and stuff. They were folding those hands, right? Phil Hellmuth came about. Nobody was playing as aggressive as he was. Nobody was like opening up many pots and 3-betting and doing these kind of things, right? I came along. I did things very differently with a much more small ballish type approach, right? Then you saw someone like Vanessa Selps come by, and she was just beasting people, right? By sticking it in their face, putting them to the test with some really aggressive, like, turn and river bluffs. You had Fedor Holtz doing something. my watch says I'm not sure about that. I am. Okay. And then you had the Fedor Holtzes do that as well. Then you have Adamo, who, he's like the newest version of the animal, right? So when I generally play in a lot of these high rollers, like, for the most part, a lot of these guys employ a very similar strategy. You see the same sizes, you see the same stuff. Adamo's different, bro. he follows his own set of rules. And I respected that and appreciated it. And again, it led me to a lot of epiphanies about how far from solved or perfect any human's ever going to play, right? So then you beg the questions like, how important is it to be actually balanced if nobody will be able to exploit you anyway, really? Or like, if people don't know. So, for example, you run into problems when people start to figure out what you're doing suboptimally or how you're doing. For example, the extreme. Okay, Daniel never ever bluffs the river. Okay, I know this. So guess what? They'll kill me now if they knew that and I was doing that. If I still did that, they would just fold every time. That's what happened in 2016, 2017, by the way. I showed my results. Maybe you can post them, whatever. Over the last decade. And I had winning year every year. In 2017, I think I broke about even. I started in the corner. 2016, I think I lost 1.2. Why? How'd that happen? Partly, it's luck, but also everybody started fucking folding, right? They're like, Negreanu doesn't bluff. Oh, shit. Now I'm screwed, right? Because they figured out my exploit. Now, it required me to be more balanced, so I had to increase my bluffing. But the issue is, until people figure that out about you, it can work whichever way you go. If you bluff a lot and people don't catch you, keep it up until they do, right? So the idea of achieving balance would only be really relevant if you're planning on playing like a lot of hands in the same groups, but that's not how tournaments work. You rarely run into the same people. Obviously, online you do so more. But anyway, let's talk about Adamo here.
Not sure everyone agrees with that, but
Who cares? Screw that.
exactly.
I think it's very unlikely that you're a human. You're not a kid. Something else.
Alrighty, here we go. Blind on blind blood.
If someone next to me asked me to move my leg 6 times, I would have moved it on the first time. But then they wouldn't know. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's your turn.
Scope to.
I'm trying to ask you in a different kind of way to move your leg.
I don't know what, like, my legs are directly in front of my body.
And I can't put mine directly in front.
Well, then that's something to do with, like, I can't put my legs.
Why don't we both sit sideways?
Raise here from Adamo.
Riveting positional negotiations transpiring between Winter and
Positional.
Fox. By the way,
That's right.
Well, as I said, Adamo's a beast. I've got position on him, which is very valuable to have against a very aggressive player like him. He is in the small blind, and he makes it 4.5x. So it's a big raise, right, from the small blind. And typically, at that stack depths, you're going to see 4x or 4.5, 3, anywhere from 3.5 to 4.5x. He chooses 4.5. I'm in the big blind. I know he's opening. Like, just because he makes a big raise doesn't mean I think he's opening like a tight range. I think he's just going to be opening hands like Jack 5 suited and whatnot. So with a hand like Queen 8 off, not a great hand, not that pretty, but pretty much any time you're going to have 2 cards higher than an 8 in the big blind against the small blind, you've got enough to see a flop with, right? Whether that's King 9 off, you get what I'm saying. Queen 8 is probably at the bottom end of the 8 and above range, but it's still good enough to call when you think about it. I'm calling, 7,000 in position, and we're pretty deep against a tough player. So,
just from the physical standpoint, I suggest Winter perhaps allow Alex to place his legs where he likes, unless things get contentious. Meanwhile, monotone King 8-5, middle pair and bottom pair here.
Isn't that weird? You can put 9 up here. How do we not have space?
Because this takes up like a third of the table, and they decide not to put anything in it.
You feel that earthquake?
now the flop comes. Here comes the flop. The flop is King 8-5, all of clubs. This is what's known as a monotone board. Okay? Monotone. What the heck does monotone mean? Monotone means a flop that's like all the same suit. Okay? Solvers, when it sees a flop like this, in heads-up situations, loves the rinky-dink bet. Loves it. Solvers go, oh, 3 spades, 3 clubs, gotta bet a little bit, little dinky. Because solvers love it. They love the dinky bet. I remember this when I was really diving deep in. Man, it always does the dinky bet. Like, pretty much always. So, is this optimal? Maybe. Maybe if it was a solver actually employing it, but I don't think humans who do this, basically, I think the solver's an idiot with this one. I do. I think solvers are dumb. Solvers are genius, but they're also really stupid with that auto, like, dinky bet on every fucking monotone board. Like, I see all the guys do it. I'm like, all right, I'm going to just absolutely annihilate you if you keep doing this. Go ahead. Be my guest, right? Let's see. Let me put you in jail and see what you do. And it's sort of what happens in this hand, except I have the best hand, and it's fine. I don't really put him in jail. So, Adamo knows this. Adamo has a wide variety of sizes in his repertoire. And so with 20,000 in the pot, he bets the absolute minimum, 10% of pot, 2,000.
Adamo,
One leg is moving.
10th pot.
I got a buzz. Something, chair shaking, 17K. Supposed to do a min raise here, but 17.
Well, Adamo with that cutesy sizing now emboldening Daniel to turn the 8s into a little bit of a
certainly
take it down here affair.
Emboldened with a hand that isn't typically emboldened for such a play on a board like this, and Adamo's 10% some odd bet is actually somewhat customary on these monotone boards. You just target the auto folds, of which there is quietly an abundance. But as you said, Daniel felt emboldened.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Now, when he bets 2,000, I expect him to do this a lot. With really, I think, like, so just because he bet 2,000, like, well, he would never do that with flush. Sure he would. Absolutely. You do that with set of kings. You do that with a lot of hands. So I don't look at the 2000 and go, because a lot of people do this. I mean, when I talk to Madison about it, he just doesn't get it. He's like, oh, yeah, when he bet 2000, I knew he was weak. I'm like, really? He bets 2000 no matter what there, bro. Like, that's his bet. Doesn't stop telling you that much. However, with 20,000 in the pot, the question is, how do people react to reasonably sized raises on these flops? Like, what does that do to their ranges? How does it shrivel up? How difficult is that to play against this deep out of position? Like, what is the correct defense, right? How many people really spend the time to solve how to deal with flop, with someone raising flop in these spots? Are they going to be 3-bet bluffing enough? Are they going to be 3-betting pretty much at all? I don't know, because I haven't really gone down that rabbit hole. But I decide, and this is where, old school guys would say, with the queen 8 on the king 8-5 flop, and I have no club, this is where they would go, well, I'm going to find out where I'm at. Hip. And people laugh about that concept. All the kids, I remember around 2011, they mock this concept of finding out where you're at, right? As though it's, just really bad because it's not balanced, bro. It's not perfect, or whatever the case may be. But it can serve some purposes, especially if you are doing this with your strong hands. Like, if you are raising here with your flushes, if you're raising with kings and 8s, you're raising with king, queen with a club, which maybe that's not the hand to do it with. But if you are raising your strong hands, you can also raise your marginal hands and your bluffs as well. So what bluffs would you raise in this spot? Something like, how about 6-9 with a club, maybe, right? Something like that. That's a pure gut shot in a club. An example that was similar to this, that happens when there's 4 left, so maybe we'll get to the hand. I'll save it. But anyway, I think, and this is funny because I know when I was doing work, like, this was something that was gutted from my game, and I really didn't like that. I really did not like that. I fought against that when we were working on, the heads-up challenge and stuff like that. I actually enjoy, because I was a limit hold'em player back in the day, and limit hold'em, you do a lot of flop raising. You're always throwing punches. You're the one taking initiative in hands and stuff like that. Well, in no limit, you're not doing that nearly as much. You're more like stack protection. You're more calling. You're more concerned with protecting your calling range, right? Because if you raise the flop with only, if basically every time you have a good hand you raise the flop, then when you only call, your opponent can just destroy you on turns, right? Because he knows you can't have the top of your range because you're raising flops with that. But if you can somewhat balance your flop raises with some strong nutted hands, some mediocre hands, and some garbage, right? I think personally, especially in a tournament, I think that's tough to play against, y'all. I know another guy who does that. He gets mocked a lot for that one. Maybe I'm one of them. Mocked on him. But Phil Helmy does that too. He does this a lot. He loves these kind of plays. And I won't go too in depth into why it's valuable, especially for him. But see, this is a hand where I'm raising, right? If Adamo does 3-bet me here, he's going to bluff me sometimes, and that's fine, because I'm not continuing, right? I'm not raising here with an 8 and a queen and just poke. If he 3-bets me, if he finds it with like the ace of clubs as a bluff, or just, some whatever, 6-9 with a club himself, good for him, But I'm putting him to the test to do that rather than me, because I've already made it 17, so his raise is going to have to be to what, 45, 50? He's going to have to be what I'm risking more. And if I have flushes and I have the strong part of my range, he's just going to be losing a lot. So that hand, I mean, listen, it really was, to a certain degree, a find out. It was a combination of a find out where you're at and deny equity, right? Because with Queen 8, let's say he has like Jack 9 off, with just like, well, let's say he has Jack 9 with a club. He might even call the raise, maybe, which is fine because now play in position. But like, let's say he's Jack 10 off, and I just call, and then the turn's a 10, check. Like, this way I get to deny equity as well. So I deny equity. I also get to, if he continues on this flop, let's say he calls the flop, right? Well, what am I going to give him now? Pair or something? A big club of some kind? Maybe a pair?
So July, this is 21st. Aaron's lawyer withdrew from both HRO cases. Nick Regatas and Patrick Melton's. The HRO hearings were to be held this Wednesday.
The war powers vote looks like it's going to pass this afternoon. Why not check? Why do you not support giving Congress a check on the president's authority? It's been 95 days since this war began.
I think it is a very dangerous prospect to take away from the administration and the commander in chief right now the ability to negotiate. That's what this does. It weakens us.
Hey, maybe it should. How about that? Maybe it should. Jerking off weakens you, so jerking off all of America is really weakening you. Congress are the only people who are supposed to be allowed to declare war. But they gave away that power a long time ago because they're such cowards. They don't want to have to take the blame for when the war goes bad. So now they let the president do as much war as he wants. In fact, they tried to have a vote last week to institute the War Powers Act, meaning that Trump would have to stop the war until Congress gave him the okay. They voted that down.
Wait, wouldn't you just not have a war in that case if you're afraid the war might go bad? You know, so your own people aren't.
Yeah, but they don't want to be seen as, against the war. They don't want to be seen as being. Right? Like they don't want to. They don't want to be
vote for war.
Like they don't want to be on the side of Gaddafi or Assad or Putin or now the Ayatollah Khomeini.
Yeah, well, Jimmy, as you know, I was an Assad toady for quite some time, and it didn't feel good.
Me too.
A lot of late night tearful calls, if you remember, because I didn't feel good about it.
I was roundly slandered on social media about telling the truth about Syria.
And I apologize for that, so you don't have to keep bringing it up.
The House votes to rebuke Trump over the. So now what they did was they voted to rebuke Trump over the Iran war.
A harsh rebuke. What is he?
So you know what that means? Nothing. They're going to rebuke him. They're not going to institute the War Powers Act.
Did they ever rebuke him? What do you mean rebuke him?
Yeah, they've never even rebuked him.
Rebuke him.
So now that we all know Iran has nukes, multiple, now they vote on the war? No, that's not even a vote on the war.
Iran's been rebuked, so that rebuking's a little late.
And by the way, nuclear war is like the third deadliest thing I'm afraid of in a world with Bill Gates ticks. So here's what happened. The House offered a rare rebuke to President Donald Trump on Wednesday, passing a Democrat-led measure to end his war with Iran over objections from Republican leadership.
Oh, wow, and he's a felon. This on top of being a felon?
It was one of two Democrat-led measures opposed by White House that advanced in the GOP-led House. The GOP has the control of the House. The Iran War Powers Resolution, offered by Representative Gregory Meeks of New York, the top Democrat on the Foreign Affairs Committee, had been heading for a vote before the House left for its Memorial Day recess on May 21st. But it was abruptly pulled from the floor when it appeared that too many Republicans were absent to defeat it.
Oh, were they vacationing in Israel?
I guess so. So they were afraid it was going to pass before Memorial Day, so they took it off. On Wednesday, it did pass. It passed 215 to 208, with 4 Republicans joining the Democrats in voting yes. Those Republicans were Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, Thomas Massey of Kentucky. He was never loyal to Trump. Tom Barrett of Michigan and Warren Davidson of Ohio. The resolution directs Trump to remove U.S. armed forces from hostilities with Iran unless Congress votes to declare war or authorizes the use of military force against the Middle East nation. It would not force him to end the conflict, however, and is a symbolic expression of disapproval. So it's nothing.
Take that. It's not even censure.
Not even censure. It's just a rebuking.
What are the toothless things they can do? There's censure. There's writing a letter or something.
Yeah. Hey, what can we do that won't actually end the war or do anything that stop Trump from doing this? Earlier this year, Republicans rejected 3 other attempts to pass a war powers resolution.
Wow. Well, this is a real country.
The most recent vote ended in a 212 to 212 tie. That was
nice. Good game, guys.
And the Democrats celebrated it, saying more Americans are turning against the war and it was only a matter of time before they would be successful.
We just need one more to turn against it, and we're
But
golden.
that was, but I'm pretty sure that was a real vote. That would have actually been the War Powers resolution, which this is just nothing.
Right.
I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat on this.
Well, if the war will continue, I mean, although Iran has those nukes, but I say let's keep going. I'm into the sunk cost fallacy myself.
Wednesday's vote gives momentum for the resolution in the Senate, which had already advanced its own War Powers resolution on the floor last month, but had not yet held a final vote.
You guys rule. You guys are the best.
The Senate version has teeth, however, Kurt, and would require Trump to end the war without congressional approval. So that's how you know it's not going to pass.
Yeah, I mean, we just move on from this part.
But it would need to pass the House, and then Trump could veto it anyway.
Right. And meanwhile, Mike Johnson's on a grinder date.
The House resolution was opposed by Speaker Mike Johnson and most Republicans, who complained that it undermines Trump and his top negotiators at a moment when they are trying to secure a nuclear deal with Iran. Guess what? You're not getting one. You're not getting a nuke. They already got a nuke. They already got it.
So gas prices are higher than Biden, and there's a nuclear Iran. Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. And, yeah, gas prices are through the roof and only going higher because the reason why gas hasn't gone to $10 a gallon so far is because they've been burning through the reserve oil that they have.
Mm-hmm.
And that's almost over.
We're certainly not going to take any of the oil from the oil oligarchs who are sending it away and use it for our own country like some dirty commies would.
That's right. Florida Affairs Chairman Brian Mast, a representative of Florida, called Wednesday's action just a total BS vote. So he's finally found a BS vote? Wow, Sherlock Holmes level.
Yeah, who's this guy? I think he'll go. Brian Mast, you're ready for president.
I think there's no Democrat, no Republican that can tell you what forces they would want pulled from Iran. There's really nothing they actually want pulled from there. They just want a stupid political vote, which is what this is, Mast said on Wednesday. This weakens the president's hands as he's negotiating with Iran. There is no negotiation. Iran is not negotiating. They are giving you ultimatums. We're not going to open the Strait of Hormuz unless you do A, B, and C. They're not even negotiating because when they were right before Trump started the war on February 28th, they were almost had a deal, and then Trump killed the negotiators and started a war.
Israel did, but Trump was handcuffed to a toilet while his wife's getting pounded by BB. That's what I thought.
So Iran is done with the negotiating. They already have nukes.
Isn't the nuke weakening the president's hand more than the rebuking?
Thomas Massey says the Iran War Powers resolution that I co-sponsored opposing the war just passed the House. The People's House is sending a message, end the war. Okay, nice message.
What if we have rebucular weapons developed?
As House prepares to vote to rein in Trump on Iran, Speaker Johnson defends his opposition over Congress checking his war powers, calling it dangerous. Let's listen.
Mr. Speaker, the War Powers vote looks like it's going to pass this afternoon. Why not check? Why do you not support giving Congress a check on the president's authority? It's been 95 days since this war began.
I think it is a very dangerous prospect to take away from the administration and the commander-in-chief right now the ability to negotiate. That's what this does. It weakens us, our position and our leverage in negotiation.
Well, hey, maybe it should. How about that? Maybe it should. Jerking off weakens you, so jerking off all of America is really weakening you.
Yeah, you don't think your secret life on Grindr is weakening? I feel like there's other things that are weakening us.
On the peace in that situation, Operation Epic Fury is concluded.
Should you guys have a check on it? Why doesn't Congress assert its authority here? It's constitutional authority.
This question could have been asked at any time over the last half century when Congress has not passed War Powers Acts, when presidents like, Barack Obama were dropping bombs and missiles all around the world.
AUMFs for Iraq and Afghanistan?
This operation was immensely successful. The objectives that were well-defined were achieved. The president is now in the process of concluding a peace agreement, and we have to...
That one objective was, again, there was no regime change. Oil prices are spiking because they now control the Strait of Hormuz, and they
Iran
now
has a nuke, right?
and Iran
That's
has
good.
a nuke.
Okay, so there's specific promises made, promises
Promises
kept.
Not one objective was met. Not one.
Okay, I mean, this is all. There's no way this is not on purpose. How could we have better intel than the president of the United States, Jimmy? That's not possible. What, like, how do I know more than people that work in government? I don't think that's because I'm smarter than them. I think there's like a deliberate thing making sure to ruin us that only like jerk offs know. You know, like this is not a Oh, it's incompetence. They're crashing America on purpose. I don't think it's a mistake.
Why doesn't that reporter say back which objective did you meet?
Well, he doesn't know either. He doesn't know either. He just has things somebody wrote down for him. He's not that bright either. That
Let's
guy.
see if there's more to this.
Allow him the latitude to do that, and I think a war powers resolution right now is very untimely and a very negative and dangerous thing for the country.
So basically, his answer was, why didn't you ask for a war powers when Barack Obama was president? Why
We did. Everybody asked for it many times. It was promised and then never delivered each time. You know how over and over again people ask for that?
Holy crap. Everybody, come see me on tour. I'll be in Spokane, Tacoma, Los Angeles, special video panel show with special celebrities. And then we'll be in Levittown, New York, Rosemont, Illinois, and Chicago. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets.
All right, so we're moving on. We're getting there. We're getting down to the nitty gritty. We're at the point now we're three-handed where I've developed a pretty nice chip lead. You know, where now ICM should start really being a factor for my two opponents because they're both kind of in the same ballpark with about close to 2 million, and I'm a little over 3. So that gives me a little bit of an advantage, which in theory should allow me to push the envelope a little bit, win a lot of the the nitty gritty battles and stuff. But again, we are still very, very deep here. Nobody is 20 big blinds or less. Everyone's looking at about close to 40ish. So poker still being played. In this hand, the blinds are 25 and 50,000 with a $50,000 big blind ante.
I mean, certainly not lost on me is the Negreanu lack of convention and coming into today.
You love to see that in a spot like this.
Very much so, because
King Queen here for Petrangelo.
if it becomes an exercise in who retained the most information while out there in the lab in terms of what the solver is dictating in any given situation, it can become a bit drab, a bit monotonous, if you will. But here we are seeing truly a broad-ranging deployment of approaches.
So Nick goes ahead and raises from the button with the king queen. Pretty standard. He's making it a little like 2.2x, whatever. A lot of people really try to focus in on what is the correct raise size, and I will tell you this: it doesn't matter that much. Okay, obviously there's an optimal size, and 2.2 is likely very, very good, but it's not that big a deal if you made it 2.3, 2.1, 2. You can construct ranges for all different sizes, and again, in the short run, it's not all that relevant. So we're sitting there in the big blind, and it's mostly an easy decision for me based on kind of sort of what I wanted to do. And you could make a very good argument here that you can take King 10 off and go ahead and 3-bet it, and push Nick around a little bit because of the ICM stuff. I decided, what? Let's just play a flop. And again, you can go either way with this. If you're an aggressive player who does a lot of 3-betting, this is one that you might want to do that with. Again, I would probably prefer doing it with a hand like King 5 or King 8 rather than King 10, just because it's a better hand, and blah, blah, blah. And again, we talk about the polarization issue of your 3-bets.
From Negreanu, who is dominated heading to this Jack 9-7 board by the King Queen of Petrangelo. Nicky P, the opener to a $1.10. And Negreanu with the two-way straight draw, interacting quite nicely.
So now we're sitting on about 300K in this pot, 295 to be exact. And it's a good flop for us. We got Jack 9-7 Rainbow. This is not a spot I'm going to be leading, right? Not on this flop. I'm always going to be checking here, no matter if I shift 3 jacks, whatever I have, I'm checking. So we check. Now Nick, he has some interaction with this board as well. He's got 2 overs and a gut shot, so it's a pretty decent spot. I think some of the time he's going to bet this flop with that hand, and I think sometimes he's going to check it back. And both are viable. Like, again, that's when people say, like, what should you do in this spot? I'm like, it depends, really. Sometimes do this, sometimes do that. You don't want to think so linear where you're like, this is always this. Very few situations come about, on flops where solvers are like 100% do that. Very few. There are very few. And this isn't one of them. So this is one where you're going to want to have a mix. He's going to want to have king, queen in his range. Let's say, for example, a 10 does roll off, and I have an 8. Oof, that could be really, really nice for him, right? Because I might think, like, well, king, queen bets his flop, so he's probably going to get paid pretty hefty on a couple streets. So he decides to check it back. Again, like I said, I think it's just part of a mix.
Check, check, and now the queen of diamonds slides right in to give Negreanu the nuts and Petrangelo top pair.
Very much a terrible card for Petrangelo. He goes for half pot. Nick drawn to the chop. A little bit cold button BB three-handed.
No doubt.
Comes with call. 175 rather.
Now the turn card is the queen. And it's a diamond, putting backdoor flush draw. So the question now is, what do we do, right? Well, I think at this point you want to start building the pot, right? You can make a case for checking the nuts here, absolutely. But really what we're hoping that we've got him trapped. We've got him coolered in some way, where he checked back ace queen on the flop, or a hand like he has, king queen, queen 10, was slow playing, whatever the case may be. So we want to bet here and get raised, really. That'd be ideal, if he does have like a set or something like that. Again, like I said, you can make a case for checking, but I'm going to go for big sides too, because me calling out of the big blind after he checks the flop, we sort of talked about this in a previous hand, where generally when people check back flops, it weakens the range that they can have there on that turn. So you discount, like Nick having pocket jacks, pocket sevens, pocket nines. Not completely, because he's a smart guy, and he's going to check back some of these hands, but we can have all this stuff. We can have king 10, 10, 8, jack 9, queen 9. We can have more of that with our check, because our check didn't mean anything. We check because we always check. His check does have some meaning. His check back is generally going to weaken his range at this node. We talk about node, it's a nerdy word for a point in a hand, right? Which is, the node is check, check, flop, and now we're on, my action. Well, at this node, after check, check, I'm the one that should be able to, to attack in this spot with a lot of my range. So we go for a pretty big size, 175 into 295. Again, it's a large size. We're suggesting here we have at least the queen. Okay, that's what we're saying. We're not doing that with a jack, a 9, a 7. If we had a jack, 9, or a 7, or we're trying to tell that story, that would require something more in the lines of like a, quarter pot bet or 30% pot, which is like a little blocker type bet. But that's not what we're saying with this bet. We're saying with that bet that we have maybe ace 10, right? Maybe we have 10-4 suited. Just like, that's a reasonable one, right? 10-4 suited. We just go bottom turn with the, with the straight draw that we've picked up, and really, put the emphasis on him with his perceived weakened range, right? Again, like I said, we're discounting all those really strong hands. So if I did have 10-4 suited and I'm choosing to bet this turn as a bluff, that's the size. We want to go big, right? So we also want to do that when we have it. And that's what we do. And he calls. Now we're loving it, right? Ooh, baby. We're thinking this is it.
Oh, and a terrible card for Petrangelo. Let's see if Negreanu elects to go for check raise or just pursues big value straight away. Whatever the case may be, disastrous river for Nicky P, Ali.
Already spent $1.75 on the turn to take this card, which he imagines is a good one for him. Negreanu decides to slip it to him.
Indeed he does.
Reptilian.
$6.45 in the middle.
180.
180.
Very interesting sizing choice from Petrangelo. To be continued on that.
Both of us anticipating something meatier.
Daniel goes for 580.
580.
Not often you see a vegan deliver the meat, but there it is.
has paid off, Elliot.
And didn't make a meal of it.
A
Either.
vegan delivery of the meat, and Petrangelo sees the bad news. What an incredible pickup for Negreanu. He says he almost checked it. I believe him.
Nicky P, that is.
Yes, he found a way to go for third, some odd less even, and then call the raise as opposed to, let's say he goes for half and Negreanu puts him in or makes it $1 million and so on. Live to fight another day, if you will, down to 1.33.
Was 580 available to Negreanu as a bet instead of a check raise?
Yes. But, there's many different ways to go. I think check raise is very logical. Nick just hits trips a lot. He'll just go for call if we bet very big. But the sizing scheme is certainly unorthodox, perhaps by both. Really good instincts from Petrangelo there to find a way to kind of avoid total disaster.
Now there's 645,000 in the pot, and the river is a queen. Okay. So my thinking here is I still have the bluffs that I have, the 10 high, the 10-4 suiteds, and whatever else. Maybe even like king 4 suited, which blocks, king 10, like something like that. We have those hands, and we also have the nuts. We also have 2 pairs. We're gonna have some full houses. We have a whole bunch of really good hands now, right? We don't have a lot of like just the jack, just the 9, just the 7. Well, actually, we don't have it really. We're not doing that with that size. So the question is can my range kind of bet small here? I don't think it makes a lot of sense because we were super polarized on turn, right? Nuts or nothing. So now we're going to make a blocker bet with what? A blocker bet is designed to say I have a jack. I have a thin value bet or something along those lines with some traps. So I elect to. I decided again, partly because of how I was sort of thinking about how I was going to play the super high roller bowl. I thought check was better for a couple reasons. Number one, it allows him to bluff if he is bluffing, right? And if he doesn't have anything, he's missed his draw where he's not calling. But it does open the door for him to bluff. It also, it's also a card that if he does have a queen, he's going to bet. Like we're not risking not getting paid, right? If he has the queen, he's going to bet it himself. Now you could make the argument that maybe like he's going to check back a jack, sure, and we could have got some value there. Of course, the problem is the size we were going to go for might not even get value from the jack, right? It would be an iffy spot. And again, we somewhat discount jack a little bit because he checked back the flop. So all these little clues lead you to a place on the river where you think, all right, well, he checked back flop and called size on the turn. You're not doing that just naked with just a random 10 that often. So it looks like he's got a queen. Ace, queen, king, queen, queen 10, something like that. So as a result, we check. And now this is where I think there's some interesting aspects to this part. There's 645,000 in the pot. After I check, how I proceed is going to heavily depend on his bet size. And this is similar to a hand. We did a hand breakdown on Kia by Jakowski, where I had the nuts straight on the river and the board paired. And I checked, planning to check raise a small bet, call a big bet, and fold to an overbet. How is that possible? I did fold to the overbet because he was being greedy and he had a full house. But if he bet small, I would have raised. If he bet large, I would have just always called. But the overbet, he was polarized here. I didn't buy that he had the bluffs in his range that he was trying to sell me. Okay? So I was like, no, you're way too value heavy with this. You're being greedy because old Bean Eggs is a payoff wizard. Nope, not going to do it. So in this spot, I'm assessing now with 645 in the pot. If Nick bets pot, I'm calling. If he bets 2/3 pot, I don't think I can check raise that river. I think it's too thin, right? Because again, he still can have full houses here, guys. He can have queen 7. He can have queen 9 very reasonably, checking back the 7 or the 9 on the flop, turning queens up, not raising the turn with the straight board there, and now bombing river. Those are all reasonable. So I'm not raising his large size. If he overbets, that's a tougher one, but I'm probably going to call because I'm way too high up in my range to fold there. So I'm calling against big, calling against overbet. But what if he bets what he did, which is 180 in the 645? Now what? One of the dangerous things you don't want to do too often against really good players is try to squeeze out a little extra value, but open yourself up in spots where your range is too capped, and then your opponent says, aha, you check raised me, but Daniel, I'm the one with the full houses, not you, right? So you have to be careful of these situations, but this isn't one of them, right? As we said, a lot of the, the sets on the flop, for the most part. The two pairs on the flop. Well, the two pairs are no longer a full house. The set's on the flop. Whatever. Point is I can have a full house here. So when I check raise this river, like King 10 is the bottom end of it. You know, I'm going to have a lot better hands than that. So this is as thin as I'll go here with check raise. I probably don't even, well, maybe ace queen is as thin as I'll go here. King queen is really on the borderline against this size. But again, you have to ask yourself this question. When you're doing this, can you be repping the hand that you're saying you have? Can I have queen jack? Can I have the nuts here? 100% I can have the nuts. Who's more likely to have the nuts? Me. I know that sounds crazy, but because he checked back the flop, which he's going to do at a frequency, he's going to be betting it more often. When I have queen jack, I'm 100% checking this flop. 100%. He's not. So that sort of takes away some of his. You can make other arguments about pre-flop. He's going to have slightly stronger hands that he opens with versus what I defend with. That's sort of a side argument that we don't need to delve into. So, with 180 in the pot, I decide to make a hefty raise to 580,000. All right, and Nick thinks for a little bit while, and he finally makes the call. Now, some of you may have said, "Well, Daniel, why didn't you just bet 580 yourself? He would have called that." I'm like, "You're right. You're absolutely right." But again, I thought he had a good chance he has a queen here, right? Again, so Daniel, if you think he has a queen, why not just go ahead and bet? And that's a fair argument. I opened the door to potentially have him, bluff, I guess is what I would say. And in the end, I got paid pretty close to what a bet would be because the pot was 645 and I got paid 580. So had I bet, I probably would have bet a little less than that. I probably would have bet 2/3 pot. In this case, I got just a little bit more. I squeezed out, but it's a super interesting hand. I think you got to think about every time you're making a play, what are you opening the door to as well, right? What are you opening the door to? And anytime you open the door to a spot where you can't have the nuts and your opponent can against really good players, that might not be a door in a tournament that you want to open up. I know Ben Lamb, he said this in a PLO tournament. He's a great tournament player, and I listen to whatever he says. He said something about he kind of likes putting himself in those spots. He likes, he loves it. He loves the juke. He loves calling. Sometimes he calls it off and gets felted. Sometimes he makes the hero call when the guy's making the move. But that's some very, very high level thought process that you need to have to play in that regard. So the safer route often is think about the spots in terms of, can I have the nuts here? And if not, is my opponent capable of raising me as a bluff? And would I be folding against that? So the more convoluted and complicated it gets, the more likely you just take the safe route, especially in a tournament, and call. This is a case where the situation really felt like it warranted against that size of raise, and that's what I did. You know why? Because I'm really fucking good. That's why. Okay, so setting the stage here, we got Lucky Chewy in the small blind. Blinds are 25-50. He has about 11 big blinds in this spot, in the small blind.
But it's all part of the conversation.
The ace 10 jumps out a little bit, but it's within the realm of
over a wide opener, and not allowing yourself to just get run over is a part of the theory. Offsuit king here, 11.5 bigs for Chewy, does go in. Daniel squeezing.
What's the
Has
total?
him in all sorts of bad shape. Ollie.
A shared 6 with an ace. Negrano.
It's 11 big blinds, and I bet this is an obvious slam dunk, but I kind of like the situation right now. We're having fun. But, should we double up old Chewy there? Chewy want to get doubled up? I'm going to have to gamble Chewy.
Well, he does want to get doubled up.
That's unfortunate.
Does not appear to be the time, and that's unfortunate is an understatement, perhaps. 23% is the king 6.
Dire straits for Chewy as it stands, Ellie.
Yeah.
Big
Maybe
flop
I'm
coming.
unfortunate.
Yeah. It's a flip.
The coin,
Some way to look at it.
very weighted. Toward ace 6. The flop, ace, deuce, and now the diamond.
Diamond.
Does work.
Has the diamonds working? Has deuce working? Chop it up, quads with an ace. We're running kings.
Turn card, help needed, and the 10 of hearts is not it.
That's bad, bro.
Yeah. Okay, Wes.
That was a pleasure.
It was a lot of fun.
Cheers. If you look at the chip stacks, he's well behind Nicky P, right? There might be some cases where if they were like dead even, and they were both kind of, let's say on 15, 16 bigs, that I would give much more respect to his jamming range because he's got to be thinking about ICM, so I would overfold probably in some of those cases if he does jam. But this isn't one of those cases. He's clearly in third place, so I'm just going to play correctly. And so is Chewy. Chewy decides to move all in with the king six from the small blind. Totally standard. I know this for me is the most boring part of poker. There's not much to say about this other than I got an ace, I call, right? If you want to familiarize yourself with these spots, in terms of like what would be the Nash equilibrium, correct calling frequency with what hands, you can use snapshove.com or Snapshove. It's an app. I don't know. I'm not getting a piece of it, but fuck it. Whatever. I'll do them a freebie here. I mean, it's a very simple one where you just plug in the situation, the big blinds, and it tells you what hands you should call with what you shouldn't. A6 obviously very simply does call. All right, so now we are heads up, and it is time to put him away. We've got a really big chip lead. There's a lot of chips in play, but I got most of them, so it's pretty shallow at this point. He's sitting on 585 on this hand, which is close to 12 big blinds. And there's a big blind ante. And when there's a big blind ante, it really incentivizes when like when someone only has 10 bigs, it incentivizes even more that you should be like, just jamming and picking it up. You pick up 2 big blinds, that's pretty significant.
Feeling swaggy out there. Ace on the button. Now he asks for it all. Nicky P with King Jack makes the call. We're going to spin the wheel here early.
Best hand for Negreanu all in for the W, Ali. Good luck, gentlemen.
Deuce 3, or just ace. Ace, deuce 3. Ace.
What a huge moment this is for Daniel.
Only win. Ace, deuce.
Willing an ace out there. And instead he gets a couple of calls.
Fair fight, if you will.
No. Ace still.
Gutter plus the clean cards for Petrangelo. 10 outs. And the king comes in on the turn. Daniel taking his seat, shaking his head, but does have 3 outs. Is an ace available to end this thing right here, right now? Or will Petrangelo double up? The river, another king, trips for Nicky P. And he's going to haul in 1.1 plus
535.
when it's said and done.
Can be hard to win, Ali.
Don't I know it?
So we pick up the ace 3 off on the button. This isn't a trap hand. You don't like limp to trap with an ace 3. It's like even if he has queen 7, it's like whatever. It's a flip. You're not trapping anybody. There's no hand that you're dominating that much. What, ace deuce? Big deal. It's going to be a chop most of the time. So this is just an open rip. And Nick, of course, makes the correct call with the king jack. And this is my chance to win it. But no, he doubles up. So we got more work to do. Okay, so this is really outside of the first double that he had. This was a very key first pot here that we played post flop. It's a spot where we're 25 and 50 blinds. Nick limps the button with the ace king. And you might be wondering, a lot of people are like, why'd you limp? You should raise. Didn't you say that with big blind ante you should just take the chips? Well, ace 3 is not a trapping hand, but ace king sure as hell is. Because when he limps this button, sitting on whatever, 22 bigs, there's a lot of hands I might just jam that I'm screwed with. Like if I have the ace 3 now after limp, I might rip it. If I have like a suited king, I might just rip it. There's a lot of hands that I could have in this spot that would do that. The other aspect that's important about what Nick's doing is when you play heads up with a big blind ante, limping becomes far more important to your strategy. Limping is pimping, right? But it's even more pimping heads up with a big blind ante. So the reason it's important to limp more with your strong hands is because you are forced to limp in with garbage. The price is way too good to just be folding buttons. In theory, you're probably supposed to play 100% of buttons with a big blind ante. Okay? Really. Like even 7 deuce offsuit, was to put in the one chip. Why? Because of the price you're being laid, and you have position. And a lot of times you can just win it with a post flop C bet if you flop nothing. And of course, even 7 deuce sometimes, can flop something. So because you're incorporating the entirety of your range into limps, right? You need to have some strong ones there too. You can still raise, and you should raise, and you should, have some strong hands in your raising range and some baloney bluffs too. But it's very, very important to protect your limping range, and that's what Nick is doing here by limping with the ace king. We're in the big blind. I pick up the 9-5 off, and at that stack depth, that's not a spot that I'm going to turn that hand into bluff. I might, but if I did, it wouldn't be a jam. I might make it like 200 or something, and then of course he goes all in. We get our hand caught in the cookie jar.
Another limp one pre, Jack 9-5, bottom pair for Negreanu. This ace king slithered its way in on the button.
Okay, so after the limp, check poker, which is what you're going to see a lot with Big Blind Annie, flop is Jack 9-5, and in this spot now, when we have limps, from the big blind, it's not an automatic check anymore, right? You're going to have some leads. You're not going to have a ton of leads, but you're going to have some leads where you just bet the flop. However, when you think of, again, range composition, his range, because we know that he's limping his strong hands, can still contain aces, kings, queens. Mine never does, right? Never. So the best hands I can have here, I can't have pocket jacks, I can't have pocket nines, probably not even fives. All those hands rip. So the best hand I can really have here is Jack 9. He can have, I don't know if fives as much. He can have pretty much all the hands that crush this board. So this isn't a spot where you're going to lead on that board. Now, if the flop came 3, 4, 6, now you're in a little bit more even territory, because even though he has more overpairs are not like so clean on that board. Like he might have, maybe as an overpair, but you could have 2 pair. You could have a straight already. You could have, a whole bunch of hands. Then again, he can too, but we're looking at the percentage of the range, right? The percentage of his range that can flop a straight here is smaller than mine. Does that make sense to you guys? And I'll explain why. Because my range is condensed, right? So let's say there's 100 possible hands you can have, just for sake of argument. Take away 20 of the top ones, because I've raised them all. So now I have 80, okay? 5-7 is 16 combos of 80 different hands I could have, right? For him, it's 16 combos of 100 different hands you can have. So those flops might be spots where you go ahead and lead. Like say, for example, on a 3, 4, 6, if you have a hand like 10-5, you might lead there. You might lead with just a 6 with any pair, to deny some equity and stuff like that. But on this board, I think this is pretty much, for me, going to be an auto check because of the range advantage that he has. And now he elects to check it back. So we're liking our situation with 2 pair, trying to figure out a way we can get some money in this pot.
Checks back, picks up the Broadway draw, courtesy of the queen. It's 9s and 5s, by the way, for Negreanu. Apologies.
Very sneaky procedures from Pietrangelo. Indeed, 9s and 5s for Negreanu. Goes for 100 into 150. Nick, of course, in.
Well, the turn's a queen. And now with 150,000 in the pot, I elect to, there's a flush draw there now. A 10 makes a straight draw again. You can have just a raggedy 10 and turn this into a bluff, try to pick it up. Because he checked back flop, again, I don't think he has, all the strong hands anymore. He's not going to have, sets very often. He's not going to have, he's just not going to have all of his nutty hands. So I'm hoping he hits the queen. Queen is a reasonable hand. He could have something like queen 6 off. Who knows, right? Maybe you can make the argument he's going to bet that on the flop sometimes, but not always. But I'm really just targeting and hoping that he has queen with my large size. So I bet the 100,000. He calls. Now, why would he call? Well, he calls because he wins a lot, right? Ace king is still, like, again, as I said, because he's betting most of his good hands on the flop, right? He has to defend something on turn, right? Ace king is a decent hand to defend with because chances are, well, obviously a 10 is a pure out, right? And a 10 could, double you up if I happen to make a worse straight. Ace and king might be live, and ace and king might just be good, right? There's a whole bunch of hands I can have here. Like I said, I could have king deuce, I could have 10 deuce, I could have a whole bunch of hands that just bluff this turn. So actually, I kind of like him calling here with ace king better than even like 5-4 off, right? Because he has a draw of nuts, potentially more outs, whatever the case may be if he's behind. So he makes the call.
Now it's fives full for Daniel. Overkill.
Very much overkill and highly tricky road for Petrangelo, as you often espouse when the board pairs on the end. It doesn't really change, if you will. All of the 10-4s of the world and so on have now missed. Hard spot for Petrangelo here. Definitely call sometimes.
He's thinking about it. 300 is 30% of his remaining stack, though.
One day you're gonna bluff, right?
Full house.
Not today. A pricey cape.
One day, perhaps, but not today, if you will. Back up to 10-1, Ali, chip lead wise.
Hopefully, don't have to. Okay, so the river's a 5. We've made a full house. We know we win. He does not have this beat. Yes, he might have Jack 5 and check back the flop. It's possible. Maybe he has Queen 5 and checkmate, Queen's up, didn't raise, and has the. You're not worried though. If we bet this river, we're not betting with the intention of like going, oh no, he raised all in. Like he's gonna raise worse hands for value in this spot. He's gonna raise all his straights, I think. And maybe even like Ace 5 and stuff like that. So we're not worried about losing. Question is, how do we win any money? And with a big size on the turn that we chose, that essentially polarizes a little bit, right? To very strong hands or, a draw. So we're going to continue to have to tell that story, right? We can't all of a sudden go from saying on the turn, well, we're polarized because we have this or that, to now saying, I have a 9 now. Make a small bet. Because that's what a 9 or a jack might do, right? Thin value, into 350, might bet 50K, 75K, one of those dinky little bets, right? We're not in a position, I don't think, to really do that. So what we have to do now is also figure out what are we targeting in his range, right? Now, theoretically, if you're targeting just the 9 or ace high, well, against those hands, you want to bet really small. But again, that doesn't make sense with the story we've been telling, right? That doesn't make a lot of sense. We're already in the mode of go big or go home after our turn size. So we have to stay in that when this 5 hits the river. It's a relatively inconsequential card. If we were strong on turn, we're still strong. The 5 didn't destroy our hand, unless it was specifically something like Jack 9, right? Jack 9 is literally the only combo that goes, oh shit, a 5. Because now we would lose to any raggedy old queen. So we think about what are we targeting? Well, obviously it'd be fantastic if he has King 10 or 10-8, right? That'd be great. Straight might raise us, and then, we can end it right here. Other possibility is a queen. That seems the most likely. So essentially we're targeting the queen. And we're going to choose a size that we would choose with our bluffs. If we were bluffing here, let's say we had the king deuce, or we had the 10 deuce, something like that. To get him off of a queen, we'd have to go pretty good size, obviously. So 300 seems about right. So we bet 300,000 into 350. Nick, sitting there with ace king, that river didn't really change a lot for him, right? If he called big size on turn as a bluff catcher, well, he still has a worthwhile bluff catcher, right? He still beats all the king deuce combo, king rag combos, all the 10 rag combos, right? That's pretty much it. I mean, maybe he beats like some flush draws that weren't, that hit the turn. So he beats some of those hands. But again, he knows based on my size, what I'm saying is, I don't just have a queen. Maybe that's the very bare minimum of my value range. Maybe. But again, which queen? Just queen that plays the board, queens and 5s with the jack? Would I really go that size? No. King, queen, ace, queen, maybe, but I don't have those. Because I would have re-raised pre-flop. I would have just jammed it in pre or, played a bigger pot pre. So he knows that I'm saying I either got like a straight full house or I missed. I have king deuce or 10 deuce or a missed spade draw. So from his perspective, he's getting better in 2-1. Ace king, you're not worried about a 9 here, guys. This is important to note. Like, I never am going to show up with a 9, right? So people are like, oh, what if he calls with ace king and you just have a 9? I don't. I'm never going to do that with a 9. It doesn't make a lot of sense. So for him, ace king ends up being like a relatively good bluff catcher. You don't really want to have the king. Ideally, like you'd actually rather have ace deuce here to call with than ace king, because king, when you have it, it blocks some of maybe the turns that I have like a king and I turn it into a bluff with a gut shot. So blocking that's not ideal. But overall, he went with the call. Good news us, full house, slam dunk. Now we got a stranglehold. this hand is going to be the most controversial one from the heads up, from the final table, pretty much for most of the super heroic bowl, in that there's going to be one camp that totally disagrees with my logic, and I'll stand firm that my logic is sound. Okay, and again, part of that reason is because of the strategy that I decided to implement throughout in terms of how I was constructing my ranges, my raising ranges in different spots, on different nodes, and different things like that, my check back ranges, all that stuff. I came in with a very specific formula that I was going to, execute, and this is part of that. Okay, so we got them, down to about 845, which less than 20 big blinds.
Always a little flavor.
Haven't really picked up on John Sock's game, an odd kind of, tidbit from you there. I suppose that you have. I don't know what the backstory is on that, but Negreanu limp Petrangelo.
I pick up the Jack 7 offsuit on the button. As we sort of established earlier, when you're playing with a big blind ante, you're never really folding the button, so you're raising or limping. Jack 7 is not exactly an ideal raising candidate, so we go ahead and limp, take a flop. Nick decides to check it back, and he's got the 9-6 of spades. So, 150,000 in this pot.
Petrangelo check.
Check it out.
Okay.
Jack 8-5, 2 hearts. It's a gutter. Backdoor spades versus top pair. The 7 of hearts working.
Very much so. Not going anywhere for Petrangelo.
100 a man to the turn.
The flop is Jack 8-5. Okay. Now Nick checks, and we elect to go with a large size. This is a spot where you could bet 50 for sure. You can mix here between large size. You can actually mix in some checks too on the flop here with the Jack as a trap. But I elect to go ahead and bet here, targeting an 8 or a 5 or some sort of straight draw, some ace high calls. Like, I think I'm going to get a lot of calls here from all those hands, so I think it's worth, a bet. Again, 9-10, Queen 10, a bunch of hands anyway. And I'm probably not folding if he raises. I've got top pair. It's a good hand. Okay.
Now 9s for Nicky P.
When we make middle pair.
So, now the turn card is the 9 of clubs. After he check calls, he checks again on this turn. And now people are like, well, this is a good card for you to bet. You block the 7, so you block 7, 10, 6, 7, which is fantastic. You have a straight draw yourself if you're behind, so go ahead and bet it, right? Well, I elect to try to, I don't know that I can get, with this marginal of a top pair hand, I don't know that I can get 2 more streets of value. I don't know that I can get turn and river with the best hand, right? I think I can get one or the other. And it's a little bit uncomfortable if I do bet turn and he raises, right? Because if he raises, I really can't fold because I have jacks with the straight draw, but I'm also behind a lot. Like, I could be pretty dead here. Like, if he happens to have Jack 9 or, a straight or something like that, I'm pretty dead now. But I decided to check back, and again, you're going to do that sometimes. And the reasoning why I thought at this point was I was looking to get some value on the river, was also protecting my river ranges because I don't know how long the heads up's going to go, but it could go a lot longer. And by checking back some top pair hands, I protect myself on rivers from being just bulldozed. That's an important thought. Again, I can't stress it enough to a lot of you guys who think about game theory and things like that. If you adhere to it strictly, you're going to find yourself in some very vulnerable spots where your opponent can, in theory, aggressively play a position that you just can't defend, right? You just can't defend it adequately, and you won't be able to. So one of the ways in which you can defend later streets or situations like that is by taking some of the stronger hands in your betting ranges on flop and checking them and allowing them to be in your check back range, right? Here's an interesting thought. When you check back the flop, right, on the turn, when you check back the flop, it strengthens your, when you check back more, it strengthens your betting range and your checking range, which can, be beneficial for later streets against some monsters who will really try to stick it to you.
Pair and so on. Note the very sneaky check from Negreanu and a glorious river for him in this line. Comes with a highly trappy, sort of unusual check on the turn. And for Petrangelo, he has to think jacks and 9s are good right here, albeit sharing a kicker with the board.
River is the jack now. That's great. Fantastic. We're going to look to bet here and probably bet some decent size now. With the jack pairing, if he checks, I'm thinking I'm going to go 300 again, something pretty big, and targeting 9 and 8, something like that, that may have to call. If he bets, we're probably going to raise, right? Because we just made trip jacks. However, and we've touched on this earlier, depends on the size he chooses.
Good enough for 225K of his 645 to be delivered into the middle, and one would imagine that Daniel
9.
I thought he would be putting the remaining 420 on request, Nick, in the form of a raise, but instead just flats and leaves Petrangelo
I very much thought he would as well.
at the low water mark.
But whatever the case may be, indeed, it is the low water mark. 420 for Nicky P.
Against a small bet, we've got to raise, because a small bet is going to be a lot of 9, 8, 5, just like two pair hands that is looking for, looking to make a blocker bet. So we're going to raise against the small size with our hand. But when he bets 225 and 350, that's considered a big size, right? Half the pot is 175. He's going close to 2/3 pot. So here's the thing you're thinking about. If he's bluffing, we win. There's no point in raising against bluffs, right? That's an important concept. If your opponent's bluffing anyway, raising does you no good. So if that's part of his range, none of that matters. So all we're focused on, what's his value range look like for that size, okay? He's value betting. He's saying, I have a jack. I have a straight. I have a full house. Maybe I have a good 9, right? A 9 with a decent kicker, or whatever the case may be. That's it, okay? We lose to all those. We beat 1. The bluffs are irrelevant, right? We lose to every one of those value bets, right? So again, when you think about raising, I have to think about what's calling me. And he probably, maybe he calls me with a 9. Great. But that's not the majority of his range. Like, the majority of his value bet range for this size is going to have me beat, or it's going to at least chop with me. 3 jacks and a worse kicker, that plays the board or something like that. He could have Jack King. Who knows? Like, there's a whole bunch of hands. So I remember even Maury in the booth, how did you do that? It was a mistake. Should have raised it. I disagree wholeheartedly that even though he's super short on chips, right? He started the hand with 845 and he's got 225. Just put it in and get it over with. That's not how you think about these spots. You don't think about, he only has a little bit more, so might as well put it in. You think about it, does the raise have value? And the only way it has value is if he's going to call you, right, with more worse hands than better hands. And that's not the case here, I don't think, right? I think he might just fold a 9. I think he may call again, like I said, but he's always going to call with better. He's never folding a jack, never folding a straight, never folding a full house. So we're just punting off to all those combos, hoping that we can squeeze a little bit of value out of him with a 9. But overall, as a proposition, if I'm making this bet and I'm looking at this saying, all right, what's more likely? If I raise him, what's more likely if he calls me? If he calls me with a better hand or a worse hand? I think it's more likely he calls me with a better hand, or puts in with a better hand. So when you really break this one down, I think raise would be, even though when you think about it from my perspective, like I'm at the top of my range, right? But that doesn't mean that I have to raise, right? It doesn't just because I'm at the top because I check back turn. Okay, well, I have a very, very strong hand. So what? He's signifying that his value betting range beats the actual hand I have. So no, just because I'm near the top of my range doesn't mean I have to raise. What I have to do is assess the situation, figure out if he's value betting, what do I do? This, what do I lose to? This, okay? Just call. Because I can beat all the bluffs. So it's a call. It's not a race. Okay? You can disagree. In the comments, you're like, that's wimpy. You should just put him in, finish the tournament. No. I'm going to finish the tournament on my terms, doing it I was going to sing, but I'm not. Because, no, we're not doing that. But yeah, finish it my way. All right, this is it, folks. This is going to be the end of the breakdown. I hope you enjoyed it. We've got this last hand to discuss. It's not exactly meaty, but felt good. I'll tell you that much. We got Nick down to 520,000. I'm on the button. That's about a little over 10 big blinds.
Queen 7 suited for Daniel now. Puts him in. Nick with an offsuit king. 10 BBs with the big blind Annie. He's counting down, Ollie. Does call. Best hand.
Decides to defend on the strength of a king.
No pair against no pair. Let's have the worst hand win again.
Recognizing.
Queen. Let me win it all in one time. Let's just do it. This is the one, right? We win it all in with the worst hand. Come on. Peggy.
Would be willing to get after him with less than a king, as we see here.
Do it.
To the flop.
Oh, he slides into a commanding lead here. Top pair with the clubs working.
Bazooka. Just 2 red kings. For the time being, can rescue Nick Petrangelo from a second place fate. Can hardly look. Now the board pairs. And it is indeed just 2 outs. 1 time.
What a feeling this must be for Daniel. For Nick, the light is dimming.
Will the monkey finally be removed from Daniel's back? Over the better part of these last 2 years, the answer is yes.
Yeah, man. Cheers. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
Yep. As he takes the worst of it and rides it to glory.
I pick up the Queen 7 suited on the button. You know what that hand is called, by the way? That hand has a name. That hand is called the computer hand. From way back when. I think it was when I started playing poker, people, Queen 7, it was a big deal. Oh, everyone knows. Because theoretically, Queen 7 suited, or I don't even know if it's suited or offsuit, I don't care. Beats, like, you know, if you're up against a random hand, it has like right around break even equity, or like a slight favorite against a random hand, right? Right, whatever, who cares? We got him on the ropes. We pick up Queen 7 suited. Feels like with his stack size, the best play is just stick it in. If he has nothing, great. We pick up the pot. And again, if he does have a speed, so what? You know, we're going to have some decent equity. He does call with a weak hand, but like he's short. You know, he's got to call with King 5. He's got his beat for now. But after this flop, this turn, this river, Super Bowl.
3.3 million plus.
The other one. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! What'd I tell you? How do you get them chips? How do you get them chips when you play some deep friends? So rock back, we got them all. Yeah, man. Thanks, guys. Oh yeah! Macho Man told you what was gonna happen, didn't he? All this pretty money right here. Oh yeah! You step into my ring right here at the Super High Roller Bowl, eh? Oh, that felt good. I won with the worst hand all in. Oh, let's go. Okay, now what? Super High Roller Bowl champ, number 7. Ooh, came second a couple years earlier. Number 4, got to the finish line, pulled off a win. It's nice to reminisce, to think back to this hand. We're pretty close to the World Series of Poker. The vlogs will be returning. We'll be churning them out. I'm excited. I wish it was tomorrow. It's not, but stay tuned to the channel because we're going to keep cranking out these videos. And as I said, we got the vlogs coming around. You'll get one in your inbox or your subscribe thingy each and every day. Cheers. All right, people, we're going to continue on with the Super High Roller Bowl series. This comes from Super High Roller Bowl 7. You can watch the entire thing on pokergo.com. I got a freaking subscription, or what do you call those codes? You know, the prescription codes. I got one of them things. You save $20 off an annual. Use Daniel2023. Oh, it's a promo code. I don't know. I'm not good with this sort of stuff. I just do the talking about the poker. Everybody tells me what else to put in. But anyway, hope you guys have been enjoying the series so far. We've walked you through all of day 1 already in terms of the, you know, important hands or the concepts that I wanted to discuss. So we're going to move on to day 2. Okay, and day 2, you know, we still got 14 players left. Yours truly, chip leader. Ever since I won that hand against Bryn where I made the quads, you know, I've maintained the chip lead and avoided any really big problematic spots, which we sort of find ourselves in this very next hand. So the blinds are 3,000, 6,000 with the customary big blind ante of 6,000. The hand
If you
But
found two in the same pot.
I think
Yeah,
it's
how many?
next
How many?
bubble.
Next time I'm on a bubble.
How many hands will you be constantly? You don't know how long did you play with King of Hearts.
So definitely an awkward
That's-
situation at best. I'd assume that once action's complete, it's just it counts. Like I don't think you can go back and be like, all right, give the chips back.
There was this came up with Bellagio once. Ming Lee was playing stud hand. He started with 2 kings, but they were both King of Hearts. So he bet all the way to the river, and the guy called him with 2 pair, and he's like, no, I have 2 King of Hearts, and they because he was clearly shooting an angle.
Yeah.
So because it was him, they didn't give him the spot.
Oh yeah.
Because that's what he was doing. It's like
Yeah.
a free roll, right?
Yeah, I
You
mean
can
it's
just
sick
call.
if you
You
get them,
bet the river, they
get them
fold.
like under, if you get them face down.
Yeah, you had 1 up, 1 down.
Or yeah, whatever. Where you're the only one who knows.
Interesting anecdote there from
Gary just with the flat on the button, small ball it up.
Bobby's Room Streets.
Hey, nobody does more small ball than you.
Look at this guy. Okay, let's play defense.
I thought you could use a green.
Yours truly, from early position, has the 10-8 of clubs. You know, as I said, I'm doing some limping, I'm doing some raising. As the chip leader, probably going to increase my raise frequency, in a situation like this a little bit more. And so 10-8 of clubs is a hand we might limp with. It's also a hand we might raise with. In this spot, we elect to raise. Now, Kerry Katz, who's only playing 116,000 in chips, right? Less than 20 big blinds, he calls from the button. And, Kerry plays differently than everybody else. And he's been successful for several years now playing these high rollers with his own brand of poker. This isn't a guy who spends any time looking at solvers. I don't think he's ever looked at a solver. He's also a limpin' is pimpin' type guy. He's also a small ball type guy. He's also a suited connected type guy. So he's all those things, that we've sort of talked about over the years. And, he's pretty effective at what he does with it. So it's important to know when he calls the button because you would think, so this is what I saw this in a video the other day. When you think of how to proceed with, like ranges and stuff, if you're just doing it based on what the GTO output says he's supposed to have here, well, he's not supposed to have this hand here, okay? And if you don't know that, you'll be moving forward making a mistake because you're assessing your opponent's range, right? So you don't just make assumptions that, everyone plays GTO, right? So I understand that a couple things. First of all, Kerry's not going to slow play, I think, aces or kings here, ace king. He's going to be jamming all those, which again, that's pretty normal. But his calling range is going to be wider than most because he's going to play these little suited connectors as well, and it's going to become very relevant in this specific hand. Green. Let's play some defense, gentlemen.
Negrano with the 10-8.
Defense.
Oh, flops a two-way straight draw up against second pair and an open ender.
Interaction about, Tommy.
Okay, so with a pot of 39,000 in the middle, Kerry's sitting on a little over 100,000. The flop is 7-6-4, 1 club. So this is a really nice flop for us. Like I don't mind getting it in here in this situation as long as I got some fold equity. But my plan here was to check raise all in, right, and really put him to the test. The problem with doing that is that this is a flop that Kerry may well hit as well, right? As I said, he's going to be playing a portion of the deck that a lot of other players won't. He's calling here with 4-5 suiteds, the 5-6 suiteds, pocket 6s, pocket 7s, pocket 4s, all these types of hands he's going to be calling with, again, which is something that you don't see a lot of players do. So as much as I kind of love this flop, I'm also wary of the fact that against a player like Kerry, he's going to hit this flop too. So if I was up against the traditional, quote-unquote GTO bot style player, I'm going to bet this flop, period. I'm just going to bet this flop with my, 2 overcards, my double gutter, backdoor flush draw. It's a very big hand, right? If they happen to be trapping, oh well, I'm going to have, a decent amount of equity most likely. Even against 2 jacks, I still got 8 clean outs in that spot. Now, again, I don't think Kerry's in that range. I think Kerry, he may have a hand like ace jack, king jack, queen jack. He could have high cards like that. Or, as we said, he could smash this flop as well. So, specifically because it's Kerry, I elect to check. I also don't think that Kerry is going to be betting a lot of his like king-queen type hands on this board. He's not the type that he's just going to bet king-queen here, which is probably something that he should do at a reasonable clip. So I check with full intention of if he bets, I'm just going to just check jam, right? Because he doesn't have that many chips, and my hand is way too good to fold in this case. So might as well just get it in, and if he folds, he folds. Like maybe he folds, or maybe maybe he has 8-9, and we get it in good because that's also a possibility.
Daniel, to check.
Owen?
And Cats jams.
Oh my god, I was gonna check raise anything. All of it. How much is it? This is crazy. What are you doing?
Oh, is that big bet?
No, I'm just saying, but like, what are you doing? Are you slow playing a big pair? It doesn't make no sense.
He's overbetting.
Yeah, you have the best hand right now. What is it, 104? 104 to win. I need or that for sure. Or maybe
you have ace five suited.
I don't have that. Something like that. He's closer.
Yeah. What?
8-9. You just jammed, bro? What the hell are you doing, man?
Because maybe it's 10-8.
Yeah.
Note how effective this overbet is.
Well, what do I do here? So you got. What are you doing? All of it, you say?
Got a big hand. I didn't check.
I understand that. You have the best hand, like I said.
I just didn't think a free card was in my best interest.
9.
Got
100 to win. Backdoor flush through I can make.
You have 10-8 of clubs?
Yeah. You guys are so good. What the hell? I'm just going to fold. Everyone knows what I have. Take it. Well, I mean, it's 10 high. Unless you had 8-9, then I had to destroy it. I didn't think so.
You were in pretty bad shape because the 8 was no good.
How was the 8 no good? Oh, you had 9-10? Oh, no, the 8 was no good because you had ace 5 suited.
Huh?
You had the ace 5 suited.
Something like that. Better than ace 5 suited.
Pretty sure you had 10 high beat. I think I made another sick leg on.
I had 10 beat.
Defense. You were so happy I folded. You did not want me to call. You don't want me to call with that hand. You don't want me to call.
You like a 9? That would be good.
How about a 5? That open-ended. Only 2 left.
Yeah, 5.
Oh. He's got the other 5s.
5 would have been bad.
Carry Cass is
And
changing.
just enough to run your pot odds.
That's fine. Take it, raise. Well, I check. Again, as I said, the intention of either check jamming or check calling, one of the two. I was going to depend how I feel. I do a little bit of both. But my first thought process is just check jam. I can't check jam, though, because I check, and he jams. So now what the heck is going on here? He jams for 104,000, 39,000 in the pot. So now it just becomes a simple math problem, right? Am I getting the right price, right? So against his range, like what is he going to have? He's going to have some hands that interfere with what we want, like the 5, right? The 5 is a card that we want to catch, but if he has one, that's problematic. Also, if he has a 5, the 8 is no longer now, right? So we can reasonably say, let's say we have at the very least 6 outs if he has pocket 5s, right? That means we can have one of the 2 5s or one of the 4 9s. If he has like 7 8, we've got a few more outs. But all told, I think we need a much better price than that to call it off against Kerry. Because, like, listen, he's not completely bluffing here, right? He's going to have something. And ultimately, factoring that in with the also added, sort of concern I had about how I wanted to play going forward, I didn't really want to play a lot of all-in pots and be gambling, right? In spots like that. I wanted to be in control. This is literally a marginal spot. I did think about this one for a little while because it's so stupid, but I actually felt like I was going to win the hand, which is really dumb. I'm like, I think I'm going to hit this one. But we elected to throw that one away and let Kerry live. All right, so on to the next hand. This is one where we're going back to Limpin' is Pimpin'. We're doing a lot of different things here. In this case, we're again chip leader, very, very comfortable in early position, which is typically a spot where we're going to be doing a lot more opening with raises than we are limping, just, based on some ICM stuff and whatnot. But we also have a couple of short stacks behind us. We got Chris Brewer in the small blind, and you got Kerry Katz behind. Now, Kerry's not your typical short stack, okay? A lot of short stacks with Kerry's stack, and they pick up like ace 9, ace 10. They're just going to ship it in, right? Kerry's not that guy. Kerry's probably going to limp behind, right? So the ace queen doesn't really trap him as much, but obviously a guy like Chris Brewer, who is, fundamentally very sound. He studies solvers, and he's, very, how do I say, a big believer in doing the right thing when it's the right thing, right? And so I thought, maybe I could be trapping him a little bit. There's also, big let's throw a brainbuster out. What are the odds of that, huh? After all these years, we being camera shot. What's that? I mean, 'cause, you know, I break your brain, and he beats you. No one cares. Caliente. Muy caliente. Deal or no deal. What's in the case? I would buy. You keep flopping nuts. Makes it easy.
Didn't see a soul when I sacrificed it all. Where they at now? 'Cause I can see it when I'm all going in. I'm going in. I got the feelings to depend on me to win. Bet on myself, so I just double up again. I'm going in. I'm going in. I'm going in. You know my losses and the lessons for my kids. No looking back, no turning.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one room in the house that's not getting quite as much action as it has due to golf is my wonderful gymnasium with all the toys. We got the tempo. I've been using the tempo some for stretching. With golf, getting these hips stretched real big. I like this move with that in there. There's a few, but like really loosening that up for golf. Oh yeah, do lots more stretching than anything. But today I think we're gonna do something light. We got dumbbells over here. Where the hell are the rest? Oh, never mind. We're good there. I got machines too. I got some fun machines. A couple that I really, really like. This thing here is a triple threat. It does flat bench, it does incline, and also the shoulder press. And then I got one of these. I love the pec fly deck, but it also here you can do rear delt with that one too. This one I don't use quite as much. It's way too heavy, even without weight. That thing is like to do hack squats is heavy. For leg press, it's okay. Got my calf thing because I got sexy calves. This guy here, I really like this. I first used this once in Vancouver when I was at the gym there. I really like the way that it feels. It's a vertical traction machine where you get what I'm saying. So, and then I had this before at the old house. This guy, the Inspire, does everything. Got cable pulleys, the whole deal. Got a rower, got elliptical, got a thingy. And I got this guy too. This one's really nice for like your back extensions. Just lean up into it, like that, and lean over, but it takes the legs out of it, if you will. And then we, of course, got this guy for, what did you call me with? Honey, you called me with Queen High. Queen 10, honey, you called me with Queen 10, right? So we're going to do a little something. We're going to do some box jumps, but nothing crazy. Have not been working out regularly, so one of the things you do when you haven't been is just take it easy. Just do something. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be like a 2-hour intensive high rep, high weight thing. I'm just gonna move a little bit, get the blood flowing. You know what I'm saying? And then this is where I've been showering pretty much. Exclusively nowadays. In here we got the steam shower, or the sauna. So that's kind of nice. Roman chair for abs. This one is probably, I like when my back is supported for abs, probably because it's a very weak lower back on old D-necks. But yeah, we're going to do a little something, starting stretching. Something golf has taught me. Keep those hips and lower back, especially sitting as much as I am now, at the World Series. So it is now noon. The tournament starts right now. We're already planning on going. The lake is a short day too, because we're going to play 8 levels. It's going to be done by about 9 o'clock. So the plan here is to leave here around 2 and then enter for somewhere in the middle of level 3. Starts really deep. No real need to go cuckoo early, although it is no limit. So we kind of want to build stackers or buy this one. Yeah, woke up at 8. It is what it is. It's when I wake up. Yeah, better at 6:30. This guy with 1 here. Maybe I should get her at 1 point. Overrated. All right, so no golf today, ladies and gentlemen, but that doesn't mean we don't get a few, keep sharp with chipping over here. So usually what I do is I start out with that deep flag. Just set it up right here. We're going to go with the low one first. That one is about 3 feet. Okay, that's good. Anytime you can chip around here, okay, to 3 feet. Now we're trying to make one. How am I going? Oh, a little right. Okay, we're a little right. Let's see here. One more low one, and then we're going to go high. Go. Oh, look Let's show you. Come on. That one just looked out. This is a good chip right here. This is how you do it. This is how you play tour level. Okay? See that? You see that? That's what we call attacking. Not too shabby. Good start to the day. Should have went in. That would have been so much more cool. Not even playing. Not even playing. The very next one I hit, I go with my I got this high flopper. I got this high flopper legit flag. I got all kinds of where you choke down, do all kinds of stuff. This one was the yellow one, and we got it. Voila. In the frickin' hole. The very next one I took with the cameras off. Of course, maybe I'm camera shy. What are the odds of that, huh? After all these years, me being camera shy. Yeah, not a thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 12:30. Got a little sweat in. Nothing crazy. Like I said, a little chipping. Most of the sweat happened outside because we were in the heat. You know what I'm saying? And now it's about 12:30. Like I said, we're going to try to head here for 2. I got to shower, do a bunch of things. So I don't really feel like making lunch. And on days when I don't feel like making lunch, typically my go-to, which you guys can get and I'll tell you how, my go-to is like a Huel. And they got different flavors. They got chocolate, they got vanilla. I'm a big fan of the iced coffee, so we're going to go with one of those this morning or this afternoon, whatever you want to call it. If you want some Huel, you go to Huel.com/Daniel15. Use promo code Daniel for 15% off orders $50 or more for new customers. It's really tasty, super yummy, and I'm not just playing. You know how I do. On that note, Phil Helms, Phil Helms promotes stuff and drinks. When he drinks something that he's doing, he does the funny. It's like this and then. That's good. Maybe not well enough stuff. It's really good. I can't do Phil Helms justice, but watching his videos where he does it gives me a good old chuckle. Okay, let's get in the shower.
Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over, so we put our hands up. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
Are you guys cheating? Are you cheating? No, I'm trying to get because she's in class. What? Are you helping? Because that's cheating.
That's helping with this.
Huh?
It's the most boring thing I've ever heard today.
What do you study today?
EKGs, but he's not good at this.
Shh, don't tell him. Okay, just let me know if you guys deal with this with women. Because it's unbelievable. I said, babe, she's worried she didn't look good, I said, listen, you look good in this light, so I got your shit for that, for sure, right? Because why? Why did I get in trouble for that? Because I said you look good in this light. Explain it.
You go, I said, does it look bad? You go, no, you look good in this light.
You're cheating. I said, no, you look good. This light. No, you look good. In this light. And I didn't do that. I just said, I wish I filmed it. You look good in this light and also in the dark. Is that bad? Can I say that? You look good in the dark? Hey. Yeah, you look great in the dark. Amazing. Is that good?
Thanks.
I don't know how to do this. You guys have this problem? Right? Let me know. Comments down below. Yeah, it feels like I don't know if it's a woman thing or you allowed to say that anymore, but whatever. That it's a woman thing. I say to you, you look good, and you go, thanks. What, you look good in this light? I'd say thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Then I'll keep the light. That's what I do, because I'm a man. You know what I'm saying? Let's go to work. Off we go, ladies and gentlemen. I feel good, slept good. Off to decision time. Well, I'll give you a little bit of what I was all committed to 25K, and I never even thought about 1,500 KOA. Josh, co-manager of my team, was like, maybe you should play 1,500 kilo, try to run the stack. And it makes some sense logically, but I'm also kind of like ready to battle. I'm quite confident. After what I was able to do in the 25K heads up, I felt really dialed in with no limit holding against crushers. I've got a wide list of what we're going to refer to brain breakers. Brain breakers specifically designed and tailored to those who study that make people go "Boing," like that. So I really, I kind of want to battle. It's not a crazy long battle today. I mean, theoretically, you could play Halo 8, and then play day 2 of the 25K tomorrow, but I kind of want to build stack. So this is relatively early. I mean, it's 1:30, 1:44. We'll be there right after the first break for level 3, which gives us, I don't know, a couple hundred big blind. It's huge. It's a blind, right? So I kind of, like I said, I want to get the trenches. Feeling good. I didn't know what I'd be feeling going into 12 series because I haven't been playing, but no one told me. I feel like we good. We good. So I don't care what they're studying. I don't care what they're doing. All I care about is figuring out the best way to navigate the wizards and break some brains. Hey, Alan, what's bothering you today? What's bothering you today?
Aren't you in like day 3 of the Booster 7 or something?
I busted up. Well, what's bothering you?
I have this idea.
Okay.
The dealer has their necklace on, right?
Ah.
Instead of going up to the table and fumbling for 5 minutes, right? Yeah, they have a QR code. They
Can you
scan
do it? You want to make
Anybody
it?
can do it.
Why don't you do it?
I tagged you on this idea. It's so simple, and it gets really frustrating. They walk up, they do all this nonsense. Sometimes they can't log in. They have to call the floor guy. One time it took almost 5 minutes.
Oh no. 5 minutes of Alan Test's life is worth how much?
A lot.
A lot of money. Yeah.
I am going to play Halo 8. Yesterday, I posted a video on my Twitter. This guy, complete drama queen with small blind.
Drama queen.
Yes. We're playing Big O, and he says, "How much do you have?" And I only limped under the gun. Anyway, finally he does a 3x raise. So I snap ball.
Drop something. Yeah. And then you lost.
No, I fought the set.
Congrats.
And all he has is ace twos. I have like.
Yeah, no one really cares about this story.
No, I understand that. But by the end of the hand, he gets his money back on the river. So we have this little animosity built up. So the very next hand, now I'm in the big blind, he does the whole drama thing again. Yes.
How many hands do you think we're going to do in this vlog? You think it's going to be 80 minutes of you bitching about a bad beat? No. I think we're done.
Wait a minute, let me just finish.
Oh, God, okay.
So he does the whole drama thing again. I look down, I have the very best hand you could ever have in Big O. Ace, deuce, 4, king, king. Ace, deuce, 8. So we get all the money in.
And he beats you.
Yes.
Oh, God.
With a 6 high flush.
No one cares.
No, I know people don't care about that. But it was just so frustrating. Today I'm back at it again.
All right.
But I'm losing every day like that. It's crazy.
Life is rough.
Yes.
All right, 25 feet. We got one monster. We have El Monster, El Grande Monster. Look at this guy. He's okay, too. And then, I don't know. We'll see. We gamble. What happened? I had to change the chair. Why did I have to change the chair? Well, who was sitting here? And he has a hot ass. Caliente. Muy caliente. What can you do? It's hot. You just change it. I mean, it was hot. He's burning up. He needs to go to the doctor. Here we go. 25K. A1B. Looks like a better field today. I got 100 already. Entries till tomorrow. Keep it like Tchaikovsky. All my bonus teams, buddy. I got you on all my bonus teams. No, you're a good player. I think you're a good player. Not against me, you're not. I mean, because, I break your brain. But other people, you do really good. Right?
I play 5 tournaments.
You're going to play the tournaments. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we played 2 hours. We've got 179,000 from 150. And I do have one hand breakdown to share with you. So, shall we? Off to the steamer. Ooh, we should ask. Brandon Wilson is right here. One seat over here. You should ask. If it's a thing. It's a thing. Well, I can't tell you now because I'm going to do the hand breakdown there. But fun. I don't know. Maybe played it goofy. But I went for a brain breaker. It didn't break the brain. He didn't have anything. Yeah, he didn't have anything. That's the problem. Let's discuss the hand, shall we? The main culprit in the hand was a gentleman named Frankie Finaro. Funky Frankie. Haven't played with Frankie in a little bit. But Frankie's funky. And Frankie will do the funk. He got the funk. Frankie got that funk. Got the phone. Boom. Alright, here's the hand. Okay? Under the gun makes it 3K. Oh, sorry, 3K big blind makes it 65. Folds over to Frankie in small blind. He calls. I got 85 off. A little loosey goosey here. I'm trying to do some stuff. Feel good. Got 8 of hearts, 5. I see a flop. Why not? You know, get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1. Why not? Comes 4, 6, 7, 2 hearts. Frankie checks. This is the board. The big blind, you bet. Blah. Puts the under the gun raiser in a really tough spot. Set over pairs. It's very difficult for him to raise here because, you know, I mean, I could just have it. In addition to that, if I don't, I might have a lot of equity. Like, generally, the hands that bet here, in my position, are going to be like pair gut shots, just gut shots, flush draws, stuff like that. And also, if you're smart, you got to do it with the strong hands. Sets, straights, and the leg. You can't just only do it with the mediocre hands. So I go for 10K. Under the gun calls. Now Funky Frankie makes it 37 from small. We're loving this spot. Okay? You could jam here, you can call here. Both are totally normal. What we're hoping he has here is a set. You know, he's got pocket 7, pocket 6, pocket 4, so those all make sense. Other hands he can have are like flush draws. Other hands, I know he can be bluffing with some goofy stuff. He's not gonna have 9s here really. That's not really a thing. So against that range, I thought, all right, well, let's throw a brainbuster out, and we make it 60. Right? Basically, click it. What would I do that with? That are bluffs. All of the combo tricks. Absolutely, why not? You know, Jack 5 of hearts, King 5 of hearts, pair and flush draw, a whole bunch of shit that I'm just happy to get rid of. If he has nothing, he's done anyway. If he has all those set hands, he's just gonna put the money in. We go. So I make it 60 under the gun fold. He thinks for bet and he just says, I have nothing. He was stealing. He was trying to bluff the spot, which is pretty frisky, frankly. Big blind bets there. That's frisky Frankie. Frankie being frisky. He folds the hand. Ended up to about 250. Lost a few here and there. He got 180. Started at 150. Only 4 more hours of play. So he did a nice, easy day for day 1 of the 25K. We will continue to look for spots and hopefully just keep flopping the nuts. Makes it easy. Alright, mouth is watering. I see Patty. And I see Patty with a pizza. Patty got a pizza? A pizza. Pizza. For me. Thank you. And you have a... Good, we have some napkins. We got a pizza. Pizza. Let's see. This is a good pizza. I like it, this pizza. Enjoy the pizza. Yummy. Vamos. Roll in and call. You have a no pair? No pair. I have a pair. Pair of 9s. 9 versus ace king. 50-50. King. Hiya. Okay. You busted it. Alright. GG. Okay. We busted the bullet. 9s against ace king. Right there, raised the cutoff. The button called. Very good squeeze got for a break. He squeezes a jam. He has ace king. We flip. We lose. Okay. Let's talk about one more hand we played. Earlier. This is just like the last one. This was funny. We're gonna rebuy that. This one's kind of cute. So I open under the gun. 4K big for 9. With Queen Jack of hearts. Gillen Lindy calls on the button. And this Asian player I've never seen before also calls on the big blind. So 3 of us. 2 of flop. King 10, 8. 1 heart. Rainbow. Check. I go 12. Dylan calls. The big blind check raise for 37. Okay. Call. Turns to 7. He uses a time bank. Goes all in. And queen high. And that's just what it is. I have to fold. He proudly turns over his bluff, which was ace deuce off suit. What? Hit the best hand anyways. It's goofy. Like 90. That's like, it's actually really like this like 9 times out of 10. He's so dead. Because when I bet call, I'm gonna have like king or better a lot. But I happen to have the one, literally the one hand. That's it. No other hand gets that through. So, check. Now we got a rebuy. 9s opened. Yep. Lost the flip. Win some, you lose some. On to the next. Alright, let's play deal or no deal. What's in the case? Which case do we want? Do you want number 1? Number 1, what's in the case? You want this one?
Number 2. Number 2.
Okay. Well, this looks like the one from the game.
You want to keep her on?
What's in the, is there anything good? Is that the one? I'll buy out. 1,000 for what's in there?
Yeah, not include the levy.
I would buy. I would buy. Is there big money in there? Okay, I'll play. Come on. Big blind. I would play. Okay. We're in this pair? He does have a pair. Okay, the nines again. We have the nines again. The nines again, but this time he's got the pair. Okay. He's got a pair of queens. It's better than nines. Well, you know, plenty of anybody else have a nine? No? Stars nuts, they call it. Okay, well, that's a tough one. It's queen on the flop. Okay, I need an eight. I need an ace or a king or an eight. Oh, head outs. All right, that's the end of me. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Maybe yellow eight for me. All right, no luck with empty nines over there. A couple times, nines against ace, king, nines against queens. Yeah, is what it is. So we this thing we can jump in. I'll do two more opportunities. But in the meantime, I'm not done yet. We've got a PLO 8 or better with 2 revised nats, 1,500, very large field. But it's a game where we could really run up the stack. So we're gonna probably just jump right in. Why not? I don't have a great hand. Double suited. Me and you, buddy? You got me crushed, probably. Oh, yeah. Look at that. All black. Well, you got spades covered? Okay, I got the hearts and that's the hearts and the queen and the straights and I don't know whatever else. Your hand's slightly ahead. Oh, I have a straight. Oh, my God. Stomach, great covered? No? Okay, free buy. You got me covered? No. Damn. 15. 16 4. 16 4. Okay, I'm all in. Okay, I was in the big line. I was goofing around with the big line. What do you guys got? Anybody? You have 3 jacks? Well, that's gonna make this hand. That had jacks up.
I will not mind you found your legs.
How can I win?
A 4.
Huh? I need a 4? What 4?
10 on 5.
Oh, I didn't even know I had that many out. Ooh, 7. I get 0. All right, last free buy. That was in the big blind, by the way. Not that I wouldn't have played this. Anyway. Wow, 3 jacks. Okay, free buy. I am so dead. What do you have? Oh my God, you don't have a low? You have 2 paired up. That was suited aces. Yeah. I have a low. You have full house. I have aces. Okay, that's it. Really nice. See y'all. What do you want to say? I actually had a good hand. Yeah. Alrighty. We did not run up a stack in the PLO 8. Didn't win any hands. So, decision time is now. There's nothing to play. The only decision we have is go home or stay here and jump in for day 2 of the 25K. Well, we're going to play the 25K tomorrow. The only question is if we stay here. I'm leaning towards going home. And you'll find out in the morning. That's the end of the club, peeps. A little bit crazy. 2 bullets, 3 bullets, all gone.
Because that was not very strong hand, and that was just a time. Yes! No! This is oh, this is for life, and that could be interesting. Wow, you bought. What the frequency there? What the frequency there? Huh? No, I don't know. Like in theory, I think they're just like zero. Like I mean, not zero, but like the 10%. What is that? I mean, just like this is super explored. It's just like everything is super explored. Like fall on the river. I ban. I don't know. Well, in my chat probably no because I can read your message. How was the 1500s final table? I finished in the sixth place. Here is the screenshot. Bro, do you have a black eye? No. Or you are just starting? No. Then thank you, Alberta. But no. That's just me. 42 years old, Dennis. Slept for 7 hours. That's normal for me. How old are you, Randall? There is no fun bad with Ice King there, but we will do that. I mean, I just hope I jam in general, But against him, I think we do that. And now fold. Fold is not mistake. Yeah, see? If I would jam, I don't know. Six of it. I think he jumps just like super wide because on tilt. After that big loss. So I will three bite here and fold if he jumps. My main idea, that he's gonna open raise super wide because of chip lead, and he is gonna fold a lot, and I have a blocker. If some short stack jams, of course I call. But they fold like this guy folding ace high. Or maybe even folding something better, I don't know. He's thinking. And that works. Assume. Try. Celebrate. Here we don't have to celebrate. We can skip last part.
well not to lose the stack. Raise from early position. I re-raise. Egyptian's in there. He hits the ace. He was dead. GG Egyptian. But Jack 6-3. He very rarely has jacks here. I don't think slow played aces are a thing. So we lose to like nothing. And he had lose to threes and sixes. He might not even have threes. He has this one hand that beats us, and we don't lose our stack. So I'm really pleased with this. I'm really actually quite pleased with this. Let's get the 215. Yeah, I'm quite pleased. Shoving for 32 is a lot. Shoving for 32 with a bounty, it might be ideal. Well, yo, we should have gotten, and he covered us, man. We still have 22 big blinds. It's kind of like we're free rolling this tournament. That should have been lights out. In that spot with how those ranges were, that should have been sayonara. I'm happy to be alive. Now this is interesting. Look at these stacks. Normally I would just raise here, but this is the late range table. 10 bigs, 10 bigs, 10 bigs, 10 bigs. So suited ace, this is going to be a profitable shove. I could play a min-raise strategy, but I would min-raise a little more polar, but jamming these kind of hands. We get snapped by this guy. The nines. You got that one. You got it. You got it. Wow, and I make the ace on the river. Okay. Well, we're absolutely cooking in this tournament, but a couple unfortunate hands. Again, feels like we should have been out after the pocket kings. Let's rearrange some of these tables. Hey, everybody. $215. This here. Still alive. Again, we got to look at it like a free roll opportunity. We really should have gotten the stack there. This guy's bounty in his short stack still kind of looming large here. So we raise this up. I'd love it if he jammed. That guy just flops quads with the nines. That's good. That's good. Yeah, poker-wise, we're up about 130K this year. It feels weird because I haven't played for the last 2 months. Small c-bet here on the monotone board. This is a call. We're probably behind, but for the bounty, it is a call. Can we find a chop, maybe? he's got it. Rip it. I know. Chad, it's super sick we didn't stack off there. He played that set really slow. I think I would just play a lot of calls here with this. I think I would trap a lot with this. So let's call the king queen. I see potential. Overs. This is all over my flatting range here as well. There's no reason for him to trap with like tens, jacks, or overpairs where I still have those in range. Now, if this guy check raises. Wow, interesting. Crazy hands. He's probably jamming most of the time here. It's just what happens, yeah. I'm folding. Ace king. He's ace king too. Free roll. Okay, now we're jamming here. We're short. 7 blinds. You don't love the ace 7 off. You're scared of call, but yeah, I believe in you, ace 7 off. It's gotten to the big blinds. Nice. Now raise here, facing a big 3-bet. That queen of spades I'm interested in. Okay, 207 max. We're jamming here. What's up? There's already 600 people here chilling. Welcome in, everybody. Doing quite well here early on. We've got a lot of opportunities. Nice to get that shove through. Most weekends we're going to be streaming going forward. Fridays and Sundays are my main 2 days. Obviously, it's a little ways away, but WSOP bracelet events are coming on GG Poker. Dude, we had a really, really good ring series. We had an absolutely incredible ring series. In the 500, let's try this overcall. I do feel like when you overcall, it really sets up a squeeze spot for your opponents, but we'll get the set mine in position. Now, we're always asking, like, what does our opponent's range look like? Okay, ace 5 of the big blind. Full slate position, most likely doing something here. The beautiful game of no limit hold'em. Man, it's good to be back. Jamming. Now Reg opens the button. So this is a good equity hand, but it's a better pre-flop hand. Easy reshove. You jam it in his grill. Nice. Let's go. Sevens ripping. 7 blinds. I had 7 time banks. 7-7 here. I'm all in. Jordan! Welcome back, Jordan. Appreciate all the resubs coming back. Thank you. Thank you. Damn came out, read the chat. I try to show people up, but we got 6 tables here, man. Awesome chips here, still sitting very nicely though. $16 pay here, 3.4 up top. Dude, I don't feel rusty, but it's like I'm getting back into it, you know? It's been a long time since I've 6-table MTTs. Let's defend here. Button cut up, hijack the low jack. He plays check. I think before deuce we're in pure give up mode. Especially versus flop check. Now, I might block this river. I might block this river. Nice! Bang! When you bluff 25% and get it through, that feels pretty fucking good. I got ace 10 here. Dude, let's look at that again, bro. I might block this river. Nice! Small pop, that's a... When you bluff 25% and get it through, that's beautiful. Ace 10 calling here. Flopped an ace.
How old are you? It's irrelevant. It's how old you feel that matters. And if you feel older than you actually are, then you need to change something in your life. You know, when I was young, I felt much older. But after 30, I feel much younger. So, I'm 40 this year. That's a great age. And age. You can, but so yeah, we have 2 tickets, guaranteed. You have only 100 chips in the middle. out because his range is strong. Oh, he's dancing on the final level. That's Daniel. Huh? Yeah, bro, I'm super lucky account. That's everyone knows that. Таке враження, що карти тобі під'їжджають до... Звісно. Стрімерам підкручують. Це ж загальновідома інформація. Тому і стрімити почав, щоб підкручували. Oh, that could be a trouble. Okay, jump, that's not a trouble. That's not even a trouble. His range is too good. Exactly, he's king plus. Ah, that was a trouble anyway. Queen high. Okay. Okay. That's for bad. I'm not sure. to go. Best of luck, guys. Have a great day. DGs. Дякую, Раконе, дуже слушна думка. Так воно і є. Це є все прикладом поняття результат орієнту. Тобто, коли людина орієнтується на результат, те, що вона бачить, для нас це натурально робити такі висновки, тому що ми щось бачимо перед очима. 3 рази ми побачили, ми такі, о, робимо висновок. Але ми не усвідомлюємо, що стоїть за цією картинкою. Тому що так, будь-який стример він намагається показати роздачі, де це найприкольніші, найактивніші, там де найкращі руки і так далі. Do you consider this a job or entertainment? What do you mean? Poker can be a job, like 100% poker is a job only when you deal in cards. So, for no ones in this universe, you can call it that a job, like someone's calling that a job, but that's not a job. It's like when you do a job, you get paid for that. But just like, longer you do, much more money you got. Like, poker, it works absolutely different. Poker could be a business, yes. Poker could be very, very wild. We see trade in that business. Yeah, that's good. You were speaking about me. I played poker for a living for many years. And like 4 years ago, I started my content creator career. And like fully, I started fully, I switched between professional poker to content creator only 2 years ago. But I pay my bills from money which I earn from my contracts, my ads, my videos, my commissions and subscriptions. I don't see donations. No, I don't need donations. If you want to donate something, donate to Ukraine. Right. So, for last 3 years, I consider myself as a content creator. But yes, I'm still winning poker. I won $1 million in last year. I'm lucky streamer. Everyone knows that. I'm 59 and 5 girls. Wow, congrats. That's amazing, bro. That's just blessing. I mean, of course, maybe you want to have sons. I don't know. Like, I mean, 5 kids. That's a blessing. Grandkids, 14. 14 grandkids. Thank you, Casual Walker, for Prime. Follow us. Wow, but 5 kids, bro. So we were by twice. Got everything, and he checked back. So we won. You can do like that. Twitch and bot will show you. Thank you again, Casual Walker, for your support. For Brandon's money.
There was no way cut. I checked my weight at the hotel just before I came over here. I was 196, and then they said on the scale I was 200. Apparently Chris was 201. They did some magic on the scale, and then he was 200 pounds.
I think there could be a case then if you're both heavier than you thought you were originally that it could win scales.
There's something going on. Obviously, they found the real weight.
You know, last few
Lodge a protest there, or I mean, I know the board have said the weight is the weight, so we move on as it is, but you're obviously not too sure about it.
I got one job to do tomorrow night. Actually, well, they're probably going to protest that because everybody does their side.
The fight itself, you're off one side, so I don't know if you could see Chris on the scales, or I don't know if you bumped into him around the back there. How did you think he looked?
Terrible. Looked like he had a really hard time cutting weight. Like I said, I didn't cut weight. I actually ate last night before bed. I woke up right in.
Does that give you any extra confidence boost? I mean, I don't know if things like that rub off on you at all. Does it change your prediction? Does it change your attitude? Does it change your look towards the fight?
It changes for me. It changes nothing. I fought heavyweight. I fought cruiserweight, bridgerweight. So for me, it's nothing. But that's really his problem.
Hold up, Reitman's? What? So cheap. I can't believe this is for Reitman.
There was no weight cut. I checked my weight at the hotel just before I came over here. I was 196, and then they said on the scale I was 200. Apparently Chris was 201. Then they did some magic on the scale, and then he was 200 pounds.
I think there could be a case then if you're both heavier than you thought.
So when you want to shoot an action film, we're going to be method actors, and we're going to retire.
Hello, Kings. Campbell, привіт, друже. Дякую. Я тобі скажу, я вважаю, не існує апстриків, даунстриків, і люди, коли вони це кажуть, вони фігню роблять. Насправді. Для себе. Тобто, коли вони думають, що існує якийсь магічний апстрик, чи тобто ти так сказав, такому, так люди часто кажуть. О, ну мені би вибратися з цього даунстріку, о, мені б отримати щось з цього апстріку. Але їх не існує. Не існує магії, не існує удачі, нічого не існує. Тобто не слід взагалі зосереджуватися на цьому. Просто треба робити, і воно просто з часом приходить. А коли ти хоча б одну долю, крихту секунди замислюєшся про якісь даунстріки, апстріки, то ти програєш. Ти витрачаєш енергію, ти програєш гроші одразу. Я тільки подумав про це.
I'm doing it for my daughter. Just crap. So I never looked into it. But the original, the AI from the 60s, 70s, 80s is called GoFi, which is good old-fashioned AI. That's actually what they call it.
Wow.
And it was had some DARPA funding, and there were some people, it had some attention and some heat for a while. And now, you know how we talk about, when we talk about stuff, we'll talk about it in metaphors, like it's like a car with wheels that go like this. So not metaphorically, actually, structurally. Do you know what GoFi is? What it actually is? It actually is, this is not a metaphor, this is what it is. It is the same thing as video game AI. GoFi is just a tree of possible states where it's like, if there's a patrolman and you sneak past him, you alert him, he changes his route.
Yeah.
If he doesn't find you for 15 seconds, he goes off back into his regular patrol route. A big tree like this. So if you're a soldier in Metal Gear Solid, you would have 15 different states. GoFi, the systems that people have put in place that have actually worked are like 600 different states, but nevertheless, it's the same thing. It's programmed by a human, which that's smart. Like, it's computers. That's interesting to me. I like Mafia 2. Like, I get it that having an enemy that reacts is, like, interesting. But in the 60s and 70s, people were saying that this is what was going to replace humans. Yeah, okay?
Sounds close.
Node state.
I mean, you're right there. You're right there. I mean, and honestly,
Hold on a second. No. Look, Chris, can GoFi produce human-level artificial intelligence in a machine? Is GoFi the primary method? So forget about computers. Is GoFi the primary method that human brains use to display intelligence? AI founder Herbert A. Simon speculated in '63 that the answers to both these questions was yes.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that awesome?
Wow.
It's like, it's interesting. I'm not even, click Herbert A. Simon. I want to see what he looks like. Is he a gay lady? Ah! He's a good guy. He's a good guy. And, he's Jewish right here. Oh, he's a good guy. Close it though. And I'm not even saying this to like try to dunk on it or something. It's just very interesting to me that they basically invented something that we all play Fortnite and we know how that works. Or Payday. Okay, we know how Payday works. You trigger the safe and the cops come out and they leave. But it's not thinking.
Yeah.
Payday, the heist game is not analogous to how humans think. Obviously, to an idiot, this is clearly the case that they're not the same thing.
Why don't we have a pile of ants do it instead?
You could make a computer out of a pile of ants. You could have the ants hold up. You could have them reach for sugar, and if they get the sugar, that's a 1. If they don't get the sugar, that's a 0. You could make an ant computer.
And ants. That would be my computer.
Yeah.
Yep. Wow. You ever see the ants pull the wrench through the maze? Where they like get it in, they like this, they try it like this, and then they pick it up, they spin it around, they figure they have to do it like this.
Unbelievable.
That's incredible. It's like logical, critical thinking as it's incredible. It's wild.
It's so good.
And then like octopus solving locks.
Very cool.
I like opening jars from the inside.
Yeah.
So good. Like flooding labs.
Yeah. I would like to think of octopus being like diabolical.
Yeah.
Like octopus, like
they're probably gentle sea creatures. They probably would say hi to you. I think they wave to researchers.
Yeah. Do they?
And they wave hi to the researchers. You know,
amazing.
Yeah. They figured out that this is
something like that.
They're so smart. You would never eat them if you knew how smart they were.
Don't eat octopus.
No. Yeah. Right.
They're good guys.
Yeah. They're so funny.
They're with it. They're
It's
like this.
like eating a sentient animal from Narnia.
They know what the deal is.
Yeah. They know all the deals.
Yeah.
They're like, here we go. Like black lady in a restaurant. They're like, here we go.
Knows all the nodes on the AI chart.
Get ready.
Like, this guy's pre-diabetic, I can tell.
Here we go.
Just looks at you once.
What you mean you ain't got no wall? You charging me for lemons? Here we go. Octopus. Every fucking time.
So you get a mic next to its mouth. That's what you get out of it.
It speaks perfect English.
What's he saying? Funniest person.
Right?
Fuck is this guy?
And you've got to get the information before the bomb goes off. So you say, hey, I was Beta. Give me the information. He's like, fuck you. I'm not going to give you the information. So what do? Do you waterboard him? Do you sleep deprive him? Do you put him in a cold cell? Do you beat him? Do you put cockroaches on him? Do you put hummus up his ass?
I would go with you put hummus up his ass.
Is that your final answer, bro?
Yeah. It's good.
This is crazy.
Got him right where
What
I
kind
want
of a
him.
game show is that?
That's the military. That's
their podcast tour that they're on.
Military Disclosure podcast tour. This is the cool thing to what is this to humiliate U.S. military people?
What's that?
Just like this whole
guy's doing?
just like all of this.
I think if I had to guess what this guy's doing, I think it's to make it so that it seems that what the CIA does seems normal and justified. Like he's nominally a whistleblower, but the way he frames what happened is a way where if you heard it, you would understand that it's probably necessary to put hummus up a terrorist's ass.
He'd be like, "Oh no, don't do that."
I'll tell you anything
I
you
would be
want.
like letting out. Please don't. I might be. Oh no, that'll be the straw that breaks the camel's back. If you put hummus up my ass, you just put something in your ass. You're chewing it with your asshole because you're starving. You're chewing it like you're like squeezing your asshole in and out, chewing the hummus. You're like in your head, you're like, thank God I was starving.
Trick that guy into feeding me.
Who's the fucking asshole now?
That's the voice your ass makes.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Don't put carrots up here either. That would be delicious. You eating carrots and hummus with that?
coming back. What the hell? Like, he raised and checked the flop, and then he calls, and I bet in him in raise. Like, it's just like, this is super wild. He raised 5-3 suited from middle position, then checks back with the quadro, and then min raised on the river with flop.
Okay, how old are you? Yeah, I know. Obviously, you saw that from a mile away. Might be older than two of me put together. How about this? I'll do a relationship joke to get her back on my side. Because, no, she doesn't want to hear a pedophile joke. So me and my chick are in like a little bit of a fight just because she's on her period right now. I guess for girls, like your first period's like a big deal. That's a period joke. Or an anorexia joke. Choose your own adventure. You didn't like that one? Well, if it makes you feel better, I'll always have sex with my girl on her period, but I do always run inside after naked with the blood on my dick screaming, I just killed my cat. So that's like that's a cat joke. So you didn't like the pedophile joke, you didn't like the cat joke. I think it's hard to figure out what you want. Was that objectively funny joke not funny also?
Hey guys, and welcome back to another episode on Lumber Capital Log Yard. I am really excited to announce that we are finally making Tommy Groove. After all of that trial and error and a lot of changes and adjustments to our system, we are finally doing it. So we're going to pump out some for you here today, as well as give you some updates on what has happened since the last time you saw the smolder. So let's get into it. One of the things that we had to work out was the amount of shavings that this thing makes, because it came with a vacuum system that all of the shavings would go into these bags, and the bags filled up way too quick in order for that to work. So what we did was, if you see, all of these tubes are going up into the ceiling here, and then they're running out, and then there's a big tube that comes down out of there and into a trailer, right into a trailer. And let's take a peeky in here. This thing is full, pretty much, almost. Take a peek in there. That's how much we've already made from just this pile. I'll show you what the finished product looks like. It's amazing. I'm very impressed, and I hope that our customers love it as much as we do. I think that this is an absolutely great product. And here it is, our our finished products here, and you see the pile. Get a good shot of how much we have here. This is what made an entire trailer of sawdust. Just these three piles here. And that's the back. Let's fit two together so you can see. It fits very, very nicely. There's all kinds of different variations, cool different knives that we can get, but this is just what we'll call the inventory. There it is. Tongue and groove. Kind of satisfying to put together and then like pull apart. And so we have some more to do. This pile over here has been planed and it's ready to be now tongue and grooved. So it's twice, ideally twice a board has to be put through the molder. Now I'm pretty sure all of these had to be put through, they've already been through twice, I'm pretty sure at this point, because if you keep up with the channel, then you've heard me talk about, even in my last video, that the dimensions we had originally cut a lot of these boards at was way too big, so they had to be all put through more than once, and at this point they're ready to go through for the last time, and you guys are going to see that. So Jade's going to hop on that end and we'll get the machine started up and run some through.
Yeah, but I'm happy anyway. We don't mind it. But just like ridiculous because like you just have to play the war fans like chance of the winning would be low. All right, we got something here. such a stupid sport. Я просто не розумію, до чого удача з принципами життя. Удача ніякого відношення до життя немає. Просто удача це фактична, коли фактичний результат краще, ніж очікуваний результат. Тобто це от мається на увазі удача. Ну, типу, отут, наприклад, це скутері. Коли там я виїжджаю, в мене, типу, дві пари на тьорні, а в нього тут стоїть. У нього, типу, 18%, він доїжджає. Тобто це удача. Ну, тобто це фактична удача, але вона жодного відношення до принципів життєвих чи будь-яких вона не має. Тобто вона ніяк не впливає на побудову життя. Він програв, виграв, і так прекрасно. Це ж просто карта. Карта постійно це відбувається. Will this game be signed on this channel? No. You can watch them on Twitch or on Kick, or you can watch another channel on here you can watch. Thank you, my dear.
Quick poker quiz.
This is just the beginning, right?
As a professional poker player, one of the things.
With hearts, I think I just call. Without hearts, I would Thank you, Burn. You do. Seven high. Wow. Big blind against bottom. I'm gonna check raise. I'm gonna check raise a lot of raise sides there. What is that? Check somehow. Okay. Two people before the money, small blind jams. 9 bits, right? 9 bits, I call. Чим я займався в Україні? Ну, до того, як почав грати в покер, а це було 17 років тому, я був юристом. Uh, 1506 max, he raised a call. He parked. Not much info. I think, I don't know, like, how to react on that. I mean, what a range he has. It's like in my eyes, he's supposed to check a lot, but still, blind is fine. Yeah, it's just like betting because like he was raised. Maybe big bet or big raise. What is better? I think both decisions are good, honestly. So I would choose call, but like I don't see big problems if I want to put all chips in the middle. It's like he has what was there. He has top pair, that's also good. Against the pair. Sets of juices, of course. Yeah, there is some sets, but it's like I have decent equity. There is a bounty there. I said. So like you just like doesn't matter if he shows you his HR, you just call. If he just literally shows you the hand because of the ball. But like in that case, we were in a good shot because like he could have some common draws. 6 draws. That's it. Still not a ticket. See, like 70, 80, something, 90, but not 800. So that's a direct bubble. 2 people got a ticket. 1 got nothing. He's supposed to jam any 2. I jam. He can call. Just like literally can. I mean, he could call with aces. But just like, if he calling something, that's a very bad call. Just awful. That's a direct bubble, and like, he doesn't need that. Like, and nice, that's very bad call. He lost a lot of money by doing that. So like your reaction could be, wow, that guy won a ticket and then has lost opportunity because he lost a lot of money by counting that. I earned a lot of money and that's it. And then I got a cooler in the heads up. So for your understanding, the result of that matters way less than the fact that you lost money. What? What the fuck, bro? Not like that. Alright, we got a bubble. Does it count like a? No. Thank you guys for your support and your match. So we at the final table, and I think I have only one option that is a jam. You know, he check rates a lot, and he falls a lot. He has a decent amount of balls, and he has no 3x in this range. Like very few. He should. I mean, maybe he has, but just theoretically. All right, I'm flipping. Was your cash experience in short stack games? Yes, more than 10 million hands. Very interesting. 22, we have second first stack. Okay. So you would be holding knives instant, of course. That's a very bad call. Just like not bad, just like huge mistake. Because like I will explain to you just without any sewers. So okay, your knife has let's say 65% to the wing. That's okay. I think 65. That's a correct number. So 35% of the time you lose everything. 65, you're gonna win a ticket, right? But just like you have second against first start, and there is a third guy, we have someone has to buzz that guy, and you will win a ticket for 100%. So chance that we will buzz that guy, it is higher than 35%, higher than 65%. So like that's pretty simple math. You don't have to be genius there. You don't need any solvers. You don't need anything because there is a two prizes left, and also there is a situation when you don't lose everything. Like for the, but like I can find like bajillion explanations why you can't do that, and there is zero why you can. Like yeah, because like that's a huge bubble. Like 10 binds bubble. Could you imagine like this is 10 binds bubble, 10 binds bubble, 10 binds bubble. So like that's not like two binds, but like 10. And you don't need chips. Like you don't need chips in the future. You don't have to you don't have to win more chips. You just have to survive. I'm not sure that Jax would be good call. I'm not sure. I think Jax would be pretty thin. Probably Jax is a high. Maybe. Not sure. No, I think Jax is a thing. Like nines, they're just losing. He lost so much money there. And I would never expect nine. Maybe Ace King, maybe right? Ace King, Jax, something like that. But I think Silver would not. What? Would not jump Ace King there. That's what I think. Or would not call Ace King. I think Silver would fold Ace King. He calls with nice. So like, what we do here? I buy, he calls, I buy, he calls, and now he jumps. What he has? He has two odds, right?
Watch how the police behaved during the Henry Novak protest, and then consider why they keep telling us there's no two-tier policing. Viewer discretion is advised.
These bastards, look at them.
This guy's just sat on a wall filming. He's not being violent, and yet... they immediately start using their riot shields as weapons against him. Their own training explicitly classifies riot shields as to be used for self-defense. And only used to de-escalate and deter aggression, and yet... Is the guy resisting? Yeah, but not violently. The cops are explicitly trained to use reasonable force, primarily by incapacitating someone by holding their arms and legs. Was this reasonable force?
I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere.
I mean, yeah, kicking out and grappling with them wasn't the smartest move, but was punching and kicking him in the head repeatedly just because he didn't get out the way quick enough reasonable force? Like and comment, by the way, because I know they're going to try and bury this one. Was all that necessary because one guy was sitting on a wall refusing to move? Do you think they'd have behaved like this at a Black Lives Matter protest? Oh, there's no two-tier policing, though. Turns out the guy they beat the crap out of, 50-year-old Matt Styler, a military veteran and father of 3, had 13 pins in his right ankle, meaning his movements were restricted and he couldn't just jump off the wall. Styler's lawyer said police used the riot shields to inflict pain on his ankle, before one officer kicked him in the head 4 times. Again, is this type of policing how you de-escalate a tense situation? As a retired Los Angeles police sergeant, what I see in this video is not the swarm technique where officers grab arms and legs to control the suspect. This appears to be excessive force by officers kicking, kneeing and hitting the suspect with their shields. Abhorrent. I've watched this a couple of times. I did 3 tours in Northern Ireland and CNR in HMP. This lot of lost control, no regulated baseline, using shields as weapons, getting involved in 1-2-1s, disgraceful. Bear in mind, this is the same police force already under national scrutiny for what they did to Henry Novak. Henry gets treated as the criminal, patronised as he begs for his life.
You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? Don't think you have, mate.
Dragged face down through the gravel. Well, this is how UK police treat the Saudi national who attacked a teacher with a crossbow. Oh, there's no two-tier policing, though.
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe there's two-tier policing in this country.
Don't go away, though, because wait until you see what police can actually arrest you for in the first place. Clear skin doesn't just change how you look, it changes how you feel.
They just chased someone with an horse? How come they're not being nipped for chasing them people with horses then?
No two-tier policing, though. Contrast the behaviour of Styler to the Muslim men in Manchester Airport. A full-on attack where a female police officer got punched square in the face. Their trial collapsed. They weren't even convicted. While Styler's been charged with assault and will almost certainly spend time behind bars. There's no two-tier policing, though. Contrast a legal system that allows Sikhs to carry around large knives in public as part of their religion. A policing approach that tells Muslim men to hide their weapons in the mosque. While middle-aged white men get locked up for carrying replica Legend of Zelda toy swords, or wearing dog clips around their neck. There's no two-tier policing, though. Contrast a judicial system that allows anti-racism protesters to say stuff like this. Acquitted, found not guilty of encouraging violent disorder, while Sam Mellier gets locked up for 2 years for posting anti-mass migration stickers. There's no two-tier policing, though. Oh no, except if an ethnic minority feels offended by literally anything you've said.
Yeah, I'm curious, what's the situation here with like the speech clause? Because we know that some there's like rules where if you say the wrong thing, you get arrested.
Yeah.
Depends on what.
Ours works on people taking offense. So it's if someone is harassed, alarmed, stressed,
if you were to be
by that kind of language, then they would be then brings us into question.
So the behavioural language doesn't have to be objectively racist. The person making the allegation just has to claim it was racist and they're automatically believed. And we wonder why Henry Novak happened.
If something's considered hate, yeah, that's just like an opinion, right? So if you
Right. So what happens if you get arrested and then that gets hashed out?
Arrest first, ask questions later.
like for example, you know all these sound seekers coming over. For example, if you were like, I don't know, just as an example, if you were like send them all home or something, is that like for you to speak?
I'm really in the chat, and sometimes I think I just lost the connection. Hi, Dennis. First time on your channel. Good luck on the grind. Thank you, brother. Thank you, my friend. I don't need your left egg, bro. But you're right, egg would be fine. Fuck. What am I talking about, guys? Let's play poker. I'm begging you guys. I'm begging. Can we play poker? No? Can we just like, I know how to play cards. You understand? I don't know how to beat the micro limits. I don't know whatever. I don't know weather. I don't know. I know how to play cards. Let's play about high stakes poker. Let's speak about high stakes poker. And that's it. Please, I'm bugging you. Because I can't miss your messages because like I'm this type of human. I have to answer. It's just like when I spend my attention and energy on questions like how to beat micro limits or like what I supposed to do with $100 or my left egg for you and other bullshit like
Stephanie from Shared Beginnings. I'll be at the Men Having Babies Conference in Atlanta, June 5th through 7th, and I would love to see you there. If you're attending, send me a message and we'll connect. Pride Month is just right around the corner, and every path to parenthood matters, not just in June, but always. Hope to see you in Atlanta.
Day after day, I think these videos are jokes, but we've seen videos like this time and time again, and these people are not joking. They're being serious. This is not a South Park episode. We are not watching a cartoon show. We're not watching a series where you can make up all sorts of things. These people are real people, and they genuinely believe in this madness.
Where are the guys that could actually handle all this?
Why is it always the case that you people in the ABCD community have to come out dancing in front of people? What is this supposed to show us and what is this supposed to prove? Apparently, you guys are oppressed. Yeah, I see you everywhere. You have months for basically everything to do with the ABCD community, but somehow you're oppressed, and we're supposed to believe that. Just as delusional and crazy it is to believe that there are multiple genders, it's also crazy and delusional to believe that you guys are oppressed when you're clearly not.
Because you would rather let little girls get raped than be known as racist. All you care about is your status.
Why would you say such a ridiculous thing?
Racist is the worst thing you can be, so you allow girls to get raped.
Why would you say such a stupid thing?
Status. It's demonic, is what it is. I'm calling you guys demons.
They make up 4% of the population, but make up 18% of all the people jailed. Pierce, am I reading that right? Is that correct? I just want to make sure that I got this right. You said you're going to get these per capita numbers. Yeah. I want them. Like, what are they? What are the per capita numbers? Because what I'm seeing is not looking very good. Okay, it's not looking very good for your side. So what are they? What is the actual
Why
numbers for these child sex crimes?
Can you imagine the thing that they are insulted about, the thing that gets them angry is the fact that he says they're rapists. It's not the fact that they're actually raping, it's the fact that he uses the word rapist. That's what they're offended by. Really and truly, let that sink in. It's not the fact that this is actually happening that they're offended by, it's the fact that he's calling them by what they actually are. This is where we're at in political discourse. People get offended by the fact that you call people what they are, rather than get offended by the fact that these people are actually raping women. That's not what they're offended by. They're offended by the fact that you're calling out this disgusting thing. What a time to be alive. Before we get back into the video, make sure you guys like the video as much as possible, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and also mainly hit the notification bell so that you're notified when a video comes out. Also go and subscribe to my new Facebook channel. It'll be linked down in the description below, so go and subscribe there. Let us get back into the craziness.
So here's my problem as a bisexual. I can't describe my taste in women because women are just gorgeous in all forms. There's such a diversified beauty. Everybody has their own style, aesthetic, and I love all of it. I can't narrow it down. And I can't describe my taste in men because gross.
Imagine giving us unwarranted information as to you being a bisexual and how women are the most beautiful things in the world and they're so diverse and how beautiful they are. And then you go on to talk about your attraction to men because gross. Nobody is forcing you to be attracted to something that's gross. That doesn't even make sense. Imagine saying you're attracted to something you also believe is gross. Maybe you need to look inward because that was stupid.
I just got penetrated by an uncut man.
To all the people who had to witness this video, just like I did, I think I'm gonna have to apologize because we didn't have to go through this video, but we did. This dude just said some very interesting information that really didn't need to be published, but he did it anyway.
I just wrote a $4 million check the other day to the IRS. If that's paying for literal... What are we doing? How much is your transition cost?
$3.
Why?
Because my body is priceless.
No, how is it free?
Colorado taxpayers. Yeah.
Not federal, right? Just Colorado?
I
hope that, because I just wrote a $4 million check. I have nothing wrong with trans, but why am I paying for people's jobs?
Don't get me wrong, I don't think it should happen either, but I did abuse the system. Because why would I pay for it if I can get it for
The government, the taxpayers pay for your test.
I mean, I pay taxes too, so.
I want everybody to remember and just know that when you're working your hard 9 to 5 and you see your tax money being deducted from your wages, just know that it's going to some individual like this. This individual is using your tax money to pay for him to put on some fake breasts because of the fact that he believes he's a different gender. While you're working hard, sweating, and possibly struggling in life, your money is being taken and given to this individual. Let that sink in.
Well, it's because you're a single mom of 35 years old, posting pictures of your ass and tits constantly. When you market yourself like this, like what kind of men do you think you're gonna attract? If you want to find that good man, start by deleting all these half-naked pictures of yourself, or don't. Don't take accountability. Call me a misogynist or something, and keep recording you crying yourself to sleep at night. That's so tough.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If I were to cross-dress, like if I were to go to like a Goodwill, like what would I look for?
Pick the thing that calls to you. If you find out that you like to, it's not going to be your last dress.
You know, when I went to New York one time, I bought a bra as a souvenir. You know.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Yes.
If there was a button in front of you,
okay.
If you press the button, the following things happen. Immediately, everyone in the world, friends, family, everyone, ceases to see you as a boy, but rather a girl.
They see me in different, like no matter what I dress, no matter what I do.
Memories erased. You're always a girl to them.
Okay.
But you can't go back. There's no, I just want to try it.
Okay, I have to I can pull balls to the wall, as they say. I can do that, right?
Yeah.
Is there a catch? No. I just become a girl. Okay, I need an opinion piece because you've seen the difference. I haven't. You know, I only know one view.
I can't answer the question for you.
I mean, yeah, call the news. Let's do it.
Good for you.
Thank you. So it's gonna
Nice
be
to meet you.
absolutely.
See you later. Bye. Have a good night.
Somehow, when Mr. Lilitino is out in public, he is going to record a very strange interaction, and he's going to record a strange interaction like this.
Do you know that more trans women have been killed in Minneapolis by African Americans than trans women have been killed in Palestine by Hamas? Where's the outrage for us? Oh, we just don't matter because of the people who are committing it? The government is afraid to call out the people who are attacking us because they're protected more than us, even though we're way more vulnerable. This is literally genocide against trans women in Minnesota, continuing to let black people attack us with impunity. This is genocide. I don't want to hear about Gaza. I want to hear about trans women being attacked left and right and unalive in Minneapolis. Every couple months, there's another attack. We are sick of it. And why do you think so many LGBT people are leaving the left? We do not want to be around your policies that put our lives at risk.
Basically, he got those stats from trustmebro.com. Now, I'm not trying to insult Michael Jackson or anything because I personally believe he's the greatest artist alive. And some people in the comment section will disagree with me, but we can agree to disagree. But yeah, this guy does look like Michael Jackson.
So, like, if a man says that he's a woman, he can feel like he's in the wrong body, but it still doesn't make him a woman.
No, because trans women are women.
And what's a woman?
A woman is here.
What if you said, I believe I'm the president of the United States? Would you actually be the president?
Well, if you get elected.
Sure, but if you're not elected, you're not president, right?
Fair.
Right, and so I think you and me are agreeing that what you're born with is what you are. You cannot change that. You can hold mental belief states, but it doesn't make them true, right? So, like, if a man says that he's a woman, he can feel like he's in the wrong body, but it still doesn't make him a woman.
No, because trans women are women.
And what's a woman?
A woman is here. It's what you believe, who you are.
What is womanhood, though?
Womanhood?
Yeah. Because I understand that it's a belief, but what is that belief signifying? What is the reference point for that?
Being woman?
Yeah.
Could be feeling more feminine, more caretaking, more like making sure that everyone is provided for and taken care of.
So, like, with your son, was he born a female?
Correct.
Okay, and then he's identifying as a man now?
Correct.
But do you think that he's still a female in nature?
I think my kid is just my kid.
I think I've gathered enough data just from all the videos we've gone through to understand and to know that these people really just say anything. They don't think through the things they say. They just talk and think they're saying something when in actuality they're not saying anything. He asked her what a woman is, and she said a woman is in here. And in her mind, that made sense. But yeah, apart from the craziness and having to deal with listening to this craziness, please everybody go and subscribe to Eliezer's channel because he has to deal with this nonsense going out in public and interacting with these lunatics, which is very hard work. So yeah, go and subscribe to him, show him some love, and let him know I sent you.
I think an extra 10 million people is going to have an effect on housing.
Do you think that if we lock down our borders, we're going to solve the housing crisis?
Well,
Is that going to solve
the thing is, the more people you have in a country, the more houses you're going to need. I know it might sound.
He's really good at explaining things like this, isn't he? Using immigration on the issue of housing, I think is absolutely.
Are you saying it has no impact on housing?
I think that needs to come in.
No.
Do you want to just answer that question? Do you think it has
Does
no impact?
immigration have an effect on housing?
Whoever lives in this country has an impact on housing, of course.
Alright,
The number
okay.
of people in a country, that's not necessarily to do with immigration.
And people will vote for this idiot, but we should understand that idiots are able to vote, and yeah, that's how democracy works, unfortunately. But it really isn't that difficult to understand why allowing a bunch of illegal people to come into the country is not feasible, but hey, feelings.
Starbucks workers at the largest Starbucks in our region are now on strike. This is at the flagship Starbucks Roastery on Pike Street in Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood. The workers say they will be on strike through Monday. All this happening during Pride weekend. It's part of a nationwide strike over Pride decor, apparently. Workers claim the company is taking down Pride decorations at dozens of stores across the country. But Starbucks have already come out to say that is not true and it's misinformation. Workers say it's not happening at the local store that unionized last year, but they are still saying they want to show solidarity. And as you just heard, baristas at a Starbucks in the University District walked off the job. That video you just saw was sent to us by the Union Workers United. Today we saw baristas and their allies also rallying outside the store at University Way. The union tells us baristas are demanding higher wages and more staffing and protections.
I think it's important to show the shareholders that we make their profits and that our movement will continue.
The rally happening on the eve of the company's annual shareholder meeting. The coffee chain has been struggling with the decline in sales that has lasted for the past year.
Then you have Starbucks saying that the union's asks for them, their demands are just not sustainable. You can even see the handful of workers that are striking this morning here. That is the roastery on Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood. Now, according to the Starbucks company, Workers United proposals rather call for an immediate increase in the minimum wage of hourly partners by 64% and by 77% over the life of a 3-year contract. According to the union, the strikes will end if Starbucks honors a commitment that it made in February to work with its union workers on collective bargaining agreements. The company says it is focused on making the employee experience better while offering a competitive average pay of $18 per hour with benefits. Starbucks says that baristas working at least 20 hours a week can make an average of $30 per hour. Now, over the course of 2024, Starbucks Workers United baristas say that it has powered a, quote, winning streak of organizing that has led baristas at more than 100 stores to join the union. Now, the union says it is driving forward a nationwide movement of more than 10% of baristas working together to win workplace protections. For example, they want to focus on core issues like respect, living wages, racial and gender equity, and fair scheduling, and this is happening at more than 500 Starbucks locations.
We're not out here just fighting for ourselves. We're fighting for baristas nationwide, and we're fighting for low-paid work to no longer be considered low-paid work. We want to be able to live and be in the cities that we work in.
Several months later,
Starbucks reserve stores in Seattle's Capitol Hill and Soto neighborhoods are now closed. The company confirming this morning the two are closing as part of 180 stores being shut down as the company restructures. The Capitol Hill Reserve Roastery unionized in 2022, and they have been demanding more staffing, on-the-job protections, and pay. The company says this did not have to do with the store employees' decision to unionize, saying the reason was, quote, "We don't see a path to financial performance."
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
How in the blue hell can you, as a person who works at Starbucks, demand a certain wage? If it was a case that you wanted to earn a higher wage, maybe it was a case that when you went to your college, which you more than likely did, which is why you're indoctrinated the way you are, you should have got a degree that will get you the pay that you wanted to get, instead of going to college, more than likely get an arts major degree, coming out of college and then realizing that the degree you decided to get can't actually get you a job, and then you find yourself in Starbucks. And I'm not even trying to insult people who work in Starbucks. People are trying to get by the way they can. But when you start demanding that they increase your wage just because you say so, yeah, that's where I'm going to have to speak about it. And of course, it's the case that the location gets shut down. Well, that's what they're trying to tell people. But we all know it was the case that they saw you guys were demanding things you shouldn't be demanding, and you all got fired, rightfully so. I just really find it hilarious how you can be protesting as someone who works at Starbucks, demanding you should be getting paid higher. And they also mentioned that you could be earning up to $30 an hour, and you're still complaining. Make it make sense.
Almost done.
Well, I got on the when I fly all the time, and when the plane is already seated and everybody's seated, they normally don't have an issue with where you sit. So I think that I had to use the bathroom, and I'm the last person on the plane, so I sat in an open seat, and the people, because they said those seats were for, they walk straight to the back. We scan our tickets, we go to our seat, go straight to the back. And they were like, hey, this is my seat. Of course, I would not get up. They didn't say that. So we're still on the plane. I even got ginger ale. I guess, I don't know if somebody said something, or I don't know, profiled me, like I could be in first class, but they usually don't do all that. They do the plane count, and and if everybody's accounted for, it's not a big deal. So the lady says that the people were for an upgrade, and I was like, an upgrade? Well, they should have known that when they scanned their ticket, right? And went to the seat not to that.
Okay, so let me know about the situation. We don't move after the flight. You have to sit in your assigned seat. That's a safety concern for weight and balance purposes. So the fact
weight and balance purposes. How do you know how much I weigh? I would put that in.
Each passenger has a standard weight. You were not assigned that seat. According to yes, they were. And the way that the upgrade list works,
so they come all the way up there.
They change their seat to indicate
and the person comes in like, hey, you get to go to the front seat.
And then they change it in the computer. Well, that's our policy. Yes, that's why we have upgrade lists, and that's why all passengers have their assigned seat.
It still wasn't availability to buy it when you checked in, so there was nobody there.
So that's how we have upgrade lists. So passengers that have status, other airlines that fly with us, yes.
What status?
Status, if you fly X amount of dollars a year on our airline, you have different privileges. You're a priority member.
I think I am like a 25 flights this year. That's what you get for profiling me again. I look like I don't take 25 flights.
No,
I never said that. And then it was the customer service that I was getting. Everybody's getting smart with me. I feel like I got kicked to the back of the bus. I kind of feel like you kind of a little uptight with me a little bit about it. So you just made me get off the flight and we're holding up a plane. So what?
So you're the one that caused a disruption on the aircraft.
That caused a disruption?
Yes.
When?
That's why we're standing here talking. That plane is ready for.
When did I cause a disruption? When they could pick me up and tell me to move to another seat, and I spoke to a lady all the way in the back.
So the flight attendants requested that we reopen the door for the captain, so we can have this discussion. Okay.
So the flight attendants had a problem. It wasn't me.
If you are misbehaving or not following the flight attendant's instructions.
I sat in my seat. What else can you follow?
If you were not following their instructions,
You just got me out of my seat, sir.
following my instructions.
No, I'm saying I was already sitting in my seat before you even came up to me. So why did you tell me to get out of my seat? When you're saying I'm not following instructions. Are there cameras on there? I'm pretty sure there's cameras on there. Now I feel some type of way.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
We have two options at this point. We can go up there and continue this conversation, or you can resume your seat. I believe it's 14A. You can sit down.
Out of my seat, I feel uncomfortable now. I want to escalate this situation.
Okay.
And they have my bag.
Okay, we'll get your bag retrieved.
Yeah, I want my bag now.
Okay, and then what we'll do.
I'll give you my thing so you can have it. It's a sky curve. Yeah, it's a black duffel bag.
We're going to pull these back.
Because I'm getting kicked off the plane. I am getting kicked off the plane.
You just said that you wanted to go up there.
I didn't say I wanted to go anywhere. I just said I feel uncomfortable, and you decided to say I was going up there.
So if you're
this is
uncomfortable
crazy.
to fly on this
You're
aircraft,
making me feel uncomfortable. Your staff makes me feel uncomfortable. You're saying I wasn't following rules when I was clearly sitting in my seat when you came over here and got me. And I videotaped the whole thing.
So here's what we can do.
All right. I'm upset. I'm upset. I want to talk to somebody. I feel uncomfortable. I want to make sure that that's the right policy because now I'm over. I got a booking to go to. I'm here for business. I'm not just flying around. Now it's about to be a bigger issue because I'm not about to go to my booking because American Airlines got me out of my seat to tell me I wasn't following the rules. What rules wasn't I following? Because I was asking questions about why they picked me out of my seat and put two white people in my seat. And now I'm getting put off my plane? Like, are you kidding me?
Excuse me, ma'am. Can you?
I'm already upset. And you're yelling at me.
I'm not yelling at you.
You are yelling at me.
Can
I want to speak to somebody higher than you. There's nobody higher than you? Okay.
So we'll go back to the two.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll go back to the two options.
I just asked you. And you said, you just guided me back to the door.
No, we're still in the same spot.
You just got me out of my seat. Embarrassed me in front of the whole plane. I am good, sir. I don't want to go back on the plane. You just got me out of my seat. It wasn't an option for me to get out of my seat. I was forced to get out of my seat to talk to you about something that I don't feel was right. And but I sat in my seat anyway. We're about to take off. It's a whole, I don't know how long we were supposed to take off and get on this plane. And we're still talking about, because I had a question for a flight attendant, and they didn't want to answer my question, so I called the manager to call me off the plane. Like, are you serious right now?
So we can do two things, okay?
You're not trying to, your customer service, I'm not trying to speak wrong, but it sucks right now. You see me sitting here crying, and you keep trying to be, there's two things we can do right now. I'm not getting back on that plane after you just embarrassed me.
Okay, thank you. That's what I needed to know.
Yes, he made me get off the plane.
Yes, of course, you're going to record this whole situation, even though this situation made you look like the stupid person. And of course, it's not the case that you are the person who was in the wrong. It always has to do with race, and of course, you have to bring up race because somehow, some way, you're the victim in every scenario. It's never your fault, and you'll never take accountability. I really don't understand why you recorded this video, but thank you. You made us all see how stupid you are.
Step back, I'm letting you take a step back as well.
Never been to Syracuse before. Funny word, that, isn't it? Sounds almost Latin. Probably not Latin. Greek? Phoenician, maybe? A pretty smooth drive in from Buffalo, but I tell you what, looking forward to some breakfast. Parkcock's pretty... Parkcock. What I meant to say was, the car park is pretty busy, which probably means by implication that the restaurant is also busy. Yeah, maybe I got a job. Hi. Good, thank you. I came to do your big breakfast challenge.
Yes.
Yeah?
We work with you all the time.
Oh, no.
When you were going to come here.
Thank you very much for watching.
Of course. I'm going to give you the big booth back there so you got all the space.
Cool, alright.
And I'm fine.
Thank you.
My garbage can in the cabinet. My garbage can.
Ah, right. Thank you, thanks. I don't want to take up a whole boat. It's pretty busy. Maybe I'll go. So good. Yeah, it's more like it, I reckon. Right in the midst of the action now. I've been sent from foreign lands to put hard-working American.
How do they have that hand? Okay, rebuy. All good, all good. Pretty sick cooler. I raise button. You never have a better ace. Ace 10 7. We're just gonna get stacked every single day. Twice on Tuesday. Today's Friday. We're gonna play on Tuesday. Boom. Boom. Near the bubble here. Dude, it's really nice to be back. We're gonna be streaming most Fridays and Sundays. Most Fridays and Sundays for sure. Boom, boom. Show me the 250 daily, man. This tournament's sick. A little bubble here. Here we go. This was really good. Button went for a wide raise. We hit and got it in really, really good. Here we're in the 250. Jamming. Clear spot where a stack is going to open the correct range. So being aggressive with this one. Bluff jamming versus the late position open. When you start to count up all the combinations of Jack 10 offsuit, Queen 10 offsuit, we talk about this all the time. Short stack theory, if those are a lot of hands, there's a lot of combinations. So when you unblock those, they're going to have a lot of raise folds. Jamming just seems really good. So nice aggressive play. I like how I'm playing. I like how I'm seeing the game right now. How long are these streams going to be? I don't know, man. Let's go. Even if we go into the night schedule, like I want to play, dude. It was so hard during Poke Wars. I should have played, dude. I should have been in the game, man. They should have put me in. Damn, that would have been good, man. I should have been in the game, dude. Yo, guys, if you can send me some energy today, get the streams fired up again, I'll take it. I'm looking over at chat. Okay. 5 tables. 55. Bounty 6 max. Got unlucky in a couple pots there. Okay, call in here. Ooh, ladies. We could heat up at any moment. I think I'm just going to overcall. I think in theory you play a lot of small raises here. But the board is so dry. $55. have 6 max. Dude, these are good tournaments. Deep, a lot of money up top. We're on a massive upswing this year, you guys. I'm up 130K playing poker this year. Pure poker profit. Ranges are pretty weak here. If I ever see a queen, I puke in my mouth. Fuck it. We go big here. We go big here. Maybe like that. I was gonna bet small. No. We pull statically. This guy on jacks. Do you know how hard it is for jacks here? It's torturous. Wow, call. We got paid by both. Yes! We got a... That was perfect. Thank God I changed my mind. I almost bet small there, which would have been absolutely ridiculous. I bet big and got called by both. That's great. Beautiful. Now we have some more chips to work with. Hey, let me the 250 daily made. Let me just change the tournament info.
Good morning, everyone. It's 6:30, and we're going to be leaving for work here any minute. I would be up there right now, except I didn't hear my alarm. You know, it's an ongoing problem for me, but a little bit early is better than not really at all, because the sooner we get up to the log yard, bust out that millings, the sooner we can just wrap up and hit the creek. That's our plan for today, because it's going to be another hot one. So, wish us luck out there in the heat. All right, let's get rocking and rolling. It looks like ties again today. Hey, I'm not complaining. You know what I will complain about, though, is this freaking humidity. It is so bad here. And I actually talked to somebody from Hawaii yesterday that was also complaining about it. And I was surprised. I'm like, well, isn't Hawaii just as humid? You're probably used to it. And she was like, oh, no. Hawaii's pretty good as far as humidity goes. Pretty dry there, which surprised me. I don't really know a lot about it, but I guess I'm moving to Hawaii, you guys. I'm just kidding.
15 and Jade's already sweating. I have it made for myself with my shack over there, but don't get me wrong, it still gets hot in there with that metal roof. It just heats it up. But at least I'm out of the sun. That's a major improvement. You know, one thing I did want to mention, off topic, but Cody with Woodmiser stopped in yesterday, and he took a look at the mill, made a few adjustments. You know, we've been having that problem with the blade snapping, just prematurely snapping. At least I would think. You know what though? After he made a few adjustments, there's no huge difference, but something just feels a little bit more right to it. Can't really put a finger on it. I know that's kind of weird to say, but we'll see if it helps at all with the blades. What I have come to realize is that these blades just aren't gonna last nearly as long, and it's kind of been a hard shift for me because I'm so used to the LT40 blades, which, I mean, they would last, one blade would sometimes last me all day, and we'd still get like 4 resharpenings out of it. So we go from that to you can't run it over 2 hours and you only get 1 sharpening out of it. I mean, that's quite a shift for me. And the blade, I would just think it'd last longer because it's a lot more heavy duty than the other one. I mean, so much thicker, so much bigger, so much more aggressive. But I'll have to get used to it. And you know what? That being said, it's probably time to change the blade. I will have to set a timer for myself so I'm not running it over. It's really easy to, especially when it's cutting just fine, but I have to learn, like, to just change it at 2 hours. It's a learning process, but hey, that's okay. Jade got the deck back to loaded. Jade got the deck loaded, so we can get back to milling these ties, see how many we can do before this heat hits us and we're just out of here. But yeah, let's get back to it and see how long I can last without a wet rag. I'll tell you what I mean here in a little bit, but let's do a couple more logs before we have to go to that extreme. Alright, it's time for the fan. No use in continuing to hold out any longer. This just makes everything okay. It really does. A little bit of breeze and it already feels better in here. When this air gets stagnant, that's when I just start to struggle, but don't mind me. I'm just gonna take a minute. Okay, now for stage 2 of keeping cool. This is one of the best tricks I've come up with so far, and it's just to literally get a rag and let that down. All we have is this rainwater that we collect, but that's good enough for this. I'm telling you, this is the best technique right here. Yep. Now I'm ready to mill some ties.
Low tier God. I'm so sorry I didn't talk about this yesterday. Alternate Bruno Mars. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, somebody sent me a screenshot, but who cares? Did I get $1 million for it? I don't give a fuck. It's not even something to rejoice over in the first fucking place. It's something that should have never happened. Remember, I'm gonna be the nigga that has to explain to a certain individual X, Y, Z. Man, y'all niggas know what the fuck I'm talking about. Stop playing dumb, bro. The only reason, look, like I said, the only reason certain shit was public because of a certain individual. If it wasn't because of a certain individual,
I have never heard anybody else use the certain individual and a specific individual the same as I have. He's the only other person I've ever heard talk about it that way and use that language.
this would have never happened.
That
shit ain't nothing to play around with. Exactly, bro. It's like, bro, you know what type of weird ass world we live in? Just catch my drift. Like, we see fuck shit on YouTube and Twitter 24/7.
Yeah.
Regarding anthros, it was fake, nigga. That was a different Earth you seen. That was Earth 3184. It's like it ain't nothing to fucking rejoice over. It's like something that should have never fucking happened in the first fucking place. It's just that simple. It's not hoorah, yay, blah blah blah.
Context. So y'all might not know this. All right. So, Low Tier God has recently been in a custody case with his baby mama. This is